Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story. 30 years before. Chapter 1 to 8. Author note. So I'm back. I've had a lot of people asking me to put 30 years before up again. And while I'm not really keen on the idea, I will put it back up for those nice people who were very supportive. Not to mention, quite a few readers were not English speaking, so the translation button was a big thing to them. This story is on several different sites, Wattpad, quotev, AO3, all under the same username, Luckyunicornsparkle. If you don't like 30 years before, then that's fine. You don't need to tell everybody about it with vulgar language. They're underage people who read the comments and they don't need read stuff like that. Secondly, I'm not changing the story because some random doesn't like the story. Don't like it, then go and read something else. Nobody is forcing you to read this. I'm writing this because I like it, not for any other reason. This simply is self-indulgent nonsense. It's a fanfic, not something offensive. Luffy's POV. He was falling. His face had a huge, wide grin on it. Anyone else would have been screaming. But this boy didn't seem to know what fear was. He had a bad habit of laughing in the face of death. The clouds swept past him. The wind was loud, and yet the boy seemed to relish the rush of his fall. It was only when the boy noticed the wide stretch of ocean below him that he suddenly grimaced. Well, that was a problem. Searching, his eyes had tears streaming down his face from the wind hitting them. Then a moment later, his wide eyes fixed on a cluster of warships. He was too close to the ships to adjust his landing. He was spinning out of control, and the last thing he remembered was hitting the hard wooden deck. Loud, panicked yells followed as the boy slowly lost consciousness. Dragon's POV, first person. I kicked the door loudly, that shitty old man. Let me out, you stupid old fart. I shouted. My call bounced off the empty room, finding nobody to receive my angry yell. Growling in frustration, I once again aimed a kick at the wooden door. The sea stone shackles were making me tired, weak, and pathetic. I was so pissed off that my kick missed my target. Damn it. My legs buckled under me, causing me to land on my ass. I could scream. For a while I sat there, my heart burned with anger, my face buried in my knees, my arms sat on top of my thighs, and all the while I panted out pain curses. How could my old man claim to care about me when he wouldn't even listen to my wishes? I didn't want to be a Marine, and I had always made that clear. Yet after a long rowing match, he decided the best course of action was to lock me in a room and shackle me like some kind of freaking criminal. I missed my devil fruit. With it, I would have been able to easily escape this place. Freedom sounded like a small, impossible dream. The Marines had no understanding of the meaning. Their brand of justice was just another word for control. I had heard a lot of nasty rumors, and I was sure that those dirty little secrets were true. There was no way in hell I'd ever sink to the low that the old man had. I would never become the world government's dog. I'd rather die. Let me out of here, you shitty old fart. I knew my screams were going to fall on deaf ears, but I still roared out my rage and pain. If I didn't, it would eat me alive. Hey, is someone there? A voice rang out on the other side of the door, followed by a knock. I didn't know that voice. It sounded kind of young and boyish. Yeah. I stood up with a little effort. I kicked the door with the tip of my foot. Oh, hey, do you know where I am? I frowned. Why wouldn't this guy know where he was? It's not like you could accidentally get on a Marine ship and not realize that. On a Marine ship in the New World, obviously. I stated bitterly. Where else would I be? There was a slight pause before there was a loud groan. What Marines? I don't like Marines. My eyes grew wide. Did this guy just say that? Really say that? Was this person not a Marine? A tiny sliver of hope formed in my chest. Okay, thanks, voice. See you around. I could hear footsteps moving away. I panicked, the words escaping my mouth without a second thought. Wait, take me with you. I hate it here. I don't want to be a Marine. The footsteps stopped, and I held my breath. I was just about to shout out again, beg if it would get me out of this place. Okay. The voice replied. It sounded bored. That was it. That's all it took. Suddenly, the door vibrated with a strong force. I dove out of the way, just as the door flew across the room. A split second later, a boy's face peered round the broken door frame. A large, cheeky grin plastered on his face. The kid was pretty short, skinny, and really not all that impressive. But a couple of things stood out. He had a crescent scar under one eye. That wasn't the scar that drew my attention. It was the huge X-shaped one on his chest. It was pretty much hidden by a sea of bandages wrapping around his chest and torso. The boy had a straw hat sat on top of a mass of scruffy black hair. The hat looked well-loved, adding to the already underwhelming appearance of this kid. I had no idea who he was, but either way, I was just glad to have the door out of my way. I was kind of worried this guy didn't look like a fighter, more like a lost civilian. If we were caught, I wouldn't stand a chance in protecting him. The damn shackles took away that option. It wasn't like I needed my devil fruit to fight, but I just couldn't hit as hard as my old man. The stupid old fart could punch though steel. I had seen him do it. In fact, it wasn't even an amazing feat for that man. More like a warm-up. I just hope they take it easy on the poor kid, but that wouldn't be a problem if we weren't caught. Well, thanks. Man, I thought I was got a rot in that room. A huge grin formed on my face. I was out. Out. I was out. The boy eyes drifted down to my bound hands, the shackles rattling as I went to pass the black-haired kid. Are those sea stone? He asked. I nodded grudgingly. He grimaced, seemingly all that displeased with my reply. My old man has the keys in his pocket. I can't do much with them on. I sighed as I marched down the thin hallway. He pulled a face and followed close behind. Yeah, sea stone is annoying. I've had them on before, too. I glanced back surprised by his response. So, did that mean he had a devil fruit power, too? He was scowling as he glared ahead of us. Do you have a devil fruit? I asked. The kid nodded, his expression shifting back to a grin. Yeah, I ate the Goma Goma no Mi. I became a rubber man shishi. He chuckled. I let that sink in. Rubber powers? I couldn't see how useful that would be. Rubber was just a little underwhelming as well. This kid was a whole lot of underwhelming. I shrugged. I didn't actually care. Weak people, strong people, they were all the same to me. But saying that the kid kicked the door in with considerable strength. Kid, I kept calling him kid. I glanced behind me as I rounded a corner. The boy still looked jolly, even with the whole situation we were in. Hey, what's your name? I'm Dragon, by the way. He laughed, puffing his chest out proudly, and exclaimed, My name is Monkey D. Luffy. I'm going to be king of the pirates. Hang on, Monkey D, is that what he said? I froze mid-run, and Luffy smacked in my back. Hey, why'd you stop? I turned slowly. The boy was rubbing his face, an irritated look on his face. Your name is Monkey D? Did you really say that? I demanded. Luffy was staring at me with an unreadable expression, before he nodded seriously. That's right. His answer didn't sound offensive, rather a simple fact. How? Who was he? The only other person I'd ever met with that name was my stupid old geezer father. I knew both of my grandparents were dead. My father, as far as I knew, didn't have a sibling. I didn't have a sibling. And as much as I disliked my father, I had to admit I couldn't imagine him going off with another woman. Not with my mother. My father, despite everything, was a loyal man, and my mother's death had deeply affected the old man, just as it had affected me. So who the hell was this kid? Who are you really? Because you can't be who you say you are. Luffy sighed, shaking his head. His face was pulled back in a scowl. He reached up and stuck his pinky up his nose. All I could see at that moment was the old fart, right down to the irritated look. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, like I said. Geez, DRA guy. DRA guy? Did he just give a random person he just made a nickname? He doesn't even know me. I thought I was the only person who did that. It was never really out of spite. Rather, I could never remember people's names. I rubbed my forehead with the back of my hand, or rather, I tried to without smacking the chain into my eyes. Safe to say it hurt. Listen, you really can't be. It's that simple. Because my name is Monkey D. Dragon. Luffy cocked his head to the side. Confusion was written all over his face. He crossed his arms after flicking off whatever had been on his finger. But you can't be my dad. You don't really look like him. I stared blankly at the kid, letting those words sink in. My dad. I repeated. I let my head fall to the side, my face scrunching up in wonder. Who's dad? What? Luffy shook his head. My dad is called Monkey D. Dragon. Those words didn't make much sense in my head. Then it clicked. My eyes grew wide. I have a son, but I'm only 25. When that came out of my mouth, I looked the kid up and down. He was, 18, maybe 19 at most. That was impossible. I couldn't have kid. I hadn't even. This kid has to be lying. Luffy was looking at me with a critical expression, like I was the one lying. I went to demand answers, tell him I didn't appreciate being lied to. When the boy shoved something in front of my face, he had pulled it out of his shorts pocket. It was a bounty poster. The picture was of a familiar boy waving at the photographer, a huge grin plastered on his face. But that wasn't what made me choke on my breath. No, it was the name and bounty. Dead or alive. Monkey D. Luffy. B1.500.000.000. See, it says Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy said, his tone bored and a little aspirated. I couldn't take my eyes off the poster, off the grinning face in the picture. Then slowly my eyes drifted to the disgruntled face of the one that the poster depicted. It was the same person, right down to the straw hat. I gulped. 1.5 billion. This guy was worth 1.5 billion. I snatched the piece of paper out of Luffy's hand. I was staring at it, trying to find something, anything to tell me that it wasn't real. It had the world government's authentic seal. It was real. This teenager was worth 1.5 billion. How? What had he done to get such a big price on his head? Monkey D. Luffy. Why had I never heard of him? This wasn't chump change. This person had been deemed by the world at large as a threat. A real threat. I glanced between the bounty and the kid in question. He was real. Why don't I know you? You're my family. Why had that bastard never told me about Luffy? He was my family. He was free. Why was he wandering around a marine ship so casually? He was in so much danger. He didn't seem even aware of it. I swallowed hard, trying to think straight. Do you know me? Do you know who I am? Luffy blow out a deep, frustrated breath. No, I told you my dad is called Dragon. I don't know you. I froze his dad was called Dragon. That couldn't be a coincidence. I was almost afraid to look at the date in the corner of the bounty. The date issued was 30 years in the future. I was talking to my future son. Luffy POV, third person. Luffy stood facing DRA. Seriously, what was this guy's problem? He was stood rooted to the spot. His face was pale and sweat was pouring down his face. Was DRA guy hot? It didn't feel hot. Maybe he was hungry? Luffy was hungry. DRA guy was probably hungry. They should go find food. Surely the Marines had food somewhere. Luffy, bored with the current situation, decided to leave DRA guy standing there. He was kind of annoying anyway. Luffy snatched his wanted poster out of the other's hand and passed the shell-shocked man. Why was it so damn hard to believe who Luffy was? If anything, DRA guy was the one with the problem. Hey, wait, hang on, Luffy. The long-haired man recovered finally. What did this guy want now? Luffy continued down the hall in search of food, only glancing back when he heard DRA guy stumble after him. What? Luffy didn't hold back his frustration from his voice. You're from the future. Luffy stopped again, frowning. Future? Huh? What do you mean, future? Now is now. The Straw Hat Captain stated, as if that were obvious. DRA guy was shaking his head wildly. No, this is the past, your past. His head was hurting with all the thinking he was doing. Past. Future? What? Luffy decided at that moment he no longer cared. It was too much hassle to understand. Okay, whatever. DRA guy glared at him with the most over-the-top look of shock. You don't care? Do you even understand what's going on? Luffy continued on, following his nose, hoping he would stumble on a bunch of meat. No, I don't care. And that was the end of the conversation. Dragon's POV, first person. I couldn't believe this kid. He didn't seem to give a flying damn. So, to recap, Luffy was from the future. He was wandering around a warship with my shitty old man on board. He was covered head to toe in bandages. I didn't need to be a doctor to know that his wounds were bad. Like seriously bad. Oh, and he was a crazy criminal with a stupidly high bounty. Well, the government seemed to think he was. I just couldn't see it. What could he have possibly done? I sighed, my head hurt. This stupid kid was going to get himself killed. My stupid kid, I couldn't get that out of my head. This was my kid. Even if he hadn't been born yet, he was still my dumb future son apparently. And he didn't care. Not about the danger we were in or the fact that he was in the past. Heck, he didn't care about me, his dad. Dad, I was a fucking parent. Be damned, the child part was gone. I had a fucking teenage son. Oh God, what the hell was I going to do? All I wanted was to get off this cursed ship away from the old fart. But no, the universe gave me a freaking son. I just hope that bounty of his was because he was strong and not because he'd pissed off, I don't know, a Tenryubito, who had then tacked a large price on his head. I had seen something similar happen a little while back. The man in question had confronted one of those bastards when they had taken his wife. Safe to say the poor man hadn't lasted long after he went on the run. This was one of the many, many reasons he hated this system so much. You had no money. You didn't matter. Weren't born a noble. Your life was meaningless. Maybe I could do something. Maybe one day. But not now. Finding a way off this ship was top priority. Luffy's POV, third person. Luffy was still following his nose. It was never wrong when it came to food. DRA guy was trailing behind. His face was drawn back into a deep, thoughtfully expression. He must have been starving with all the thinking he was doing. Luffy was getting pretty hungry too. Okay, no, actually Luffy was famished. When a Straw Hat Captain had woken up earlier, it had been because of his growling stomach. He'd been in a jail cell, though he didn't have any shackles on or anything for that matter. The boy had made simple work of the bars, one good punch, and the whole prison door went flying. He didn't really care where he was, only that his belly needed filling. Luffy had wandered around aimlessly for a little while, all the while getting more and more annoyed with the fact that he had not found a single scrap of food. He had heard the angry yells. Normally, Luffy wouldn't have cared all that much when food was on his mind, but those shouts sounded so desperate. So, the kid had without a second thought run off to find the voice. Looking back on it now, Luffy was kind of irritated by the guy. First, he had accused the young captain of lying about his name, then started going on about other weird stuff. Frankly, Luffy didn't understand a word of what DRA guy had said to him. But Luffy did know one thing, which he didn't like, and was being accused of lying. Then again, DRA guy didn't seem like a bad person. That was probably the only reason he hadn't dumped him. And Luffy did in fact understand something he had in common with the man. He did not want to be a Marine. He seemed to crave the same thing Luffy found so important, freedom. The kid could get behind that sentiment more than anyone else. Oi, Luffy, can I ask you something? A voice behind the kid made him grimace. What did he want now? Yeah. DRA shifted slightly, causing his chains to rattle. His walk slowed somewhat. Are you strong? Luffy paused, turning to face him. The man looked somewhat worried. Some of the tension left Luffy's shoulders. Oh, DRA guy was worried about him. Suddenly Luffy felt a little guilty. The Straw Hat Captain wasn't the brightest, yes, but what he lacked in brains, he very much made up with emotional understanding. He could read people incredibly well. Oh yeah, I'm really strong, so don't worry Shishishi. Luffy grinned widely, a statement that DRA guy looked relieved about. Oh, that's good, I'm pretty strong too. But without my devil fruit, I'm kinda lacking. The Straw Hat Kid smiled even wider. If he didn't have a rubber face, well, it probably wouldn't be a pretty sight. Luffy, feeling less annoyed with other now, continued to walk. Yet DRA guy was definitely a good person. DRA guy, what's your devil fruit? Luffy asked. He was curious. Having no devil fruit to rely on was horrible. Off the top of his head, he could name a few times that Sea Stone had hampered his fights, and it was a pain in the ass to work with. Not to mention, it was painfully tiring. It felt like you were trying to wade through very thick mud. One wrong move, and you drown in it. Dope dope no mi. Luffy's eyes grew wide. That was such a cool power. Not as cool as being made of rubber or fire. Still, it was really awesome. You're a Gus man? That really cool. Are you made out of wind? His eyes sparkled with all the cool things you'd be able to do. Ah yeah, it's amazing. I can fly, make hurricanes and tornadoes. DRA guy's voice slowly lost some enthusiasm. His pace slowed once again. Don't worry, we're gonna get them off. Then you can do hurricanes and stuff. Luffy promised. He was determined to get those handcuffs off. Luffy didn't want DRA guy to sound so defeated. It was decided, no matter what, DRA guy would make tornadoes again. Thanks, but that's going to be almost impossible to do. My old man has the keys. I saw him put them in his pocket dash. Luffy whipped around suddenly, making the other jump slightly. I just need to beat up your dad, right? DRA guy had a stressed look on his face. Sweat was dripping down his face. He looked kind of scared. Look, listen, you really can't beat my dad up? Not that I wouldn't mind doing that myself. You can't, he's stupid strong. Even with such big bounty, the old fart fights even stronger people literally every day. Luffy scowled, refusing to believe that. He opened his mouth to argue, but DRA guy cut him off. You can't beat up Garp the Fist. He fights big shots like Roger and Whitebeard. Luffy's eyes bugged out of his eye sockets. His mouth dropped to the ground. The old fear of his grandfather's fists of love practically jumped up in full force. If there was one person Luffy feared, it would have to be that man. Whoa hat. Gramps is your dad. Dragon POV, first person. I was tired. This kid was making me tired and I was already exhausted. He was difficult, a numbskull, and such a sweet kid. God, he had a heart made of gold, but so dumb. At this point, I'd given up trying to explain anything. He, bless his poor dumb heart, could not understand me. He just stood there with his head cocked to one side, confusion written all over his face. I sighed. How about we continue onwards? It's starting to make me nervous that we haven't seen anyone. Which was very true. Where was the below-deck patrols? It was just plain weird. Someone had to be down here with us. Yet there wasn't a single soul. Oh, but there were people. They tried to catch me, but I knocked him out with my hockey. The stupid kid just laughed. You did what? I face-palmed, the chain smacked my jaw. Of course he did. Wait, he knocked him out with hockey? How did you knock him out? What hockey did you use? I was expecting him to say that he had punched them with armament hockey, but with a sinking feeling, I knew that probably wasn't the case. With my Conqueror's hockey, Luffy stated simply. This kid was insane. I had Conqueror's hockey, but I couldn't use it willingly. I groaned. Right, okay, this is fine. That did explain the lack of activity down here. I didn't know a whole lot about color of the Supreme King. I just hoped that the old fart hadn't felt it. I know I hadn't. But to be honest, if he had, he would have charged down here by now. That made me feel a little better. Come on, let's get out of here. I passed by Luffy. The kid shrugged and followed close behind. We had stayed down here long enough. If we could sneak onto the top deck, I could maybe pickpocket the old man. If not, I would have to find a different method to get the shackles off. Getting caught was not an option. There should be a couple of rowboats, which we could probably hijack. I wasn't fond of being in the middle of the ocean in such a small boat. Freedom was worth the risk. Neither of us would like what would happen if we were caught. The lifeboats were really the only means of escape. The old man would come down here soon enough. He had done so every day since I'd been trapped in that stupid room. It was only a matter of time. The thought made me sweat. We needed to get out of here. The sooner the better. I quickened my walk into a hasty jog. Luffy kept up. We need to get out of here. We have to get out. I won't let me caught. Me and my dumb son were getting out of here. Soon I was running down the maze of hallways, turning every so often. I saw several marine grunts passed out in various places. Luffy had really done a number on them. Well, serves them right. Luffy was still hot on my heels, his face dead set in a determined manner. We were getting out of this hellhole. Suddenly, the whole world was suddenly thrown off balance. Luffy and me were thrown forcefully into the corridor wall. Damn, it hurt. My left side throbbed sharply. The hell was that? Luffy groaned. I shook my head. No idea, you good? The boy hummed a positive. I was about to pick myself up when in another world, shaking blast hit the ship. Once again, we were chucked to the side. Great, both my sides hurt now. What the hell is that? I shouted. I was hurting and kind of pissed off. If I'd had my devil fruit, this would not be hurting. Being made of wind had its advantages. Luffy grabbed me by the collar, just as another wave of world-shattering power hit the vessel. At least this time, we didn't go flying. Thanks. I wheezed. Luffy dropped me to the floor. Are we under attack? I don't hear any cannon fire. I wonder out loud. Luffy looked just as curious as I felt. We should go see. I grinned. That sounded kind of fun. With ship under attack, this could be our lucky break. While Marines were under fire, me and the kid could definitely use this to our advantage. Luffy jumped into excited run. I chuckled, charging after him. We were thrown around a couple more times. That didn't stop us from barreling down the hallway, both of us eager to see what was going on above. Then suddenly a sickening wave of energy hit me hard. I gasped, almost knocked me out cold right then and there. I clung to consciousness. The darkness tried to pull my eyelids closed. I grit my teeth and dug my nails into my arms. I could not lose to this, not when freedom was so close. Luffy didn't look much better. He looked dizzy, his hand pushed up against the wall to stop him from falling. The sea stone was such a pain. This was why this had thrown me off. I was already exhausted from the cuffs, and this was almost enough to push my already tired body to collapse. I didn't know how Luffy was taking it, but the fact that the kid was still conscious was a miracle considering his severe injuries. He was stuffed with guts. Kind of made me proud. Those confusing thoughts were not what I need right now. Though that was a clash of conquerors hockey. Those guys are strong. Luffy panted. He forced himself upright, staring up at the ceiling. That confirmed what I already suspected. Someone was fighting the old fart. I didn't know anyone else on this ship that could use the kind of hockey. This was going to be harder than I thought, after all. Dragon's POV, first person. The rattling from the upper decks was starting to get on my nerves, the amount of times I had landed on my face. Luffy seemed to bounce whenever he was thrown against something. Maybe being made of rubber was useful after all. Silly kid thought it was a blast. Loud, distinct laughter would follow as the world would be ripped from under our feet. Well, at least one of us thought it was fun. After the 15th quake came and went, I screamed. I'll stop moving. Luffy was in stitches. Damn bloody kid. I wasn't really angry at him per se. I was just losing my patience with the whole situation. I just wanted to get topside, slip past in the commotion, and grab a boat. But it was just one tidal wave after another. It would ram the boat with a lot of force, and I would lose my footing. My nose really didn't need this abuse. How much farther, DRA guy? I really want to see what's going on up there, Luffy cheered. I sighed heavily. I didn't think we were too far from the stairs now. It was just getting to them, that was the problem. Not far, we would be there by now if it wasn't for all this shaking. I complained. Luffy only grinned cheerfully in response. No cares in the world, I wish I was so laid back. Right now, everything was making me stressed. Then a loud voice cracked out, Dragon, what are you doing out of your room? Oh no, I knew whose voice that belonged. We didn't have time for this. I looked up with dread in my gut. Yep, that was Kuzan staring at us with wide alarmed eyes. Of course, the stupid frizzy hair brat was here. He was like the old man's shadow, always following him around. He idolized the old fart like a lot of young and fresh Marines. I really couldn't understand it myself. His feet were stuck to the wooden floor. His boots were covered in a thick coat of ice in an attempt to stop himself from falling as another wave hit us. I was thrown to the side. My ribs burned with the impact of the wall. Luffy moved to my right, stopping next to me. A frown deep set into his forehead. He offered me his hand absently, without taking his now very hard gaze off the other boy in front of us. This guy looks familiar, was all Luffy uttered. Without a word, I let him pull me up and onto my feet. I couldn't believe how serious he suddenly was. His name is Kazan. He's a fleet captain under the old man. He has an ice devil fruit. He's pretty good at using it too. I explained quietly. Luffy nodded once. He fell into a fighting stance, fists ready. I grinned. Okay, so he wasn't just a clueless goofball. He knew when to get serious. Good, that's a worry off my mind. I readied myself. My fists weren't going to be much use, but my legs would do the job. I was going to stomp this brat into the ground. Like hell was I going to let this stop us from getting our freedom? Whoa, hey, do we really need to fight? You could come quiet, Dash. Kazan put his hands in the air lazily, a bad attempt at putting up a peaceful front. Like hell we are, you lazy potato. I even flinched at my bad insult. I was so bad at trash talk. Some people were so talented at cool comebacks. I called Kazan a potato. I want to cry. Luffy burst out laughing, all seriousness gone. He grabbed his stomach as he wheezed out a joyful cackle. Never mind, Luffy was a goof after all. We're going to die after all. The old man's going to kill us. Wonderful. The apple really doesn't fall far from the tree. Kazan did not look impressed. Couldn't blame him for that, honestly. Is that really the best you could come up with? Kazan asked, tone deadpan. I don't want to hear that coming from you. My face burned. Luffy was still bawling his eyes out with laughter. Luffy, please stop, you're making this worse. Right, I'm going to kick your ass now, potato. Luffy announced at the top of his lungs, and without warning, slammed his fist right into the ice brat's face. Kazan, who obviously hasn't expected it, went flying backwards, only stopping when he hit the wall at the end of the corridor. "Holy crap, good shot, kid," I praised. "I don't need to make up for that stupid potato thing." I bolted forward before Kazan could recover. I definitely wasn't as fast with the cuffs on, but it was enough to beat this kid. I sent my foot flying, jamming it into his stomach, landing a pretty mean blow. Enough to crush the wall, which Kazan had landed in. He was sent tumbling into a room the smashed wall belonged to. He was coughing and spluttering. We had clearly done quite a bit of damage. Me and Luffy followed him into the damaged room. Guard up, we were doing well so far. I knew from experience things go south fast, even if we relax for a second. I was right. Kazan exploded angrily, sending ice shards hurtling towards us. We both dodged them pretty easily, but it seemed to be a distraction. Suddenly, the brat jumped on his feet. He was pissed. A rumbling was heard. The ground started to shake. It was different from ones earlier. Something was tearing through the bottom of the ship. I realized what was happening too late. General POV, third person. The top deck was in utter chaos. There were Marines scattered across the planks. The clash of King's Hockey had knocked out pretty much every Marine from all 4 ships, leaving the Navy formation scattered. Those who were conscious were badly wounded, and even if they hadn't been, nobody dared interfere with the 2 angry men who had caused all this mayhem. Garp was holding back a Yonko, a pissed-off Yonko to boot. Then the iceberg crashed through from below. Things went from bad to worse. 2 youngsters were thrown into the air, the iceberg clearly aimed at them. One of them was Garp's son dragon, the other was a kid with a straw hat. The crew were well acquainted with Garp's unruly son, but the other one was a mystery. Oh, this ship was so screwed. Luffy's POV, third person. Luffy was not pleased with Potato Guy for throwing an iceberg at him and DRA Guy. When it happened, the only thing that saved them was his advanced observation haki. The young captain was thankful that Katakuri had given him such a rough time. He'd grabbed DRA Guy by the collar of his shirt, pulled him out of the way, only missing the sharp ice by an inch. When the force of the giant pillar of ice passed by them, the air current created had blown the boys through the hole in the ceiling. Great. Luffy could finally see what was happening on the deck. This was going to be exciting. The straw hat captain landed heavily on the wooden planks that made up the stern. He skidded to grinding halt. Luffy, who had forgotten that he had hold of something important, dragging them behind him as ran towards the fun part of the ship. "Luffy, you can let me go now." A slightly irritated voice brought Luffy back from his wonderment at the fight that was taking place. Where was the fight? He wanted to fight too. The kid let go unapologetically. Luffy was too taken with trying to locate the sounds of clashing to notice a grumpy growl. "Hello. Oi. Luffy, are you even listening? Was someone talking to him?" Luffy turned towards the irritated face of DRA Guy. How long had he been there? The boy shrugged. DRA Guy grabbed him by the shoulders and shook him violently. What was that for?" Luffy whined. DRA Guy looked so annoyed. What was wrong with him? "Kazan is coming. We gotta go. Now." "Oh, Potato." Luffy had completely forgotten about that person. He crossed his arms and pouted. The young captain wanted to find the exciting battle on the ship that had been throwing them around below, not fight that ice guy. "Seriously, come on." DRA Guy shouted. He grabbed Luffy roughly by the wrist and began dragging the boy. DRA Guy continued to complain. Luffy supposed that he should probably help. He did kind of like the man, even if he was annoying. Also, those shackles were going to slow him down too. It was like Toro all over again. Luffy remembered lugging his friend around Dressrosa while he had sea stone cuffs on. Though Toro had been hurt by that damn Mingo, so Luffy had opted to carry him around instead. DRA Guy wasn't in that situation, thankfully. With that decision, Luffy once again fell in a step with DRA Guy. He let the kid go a second later, having to no longer drag him along. A confused look stuck on his face. Luffy just smiled brightly and carried on. Dragon's POV, first person. This goddamn kid. I wasn't even surprised anymore when I lost him. Why couldn't I just leave him? Oh right, he was my dumb moronic son. I felt responsible for the dumbass. I wasn't even his dad yet. He hadn't even been born and was worrying about the stupid little turd. How did future me cope with him? I wouldn't be surprised if I died from a heart attack. Right now I had to dodge a pissed-off punk, who I might add had taken exception to being punched through the mast. Which wasn't even my fault. Luffy had clearly attacked him first. I just kicked him afterwards. Why the hell was I the one having icicles thrown at me? "Luffy, where the hell are you?" I rolled out of the way of an ice spear, only avoiding it barely. It slid past my cheek, slicing my skin open. The cut stung a little. I absently wiped away any blood with the back of my arm. As I spun onto my feet, my hand brushed over a bit of wood. The chains on my wrist jangling as I picked up the broken board and threw it at Kazan. It smacked him in the face. Well, at least I still had my haki. It was literally the only reason the ice brat hadn't attacked me up close. I could still hurt him. I could hurt him badly. A loud cracking sound came from behind me, making me spin. Kazan had been hit by a long, thin arm, like the thing was 10 foot long, not even joking. The punch had pinballed the guy across the deck. A moment later, the arm snapped back towards its place of origin. There, you're a DRA guy. What did you run off to? Luffy was running towards me with his same dorky grin on his face, so that long arm belonged to him. Okay, I take it back. Rubber hurt a lot more than I previously thought, because Kazan hadn't gotten up yet. The frizzy-haired potato hadn't even moved an inch. Was he out cold? Wait, when I'd gotten lost. The boy stopped next to me, still looking about as uninterested in Kazan as he had when the ice brat first appeared from below deck, when Luffy got lost. You ran off by yourself and got yourself lost, moron. I snapped. Luffy ignored me in favor of picking his nose. Did I not raise this kid with any manners? He was just as bad-mannered as my old man. There was movement from where Kazan had landed. Several pieces of broken boards fell away from a lump. The heap wasn't looking good. Blood was streaming down his face. Even from way over here, I could tell he was panting. The confident smirk on Kazan's face did not match his body, which was shaking in an attempt to wobble to his feet. He swayed side to side, ice attempting to crawl up his arm, most likely to form an attack. I think it was about time to finish this, before more ice was thrown in my direction and Luffy wandered off on his own again. I took a breath, letting my body relax. A large, cocky smile spread across my face. The kid wouldn't stand a chance. Luffy had taken notice of me and was looking intrigued. I got into position, the wind pushing me forwards. I sprang, rushing toward my prey, my hand forming my most signature attack. Black coating spread up my arm, the armament hockey harding my skin. 3 claws formed perfectly on my left hand. I struck. Dragon Claw. I only saw Kazan's fearful eyes for a split second before I hit him square in the chest. Cloth, skin, and flesh was torn apart. Muscle, tissues, and bone crumbled underneath my fingers. He went completely limp. He was alive, but he would not be getting up again. Not for a long while. I dropped him. He shouldn't have stood in my way. He could never beat me. No matter what he tried, Kazan wasn't good enough. Then it hit me like someone hitting me on the back of the head. What had I done? I looked down at my hand. I'd forgotten about the shackles. My body hadn't. Oh dear. My left hand was twisted at an odd angle. The upper part of the metal cuff was dug into my flesh. My whole wrist had torn itself apart. Oh shit. Then the pain hit. It felt like I'd stuck my whole left arm into a vat of lava. I was burning. My whole arm was on fire. I crumpled slightly, taking a deep, painful breath. I was stupid. I'd gotten so carried away that I'd forgotten why I had the cuffs on in the first place. Not just to stop my devil fruit, mostly to stop me from flying away, but to stop my claws. My hands are way more dangerous than any weapon you could have given me. Are you okay? Luffy's voice rang in my head, loud and slightly fuzzy. I slowly gazed up at 2 worried eyes. Oh, right, Luffy. Oh crap, Luffy. He was holding me up. At some point I may have passed out a little. Oh yeah, buddy, I'm good. I sounded kind of drunk. I smiled widely. He didn't seem convinced with my attempt to reassure him. The boy fixed me with a stubborn glare as I pushed myself up and off his supportive shoulder, back onto my own 2 feet. I shook my head wildly, forcing all the cotton wool blocking on my brain out. Dizziness took its sweet time to pass. Once it did, though, I felt a little stronger. I was still hurting, but I couldn't afford to black out now. I grinned forcefully. I didn't want to worry the kid. Luffy sighed, shaking his head with disapproval. DRA guy, you're dumb. Hell, if you're telling me that, then I must be stupid. I guess it runs in the family. Luffy was having an absolute riot. Several Marines would run at him, and he would gleefully punch them away. The whole time, a huge toothy smile was sat on his face. I wish I could say the same. Hey, I like a good fight as much as the next guy, but my messed up left hand clearly did not. Any kind of movement would send jolts of sharp pain up my arm. Even when I had tucked it close to my chest, it still burned. My kicks were doing the job of keeping the enemy at bay, and it's not like the Marine soldiers really took much to defeat. Still, I would rather not fight at all at this point. The ship we were on was sinking. The iceberg Kazan had summoned had smashed through the bottom of the vessel. What a stupid move. He clearly hadn't thought it through first. We were in luck. There were still 3 warships surrounding the drowning boat we were on. Only problem was that it seemed to be almost impossible to actually reach another one, because a wave of Marines that hadn't fainted in the clash of Conqueror's hockey were blocking our escape route. Obviously, they believed we were less of a threat than the battle that was being waged by the old fart and the person he was fending off. I had no clue who it was. I could hear loud battle cries from the furthest warship from ours. The clashing of weapons and cannon fire was a constant in the background. I don't know why I hadn't heard the cannons before. They were ear-splitting, and yet when we were below deck, I guess it didn't matter. Another soldier flew at me, sword raised above his head. I blocked it with my boot and shoved him away. Why can't they go help with the clearly more dangerous battle over there and not bother with us? Avoiding a gunshot, I hurled a kick at the assailant, sending him overboard. Another sword was swung at my neck. Ducking last minute, I sprang towards the unfortunate Marine, head butting him in the collarbone. They're everywhere. Normally I wasn't a whiny person, but this was getting ridiculous. At this moment I wished I had taken the old man's offer to teach me to use Conqueror's Haki. I knew I had that kind of power. I'd used it twice before, granted both times I'd almost died, still it would be helpful in this situation. Hang on, didn't Luffy say he had used it to knock out the guard below deck? Oi, Luffy. The boy glanced towards me. He had several unfortunate souls in a death grip. His arms were wrapped around them like two iron snakes. He threw them away in favor of running towards me, grin still firmly on. DRA guy, what's wrong? I elbowed a man in the ribs as he was about to bring down a mallet aimed at my back. He crumpled. I grimaced as a shiver of pain traveled up my spine and down my bloody arm. Can you knock him out with your Conqueror's Haki? Luffy crossed his arms over his bandaged chest, stepping aside as an axe-wielding maniac swung at him. He kicked him in the neck mindlessly. Nah, can't their wills are too strong. If it didn't go down when the first clash of Haki hit, then mine wouldn't be very useful. I was surprised with such straightforward answer. I half expected some nonsense to come out of his mouth. Well, I was impressed. Maybe he did a brain in there after all. Shame. I'm getting sick of fighting these idiots. My boot found my mark as a bald man threw a punch at me. He was sent through the railing. Yeah, I want to fight over there. Luffy jabbed a finger in the direction of the large battle taking place. I sighed, of course he did. This ship is sinking. If we don't get out of here soon, we're both going to drown. The kid didn't seem to like that idea. The curse of being devil fruit user was both our undoing. At least the little turd understood that much. He suddenly perked up, an even bigger grin broke out on his face, and started to chuckle. I did not like that look he was giving me. I had the distinct impression that a bad idea had formed in his idiotic head. Why dash? I was cut off as Luffy wrapped a rubber arm around my waist. His other arm shot upwards, his hand finding its mark around the crow's nest. I was struggling. Despite his small stature and lanky limbs, he was strong. His arm was like a metal vise. I don't know what you're doing, but please don't do it. He pulled himself back a couple of paces, dragging me with him unwillingly. The Marines were charging at us. We were encircled and trapped with nowhere to go. With a sickening feeling in the pit of my stomach, we actually did have one place. Up. Goma Goma no dash. His arm tensed. I could hear the strain of his rubber muscles, his limb trembling with tension. Then he let go. Rocket. I screamed as we were flung into the air, the wind hitting my face, something I normally enjoyed. Not now, though. We were going too fast. I couldn't see where we were going. Clouds whistled past, the sea crashing 100 feet under us, and then we began to descend. The fall was fast approaching. The little monster just laughed. General POV, third person. Vice Admiral Garp's flagship had been violently tossed back and forth, almost capsizing it several times. The dog figurehead had been destroyed during the cannon fire. The deck was in ruins. Holes and cracks were everywhere. The two crews had to be careful where they stepped as they fought. While the captains were battling, the sound of loud thunder rung out. Each time they crossed fists, the whole ship shook. Things were not looking good. The poor vessel was barely afloat, and if it continued, the boat would sink. This was making both parties incredibly twitchy. One wrong move, and the warship would collapse. Then came the screaming, loud enough to be heard over the small war that was being carried out. This caused both crews to stop briefly to look where it was coming from. A small duck appeared in the sky, flying high. Suddenly the thing changed direction. It began to drop, and it was falling rapidly. It seemed to be the cause of the terrified screeching. The two factions quickly realized that it was headed towards them, like a small comet. They all dove out of the way, some diving into the water, as others threw themselves into the corners of the vessel. The screaming object hit the deck with such force, it almost split the already broken ship in half. The thing had crashed right through the wooden planks, not leaving much of anything. A deep hole had been plowed into the stomach of the vessel. What remained of the deck was not much, just the scattered remnants of the poop deck, really. There was laughter? Was something down there? An alive something? Garp, who had been one of the only ones to not budge from his position, marched over to the gaping crater in his poor ship, ignoring his opponent, who had also not bothered to move during the impact. The other man had walked over to the pit of broken wood opposite the vice admiral. Garp turned his gaze down into the darkness, searching for the laughing something. He didn't look particularly worried. Instead, he was pretty irritated. Someone had interrupted his fight. What the hell was that dumbass? Are you trying to get US killed? An angry roar Garp recognized came from the crater. It made his eyes grow wide with anger. It was then followed by more of the same laughter. Garp's fists clenched. What the hell was he doing here? He'd sent Kazan to retrieve him. So why was his disobedient son here? And where was Kazan? Garp already knew the answer, and he didn't like it. Garp's opposition looked more intrigued. He raised an eyebrow when he heard the boyish laughter. Was that a brat? The other voice didn't sound like a kid, more like an angry teenager. Still a brat in his eyes, an older one, but very much a brat. Then a shadow sprang from the darkness, or rather two of them, landing on the outside of the hole. Two scruffy boys. They seemed to be in an argument, both of them obvious to what was going on around them. Garp stormed forward, fist raised. Killing intent ramped up to 11. Both boys froze, turning their panicked gazes to see an outraged father and grandfather respectively. Grandpa! Pa! Both boys stumbled onto their feet, shaking violently. Luffy and Dragon grinned nervously at their parental figure, backing away slowly, arms raised in surrender. They backed into something solid. Dragon looked up into the face of the wall that he and Luffy had bumped into. A large amused grin belonging to a very famous man stared down at them. White beard. Dragon squeaked pathetically. Dragon's POV. I was in a state of slow building panic. Luffy and I were between two very dangerous individuals. One of them was pissed off. A black aura of rage was wrapped around him, fists ready to deliver a great deal of pain. The other was literally the strongest man alive, and we had our backs against his leg. If Whitebeard attacked us now, we would be dead. We would not be able to escape at such a close range. All he needed to do was kick us. We would be dead. I had heard stories that this man possessed the most powerful paramecia-type devil fruit in the known world. One that could destroy said world. Me and Luffy were going to die. Old guy. Luffy blurted out. I could have hit him then and there, but I was too shaken to even say anything. Is he trying to get us to die quicker? The boy was looking up at the Yonko with wide, steady eyes. They didn't look afraid. They were instead filled with surprise. Then Luffy smiled, turning to me with the most matter-of-fact voice and announced, "Don't worry, this guy is good. We should probably run away from Gramps, though." He grabbed me by the scruff of my shirt, barely aware that we were running. I was still too shocked to register what had just happened. I heard a loud, booming laugh behind us. We were alive? Then I realized that we might not be for long. The old fart was charging at us, and he looked somehow even angrier than before. My instincts finally kicked into overdrive. I no longer needed to be dragged along. I was running for my life. I needed getting away from that insane old man. We still need to escape. If he catches us, we'll never see the light of day again. Luffy's POV, third person. Ace's captain was alive. Not a lot of stuff happened to surprise Luffy. Most shocking things rolled right off the Straw Hat captain. But this did bother the boy. Whitebeard had died during the Marineford War. He remembered being somewhat saddened when Rayleigh had told him. More so because of Ace liking the old man than Luffy knowing him. That being said, that was probably one of the only reasons Luffy had even remembered Whitebeard at all, and the fact that the old captain had been unbelievably strong. The fact that Luffy had even recognized him at all was a miracle all in itself. That was because of two things. He was very big, and his very distinctive mustache. Apart from those two things, the old man was very different. For one, he wasn't actually that old. He had long blonde hair. His face wasn't as wrinkled, and his chest wasn't covered in deep scars. All in all, very much alive. This had left Luffy confused, until what Dra Guy had said popped into his head. This was the past. The kid was starting to believe him, even if it didn't make much sense. To be honest, he still didn't really get the whole past thing even now. Now is now, so how could that be the past? But Whitebeard was alive and not old. Did that mean Dra Guy was really Luffy's dad, like he had said? Didn't he say that his grandpa was his dad? His dad was his grandpa. This was just confusing the poor boy. This thinking was making his head hurt. Then, of course, running away from Gramps was also not helping. Luffy thought he looked pretty different too. For one, his hair and beard were black. The last time Luffy had seen him, he definitely had gray hair. He also wasn't old and wrinkly either. He was actually scarier than before too. The raven-haired boy wasn't not happy about that. All this was so annoying. Why couldn't things be simple? Like people staying old. Luffy activated second gear as a large, terrifying fist hurtled towards him and Dra Guy. He avoided it just in time too. Dra Guy had also managed to get away Oswell. That was good. The young captain didn't want his friend to be hurt more than he already was. The boy darted to the side as another hit barely missed him. It was at that moment Luffy realized how sore he still was from his fight with Katakuri. It wasn't bad enough to slow him down at the moment, but he knew if this carried on things might start to get hairy. Gramps, leave us alone. Another fist whistled past his head. The air current that was created made his straw hat flap around his neck. That time Gramps had used armament hockey. Luffy gulped. "What did you call me, you little brat?" Gramps roared. Another blur of a black covered arm flew past the boy's cheek. That time, it was almost close enough to actually connect. "I'm sorry, Grandpa." Luffy apologized. Grandpa always got annoyed when he called him Gramps. Hopefully his grandfather would forgive him now. "Luffy, shut up. You're making it worse." Dra Guy yelled at him. Luffy didn't appreciate that tone. Why wouldn't saying sorry help? Anything was better than nothing. "Get back here." A fist hit Luffy hard. This definitely wasn't the kind of punches Luffy was used to receiving from a man. Grandpa's famous fist of love hurt, yes. This wasn't it. This was so much worse. When it hit, Luffy's whole body was thrown violently into the wooden deck. The wound on his head erupted into blinding pain. His eyes felt like they were rattling in his eye sockets. He could feel his body shudder as the impact run through it. Luffy. All this time, the old man had been gentle. This wasn't something that had ever occurred to the Raven before. His grandpa was being gentle. This man who had hit him was trying to kill him. This wasn't Luffy's grandfather. This man was a monster. Gramps never hit him like this. The rage behind this punch was different. It wasn't the same as when his grandfather scolded him. But now Luffy could fight this person. This man was a stranger. Dragon's POV. I stared in absolute horror as Luffy was pounded into the floor. I couldn't run away, old man had gone too far. The kid was already injured, yet Garp had punched him without holding back. How could he? Luffy was laying there with a growing stream of blood pouring out of the wound on his head. I felt sick. Garp stood up straighter, pulling his bloody fist away. He turned on me. Luffy was bleeding. He wasn't moving. Luffy wasn't moving. My dumb kid was bleeding out. My son was bleeding out. My fear disappeared. The rage inside in my gut was building faster and faster. The heat in my chest was burning brighter and brighter. My hands shook. My fingers tingled as they formed claws. My whole body was on fire. My arm didn't hurt anymore. The pain gone. I felt numb. I was going to tear the old kid apart. Damn you. You stupid old fuck. I threw myself at the man, the cause of my years of suffering. The reason that I wasn't allowed to live as I pleased. The reason my mother was gone. The reason my future son was laying in a pool of blood. For some reason, Garp hesitated, his eyes flashing as he came to the sudden realization that I was going through with my attack. For a split, I thought I saw regret pass his face, but I was too enraged to care. It was too late for regret. I brought my claws down on him. All those years of rage were pushed forcefully into my fingers, Garp throwing up his arms up in a last-minute attempt to defend himself. I crushed his arm. Armament hockey was flying off my hand in black and red streaks. I could hear bones snapping. The Vice Admiral's gaze hardened, resolve written on his face, his jaw set in a grimace. He grabbed my shoulder harshly with his free arm. A knee was forced into my stomach, and a warm substance in the back of my throat was forced out. It was thick and red. I had brought up blood. All I could see was red. My vision was shaking as the world seemed to split in two, and my ears were filled with a buzzing noise. My heart was beating against my ribcage. It almost felt like a caged bird wanting to be free. I was hanging limply from the collar of my shirt. Garp held me there, staring blankly. I couldn't move. My body was shutting down. I couldn't feel anything. My whole being was numb. Dragon, you foolish boy. I really didn't want to do that, I hope you realize. But your reckless behavior is dash. My throat felt raw. I was losing my focus on the man. My eyes burned as something wet ran down my cheek. I didn't care anymore. I was too weak, too numb, and my dream was slowly fading. I'm never going to leave. You will never let me. IJSTY and TB free. If you had just became a marine dragon, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Garp sounded quiet and hollow. Not the usual tone I was used to. I laughed. It was a raw, empty sound. Like our problems would be solved because of something so stupid. Becoming a marine wasn't going to fix my life. It wasn't going to fix Garp's mistake. Hey, put Dragon down. He said he doesn't want to be a stupid marine. Luffy was stood a couple of feet away, his straw hat casting a dark shadow over his eyes. The boy's voice was sharp and angry. Lu, FFY. Luffy, run. Darkness crept up his arm as he bit into the limb. The boy was suddenly engulfed in steam. Gear 4th. Garp POV. Third person. Was this kid for real? Garp really couldn't believe it. The brat looked ridiculous. He was just bouncing on the spot. He was like a big rubber ball. Why'd he do that to himself? To kill Garp off with laughter. What was working? The boy looked so stupid. His upper body was swollen with muscles, while his legs were tiny, skinny twigs. Why hadn't he fallen over yet? The brat's serious face just didn't match the current situation. The dumbass was bouncing. Bouncing for crying out loud. For a second there, I actually thought he was serious. The Vice Admiral didn't have time to finish that thought as a huge reddish-black fist slammed into his stomach. He was sent flying. He hit the deck violently, but his body continued on its unwilling journey. He was rolling and tearing the wooden boards like butter as he went, until he finally managed to catch himself on his feet. Garp skidded to a halt finally. That had actually hurt. That actually hurt a lot. His ribs were screaming. Red-hot pain was all he could feel for the moment. Lungs burned as he tried to breathe. Instead, he gagged horribly. Taking slow, painful gulps of air, he tried to regain some dignity. Did he really just get sent flying by an injured brat? Maybe Garp should start taking this a little more seriously. That wasn't a weak hit. It had a hell of a lot of power behind it. Then again, the tremor-inducing hit Newgate had landed on his chest before was still hurting. That man's power was nothing but bordering on the insane. He was pretty sure he had several broken ribs. If that was all it was then, it would have to be a miracle. The older man straightened up a bit, deciding to watch the kids' movements. They were erratic and didn't seem to have a pattern to them. So this brat knew how to fight. Garp grinned. Should have been more careful. I let my guard down. I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. The Straw Hat fired off a flurry of giant fists. Garp parried them easily enough with his good non-broken arm, throwing a few punches off course as they smashed through the deck. The vessel was rattling. The Vice Admiral's flagship groaned as the whole thing began to crumble. Pieces of the warship were raining down as the boys' path of destruction carried on. Oops, I don't think my ship is going to last much longer. I really need to stop this stupid little wrecking ball. The man covered his fist with hockey, striking out. The brat bounded out of the way, then twisted midair to return the strike with one of his own. The Marine slid out of the way, Straw Hat's feet crushing the remaining boards that still clung to the shaking vessel. Shit, she's going down. One of the Marines yelled. He should grab Dragon and get out of here before the whole ship went down. He was angry with his stubborn, dim-witted son, but he didn't want him to drown. The Vice Admiral glanced over towards his foolish boy. Both his arms hung uselessly in front of him, torn apart and broken as he lay in a pathetic heap. Garp felt a bubble of guilt raise in his chest. He glanced away painfully, his teeth grinding together. He did this to himself. This is his fault. The younger brat was in front of him again. Steam was pouring from his mouth, and he was panting heavily. The Raven's arm was drawn back in a punching stance. Garp jumped out of the way in an arc. As his whole arm slammed in the spot Garp had been stood, the ship careened sideways as it tried desperately to remain afloat. The Marine Vice Admiral landed as softly as he could, but the planks gave out under him. He charged over the collapsing floor until the ground beneath him became stable once again. Quickly, the man had noticed that the brat was running out of stamina. His last attack had taken a greater toll on him than he was trying to let on. He was wheezing out shaking breaths. The steam was starting to expel from the brat's body more. Garp didn't miss a beat. Thrusting his fist into the boy's cheek as he had been recovering, Straw Hat was flung towards a mast. He smacked into the large wooden pillar, tearing it from its home. The warship collapsed in on itself. Crap, so we need to leave here now. A underling wailed. He was right. They needed to escape now. The vessel was going down. He turned to leave, to grab Dragon and get out. But the stupid little rubber punk was blocking his way. He was smoking like crazy now. His body was bloody all over. The bandages the boy had been wrapped in were gone, torn apart from his increased size. He honestly looked terrible. Several old wounds had been reopened. They were gushing out rapidly, yet the stubborn brat was still wanting to fight. He's gutsy, I'll give him that. The ship was sinking. He didn't have any more time for this. He needed to get Dragon out of here before he drowned. It was decided he was going to knock out the brat. He would grab him on the way out. Dragon would never talk to him again if this brat died. It wasn't often that he took to someone. Actually, scratch that. He didn't like anybody. Garp was about to ready his next move when the boy suddenly gasped shakily. His eyes rolled into the back of his head. Stumbling, his body shuddered as he fell on his face. He shrank as the steam disappeared. He was once again a small, lanky rut. Obviously, his body couldn't take it anymore. Well, let's work for me, good. Dragon began to drag himself towards the body in front of him. His arms didn't seem to respond when he tried to pick himself up, so he shuffled on his knees. Luffyg, get up. PLEs. A wave of guilt hit Garp again. He sighed to himself. Dragon would be all right. He would get over this. Then he would become a great Marine. He shook his head, beginning to walk over to the two boys. They looked oddly similar, but the Vice Admiral couldn't place why it was. It wasn't like it mattered. All that did matter was getting out off his sinking ship. Sea water was already flooding the remains of the deck. Water was pouring in fast. Soon enough, the vessel would be plummeting to the depths of the ocean. He leapt over holes, weaving in and out of broken ship structures, and even had to pick his way through a flood of water. Then as the two kids came in close enough to touch, he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Garp froze mid-step. Whitebeard was standing in front of the two brats. He was looking pretty rough from their fight earlier. His long blonde hair was in a mess, and he had several bruises forming on his abdomen. Honestly, Garp had completely forgotten about him. He'd been too focused on punishing Dragon. Why was he still here? He and his crew could have escaped by now. Was he irritated that their battle had been interrupted too? No, his whole attitude was off. Garp frowned. What wasn't like my fight with the brats had taken more than 5 minutes to finish. What did he want? The pirates no longer needed to fight off the Marines. Garp's whole fleet had nearly sunk. Only one of their warships was left marginally undamaged. Whitebeard could have gotten back on a Moby Dick and sailed off into the sunset. It's not like they were much of a threat anymore. But Garp had a feeling that it wasn't the reason he was still on a sinking ship. He couldn't swim after all. Why risk drowning? The pirate looked extremely ticked off. Had one of his men killed a Whitebeard pirate? But if that were the case, the captain would have gone on a rampage. Get out the way, Newgate. The giant man didn't so much as twitch as Garp yelled at him. He wasn't just ticked off, he was seething. The Marine stood his ground. but he could feel the rage rolling off the other man. Whatever it was that had pissed off the strongest man in the world, Garp didn't care. He needed to get Dragon and the other brat off the flooding vessel. They couldn't move. Granted, that was his fault, but now he wanted to leave, and he couldn't leave without them. I said, "Move, Newgate, or I will drown you myself." The Vice Admiral roared. He'd had enough of standing around. Garp threw himself at the other man. He put all his strength into his unbroken arm. His armament hockey-infused fist was forced into the pirate's jaw. Garp grinned maliciously. Soon his grin disappeared. Whitebeard hadn't flinched, not even budged an inch. He knew that it had done damage because blood was dripping down his face. Something was burning. He couldn't breathe. It was like his lungs had forgotten how to do their job. His right side was screaming. A sickening snap rang in his ears. Garp's side had been crushed. When had that happened? His eyes darted down to his right. He was in agony. He couldn't breathe. Whitebeard's whole hand was jammed under his ribcage. The whole world was shaking, cracks splintering the sky. It felt like his whole being was being torn apart. A loud glass shattering sound screamed through his head. He was aware that he was hurtling through the air. He couldn't stop. He was in pain. He couldn't think. "Vice Admiral Garp." "GERP, sir." The shouts of his men was all that he could hear, then nothing. Everything went silent. Garp slammed into the cold, watery depths. He was drowning. He tried to swim. His body wouldn't move. Someone had grabbed his arm, pulling him to the surface. It was too late. Garp had lost consciousness, drowning in a sea of darkness. Dragon's POV. This had gone from bad to worse within the space of about 2 minutes. Luffy had turned into this giant wrecking ball thing. He'd actually been keeping up with Garp. Then he started to smoke. His body had been already doing that, but I got the impression that this time it was a bad sign. He'd been getting more sluggish. His breathing had started to hitch every so often, and I couldn't do anything. My arms were completely useless, to the point that I had no feeling in them at all. The only thing I could do was watch. Luffy wasn't going to win, I knew that. Every time I went to shout, tell him to run away, my voice would fail. Frustration, anger, and panic was slowly building up to the point I was shaking, which my more than likely broken ribs did not appreciate. The pirates had retreated. I had heard a booming voice ordering them to get back to their ship. I presume was Whitebeard's, followed by the thunder of hundreds of feet disappearing. In the background, I could hear multiple Marines shouting. Someone was still fighting them. It was anyone's guess. Garp had landed a hit on the poor kid. The sickening crack that followed was all I needed to know that it must have hurt. Luffy was hurled straight through the mast. That had been the final straw for the warship as it collapsed in on itself. It was official. I was panicking. The boat was going down. I tried and failed to get up and onto my feet. I had to do something. I needed to get us off this wreck before we were drowned. I need to get us out. Luffy is going to drown. I'm going to drown. I once again tried to move, ignoring the suffocating pain my lungs were in. I managed to roll onto my knees. My hands hung pathetically in front of me. At this stage, they were a hindrance. I almost wanted to tear them off. At least if they were gone, then so would the shackles. We could fly out of this situation and never look back. Then Luffy's body gave out. He put himself between me and the old geezer. His whole body seemed to explode with steam. He began to shrink until he was laying unconscious in front of me. The boy wasn't in good shape. His injuries were a mess. He was coated in a blanket of bruises. Several older wounds that had been masterly stitched together were now oozing with blood. I shuffled towards him. My body screamed in protest at the small movement. My eyes were wide with horror. My boy wasn't okay. His breathing was shallow. There was hardly any raise and fall of his chest. My heart twisted. Lou FFFYG, get up. PLEs. My voice shook. This was my fault. If I hadn't asked him to free me from my locked room, he wouldn't have been laying here. My poor boy. I don't really know you. I've only just met you. Why do I care? I barely know you. So why does this hurt so much? Whitebeard POV, third person. It wasn't very often that Newgate got really pissed off. In fact, he tried to make sure he didn't lose his temper at all, but today was an exception. Things had been fine. He was fighting off Garp with relative ease. Yes, Garp had landed a couple of hits, nothing he couldn't shrug off, and Newgate had thrown a few of his own. The battle wasn't really a serious one, just a spar between rivals. Neither of them were trying to kill the other. Overall, nothing too bad. The pirate usually tried to avoid conflict with the Marines where possible. Today was a rare occasion, where his ship had crossed paths with the fleet of warships, and they hadn't been able to outrun them. So his crew had been forced to defend themselves. The only real threat to his family was Garp, which was why Newgate was keeping him busy. Besides, he enjoyed a good fight once in a while. Most people he encountered that were trying to take his head were nothing more than an annoyance. It was laughable even. It all really began when he had heard some loud screaming coming from above. A moment later, 2 random brats had slammed into the deck right in between himself and the Vice Admiral. At first, Newgate had found them rather amusing. They had climbed out of their crater, all the while bickering, completely oblivious to the situation they were in. Whitebeard had noticed their injuries without even trying. They were covered head to toe in them. The smaller brat looked particularly beaten up. His whole body was covered in bandages and his side was bleeding, blood seeping through the wrapping. While the older brat was shackled, with sea stone, if he wasn't mistaken, and his one hand was definitely broken. His fingers were displaced, while his wrist was cutting into the cuff. All in all, Newgate found it very unpleasant. Their mood changed when they had set eyes on Garp, stopping their little squabble immediately. They both shouted in unison, "Grandpa! Pa!" It completely threw the pirate. Newgate really hadn't pegged Garp as the kind of man with children. In fact, he couldn't even picture him as anything other than a Marine, let alone with a family. Even though the younger one had called him Grandpa, there was no way he could have been Garp's grandson. The brat was too old. The pirate captain came to the conclusion that the boy was probably being rude, though admittedly it didn't sound like an insult. Newgate was expecting to see Garp try and pull them out of harm's way, which is what he would have done. He wouldn't blame the man. He would do the exact same if one of his kids was so badly injured. But then, to his surprise, they started to back away from their father. Both had their arms held up and worried grins on their faces. They only stopped when they hit his knee, the older brother looking up at Newgate with a glare filled with horror. Whitebeard, his voice hitched in high squeaky manner. The pirate grinned down in amusement. Poor brat probably thought he was going to die. Of course, Newgate had no intention of harming the brats. They weren't any kind of threat, and honestly, he couldn't bring himself to hurt two badly wounded kids, even if they did attack him. When the younger brother glanced up at him, he didn't actually look remotely scared, only a little surprised if that, which was followed by a confused frown. Old guy. The only thing the boy got from the captain was a raised eyebrow. Then, to Newgate's utter amazement, he smiled brightly and announced to his older brother, "Don't worry, this guy's good. We should probably run away from Gramps, though." With that, the younger brat grabbed his brother and began to drag the older one away. Newgate stood there slightly stunned. Before he burst out laughing good naturally, Newgate was definitely going to remember him for a good while. What cheeky little brat. Now, they were out of harm's way. Newgate could finish his fight with Garp. Only one problem: Garp wasn't there. The pirate frowned. Maybe he ran off after them. It's not like they can really defend themselves at the moment. Now that Garp was more concerned about his boys, it was probably a good time to escape. Newgate shouted out a retreat, which was quickly followed by a chorus of cheers and retreating backs. When an odd thought popped into his head, why did the older one have shackles on? He was almost 100% sure that one of his kids hadn't cuffed him. Where would they have gotten the handcuffs from? Maybe they had found some on this ship during the fight. No, that wasn't right. Those two weren't on this ship to start with. They had somehow flung themselves over here. And Newgate knew for a fact that this was the only ship he and his crew were fighting on. Did that mean that the Marines had done it to him? Surely Garp wouldn't allow such a thing to happen to his son. Perplexed, Newgate started to leave. It wasn't any of his business. The large man shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you. They're Garp's sons." He grimaced, trying to shake off his unease. It really wasn't any of his business. But they didn't look overly thrilled to see him. The little brat had to tell his brother to run away from Garp, and then said that I was a good guy. Newgate stopped in his tracks, groaning loudly as he cursed his good nature. Okay, maybe something is a little wrong with that statement. I'm an infamous pirate, and he was more worried about running from his own father. Maybe he could just look for them quickly. It's not like they could have gone too far. The pirate focused a little, almost instantly picking up on Garp's hockey, followed by two relatively weaker ones. He could find them easily enough. He made his way around broken wooden planks and broken glass, kicking a cannon out of his path as continued towards the brats. All the while their hockeys were flickering in and out, they really weren't doing very. He came across a scene that he really didn't like. No, that disgusted him. The younger brother was laying face first in a pool of his own blood, a large nasty wound on his head, while the older one was staring at him horrified. The long-haired brat turned on his brother's assailant, their own father. Garp had an unreadable expression on his face. His fist was dripping with blood. "Damn you! You stupid old fuck!" The elder brother roared and threw himself at Garp with such furiosity that even the vice admiral looked taken back. Garp threw up his arm with a last-ditch effort to defend himself. The boy's hand was drawn into a funny-looking pose. Well, whatever the brat did had crushed the bastard's arm. The bastard grimaced, pain written all over his face. The boy's arm had torn itself apart in similar manner as his other hand. So that's how it happened. The shackles he was wearing were most likely too tight, and the movement of his attack was too much for his arm to handle. The dirtbag grabbed the poor kid by the shoulder and kneed him straight in the gut. Blood found its way out of his mouth. The Marine held him limply by his shirt, whispering something. The boy tried to say something, but nothing audible came out. Whitebeard was lost in a white-hot rage. He jaws clenched together and gripped Murakumjirai with every intention of skewering Garp with it when several Marines threw themselves at him. "Garp, sir, watch out. Don't worry, sir, we'll take care of him. If we kill Whitebeard, we'll be famous." A suicide attempt if he'd ever seen one. He threw them off, easily enough, when an even more annoying little punk got his way. A Zoan user which appeared to be a dog. It tried to bite him and kept dashing around like a rather annoying fly. All the while the captain was trying to smack him out of the way. In Newgate's defense, he was extremely pissed off. He couldn't keep his thoughts straight, and the little pest wasn't helping the matter. When he finally caught him, the poor bastard was crushed rather nastily like a fly. Newgate simply tossed him aside. A loud rumbling hit the vessel. The younger brat was thrown through the mast. Clearly, that final bit of damage was enough to make the ship collapse in on itself. Newgate wasn't entirely sure what had happened to the small boy, but, well, maybe small was the wrong description, because he wasn't particularly small anymore. He looked more like muscular ball thing, which bounced when he hit the deck. Large amounts of steam was flying off him. Armament hockey covered most of his top half. The brat forced himself up as he noticed Garp approaching his big brother. He moved in a fast and effective blur, appearing in front of the long-haired boy in a matter of seconds. He stood his ground, stubbornly refusing to budge. A moment later, he gasped, wobbling as he tried to catch himself, but his body had given up by then. The steam disappeared as his body shrank, until he was a small, skinny brat once more, falling flat on his face. Newgate charged over the sinking vessel, putting himself between the two boys and their father. He couldn't believe what Garp had done to them. Poor little punks were beaten senseless by someone they should have been able to trust. The pirate was utterly disgusted by the man. Any respect Newgate had for the vice admiral was gone. Garp had shouted something at him. Whatever this bastard had to say was nothing he wanted to hear. Newgate didn't so much as twitch. The smaller man shouted again. He was looking slightly worse for wear. The kids had done some decent damage to him. Impressive in hindsight, their power wasn't something to sneeze at. Once they were back to good health, they would be a power to be reckoned with. Garp punched Newgate in the jaw. He would probably feel that later, but for now he had too much rage coursing through him to actually notice. Whitebeard retaliated with a large tremor-fueled punch right to the underside of Garp's ribs. He heard them snap. The whole world was cracking like glass, and he probably should have held back a bit because he had started to destroy the remains of the ship he and the other two devil fruit brats were on. He assumed that the older brother was one anyway. Whitebeard forced his fist out towards the sea, sending Garp flying, which was followed by large shock waves. Pleased that he no longer had to look at the disgusting bastard anymore. The vessel, on the other hand, wasn't so pleased. It was splitting apart. The whole thing was falling apart around him. Newgate's rage slowly faded, becoming aware that he was probably in a lot of trouble. For the first time, his actions were clear to him. He really should have held back. Ah yes, this is why you shouldn't lose your temper, Newgate. This happens every single time. Wait, where are my brats? He glanced behind him rapidly, slightly panicked that had hit them. He sighed raggedly. They were fine. Not fine, but not on the ocean floor. Both of them had passed out. He wasn't entirely sure if he had been the cause or not. Either way, he needed to get back to the Moby Dick before one of his idiot kids came to find him and got themselves into trouble. Kneeling down, he scooped up his brats as gently as could. He really didn't want to aggravate their wounds any farther. His heart twisted as he got a closer look at their injuries. Forget about drowning. They would long gone before then. He needed to get a move on. Settling them against his chest, he began his arduous journey back to his ship. Chapter 9. Marco POV. Marco was perched on top of the crow's nest belonging to the Moby Dick, his gaze scanning over the sinking marine ships. Pop should have been back by now. He really wanted to fly off and find him, but he would probably get in trouble. You're only an apprentice, you can't go on a dangerous marine ship. Stay here and wait with Jozu in Vista. He grumbled, irritated at his older sister's words. Whitey Bay always said stuff like that. Pop said something similar, but Marco generally listened to him. If it wasn't for Pops saying that he shouldn't interfere, he would have completely ignored Whitey and flown off by now. Oi, Marco, can you see him yet? Vista shouted up at him. Marco swung his feet over the edge of the platform and jumped off, catching a breeze under his wings on the way down, slowing his descent. He landed in front of his brother with ease. No, you are. Vista sighed, looking rather put out. He ran his hand through his bangs. Seriously, what's taking him so long? Marco shook his head, looking a little lost. It was pretty unusual. Normally, once Pops called for a retreat, he would have been just behind them. On occasion, he would hold back the enemy if they were in a pretty difficult situation. Pops never turned his back in a fight, not until the other side was either dead or he deemed them no longer a threat, which meant they were too beaten into the ground to be won. But this was worrying. I don't know, Iwa. He was suddenly crushed from behind. His eyes slid to the cause of said crushing. Jozu was clinging to him, which was pretty much like having a grown bear hug you. His little brother meant well. He was a sweet, sensitive kid. The 12-year-old hardly ever spoke, and if he did, it was normally spoken softly and followed by an apology. Poor kid was obviously upset. He was a bit of a worrywart. And as much as Marco loved the big doof, it didn't mean he loved having his air squeezed out of his lungs. Joziwa. Let go, I can't breathe. Jozu flinched, instantly letting go. He looked down at his shoes sheepishly. Sorry, Vista chuckled, patting him on the shoulder affectionately. Josie, you needed to be more careful. Your bear hugs are lethal. The 12-year-old shuffled awkwardly, fiddling with his big fingers. Sorry, Marco grinned up at him. How could anyone be angry with this kid? He reached up onto his tiptoe and ruffled his hair, which earned him a small from the kid. It's fine. Just a bit of warning next time, okay, you are. He nodded, humming a soft positive. At least he looked a little happier, though his eyes were still anxious. He's back, someone shouted. This caught the attention of the 3 youngest members. They quickly pushed through the crowd that had gathered port side, until Pops came into view. Marco immediately grabbed hold of his little brother's arm, before the kid barreled into their father. Vista put his arm out in front of Jozu as well, barring his way. Jozu whimpered, but he didn't push past his elder brothers. The reason they had stopped him was because Pops appeared to be bleeding heavily. His arm was held out in front of his chest where the blood seemed to be coming from. Pops was standing near the railings. He seemed to be out of breath, which scared Marco. He must have been badly hurt. Rikuyo, Whitey, and Fasa had run over to him. They looked as worried as he felt. Their father said something quietly. After a quick exchange, his elder siblings visibly relaxed. Pops finally sighed wearily, slowly lowering himself to the floor, crossing his legs. What the hell happened? Marco was very tempted to barge over there and demand to know what had happened, though he doubted anyone would actually tell him, especially not Pops. Rikuyo, Fasa, and Whitey weren't exactly freaking out, which logically speaking meant that Pop was probably fine. The small crowd started to disperse, now that the excitement was over and Pop was seemingly in good enough health. Only a few people were left hanging around, while the rest going off to fulfill their duties. With a heavy sigh, Marco decided to drop it for now. Pop seemed to be okay, and Marilyn, the head doctor, was there now with her apprentice Tam. The old woman didn't seem to be fussing over Pops. She seemed more interested in asking him questions. And Tam was perched next to Pop's bloodly arm, prodding something, which earned the teenager a smack on the head from her mentor. Pops shook his head tiredly at his daughter's antics, which was accompanied with sympathetic look. Right now, Marco had a crying baby brother to deal with. He turned toward Vista, who was still holding back the boy. He didn't look overly worried anymore, so he had probably come to the same conclusion as he had. Everything was okay. Come on, Jozu, why don't we go see the chef? Maybe he has some leftover chizuki-wa. The 12-year-old perked up slightly at the mention of his favorite food. He sniffled as he wiped his eyes silently. MMMK. Vista nodded, giving Marco a thumbs up. He lowered his arm when he was sure that he wasn't going run off and get in the way of the adults. Let's go. Jozu slowly trailed after his brothers, mumbling quietly about food. Marco had his hand on his back, reassuringly, and Vista was teasing Jozu about his fly fish addiction. Everything would fine. Marco would make sure of it. Whitebeard POV. Newgate was exhausted. He hadn't stopped running until he had reached the Moby. The 2 brats he was carrying had been getting gradually worse. At one point, he thought the smaller one had stopped breathing until he realized that the older brother was laying on top of him and had muffled his breaths. The pirate nearly had a heart attack when that happened. Not to mention the whole ship had been collapsing around him. If he had stopped, Newgate would have fallen through the many holes that kept being thrown in his way. He was lucky that despite his large size, he was extremely nimble and light-footed when he wanted to be. So when he finally made it back to his ship, he was out of breath, something that hadn't happened to him in a very long time. 3 of his older children came rushing through the gathering crowd, demanding to know why he was bleeding so heavily. At first, the pirate was confused. He wasn't bleeding. In fact, he hardly had any injuries at all. The only wound that was actually boating him was the one on his jaw where Garp had slugged him. Then he realized they probably thought the blood on his chest and arm was his. He sighed, immediately feeling guilty about the panic he had probably caused. Newgate adjusted the 2 kids carefully. He wasn't fond of showing them off at the moment, not with how bad their condition was. Not to mention he could see Marco, Jozu, and Vista in the gathering group. Marco and Vista would probably have been fine with seeing it. Jozu, however, would not. Poor kid had enough issues to worry about, without giving him more nightmares. Then again from here, all he could probably see was his father bleeding all over the place. Sorry, Jozu. The captain turned away slightly, not that it made much difference now. He instead focused his attention on his 3 older kids who were looking at him with questioning horror. I'm not injured, Newgate said quietly. Rikuyo was eyeballing him with rather a lot of skepticism. Whitey didn't look overly convinced, and Fasa was just frowning at him with a dubious look. I'm not. The captain snapped with a low hiss. He was trying to keep the sharp undertones out of his voice. But it was safe to say he failed pretty miserably. His sons and daughter visibly relaxed, finally deciding that he was indeed fine. Took them long enough. Newgate had to admit he wasn't in the best mood. He was still feeling rather angry from earlier, and he didn't need his kids giving him the stink eye. I need some alcohol. The strong stuff. He finally slumped, sliding down wearily onto the deck. crossing his legs under him as it went, softly lowering the boys so his children could see. "Pops, who are they?" Whitey whispered. She'd picked up on his wanting to keep things on the down low. She was watching them warily, before glancing up at his face expectantly. "They're Garp's sons." "What? What the hell, Pops?" Fasa hissed sharply. Rakuyo was just nodding wildly in agreement with his brother. "No offense, Pops, but what are you thinking? They're Marines." His daughter growled under her breath. She didn't hold back the venom in her voice. "Garp was the one who did this to them. I saw it happen." The three of them went silent, the looks of anger and distrust fading slightly from their eyes. "I couldn't just stand by watch them be beaten senseless," the elder pirate said roughly. He couldn't keep the anger out of his voice. To Newgate, family was the most important thing in the world. He couldn't stand the thought of anyone being alone. Everybody deserved a family, to be loved and cared for. It didn't matter who they were, where they were born, or even who their parents were. He loved being a father, couldn't imagine not being one anymore. It was ingrained into him. The thought of having any of his children taken from him was like torture. But Newgate forgot sometimes that not all people felt the same way as he did. Some simply didn't care about their family, their children, or anything that didn't benefit them. They had no problem hurting them for their selfish goals or selling them out for a bit of money. It disgusted him to no end. When Garp had beaten down his weak and injured sons, it had really rubbed Newgate the wrong way. It just went against everything he believed in. The poor little bastards tried to run away from him. They had no chance in hell to even defend themselves. They didn't even do anything to set him off. The three of them sighed in unison, aspiration clear as day on their faces. Whitey knelt down next to him. She wouldn't meet his eye. She was probably going to be annoyed with him for a while. He grinned. She had such a short fuse. "Are you going to be angry with me all evening?" She glared at him coldly and decided to ignore his jab. He grinned wider. He loved annoying her to no end. "Come now, you're not going to ignore your poor father, are you?" Whitey pouted, turning her back on him. Whitebeard sniggered. She was such a fun person to tease. "You're too soft, Pops." His daughter growled. Rakuyo snorted at the comment, which was received with cool glare from his sister. "You have such a bad habit of adopting kids you don't know." Fasa agreed. He was stood with his arms crossed. While Newgate couldn't exactly disagree with that, even if he wanted to. Instead, he decided to focus on the brats, both of them in a sorry state. His heart sank. Delicately, he pushed the older one off his brother again. He didn't want another heart attack like earlier. "Wait, Edward, what the hell have you gone and done this time?" Newgate lifted his head up to meet the ship's head doctor's sharp gaze. The old woman was looking about, as unsympathetic as usual. He sighed. He knew where this conversation was going, the captain's face twisting with annoyance. Marilyn stormed up to the large man. With no warning, slammed her fist on his head. Anyone else had done that, and they would probably be at the bottom of ocean by now. But not this woman. Newgate had unwilling inherited her from his old crew. She had found him in the New World shortly after he had first formed the Whitebeard Pirates. She had just made herself at home on his ship without his permission, and that's where she had stayed. The only good thing about the foul old woman was she was an exceptional doctor, and Newgate couldn't get rid of her because he owed Marilyn a debt of gratitude for saving his life multiple times throughout the years with the rocks. Didn't mean he had to like the old bag. Newgate grunted, this damn old woman. Couldn't she lay off him a bit? He wasn't exactly in the best mood. "Can you not hit me?" The old woman scowled, ignoring him in favor of glaring at his injured brats, which Newgate unconsciously drew closer to him. "Who are they? Why are they bleeding? What have you done this time, you fool?" His eyebrow twitched at the woman's sharp voice. Could she shut up? He didn't need the whole ship to know. "Well, Edward," the doctor demanded. Newgate opted to ignore the questions and asked his own. "Are you going to help them or not?" Her face darkened. Newgate was promptly smacked again. "What's with that tone? And of course I am. I'm a doctor, aren't I?" At this point, the captain was about ready to chuck the woman overboard, damning his prideful nature of upholding his debts. "Whoa, this kid's face stretches." A cheerful voice broke Newgate out of his irritation. Tam was perched next to his arm, and her finger was hooked around the younger brat's cheek, stretching the poor kid's face. "Tam, don't do that." The pirate captain reprimanded softly. The girl promptly let go, and the boy's cheek snapped back in place. But it was too late, and Tam's meant to punch her on the head, not too lightly. "Tam, stop playing with half-dead brats. You're going to be a terrible doctor." Tam didn't seem all that fazed. She was pretty used to it. Newgate wasn't exactly thrilled with the way Marilyn terrorized his kids, but he also knew that telling the woman off wouldn't be of any help either. He looked over at his daughter sympathetically, shaking his head with slight amusement. "Tam never learns. So tell me what happened." Newgate sighed, calling back over today's advents. "I really need a drink after all this." Author note. So I have a couple of things to clarify, particularly when it comes to the characterization of certain characters. This is the past, and as such, some characters haven't come into themselves yet. But by the end of story, they may have started to become the characters we know and love. Dragon is one in particular that a few have mentioned. In this story, Dragon is 25. He isn't the infamous most wanted man yet and is still trying to figure himself out. He's a young man who's very much trying to find his meaning in life. Question time. NKL 16. Yes, Roger is alive. This story is set 30 years before the current One Piece timeline. The Roger Pirates are still Terriosing the Grand Line at this point. As for appearing in this story, you'll have to wait and see. Chapter 10. Dragon's POV. I was woken abruptly when I rolled on my hand. It was like I'd been stabbed. I shot up, hands clenched, which only made the pain so much worse. Grinding my teeth together, trying not to scream, my lungs were so painful I was reluctant to actually breathe. Then the light hit my eyes, briefly being dazzled. Where was I? How'd I get here? What happened? All these questions assaulted my brain. Each one could spell disaster. They were overwhelmingly successful at making me want to bash my head on a wall. What happened to Luffy? Then I remembered. My eyes flew open again, tried to spot the kid who had been lying motionless in front of me a minute earlier. We're on a sinking ship. We need to leave. Whitebeard was there too. He was fighting the old man. Then there was an earthquake and... Wait, aren't we on the marine ship? The place I was at wasn't the deck of the old man's flagship. It definitely wasn't falling apart. Bits of wood weren't raining down on us. There was no earthquake, no Yonko, and no old fart. I was in a dark room. It was stuffy and warm. The only source of light was from an oil lamp next to a door. I was sat in a bed. It was the last time I had been in bed. Before the incident with the Admiral, when I had gotten the handcuffs maybe? Or was it before that? Is this an infirmary? I did wreck my hands. It would make sense. This doesn't look like one I recognize. Every infirmary I'd been to on a marine vessel looked the same, right down to the layout of the beds, and even the equipment. I should know I'd visit them often enough. This definitely wasn't one. This was much smaller, more basic. There wasn't even any medical equipment, no heart monitors or random machines I didn't know the name of. There was only one other bed in the room. Across from me, it was pushed up into the corner, which I realized Luffy was laying in. I was going to pull my blanket off when I realized that my hands were literally bound together with bandages. They had been wrapped up so much that my fingers weren't even visible. It looked like I was wearing oven mitts, only my thumbs were also pinned under the dressing as well. My shackles were still present, though some gauze had been shoved between my skin and the metal. They hadn't been so comfortable for a long time, though they had never been comfy, but they hadn't started to rub badly until the last few months. My eyes caught sight of my chest briefly as I kicked off the bedclothes. My torso was covered in bandages too. No wonder it hurt so much. The gauze were so tight that I could see my ribs through them. It doesn't matter. I need to check on Luffy, make sure he's okay. I was about to swing my legs off the bed when a sharp voice froze me in place. What the hell are you doing, brat? My head snapped in the direction of the woman's growl. My gaze set on a severe old lady. She was tall, thin like a razor blade, sharp like Onto. Her face was sour, with deep crevices for wrinkles and mouth drawn into a permanent scowl. Her gray hair pulled back out of her face. A large metal kunai-looking thing was holding a sleek bun together. The only words that came to mind was that she seemed extremely nasty. Her tone was all I needed to hear to make that clear. The women's face was what sealed the deal. There was something about the old woman that made me think twice about dismissing her. Who are you? I asked, trying to keep my tone neutral. She smiled. It wasn't a nice one. It hid a warning, daring me to make a move. Don't you have any manners, boy? My eyebrow quirked. She was one of those people, thinking she was better than everyone else. Now listen here, brat, and listen well. You are on a Yonko's ship. You might want to keep your trap shut, dash. She continued before I couldn't properly process that information. Because if you so much as blink wrong, then that little guy over there won't last the night. My jaw clenched, tension filled my shoulders. She turned leisurely towards Luffy, smirking, a dark expression deep in her eyes. I felt a chill run down my spine. Do you understand what I'm saying? I nodded, swallowing the lump forming in my throat. My arms were shaking with anger. It took everything I had, not tell the bitch where to go. Perfectly. Luffy's POV. Luffy could hear something. It was low and annoying. The droning noise was bouncing around his skull. He really wanted to block it out. It was getting louder, making his head hurt, then light assaulted his eyes. Flinching away, he clamped his eyes, closed again. The ringing in his ears was too much. The boy was forced down into a sea of darkness, and he was trying to catch himself. Luffy lost consciousness once again. Hey, Luffy. Luffy looked over his shoulder. Sanji was looking up at him. The Straw Hat Captain was sat on the figurehead of the Sunny, enjoying the sea view. Oh, Sanji, is dinner ready? The cook smirked crookedly. He shook his head. Luffy was kind of disappointed, but Sanji was back with his crew, and that meant the boy could eat his food again. Actually, I was hoping to talk to you about the whole shitty situation with Big Mom. Why? It doesn't matter anymore. Sanji sighed, glancing to the side. He brought out a cigarette and lit it with practiced ease. Well, it does matter, you shitty captain. Because Big Mom is after us, and we're off to fight Kaido. We have 2 Yonko after us. Luffy burst out laughing. Why was that a problem? He had already picked a fight with both of them. If he wanted to be the king of the pirates, then he needed to kick their asses anyway. It just means we don't need to look for her after I kick Kaido's ass. Shishishi. Sanji, you're so dumb. Sanji threw his arms in the air, shouting out in frustration. Shut up, dumbass. You have no right to say that of all people. I don't know, Sanji, you're pretty stupid. Nami joined them. She was still giving the chef the cold shoulder. The blonde man clutched his chest dramatically, falling down to his knees in despair. Nami Swan. The captain rolled over onto his side laughing. His crew were so fun. See, Sanji's dumb. Shut up. The scene started to change. Darkness crept over the edges of his vision. A cold breeze whistled past the boy. Where was he now? The memory faded, leaving Luffy alone in a dark, bottomless void. Where did Sanji and Nami go? Luffy tried to call out to them. Nothing came out of his mouth. He sucked in a deep breath of air, shouting as loud as he could. Still, the young captain's voice didn't come. Zeaha! That laughter. Where was that bastard? He needed to kick his ass. Luffy tried to shout out a challenge to the owner of the laugh. Still, silence was all that followed. Zeaha! Luffy sat bolt up straight, a cold sweat on his back. He immediately regretted it. His chest was screaming in pain. He coiled into himself, gritting his teeth as he tried to slow his panting breaths. His lungs hurt, so did his head. He felt dizzy, the world was spinning, and it took a great deal of effort not to puke his guts up. What the hell happened? The room he was in was quiet. The walls were completely covered in shadows. The only light was a small oil lamp near the exit. Hey, Luffy, you're awake. Dragon was sat on a bed on the other side of the room. He was hunched over, his face hidden under his mass of shaggy black hair. He didn't sound happy. Oh, Dragon, what happened? He lifted his head a little, the bottom of his face appearing from the shadows. A small smile played on his lips. You call me Dragon and not Dr. Luffy chuckled. Dragon was worrying about such weird stuff. Where are we? This isn't Gramps' ship, is it? Dragon shook his head. He looked tired. Bags were dragging down his eyes. He took a deep, shuddering breath. His chest must have been hurting. Gramps had really need him good. This is the Moby Dick. Luffy's forehead furrowed. The Moby what? He let his head fall to the side in slight confusion. The man groaned, pushing his hair back from his face with his elbow, or trying to anyway. His hands were covered with many layers of bandages, and his shackles were still rattling annoyingly. Whitebeard's ship. Not so old guy helped us. Dragon paused frowning, opening and shutting his mouth, before asking with aspiration. Who's not so old guy? Whitebeard. The long-haired man gaped at him, tensing up suddenly, his face turning to an angry scowl. No, he didn't help us, dumbass. He caught us and threatened us. Luffy didn't look convinced as he crossed his arms over his chest. Not so old guy did. Are you sure? Dragon turned sharply, coming to face him fully. His jaw worked before he looked away. Well, one of his crew did. It's the same thing. The Straw Hat Captain grinned once again, shaking his head with amusement. But not so old guy didn't, so it's fine. One of his crew said it. Doesn't mean that he did. He's the captain, so if his crew member threatened us, it's basically him threatening us. A crew will always follow the captain's views. My crew say dumb stuff all the time. We're always arguing. Dragon glanced up startled, his eyes flashing with confusion. You have a crew? Yeah, I'm a captain. Are you serious? You're a captain. The long-haired raven was staring at him with wide eyes. A sweat drop ran down his forehead. How are you a captain? I mean, sure, you have a stupidly high bounty, but you're a captain of a crew. Luffy was a little offended by his disbelieving tone. It was like his name all over again. Didn't Dragon believe anything he said? I started my crew 2 years ago in the East Blue. Did you live on Dawn Island? The young captain nodded seriously, still feeling a little bit put out over Dragon's attitude. How big is your crew? How many members do you have? I have 8 crewmates. Actually, no, I got Jinbei to join my crew too, so I have 9 members. Hang on. You have Knight of the Sea Jinbei on your crew, the fisherman from the Sun Pirates. Luffy grinned delightfully. His whole face lit up at the mention of his helmsman. Yeah, Shishishi. He finally joined after leaving Big Mom. Big M.O.M. Yeah, she stole my cook, so I went and got him back. Big M.O.M. is Yonko. Yen. Dragon had sweat pouring down his face. He had a stunned look plastered on his face. What are you doing in the future to have so many Big Nom? Are you nuts? Luffy burst in a fit of laughter. Dragon's face looked so funny, and his reaction was the best. Why? Why the hell are you laughing? This is serious. Shishishi. That's what Sanji said. Who's Sanji? He sounds like he has a brain at least. My cook, he said that I should be worried about fighting 2 Yonko. But I told him if I want to be Pirate King, then I need to kick their asses anyway. Dragon, who had his face buried in his arms, suddenly shot up again, staring at the boy like he wanted to slam his head on a wall. To Yonko, Kaido, and Big Mom Y. Dragon flopped on his face, diving into his pillow, and a muffled scream came out. This sent Luffy into another fit of giggles. What does future me have to say about your dumb ideas, or have I died from a heart attack? The pirate paused. His dad? Oh, right, this dragon was his dad. But not his dad. Luffy still didn't understand it. Thinking about it too much hurt his brain. Don't know, never met you. Dragon glanced up from his pillow. He was staring at the kid with emotionless eyes. He opened his mouth and uttered softly. What? 30 years before. Chapter 11. Luffy's POV. I left you with that abusive old geezer. What was future me thinking? Dragon had gone very quiet. He had gone rigid, his face hidden under his black mop of hair. He wasn't responding to anything Luffy said, even when the boy had gotten off his bed and sat next to him. Luffy couldn't understand why Dragon was so upset. All he said was that he was raised on Dawn Island and Gramps would visit sometimes for training. Why would I do that? I know what he's like, and I just... The man rolled over onto his side, his back to the young captain, leaving Luffy in a silent, questioning daze. Sighing, the boy slowly made his way back to his own bed. Dragon needed some space, though he still couldn't understand what all the fuss was about. The Straw Hat Captain was hungry, yet he didn't feel like eating. It was a weird thing that Luffy didn't enjoy. Maybe it was the situation with Dragon, or simply the damage he had taken for Gramps. Perhaps it was because he missed his crew. Either way, it was one of the first times the Raven willingly missed a meal, or at least didn't go looking for one. Climbing back on his bed, curling up under his sheets, and fell promptly to sleep. Marco's POV. Ever since the incident with Garp and the Marines 3 days ago, the crew had been a little more jumpy than normal. The fact that Pops had brought back Garp's sons hadn't helped the matter. Even though everyone could understand why their father had saved them, it didn't mean everyone was happy about it. Marco was one of the few who didn't really see what all the fuss was about. Yeah, they were Garp's kids, but the Vice Admiral was a terrible parent, and when the two of them were brought on board, they had been so badly beaten and bloody that everyone had assumed that Pops was the one injured. How were they remotely dangerous? Nobody had seen the brothers since Marilyn had taken them away, apart from Pops, that was. Marco had heard that they were still alive. Apart from that, and a couple of other things, he basically knew nothing. The Phoenix really wanted to go see them, even if it was just to know what they looked like. He had heard from Tam that the youngest had stretchy skin, and he really wanted to know if he had a devil fruit. But sneaking into the infirmary was like a suicide mission. If you went in there, you wouldn't come back the same person. The head doctor wasn't afraid of chucking him overboard or trying to chase the blonde around with a scalpel. He had no idea how Tam coped with the old bag. She was scary, insane, and he wouldn't be surprised if she was the root of all evil. All in all, Marco would prefer to live. When a small island came into view, the Whitebeard crew had cheered. They could finally restock and do some much-needed repairs. The Moby Dick had been hit more than once during the marine attack, having gotten rather damaged. There was a hole in the hull that had been making people particularly nervous. They had patched it up the best they could, didn't necessarily mean it would hold up during a bad storm. Landing on the uninhabited side of the island, as they didn't want to cause the locals any alarm, and the crew got to work. Marco, along with Vista and Jozu, were practically shaking with excitement. They hadn't been off the Moby for about a month. The three of them were starting to get especially twitchy. They were fueled with too much energy and weren't able to burn it off. The younger members of the pirates had gone exploring along the coastline and through the woods near the ship. It was good fun for about first day, but they had quickly gotten bored. Normally, the boys wouldn't have been allowed to explore on their own unless it was deemed pretty safe. Safe being that the New World was a dangerous place, and this island wasn't as dangerous as most. And as Marco and the other two apprentices didn't have bounty posters yet, so they could get away with wandering around towns without much worry. Nobody would recognize them as part of the Whitebeard pirates. They were in luck. So, the next day, they put their normal plan into action and started purposely getting in the way of the adults and generally being a huge nuisance. Until Marco, Jozu, and Vista had gotten permission to visit the small town from an irritated Rikuyo, with the promise to keep out of trouble and to make sure they took care of their 12-year-old brother. The brothers had set off through the forest, all the way laughing and making fun of one another. Marco would fly up over the trees every so often, making sure that they were headed in the right direction. It wasn't a long walk until several quaint buildings came into view. The kids grinned at each and began running towards their destination. When the three apprentices had arrived at the plaza, they went straight to a cafe, with the intention of buying themselves some drinks with the money the Rikuyo had coughed up. They minding their own business, when they were abruptly stopped by a tall Marine with a long katana strapped to his back. His short black military cut was hidden under a Marine cap, and he was wearing a captain coat with a red shirt underneath. The three of them froze, Marco nervously wondering what they had done. Did they recognize them? If so, how? They didn't have bounties. For the first time, the Phoenix glanced around rapidly. Where were the residents? The whole plaza was covered in Marines. They were marching around. Clearly, they had some serious business going on. You boys, where did you come from? Vista started to nervously stammer out an excuse. He wasn't the best at coming up with things on the spot. Oh, we were hanging out in the forest, just doing kid stuff. We should probably get going home now, Iwa. The blonde boy took over. He tried to make it sound as casual as possible. Marco sighed with disappointment. Too bad they had come at such a bad time. Looks like we'll have to go back to the Moby Dick and warn everyone. Really, because you kids don't look like you're from here. What? How could he tell? It's not like they were weird looking or something. They looked like normal kids. Well, except Jozu. He was kind of a big kid. What do you mean, Iwa? This is where we live, but our parents are going to be worried about us if don't go now, Iwa. Marco said with a light and airy tone. He tried to make it come across as matter-of-fact as possible. Really, because you kids look a lot like pirates. Marco stiffened. How could he tell? What given that impression? Vista had tensed beside him, his hand absently grabbing his sword on his waist. Jozu was pushing up against him. He could hear him starting to sniffle. The man smiled suddenly. It was dangerous, and it made his skin crawl. Marco got the feeling that they were in a lot of trouble. The 15-year-old made his decision. He would protect his brothers. With his devil fruit, it made Marco an effective shield. I'll hold him off, you guys run, why? Marco threw himself at the man, without waiting for their answers. The blonde's body was engulfed in flames, kicking in the marine in the temple with a clawed foot. The captain didn't even flinch. Then the boy came to the sickening conclusion that his foot was melting. His talon had passed through the man's head, leaving behind a trail of lava. Marco was falling towards the ground. Even though the pain was already fading, he was in a panic he almost didn't catch himself. He's made out of lava. That is so broken. I don't know how to use hockey either, Iwa. Follow those pirate scum. Don't let them escape. The phoenix flew upwards, circling his target as he calculated the best course of action. He could see a wave of marines chasing his brothers. Marco just hoped that the man he was fighting was the most dangerous among them. And by keeping him busy meant they would survive long enough to get back to the Moby. The lava man threw up his hand and shot a large bolt of superheated rock at the kid. It hit Marco square in the chest. The blonde went spiraled out of control, and he hit the soil, a mound of dirt filling his mouth. The burning in his chest started to dissipate. The boy rolled to his feet, spluttering out the mud in his mouth. He took to the air again. Another shot of molten rock hurtled towards him. This time Marco managed to evade it. He dove towards the ground. Instead of kicking him again, he threw up gusts of sand. The man staggered back as sand and dirt hit him, trying to catch sight of his target. The lava bastard quickly recovered. This time, he drew his sword from his back. Marco instantly put some distance between them. He got the feeling he did not want to get hit with the weapon. The swordsman jumped into the air, swinging his katana towards his neck. Marco avoided the blade within inches. Then a blast of lava hit him in the face, his vision going black. The boy was blind. His flames were trying to push back the lava that was eating away at his flesh. He was then hit harshly. It felt like his stomach was cut open. It probably was. Marco hit the ground. His eyesight slowly started to blur back into existence. The world was fuzzy, and he couldn't make out much. He tried to get to his feet. Something hit his back. He realized that a foot was holding him down. His healing abilities had slowed down. His flames had to fight against the lava. Fire wasn't a good matchup with lava. Marco started panic. If he didn't get out of here and away from this man, he was going to die. Marco didn't want to die. He was rather fond of life. He could feel the cold steel on his throat. Marco struggled, his arms turning into flaming wings as he tried to hit the man's leg. Even if he could dislodge his foot long enough to fly away would be enough. His brothers were probably back at the ship by now. He hoped that they had gotten away. He hoped they were safe. At least if they were okay, then this was fine. Say goodbye, Pira, Ak. The weight on his back disappeared. Marco immediately staggered to his feet. His eyes were still not properly healed. Everything still looked like a mess of colors. It was disorienting, but he was alive. Whitebeard, so you came back for more, did you? Marco perked at the mention of his father, though he wasn't sure where he was. Frowning, he tried to discern his surroundings, until he realized the white blob in front of him was mostly his pops. Either way, Marco was just relieved to know that he was there. If he was here, then that his brothers were okay. But he needed to be sure. Pop, are Vista and Jozu okay, Iwa? Yes, they're fine. I can't say the same for you. Your eyes look bloodshot. Marco sagged with relief. Good, Iwa. Stay there. Don't move, this won't take long. Chapter 12. Sengoku's POV. Sengoku was sat in a small plaza. The island that it belonged to was bustling with marine activity. They were one of the small groups who had been in the base attack 2 days ago. A makeshift office surrounded him. He had a desk full of paperwork and reports to go through. It was already noon, and he had barely made any headway. Sengoku was not having a good week. First, the marine base he had been visiting was brought down on his head. Next, his stupid best friend Garp had been taken in with life-threatening injuries after pissing off a Yonko, and now he had to babysit a new transfer from the North Blue. Sengoku was not pleased. When he had first been given orders to go with the captain, the admiral was actually somewhat glad. It took the other two problems off his mind, or so he hoped. How wrong he was. Sengoku's first impression of Sakazuki was not a good one. The young man was a headstrong fool with no concern or care for his subordinates, something a captain needed to possess. The Marine didn't care how strong the youngster was. If he was put in charge of people's lives, he had duty of care to them. There was maintaining order, keeping the world's enemies at bay, and protecting innocent civilians. Then there was this idiot. This man had an ideal of what he called absolute justice. Sakazuki would be best described as an extremist, plain and simple, only interested in crushing those he deemed evil or corrupt. A mindset that was not based on anything other than his own idea of justice. This man was going to cause a lot more harm than not, something that the admiral wasn't especially keen on. But who was he to judge his superior's decisions? If Fleet Admiral Kong thought that this man was going to make a good captain, then Sengoku would just have to accept it. He had a headache just thinking about how much paperwork this young fool would cause him in the future. But his worries didn't end there. No, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Garp was in hospital with a punctured lung. Sengoku had no doubt that he would make a full recovery, but he was almost reluctant for his friend to wake up, not because he didn't want him to. Rather, he had the unpleasant job of breaking the news to Garp that his son Dragon was missing. The Admiral wouldn't lose any sleep over Dragon, but Garp for some reason was still hanging on to the hope that his son would become a Marine. Even though everyone and their mother knew it would never happen, the punk was troubled and he had a nasty streak, yet Garp was unwilling to see it. It didn't matter how much property damage he caused or how many people he injured. Garp would just wave it off, saying that it was a phase that he would grow out of, using his position as hero to get his boy out of trouble. Only that phase hadn't just been present the past couple of months. No, his phase had been around for 8 years. Garp's son only got worse. He was dangerous, and he had no problem with attacking Marines or anyone who got his way. It had gotten so bad that they had to handcuff and lock the menace up to prevent him from trying to fly away or harming innocent Marines just doing their job. Honestly, he felt there was no saving a lost cause like him. Eventually, he would do something so wrong and despicable that he would be locked up and impelled down. And Garp's position wouldn't be able to save him. As harsh as it sounded, Sengoku believed that he would deserve it. His friend might be able to finally move on with his life without his waste of space son getting his way. Still, the Admiral wasn't going to enjoy telling his friend. It would most likely hamper his recovery. No doubt Garp would try to go out and find him, regardless of how badly he was hurt. Sengoku was still concerned with how Garp had been so badly injured. The fact that Whitebeard of all people was the cause baffled him. It wasn't that the man was surprised by the damage the Yonko had caused Garp's fleet or Garp himself, but rather what had triggered it to happen. Whitebeard just wasn't the type to go out of his way to completely destroy his enemies, unless you gave him a reason. He wasn't like the other Yonko. Sengoku would expect that of them. Whitebeard was relatively docile compared to the likes of Kaido or Big Mom. He would even expect it off Roger before Newgate. In fact, most times the Whitebeards avoided conflict with the Marines where possible, and if they did happen to find themselves in a confrontation, the captain and his crew would defend themselves until they could get away. Garp, the fool, must have done something to anger Newgate. What that was still a complete mystery. His friend hadn't woken up yet, and as for the survivors of the brutal attack, they didn't seem to have an answer. But that wasn't the end of Whitebeard's actions in the last couple of days. No, he had destroyed a Marine base. If anyone had told him that a few days ago that Whitebeard of all people was the one to do it, Sengoku would have laughed and told him to jog on. It was completely out of character for the pirate. Yet he was there when it happened. Sengoku had fought the Yonko enough to recognize the world's strongest man, his terrifying devil fruit power. The power to destroy the world. The sound alone was telling enough, but the loud, booming tremor that would crack the air that followed was unmistakable. The world tilting on its axis, the whole base shaking, and the way everything broke apart with precision, finding the building's weak points. The only person who had that kind of ability was the none other than Whitebeard. But Whitebeard hadn't been sighted on the grounds. It's not like he would be able to hide in such open grounds, not with how tall the man was. Yet not one person had seen it happen. That's what didn't make any sense. It was such a big earthquake. Nobody could tell where the attack had originated from. The day before the attack, Garp had checked in with Sengoku on the Marine base. He had come to collect a well-known criminal for transport. Thankfully, said criminal was still in their custody. The Moby Dick was in the area at the time. That was why they had run into Garp's fleet in the first place. So, it really couldn't have been anyone else. Then why did this whole thing make him extremely uneasy? Sighing, the Admiral rubbed his eyes, so much for not thinking about it. He picked up a report, glancing at it despondently. How could he concentrate on his work with all that shouting? Hold up, were the soldiers? Well, had they disappeared? Apart from Sengoku at his desk, there was nobody else in the plaza. What has that fool gone and done now? I have all this paperwork to do. Sengoku pushed himself up, deciding to go and find his wayward underling. He better not have done something stupid. Sakazuki's POV. Turns out Sakazuki couldn't beat Whitebeard. He had been tossed through trees, kicked rather brutally, and had even been hit over the back of the head with the blunt side of his polearm, which enraged the lava man to no end. He wasn't taking him seriously. In fact, Sakazuki got the impression that the pirate was mocking him. He couldn't believe it. How was this scum beating him? He was made out of lava. Yes, he had fought people with hockey many times. It had never given him a problem before. He had also been hit with hockey numerous occasions, but it never hurt like this. The Marine had never been in a fight that was so one-sided. When he had shot several magma balls at the pirate, and the man had batted them away harmlessly with his bare arm. Even more frustrating still was that the Yonko hadn't so much as moved from the spot he had arrived in. All the while he had a lazy and bored expression on his face. Sakazuki got up again, his body was screaming with pain, and he was wobbling around like a drunk man. How dare some pirate scum make a mockery of him? Sengoku's POV. When Sengoku finally found his subordinate, he had just been chucked through a tree like a rag doll. The fool Sakazuki was being used as a punching bag by no other than Whitebeard. Of course, who else would it be after the last few days? Sengoku wasn't even surprised at this point. Newgate, I'm going to have to stop you there. Whitebeard fixed him with sharp pale eyes. Sengoku couldn't help but notice that the captain was looking a little worse for wear, though not from the fight with Sakazuki. His bruises looked at least a couple of days old. A black mass on his jaw looked particularly nasty. No doubt Garp's handiwork. His hair was a little scruffier than normal. He couldn't help but think the pirate looked tired. Though his attitude told him otherwise, the man had his head held high, and he stood proudly. Sengoku wasn't going to lie and say he wasn't mad at the Yonko for putting his idiot friend in a coma, but Sengoku wasn't the kind of man who put his own feelings before his job. Marine first, friend second. That being said, he still had to deal with the pirate captain. Even if he wanted to bash the bastard's head in, Sengoku had to be logical about it. Not to mention the admiral's subordinates were in danger. Sakazuki had probably sent his 30 injured men after the Whitebeard pirates. Those poor men, they didn't stand a chance in hell against 200-plus pirates, a Yonko's crew at that. That begged the question why he was here and not with his crew. Why was Whitebeard even bothering with Sakazuki at all? He could have struck him with his Gura Nomi powers, and he would have been out like a light. Actually, he may have actually been dead from a hit like that. Pondering, his gaze caught sight of something blue flickering behind the Yonko's leg. Sengoku's eyes fell on a blonde kid. His shirt was burned, and his chest and face were covered in blue flames. His blood ran cold. Understanding hit him like a sea train. So that's why he didn't want to hit the kid. He turned his gaze warily towards the collapsed form of Sakazuki. Hasn't he read the brief on the Yonko before his transfer to the New World? If did he really ignore it in favor? Sengoku couldn't get over how close that this small island could have been destroyed. The citizens almost lost their lives because of something so stupid as Sakazuki killing a kid. Whitebeard's kid. Okay, the boy was alive if he had died. Sengoku didn't want to think about it. He grimaced he knew the best course of action. He wasn't fond of it, though. But first he needed some answers. Tell me, Newgate, why did you attack the Marine base 2 days ago? Whitebeard quirked his eyebrow, though his face remained neutral. You have the wrong person, Sengoku. Why would I bother with something like that? Sengoku frowned, irritated with the blatant lie. He really believed that Newgate wasn't the kind to avoid the truth. Maybe he wasn't, but who else could have been? Don't lie to me. Someone with your devil fruit attacked us. Whitebeard bared his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger. His naginata was sent spinning between his fingers, and it was slammed into the ground, causing a small quake to be set off. The blond boy jerked back slightly. He looked a little shaken, though he didn't get knocked off his feet, which was impressive considering how close he was. Maybe it was from experience? Are you accusing me of lying? Sengoku couldn't say he was surprised by his reaction. Whitebeard was a prideful man, and being accused of something was extremely offensive to him. Well, the admiral had his answer. Then who did? Newgate snorted out an aggravated breath. To Sengoku's astonishment, he lowered his weapon and calmly replied, I don't know, but I can assure you it wasn't me. I have no interest in your government or your military. The only contact I've had with you lot is when my crew was attacked by that bastard Garp. Sengoku's face scrunched up in confusion and irritation. What was with the Garp comment? Why did you almost kill Garp? It came out of his mouth before he even registered what he said. That's none of your damn business. Whitebeard snapped, his jaws clenched together angrily. The boy flinched at Newgate's tone. He was looking incredibly nervous. Sengoku almost felt bad for him. Are we going to fight, or are we going to keep up this pointless conversation? Sengoku sighed. He had all the information he needed. Sakazuki was out cold, which was probably for the best, and he didn't want his men or the citizens of the island to be put in any more danger. Get out of here. I don't want any more bloodshed today. I will call my men back for now. I know when to withdraw, unlike my wayward subordinate. Newgate regarded him for a minute. Sengoku held his breath, hoping he hadn't angered the man enough for him to ignore his offer. The pirate turned away slightly without putting his back to Sengoku. He went to grab the boy, who jumped back in alarm. The pirate ignored him, picking him up by the back of the shirt and slung him over his shoulder. With that, the captain quickly turned back to the admiral. Without any warning, a white bubble of energy appeared at the end of his weapon, and he brutally slammed into the ground. The landscape shifted off balance, and the sound of shattered glass reverberated through the air. Sengoku quickly dove out of the way as a large crevice was ripped into the land. The shaking and vibrations were enough to make his teeth chatter. When the earthquake was over and the dust cleared, the Yonko was gone, having left behind a path of destruction. A huge crack in the earth was drawn in a straight line. Sengoku's side and the Yonko's side. It sent a nice clean message. Don't follow us. Chapter 13. Dragon's POV. I was stood with my ear to the door. For once it was silent. The Moby Dick seemed to have become still. There was no loud voices or the constant stream of bangs and crashes from a normal working vessel. The Yonko ship was empty. The crazy old hag that had threatened us wasn't here. I heard her stomp out of the next room some time ago, leaving the infirmary in the hands of some person named Tam. Luffy was sulking after our little discussion. He was hunched over his chest, arms crossed, and mouth pulled in a pout. I opted to ignore him for now. The conversation was an absolute nightmare. Getting him to listen and actually take in the information was so hard that it was like hitting a brick wall. But slowly I managed to chip away at the wall enough to get him to understand the situation and the danger he was in. He was in the past. If he told the wrong person, it could completely alter history. It could erase people from his future if something happened to that person in the past. It was bad enough that he had met me. That in itself was extremely dangerous. I had to make sure I didn't know anything from my future, as it could change the life of the one that I was trying to drill it into. Luffy may not be born at all. It wasn't like I could leave the kid to his own devices. The future would be ruined before the first day was over. I would just have to tread lightly. Then again, it's not like Luffy even know. I shook that thought out of my head before it started to even form properly. Forcing a future you already knew could theoretically mess up that future more, while you tried to follow said timeline. Or something. It made sense in my head at least. Point was that it was hard enough for me to grasp, let alone my stupid future son. His attention span was about as good as a goldfish. But even after all that he didn't care, it was only when I said, Luffy, listen, if you meet someone important in your life now, or something that will cause a big event in your life now being the past now, then there's a possibility that you won't meet them in the future, that being you're now okay. Like if you meet, I don't know, that Sanji guy, for example, or someone who's important to Sanji like his parents and his parents don't meet because you got in the way of them doing stuff, then Sanji wouldn't exist or you may never meet him in your now. Do you get what I'm saying? You can't interfere with that stuff because you being the future now doesn't exist yet in this now. Luffy shut up and listened. So I wouldn't be able to find my crew and set sail because they aren't the same as my crew. Luffy was frowning. His face was going red, lips draw into a strong line of concentration. He wasn't happy. That means you can't tell me or anyone about your now got it. Just think you're doing this for your crew. I was searching his face for any sign that he was still not getting it. Yeah, I get it. Now isn't now, but my now is this now, but not the now I normally have. Close enough. Yees. So now here we were, plotting our escape. The boy was sat next to me. He looked grumpy, and he was still grizzling about me being mean. But I did what I felt was necessary, even if I was mean for doing it. Luffy, shut up. If you want to go back to the future and see your crew again, we need to get out of here. Not only that, I didn't want us to meet the Yonko and have him use us for whatever reason we were here for. He hadn't saved us out of the goodness of his heart. He had to have a motive, and I didn't want to hang around to find out. Not to mention Luffy's being here. In fact, maybe my being here was throwing off the future's timeline. It wouldn't matter so much if it wasn't for the reality of how big a figure Whitebeard was. Even Luffy knew who he was, for crying out loud. Anything that would alter their path would cause massive waves throughout the world. And I didn't trust him. He was Yonko for a reason. Regardless of what Luffy said, there was no way that he was a good person, as he put it. He was once part of the most dangerous pirate group in known history. They had been known for killing each other and killing innocent people, all for a good bit of treasure. Sometimes treasure wasn't in the picture, and they still did the deplorable acts just because they could. I had read the reports. It's not like the old far was going to. Then I had heard lots of rumors, like Whitebeard claiming islands and putting the residences into a state of fear under his rule, destroying entire cities with his devil fruit for his sick amusement, and his crew were forced to follow him out of fear of being killed. Well, except for the old woman I had met, the doctor, I guess. She seemed just as evil as her captain most likely was. I swallowed, gesturing toward the door. I was going to open the door. Then I realized that maybe Luffy should open it. My hands weren't exactly in the best condition. Luffy got what I was asking. He was actually startlingly stealthy, and he slid the handle down quietly, and pulled it open. We both peered around the wooden frame. The office was even smaller than the room we're currently in. A desk was in the corner with a pink-haired girl was snoring away behind it, face buried in her muscular arms. There was piles of paper and doctor stuff scattered all over the place. Some of the stacks were leaning precariously to the side. If we so much as touched them, they would go everywhere. I lead the way around the obstacles, crouching low to the ground. Hopefully the girl would stay asleep as long as we were quiet and didn't knock anything over. We reached the other side of the room. Luffy paused, listening to the other side of the wall, and grimaced. "What's wrong?" I whispered, shuffling in to listen for whatever Luffy had heard. There was a large amount of feet hitting the deck. Yells grew closer. The silent ship was once again active and full of life. "Sounds like they came back." I nodded. We were so close. Just a bit farther, and we would have escaped the infirmary. No, we were escaping. "Open the door. Be ready to make a break for it." The Raven nodded, his grin firmly in place, and smiled back a little. We were going to get out of here. We escaped the infirmary just fine. Nobody was around despite the roar of running feet or the yells that accompanied them. I hadn't even considered that we were below deck. The door we came out of was just one of many in a long hallway. It seemed to stretch for miles, even though that wasn't possible. As we walked along, we both kept our guard up, expecting to come across someone. All the while above us, there was a loud commotion. Only 10 minutes before, everything was silent, and now chaos. I wasn't entirely sure what was going on, but if I had to make a guess, then I would say that the Yonko's ship had landed somewhere for a while. The crew had gotten off, and then something unforeseen happened, forcing them to leave. If that was the case, then we had just missed a big opportunity to get off this nightmare ship and leave. After we had come a long enough way, the corridor snaked off in two different directions. Luffy decided to go left, and I followed close behind. It didn't matter where or how we got to an exit. We would come to one eventually, right? Then the path split off again. We went right this time. Then it happened again, another right, and then a left. After what felt like a whole hour later, I came to the realization that the Moby Dick was a labyrinth. We were completely lost. I didn't know if we were going in circles or if this ship was so big that we had actually been walking for literal miles. And everything looked the same. There was no signs or points of reference that could distinguish where we were. Then Luffy started complaining. I couldn't even blame him. I felt like complaining too. "Dragon, I'm hungry." I nodded in agreement. How long was it since we ate? I mean, I was a big eater. The old geezer was a big eater, and I wouldn't be surprised if Luffy was one too. How long have we been in the infirmary for? Yeah, I'm hungry too, Luffy, but I don't think we're going to find any food down here. I don't even know where here even is. Luffy slumped next to the wall, sliding down onto his butt. He looked absolutely miserable. I wasn't feeling much better. To be honest, I was half tempted to do the same. But we had to keep moving. We didn't want to get caught, and neither of us were in any kind of fighting condition. "Come on, Luffy, we have to keep going. Someone might catch us if staying in the same place for too long." The boy sighed, picking himself, hugging his stomach hungrily. My stomach was in cramps, though I was much better at ignoring it. It didn't stop it from growling, though. We were a right pair. We continued on. Another hour passed by, and we were shuffling our sorry asses along slowly. Luffy was literally dragging his arms behind him. His face was drawn into an exhausted frown. "That's it. I can't. This place is a complete maze." I huffed. The handcuffs were sapping my energy. My stomach felt like it was inside out, and we still hadn't made any progress. I was starting to wonder if we would ever leave when a whiff of food caught under my nostrils. Luffy's eyes immediately lit up. His tongue fell out of his mouth. So it wasn't my imagination. Food. I could smell food. We both bolted into a run, following the sweet aroma of food. Nothing was on my mind at that moment, just filling myself up with a meal. It didn't matter what it was, but we were happy. Marco's POV. The walk back to the ship was in heavy silence. Lots of greens and browns blurred past him. He couldn't even make out where he was. Marco assumed that they were in the forest. Nope, still can't see anything more than a blob. He sighed quietly, grumbling under his breath. This hadn't happened in such a long time. Usually his injuries would have healed by now. Well, unless the wound was especially bad. Like say if his flames couldn't recover as fast the injuries happened. Or if something was stuck in his wounds that would prevent it from healing over. It's not like he was in any real pain, though being partially blind wasn't very fun. He was frozen in place. Wasn't really something Marco normally did. He didn't just freeze up. He was a laid-back teenager most of the time. He just let things roll off of him without much care. But the person whose shoulder he was hanging off wasn't in a good mood. Even if the anger wasn't aimed at him, it still made him nervous. Marco sometimes forgot who Pops was. It was times like these he got a reality check that he was on a Yonko's crew. And said Yonko was very dangerous and scary without even really trying to be. He was tempted to just jump down and walk, but it would probably be a bother to find his way back to the Moby with his eyes in their current state. Flying was completely out of the question. He would end up in a tree within a minute of takeoff. Not to mention it might annoy Pops more. He really didn't want to make it worse. He was in enough trouble as it was. He had promised Rikuyo that he and the other two apprentices wouldn't get in trouble, and Marco drew the attention of the Marines and put his brothers in danger. It was his idea after all. Vista and Jozu were pretty happy hanging out near the ship, but the blonde wanted to go into the town. Marco, are you all right back there? You haven't said anything in a while. The boy jerked at the sound of a deep voice, bringing him back from his thoughts. He tumbled backwards. A large arm darted out and caught him. Careful. Marco landed in a heap in the crook of his father's elbow. He blinked several times. His foggy vision was making him dizzy. He put his hand through his forehead, pushing at his temples. Damn eyes with a heel already. Sorry, Yua. All he got was an amused chuckle as an answer. He didn't want to be a nuisance. Maybe walking would be better after all. He didn't want to bother his father anymore. Marco had caused him enough trouble already. Pops, put me down, I can walk, Yua. A large finger was jabbed into his cheek. Marco scowled as he tried to bat him away in annoyance. Really, you're going to walk back with injuries like that? Don't be silly, Marco. It would take you a week to find the ship, and that's if you didn't fall down a hole first or get eaten by a carnivorous boar. I can fly, and wild boars are vegetarian, Yua. Marco scoffed under his breath. Pops sniggered at the boy good-naturally. Kaido would beg to differ. He was swallowed whole by a giant one when he was just a young brat. Marco's jaw dropped before he burst out laughing. All the tension and unease he had felt a moment earlier was gone. Kaido did. Like Yonko Kaido, Yua? How does that even happen? Yup, Shiki told him that if he defeated it, it would grant him a wish. Safe to say it took me and Lin Lin to strangle the thing to get it to throw him back up. Why would he believe something so dumb, Yua? Because Kaido was a pretty dumb brat. Marco grinned at that comment. Kaido of all people did something like that for a wish? The terrifying, strongest beast in the world got eaten by a giant pig. It was ridiculous. After a short pause, his father gently rubbed the top of his head with one of his knuckles. Marco jumped again in surprise. He was starting to get annoyed with his eyes. Everything was still blurry, and his nerves were on high alert even when he wasn't at any risk now. Pop sighed warily. How are those eyes of yours? Marco flinched. Was it that noticeable? He glanced sideways, which made his eyeballs sting, pretending to not have heard anything. He received another prod to the face, which was making it hard to keep his expression neutral. Marco, Pops said sternly. Marco's face was sweating. He began fiddling with his shirt sleeves. His palms were sticky. Marco, answer now, please. The blonde gave in. He felt awful. He didn't want to worry his old man. But he wouldn't drop it until he told him. Not great, Yua. That wasn't so hard now, was it? Marco didn't answer. He was too busy rubbing his eyes with frustration. Pops grumbled. He sounded annoyed. Marco Strank, are we trouble, Yua? Pops let out an aspirated breath. He was right, they were. Why would you be in trouble? Marco slowly looked up at a fuzzy face. He couldn't make out any features. Because you had to come and save me. Jozu and Vista got chased by Marines. That earned the boy a gentle flick on the side of the head. Stupid brat. It's my job to protect you and your siblings. But Dash, I don't want to hear it. What was I supposed to do? Let my son get his head chopped off. Well, no, Dash. Then don't come out with such crap. The boy flinched, feeling guilty for a whole different reason. Sorry, Pops, Yua. Pops let out an angry breath, which was followed by another prod to the head with his knuckle, which turned into a noogie. You better be, you little idiot. He chuckled affectionately. Marco slowly smiled. His anxiety finally disappeared for good. He broke into a laughing fit as he tried to fend off his father's hand. Thanks, Yua. Marco sighed in relief. He was glad everything worked out. Pops wasn't mad at him or his brothers like he thought. Gururura, you are quite welcome, son. The blonde stayed quiet for a while after that, listening to the trees rustling and the bird song. His father had gone silent Oswell. It wasn't uncomfortable like before. He gazed up at his blurry face. He was wondering what he was thinking. Then the Marine that had spoken to Pops crossed his mind. He said something weird before. Hey, Pops, can I ask you something, Yua? That Marine said something about a Marine base being destroyed, and he thought it was you, right, Yua? Pops stiffened lightly as he groaned out a somewhat tired breath. Yes, I don't know what Sengoku was accusing me of. Marco didn't need to see the pirate's face to know that he was grim. Are you worried about it, Yua? I wouldn't say I'm worried, more irritated than anything. Marco frowned, shifting to face his father a little better. He wasn't sure if he was actually looking at him properly or not. Couldn't that cause us problems if they think you did it, though, Yua? Marco, don't concern yourself with it. I will deal with whatever happens, if anything happens at all. But that Sengoku guy thought it was your devil fruit, Yua. Pops paused for a moment, clearly thinking about his next words carefully. Son, listen, sometimes people need to throw the blame on something because they need an explanation, even if the explanation is a load of crap. It's human nature. We don't like the unknown or the unexpected. It causes fear. If they can place the blame on something, then they feel like they can do something against it. Marco's head fell to the side in thought. So Sengoku was scared of. He wasn't sure, but something that he needed to answer to. Okay, Yua. Are you just saying that? Marco nodded lazily as he shrugged his shoulders. I don't really get it, but if Sengoku is scared, then isn't that good? Well, never mind. It's nothing for you to worry about, all right? Sure thing, Pops, you are. Oh, it's like we're back. The boy grinned. He was about to hop down when a hand caught him around the waist. You go to the infirmary. Marco's eyes widened as he started struggling against his father's grip. He was like a steel trap. No, Pops, I don't want to go see the old bag, you are. Too bad. You shouldn't have used yourself as a human shield. I know what goes on in that head of yours. Marco gas defendeth. Pops, you are mad at me. His old man sounded extremely miffed. Of course I'm mad. I had to stop you from having your head chopped off. Sorry, Wa. You better be damn brat. Next time, run away. But Dash. Shut up. You run away with your brothers. I don't want a dead son. Sorry, I didn't want Vista and Jozu to get hurt, Yua. You scared them half to death. When they came running back, they were in panic, all because their stupid brother has such sacrificial nature. Marco slumped defeated as he was tossed over his pop's shoulder once again. Right, Yua. Chapter 14. Luffy's POV. Luffy was fixated on several large slabs of meat on a plate. It was just sat there ripe for the taking. The Straw Hat Captain was hidden behind a barrel in a pantry cupboard. The other Raven next to him was grinning, almost rubbing his hands together in anticipation, but his bandaged hands wouldn't let him. The chiefs were milling around the kitchen, unaware of the boy's stretched-out arm. It continued to snake its way towards its prey and struck out, clamping round the plate, making the pork jostle. His arm snapped back towards him, bringing the meat with it. They both grinned delightfully, stuffing the pork steaks into their mouths eagerly, making quick work of them. Hey, there's something over there. Grab that too. Dragon jerked his head towards a large bowl of rice and prawns. Luffy nodded excitedly, throwing his arm at the next target. His hand found its way round the meal, and he brought it back to them. They crammed that into their jaws too, all the while fighting over the amount they got between them. The next 10 minutes was spent stealing food from a growing panicked kitchen staff, who had noticed the food disappearing. At first, the cooks had accused each other, until they all had had a dish go missing and it turned into a manhunt. Someone's here stealing all our hard work. Better catch him before every scrap of food is gone. Spread out, the thief can't be far. Luffy flopped over on his back, contented to have a full stomach. Dragon was eyeing the cooks with interest. Maybe he was deciding what he wanted Luffy to steal next. More food was never a bad thing. They noticed, we should probably get going before they find us. The boy groaned. He didn't want to move. He was nice and full. He could have quite easily fallen asleep then and there. Dragon prodded the pirate with his foot, attempting to get him up, and Luffy just grumbled more. But eventually he rolled onto his feet drowsily. Having a boot shoved into his cheek wasn't very enjoyable. The long-haired Raven started leading the way out of the pantry. The kid was just behind him, still dozy from the meal he had just eaten. The kitchen staff were in a frenzy looking for them. Luffy found it all rather funny. Look, something's in the store cupboard. That was until a meat cleaver was thrown at his head, and suddenly it wasn't so comical anymore. Oh crap, they found us. Dragon shouted as another knife was lobbed in their direction. The pantry wasn't exactly spacious. Dodging in such a small environment wasn't easy. Who are they? I don't know. Stowaways, perhaps. It doesn't matter, get him. Luffy dove out of the way, knocking into several shells as a frying pan came sailing towards him. Bags of flour rained down, dousing the lad in white powder. Dragon threw himself out of the way of a huge pot with boiling water in it, hitting Luffy in the process. They lay in a heap. Soon both stumbled out of the way of a knife-wielding cook as he flew at them. Luffy and Dragon bolted for the door, knocking a few chiefs out the way. They managed to reach the opening just as a huge, hulking woman swung a huge skillet into their path. The boys hit the floor, avoiding it within millimeters, sliding under the angry lady's legs. As soon as they were clear, they jumped into a run once again. The monkeys leapt through the kitchen exit, finding themselves in the long maze of corridors once again. This time they didn't waste any time getting lost in them again. A whole army of cooks were chasing them. Get back here, you bastards. Go away, Luffy retorted. He was just in front of Dragon, but he heard him snort behind him. It soon turned into an amused laugh. Toaha, don't think that's going to help Lou. The Straw Hat Captain couldn't help himself and joined in. Shishishi, this is kind of fun. Speak for yourself. I'm the one getting half a kitchen thrown at me. As if to prove the point, a pan span past Luffy's shoulder. He was in stitches. This was great. The boy spotted a T in his path. An idea formed in his mind. Grinning cheerfully, he threw his arm out behind him, grabbing Dragon. Luwa dash. The Raven sprung into the air, landing on the wall in front of him, using his momentum to dash up the wall, dragging his future dad with him. As he expected, the chiefs couldn't all stop in time, and they slammed into the wall. Luffy pushed off the wall, back flipping over the pile of angry cooks, landing behind them. Warn me next time instead of grabbing me. I could have done that easy enough if you had told me. Dragon scolded, Luffy dropped him back on his feet. The boy burst out laughing unapologetically. They returned charging back down the corridor they had just come from, as the chiefs began to pick themselves up to continue their pursuit. Dragon's POV. I wasn't sure how long we had been running for, long enough for my already painful ribs to start heaving even worse. My breaths were starting to get a little shaky. I wasn't unfit by any means, but I was starting to get tired. Seriously, these guys needed to give up already. Not only that, I was starting to question how they still had kitchen utensils to chunk at us. Where are they all coming from? We made another sharp right. All the while our little angry horde were hot on our heels. I risked a glance behind me. The group was thinning out slowly but surely. We were outrunning them, which was great and all. That was if me and Luffy could outendure them. A left was thrown in our way. We turned the corner when we came to a dead end. We skidded to a halt. The remaining cooks were suddenly looking a lot more threatening than before. My boy gave me a sideways look. He looked a bit worse for wear. His injuries must have been bothering him. He was covered in sweat and panting heavily. I got the impression that it wasn't just because of the excessive exercise. He was suffering from his wounds. Boy Dragon, I have an idea, but it might backfire on us later. The boy said to me quietly. That was quite the feat for him. My interest was piqued. If Luffy said that, then he must have been serious. I could knock him out with my haki, but Whitebeard and other people with observation haki would pick up on it too. The impending doom of enraged chiefs with knives that we were both too better conditioned to defend ourselves against. My hands were messed up and my ribs were broken. Luffy had that huge head wound, plus whatever injuries he had before. If one of us got a bad injury, then we would be screwed. This was a Yonko's ship. We would have no place to escape and treat said injuries. Or we could draw the attention of the strongest man in the world. Well, one of those things was emanate, while the other was a possibility that we may be able to hide from. They were charging us, weapons raised, and we were trapped. I'm going to do it. I nodded in agreement. This was our number one threat right now. Better this than getting skewered. Luffy unleashed a wave of powerful Conqueror's haki. It hit our assailants head on. They froze on the spot, as if some invisible force was stopping them. Then all of them began to collapse one after another, hitting the wooden planks with an audible thud. I was startled at how strong it was. When it flew through me, it made my insides churn and my mind was blasted by a strong white noise. It wasn't enough to make me stumble or even get lightheaded really, but I still felt it, and I could understand how some people couldn't stand up to it. Okay, done. Luffy staggered backwards. He looked dizzy. His breathing hitched, his eyes rolled back in his head. The boy fell backwards. I rushed forwards, catching him with my shoulder. Hey, Lou. Luffy, you good? A moment later, my boy pushed himself back off me, stumbling slightly as he caught his footing. He smiled at me weakly, wheezing out a tired laugh, and I shook my head with a relieved sigh. At least he was all right. We stood there for a little while the young raven caught his breath. It would be no good if he fainted, and I couldn't exactly carry him with arms in this state. Actually, even with perfectly functional hands, I still wouldn't be able to. The cuffs made sure of that. And anyway, the cooks wouldn't be getting up for a while. They were out cold. So how do you use Conqueror's haki? I know I can use it, but I can't do on command. Luffy frowned, thinking for a moment, crossing his arms in concentration. Well, it's pushing your will onto another person. I just imagine punching them really hard. Then they fall over. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but that was pretty much what I figured, and I didn't understand that explanation at all. Imagine punching someone? Right. Thanks, that wasn't very helpful. The boy just shrugged with indifference, then stuck his finger up his nose. Luffy, don't pick your nose. Don't you have any manners? He regarded me before pulling it out of his nostril and looking at his finger in confusion. What am I supposed to do with it? I scowled at him. Seriously, it was like he was raised by bandits or something. They didn't have any manners either. Luffy opted to stick it up his nose again. I looked away in disgust. Well, that was a conversation I never thought I'd have with a teenager. Luffy seemed to have recovered somewhat, so I gestured for him to follow me around our unconscious enemies. He put his hands behind his head, lazily, tagging along behind. For a while we walked through the hallways with our guards up. We were both on high alert. After Luffy's Conqueror's haki had been broadcast, we weren't entirely sure what to expect. Yet the corridors were empty. The loud thunder of feet and shouting on top deck was now gone, leaving behind an uneasy quiet. After a while we relaxed, chattering away to each other about nothing important. It was really nice. When was the last time I had just chatted to someone, with no insults or threats attached? I found myself staring down at my shackles. I felt a familiar sadness spread through my chest. When was the last time I was allowed to be a real person and not just some object my old man could try and quell his guilt with? When was the last time I'd felt anything but frustration and anger? Since I was 16, 17 maybe? Before I was taken away from Dawn Island, away from my friends, away from my home. Things were so much simpler back then. Hunting giant dangerous animals, hanging out in Gray Terminal with friends, stealing stuff from the nobles from Hightown. I looked over at Luffy, smiling at his dorky carefree attitude. Why wouldn't future me want to know this stupid, reckless kid? He was full of so much life, he was so nice. A kid I realized I wanted to raise, to watch grow and look after. Maybe this was my chance. It's not like future me was the me now. I still had a chance. My boy had a chance at not being tormented by the old geezer the way I was. But if I raised him, would he even be the same person? Maybe he could live on the island. I would have to let the old fart take him first. He could do whatever he did with him as a baby, leave him the care of whoever, but I would see him regularly and make sure he wasn't trained the way I was. As long as I supported his dream to be a pirate, and he set sail from Dawn Island when he was supposed to, then things would probably be fine. I nodded, satisfied with those thoughts. Maybe I should ask him about his upbringing. Oh, look, not so old guy found us. I blinked. Wait, what did Luffy say? I was in such deep thought that I must have misheard him. My eyes slowly fixed on a pair of black boots. They definitely weren't Luffy's. They were too big. Also, Luffy wasn't wearing boots, he was wearing sandals. Then they didn't belong to him. Sweat started to bead on my forehead as the reality of the situation kicked in. My gaze drifted half-heartedly to a large, imposing figure, until I was met by two pale eyes drilling holes into me. Long blonde hair sat around his shoulders, and his most telling feature, a curved white mustache. Yep, that was Whitebeard. We were screwed. Chapter 15. Dragon's POV. I didn't know what to do. Do we run? Do we fight? Well, actually, fighting was out of the question. There was no way in hell that we stood a chance against Whitebeard. Luffy didn't seem bothered, which frustrated me. Didn't he know what a life-threatening situation was? He was just stood there, unfazed, hands bracing the back of his head and a lazy expression on his face. The pirate captain was just staring at us. No real emotion. Then he fixed his gaze on me and Luffy, and suddenly he blinked, slightly surprised as if he had just now noticed us. So he wasn't looking for us? Then why was he here? Was our luck so bad that we just happened to bump into him? I was just about to push Luffy away, get us to run, when the idiot put his hand in the air and, in the most friendly manner possible, spoke to the Yonko. Hey, not so old guy, thanks for helping us the other day. My eyes bugged out of their sockets. Was he crazy? At that moment, I could have kicked the kid. The way he spoke to the pirate was so familiar and cheerful. This wasn't his friend. This man was a Yonko with the title of strongest in the world. Whitebeard just stood there. He looked taken back. Maybe he was offended? Was he going to turn Luffy into a pancake? Then, out of the blue, completely startling me, the man broke into the biggest, broadest grin and started chuckling. You're welcome, brat. The idiot smiled brightly. He didn't even seem surprised. I gaped at the boy, half tempted to rattle him. How are those injuries of yours? You weren't doing very well when I first brought you back. Hold on, Whitebeard was the one who brought us here. Him, personally? The Raven tilted his head in thought, almost assessing himself. I've had worse. My head kind of hurts sometimes, though. Dragon's hands aren't very good. I have to pick stuff up for him. The Yonko nodded, adjusting something he was carrying with one arm. The something moved, which made me incredibly anxious. What the hell was it? That doesn't surprise me. You both were lucky to have gotten off with just that. The pirate captain grumbled slightly, an irritated edge to his voice. Do you know what happened to Grandpa? The Yonko snorted with amusement. He thought it was funny. Garp? Yeah. I punched him. Oh, is he okay? Whitebeard grimaced. He looked incredibly annoyed at the question. I expect so. It takes more than that to kill Garp. That's good. I hope he's okay, though. This seemed to bother him even more. He jutted out his chin, scowling with his teeth bared. You're too nice, little brat. He doesn't deserve your concern. Luffy paused, looking incredibly confused. He's mean, but is still Gramps. The man grunted, turning his gaze away from the boy. I was just watching this exchange with a mixture of fascination and bewilderment. Why were they having such a normal conversation? Were you the ones who knocked the kitchen staff out? Whitebeard asked casually. He didn't sound angry, but he could have probably hidden it from his voice. I panicked, shaking my head wildly at Luffy in an attempt to silence him. He ignored me. Yeah, I knocked him out with my Conqueror's Haki. They wouldn't leave us alone, even when I asked them to. You dumbass Luffy. Don't tell him that. Whitebeard just sighed, aspirated. He turned to the boy and sternly told him, Little brat, you do know you shouldn't do that. I was glancing between them both, ready to kick the Yonko if he went for my idiot kid. Just apologize, Luffy. Don't say any more. But they chucked knives and stuff at us. Luffy whined, no remorse in his tone. I want to slam my head into a wall, that or scream to get out the amount of tension that my stupid kid was giving me. Shut up. Please shut up, you little moron. That got a raised eyebrow from Yonko. He almost seemed concerned. They probably shouldn't have done that. Saying that, you brats shouldn't steal their hard work in the first place, Dash. The pirate once again shifted his grip on the thing that had moved before. It was at this time that I noticed that Whitebeard's naginata was missing. Then again, it's not the first time the cooks have nearly chopped someone up. It's just food at the end of the day. I should have a word with them. The last part was muttered to himself thoughtfully. Sorry, I guess. Luffy mumbled grumpily, crossing his arms like a little kid with a pout on his face. I didn't understand what was going on. Luffy and Whitebeard were just chatting. No threats had been thrown our way, nor had any life-ending experiences happened. Everything was fine, and I didn't know what to think about that. I should have pleased that the Yonko wasn't trying to kill us, and yet I didn't like it. Yonko were bad people. They took what they wanted from innocent civilians, destroyed islands for their sick amusement, right? Then why was Whitebeard? Whitebeard of all people stood here, having a friendly chat with Luffy. He had saved us from the old geezer, asked how we were feeling after getting the stuffing beaten out of us, and when Luffy told him that we had knocked out his own men and stolen food, he just lightly scolded him. If that was every report I had read wrong, I knew the government liked to cover stuff up, but this was completely wrong. He had to be hiding some ulterior motive. Anyway, brats, I heard you left the infirmary without telling anyone. Lucky for you, Marilyn wasn't around. Who's that? A dumb old lady. She's the ship's doctor, you are. That voice didn't belong to Whitebeard or Luffy. I glanced around warily trying to find the owner. Then a head popped out from behind Whitebeard's arm. It was a boy. Couldn't have been more than 14 or 15. He had bandages wound round around his head and over his eyes. Light blue flickering flames seemed to behind them. He looked extremely ticked off. His mouth was drawn up into disgusted smirk. I was stunned. Why was Whitebeard carrying a kid? Whose kid was that? What happened to his eyes? Was he okay? Luffy was staring at the boy. He looked like he was trying to think of something. I thought you were sulking, Marco. The Yonko beamed down at the kid, which was met with a grouchy, rude gesture. The pirate burst out laughing. I was dumbfounded. He was even the slightest bit offended by that. I would be offended by that. That bad, huh? Whitebeard teased the blonde. He flopped down behind his arm once again, disappearing from view. Luffy's face lit up with a huge smile, realization dawning on him. Firebird guy. The boy peered over the Yonko's arm again. This time, he didn't look so miserable. Interest written on his face. You know me, Iwa? The raven nodded eagerly. I realized he must have known him from the future. That wasn't good. I was about to shut him up, but I was too slow to react. You turn into a mystery bird and you kick stew. Luffy suddenly clamped his hands over his mouth. I slapped my forehead in disbelief. I ended up with a throbbing hand. Luffy. I hissed under my breath. The boy was rubbing the back of his head apologetically. Sorry, I forgot. Whitebeard and the blonde kid were looking at us inquisitively. I shuffled closer to my dumb boy, ready to grab him and run if they asked anything else. Where did you see this one before? I went to clamp my hand around Luffy's arm and remove him from the situation, while my boxing glove-size bandage hit his arm instead. Right, I can't grab him because my damn hands are broken. I was really questioning my life choices. Did I need to claw Kazan? He wasn't really worth the trouble. I mean, I didn't regret crushing the old geezer arm. He had that coming, but Kazan was just a dumb mistake. I don't know what you mean. Luffy's lips puckered to the side, turning his gaze away from Whitebeard. I stared at him through half-lidded eyes. I wasn't even surprised he was such a terrible liar. Clearly either was Whitebeard. He just frowned puzzlement on his face. I see. Ta, you're a terrible liar, you are. The younger boy burst out laughing obnoxiously. He leapt down from the Yonko's arm, stumbling slightly as he landed, obviously not being able to see anything through the gauze. Luffy shuffled awkwardly, looking away from the boy who staggered towards him. No, I don't know what you mean. Seriously, where did you see me? I want to know, Iwa. The raven stepped back, clenching his teeth as he tried to look as neutral as possible. The blonde was cheerily badgering him, though I got the feeling he was doing it to be annoying more than to actually get information. Well, I mean, Luffy's lying skills were terrifyingly abysmal. The Yonko was watching the boys with an entertained grin. He was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. This whole situation was just plain weird. Whitebeard's POV. Newgate was certainly amused by the two brats. Marco was a snarky little bugger. Any chance he could be annoying, he would. He felt bad for the other boy. Even though the man wanted to know what he was hiding, he knew better than to ask for now. The captain had a lot of questions for the two brats actually, but he would ask them at a later date when they trusted him more. Well, the elder one did anyway, especially with him staring daggers at him. What did the little one call him? Dragon? An odd name. Then again, half his kids had odd names, so that wasn't new. Dragon was watching his brother carefully, distrust in his eyes. This was the kind of attitude Newgate expected. He was in a new place, with people he didn't know, and it was completely understandable to be weary. His little brother was the one that threw him off. He was just so friendly and no wonder his big brother was so protective of him. It was obvious the way he hovered near his shoulder and watched his surroundings with unease. Clearly, he understood the dangers. He was willing to analyze the situation and discern the best course of action. At least the little brat had someone to look out for him. Newgate wouldn't want anything to happen to the nice kid. Well, now the Yonko was sure to keep anything from happening to either of them. Marco was still being a little pain in the neck, though the teasing had devolved into squabble between the two boys. They were insulting each other with rather bad nicknames. Dragon had a blank expression. Maybe he had just shut it all off. Little brothers were apparently irritating. That was according to several of his kids. They couldn't stand around here all day. Newgate needed to get back topside anyway. It was a shame they couldn't have stayed at the island longer. The captain had visited the little many times over the years. Not once had he ever encountered any Marines. What Sengoku had accused him of bothered the Yonko. A Marine base was attacked with the Gura Nomi. If it had been anyone else who had implicated such a thing, Newgate would have dismissed it. But this was Sengoku. He had fought him for over 20 years, maybe more. He knew his devil fruit, as well as the Yonko knew Sengoku's. How could he have been mistaken? Newgate sighed heavily, rubbing the back of his neck and deciding to put it to one side for now. He would look into it later on. He had other things to concern himself with. He turned his tired eyes back to Marco and little Brat. They seemed to have stopped arguing now. Instead, they were chattering and joking away to each other, and their targets seemed to be Dragon. The older Brat was glaring at them with a look that screamed, "Why am I here dealing with this?" The captain snorted, pushing himself off the wall. Dragon tensed up, scrutinizing the older man for any sign of a threat. "Don't worry, Brat, I'm not going to do anything to you or your brother." "Brother?" Newgate regarded the long-haired raven, confounded. "Is he not?" The Brat bristled, stare hardening as he placed himself between the younger boy and Newgate. "That's right, he's my kid, brother." The Yonko studied him. He was quite threatening if he wanted to be, not that it really bothered Newgate. He was more concerned with mistakenly offending the kid. He could fully appreciate that defensive urge to correct someone. Amount of people who had accused him of not having any children just because he wasn't their biological parent. It angered the man to no end. "Sorry about that." Dragon eyed him cautiously. He slowly backed down, turning away from the Yonko. The brothers were complete opposites. It was ridiculous. Newgate wondered how one could be so friendly while the other was so hostile. He had a feeling that gaining his trust was going to take a while. Hopefully the little one would help soften him up a bit, though he wasn't entirely convinced. Newgate sucked in a deep breath. The last few days hadn't been kind to him. He focused his attention on the two much more jovial kids. Marco was slowly getting closer to smacking into the wall. The older boy grabbed him by the collar, pulling him away from doing just that. Marco was completely oblivious to it, too busy asking questions and answering things the boy had queried. The Yonko leant down to pick Marco up, who immediately began to stubbornly refuse to be carried. He guessed his son didn't want to be carried around by his dad in front of his new friend. Newgate found it all incredibly humorous. In the end, he let the boy walk by himself after he'd embarrassed him enough. "You brats coming top deck with us?" The younger brother nodded almost instantly. Marco grinned cheerfully at him, giving him a thumbs up, which he pointed in the wrong direction. Little Brat didn't mention it, instead looking towards Dragon expectantly. The older brother just shrugged indifferently, his expression blank once again. Newgate presumed that he had agreed, so he began to lead the way back to the summit of his ship. Chapter 16. Whitebeard's POV. Newgate's trip back to the top of the ship was slow. He wasn't all that bothered. They weren't in any rush. He was used to walking at a lax pace. Most people found it hard to keep up with him at his normal speed anyway. Marco kept almost walking into everything, walls, corners, people. The little brat, who he had found out was called Luffy, had to redirect Marco a couple of times. The kid himself had an awful attention span. He would almost get lost constantly, and his older brother would end up hurting him back. Dragon was the only one that wasn't really a problem, silently trailing a few feet back. After the last few days, this was actually quite pleasant, except for the sour air coming off Dragon. He was happy to relax for a while. As long as he got to his destination, eventually this was fine. Newgate would glance over his shoulder once in a while to make sure that the boys were still behind him, even if it was obvious considering how loud the two youngest were being. It was a habit he had developed when Marco was much younger, when the boy would wander off accidentally when he wasn't paying attention. The Yonko smillied, lightly thinking back to the time before he was a captain with a crew. How long was it now? 2.5 years, maybe 3? Marco had been with Newgate much longer than that, though. Newgate had been walking for what had to have been miles, yet the small blond boy was still tailing him, trying desperately to keep up, yet at the same time attempting to make it look like he wasn't. He wasn't entirely sure what he was supposed to do. He had no idea that the kid would actually follow him. The man had presumed he would run away. Newgate had spotted the poor boy when he had been walking through the less than savory part of Sabaody. A crowd of people had gathered, which had piqued his interest, and he had gone to see what was going on. It was a street performance, a very disturbing one. It's not like Newgate hadn't witnessed this sort of thing before. When you were a pirate, this sort of thing was just part of the package, especially if you happened to visit the dark parts of town. Didn't mean the man didn't hate it. Normally the pirate would just turn away, ignore it, pretend it wasn't happening. But his heart hit the bottom of his chest when he saw a young boy was part of the act. He was sat on a muddy ground with a rope leash around his neck. Looky here, folks, at the immortal phoenix. He's a true mystery. It is said that he can heal any wound. He can't even be killed. Watch as the miracle happens. The cruel street performer then stabbed him with a spear. The kid barely even reacted at all. as the sharp-pointed object was shoved brutally into his left rib cage. A moment later, his whole side erupted into blue flames as the spear was torn out once again. The sick crowd started applauding as the boy's stab wound began to slowly close up. The child's face was devoid of any emotion. Newgate didn't even think. He was too enraged as he barged through the group of twisted spectators, slamming his fist into the performer's face, killing him almost instantly. His whole neck snapped and cheekbone crumbled from a hit. The pirate hadn't even used his devil fruit. The dead bastard flew through the building he had been standing in front of, smashing through several walls, leaving the crowd speechless. That didn't last long, though. Soon they were all in a terrified frenzy, running for their disgusting lives. Leaving the child staring at Newgate, he was still sat on the ground with blood-covered clothes, his eyes wide and fearful. The pirate let out a sharp exhale, attempting to calm his raging blood. He didn't want to scare the little brat more, opting to leave him be. Well, at least he was safe for now. The little one could probably find some place to hide, and it wasn't like Newgate could do anything to help him anymore. He was infamous, after all. It would just cause the kid more problems. So, with that, he turned his back on the kid and left, which brought him back to a present situation with the little one following him. Why he had decided to pursue him, a scary towering man, was anyone's guess. The blonde wove through the crowd, keeping Newgate firmly in his sight. He was sweating, probably from all the jogging to keep up. The man sighed, giving in. Seemed like he wasn't going to give up. He slowed his pace significantly. The boy fell into a trot, relief covering his face. Newgate turned a corner, entering a much nicer part of Archipelago. This area wasn't as rough as the place he had been before. He had made the choice a little while back when he had noticed the boy following him. Usually, the pirate kept to those kinds of regions. Because of his reputation, he was recognizable to most people thanks to his old crew. But as he had a kid trailing after him, he had figured he would at least go to a less thuggish place, so the poor brat wouldn't get stabbed again. What kind of devil fruit power did the boy have? That dead man had called him a phoenix. Maybe some kind of mythical Zoan? It's not like it was a big deal, as long as the little one was okay. Newgate was happy. He snuck another glance at the boy. He was keeping up much better now. He seemed a little happier. Newgate, what are you doing? The pirate placed a hand on his forehead, rubbing his temples. This kid can't come with you. He'd be in too much danger. But where else was the little brat going to go? Newgate had saved him, so he was his responsibility. The man groaned, kicking himself for getting involved. Yet he didn't regret saving the boy. He knew what he needed to do. Newgate stopped. The public bustled around him, unaware of who the hooded figure was. If only they knew, they wouldn't be so eager to pass him by. He turned around, fixing his eyes on the young boy, who looked startled at being noticed, but he didn't run. He stayed where he was, looking up at the pirate with an unwavering gaze. He gestured for the boy to come closer. He hesitated for a minute before slowly approaching him nervously. If you're going to follow me, then stay at my side where I can see you, Newgate said gruffly. He didn't know much of anything about kids and wasn't entirely sure how you were supposed to them. After all, the pirate had lost his parents when he was very small. He had never had anyone take care of him. That had always been his job. Though he had always been fascinated by the prospect of family, it was something he had never really experienced, yet it was something he craved badly. The little one didn't seem bothered by his tone. Quite the opposite. He broke into a big, bright, toothy smile. He nodded vigorously, placing himself next to Newgate's leg, waiting for him to start moving again. The man sighed shakily. He was suddenly incredibly overwhelmed with the responsibility of taking care of the kid. What if this was a bad idea? What if he did something wrong? What if the boy? The list of worries spun in his head as he began to plod along again, trying to keep his pace a slow crawl so the boy didn't need to jog, stay at his side. Before long darkness crept in, the boy was beginning to drag his feet, looking exhausted. Newgate elected to find somewhere to rest before the little brat collapsed. He wondered if going to a hotel was a good idea, but quickly dismissed it. Not in this part of town. There was too many citizens and tourists. Newgate and the boy would stand out too much. So instead, the pirate led them down a thin alleyway. It wasn't the nicest place to stay, but honestly there were worse places. He would know he'd been in many of them. Once they were out of sight from the street, Newgate slumped down next to a stone wall, setting a cloth-wrapped murakungeri to the side. A beat later, the little one settled down drowsily next to his leg. He rubbed his eyes as he yawned. He lowered himself stiffly into a ball in the mangrove, curling his arms into his chest and tucking his knees under them. It was the first time Newgate got a proper look at the kid. He was smaller than he originally thought, malnourished, and his hair was in a scruffy mess. It hadn't been washed in a while. His clothes were simple white linen, covered in holes and dry blood. But worst of all, the boy was clearly very sick. He was deathly pale, and his breathing was labored. The man suddenly felt awful for making him walk for such a long way. He shouldn't be sitting in a dark alleyway. He should really be in a warm bed, having eaten a good meal and had a bath or something. That was if they were going to a hotel. Screw it if anyone recognized him. He was strong enough to fend whoever they sent. His kid needed a bed. He scooped up his boy. Disturbing from his sleep, he looked up at Newgate dazed. The man beamed down at him with a reassuring smile. "It's all right, little one, we're going someplace nice and warm with a bed in it." The child nodded wearily, not making a sound as Newgate jostled him awkwardly, unsure how to actually carry him. He eventually figured out that it was probably best to hold him against his chest. The boy didn't seem to care all that much about being manhandled. He was probably used to a lot worse than Newgate's terrible inexperience with holding kids. Once satisfied, the pirate took off in the direction of any close-by hotels. It didn't take him long to find an inn. It didn't look too busy, and it was an unimpressive small building with nothing overly standout-ish about it. Perfect for keeping a low profile. When he entered, he headed straight over to the desk, towering over it, making the secretary look up. Immediately, her face turned skittish. The lady's smile was extremely uneasy. She did try to make an effort to speak normally. "Hello, sir, how may I be of service?" Her eyes slid down to the young boy curled up on his arm. She slowly seemed to grow in courage as her face turned from nervous to concerned, until finally she turned to look up at Newgate, unwavering. "Is that little boy okay? Let me see him." She made her way around to the front of the desk where the pirate stood, giving the kid a worried look. Newgate slouched down so she could see. The woman placed the back of her hand to his forehead. "Is he your son? How did he get in this kind of state? It wasn't one of those horrid human traffickers that did this, was it?" "His son?" Newgate opened and closed his mouth. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to say. She was asking too many questions that the man was still figuring out for himself. He just found out the boy was ill after he had decided to take care of him. He was his responsibility now, so... "Yeah, he's my son. We ran into some trouble, and I just found him like this." Not exactly a lie. Newgate's voice was full of helplessness and worry. When had he ever sounded like that? And it was true. He didn't know what to do. "You're in luck. I trained as a nurse for a little while. I should be able to help him." Newgate sighed heavily, relief spreading across his face. "I would be in your debt. I'll pay you with every I have." She waved hand absently. No, that's fine. The room price is more than enough." "Do you know what's wrong with him?" "Well, he's malnourished, and he has a high fever. Those two things are probably the cause." The woman said sarcastically, not really becoming of a nurse. Maybe that was why she wasn't one. "Follow me. He needs a bath before I can do anything. All that dirt isn't very healthy." The lady led Newgate down a corridor after retrieving a key from behind her desk, unlocking a door to a small room with a large bed sat in the middle. "How long was he with the people who did this?" "I imagine you got him back. It's not like the Marines ever do anything. Judging from that big weapon you're carrying, you must know how to fight." Newgate set the bow, his son down on the bed gently. He sat next to him. The mattress didn't sag when he put his full weight on it, which was surprisingly nice. "Yes, you could say that." She leant over his child. Grabbing his wrist, she checked his pulse while glancing at a pocket watch. She nodded, looking satisfied with something. "Well, good news, his heart rate isn't as fast as I thought it would be. Should mean that he isn't as sick as he looks." Newgate smiled, pleased with the prognosis. "You don't mind if I give him a bath, do you?" The man shook his head. He was quite pleased that she had offered. He wouldn't have even known what he was meant to do, especially considering both of them were devil fruit users, and he would be afraid of accidentally drowning his poor boy. The innkeeper picked the kid up with practiced ease. She clearly had experience as a mother or something. "Oh, be mindful he's a devil fruit user." The lady paused, frowning at him. Not understanding what he meant, he forgot a lot of normal people didn't know what devil fruits even were. "He's vulnerable in water. He won't be able to move when he's under it. So don't leave him unattended because he may actually drown." "Oh God, I'll keep that in mind. Is it some kind of what is it?" Newgate decided it was easier to demonstrate. He lightly flicked the air with his finger. A tiny splinter appeared. The room shook ever so slightly. It made some of the furniture rattle. "What the hell was that?" "You did that," the woman said in a shrill squeak. She was looking at the boy as if he was a bomb. "That's just my devil fruit. He can only turn into a bird. So don't worry." Newgate chuckled. He found the lady's reaction rather amusing. She looked at the man skeptically, but she carried on to the bathroom without another word, leaving the Quake user alone. Newgate let out breath, pushing his hood off. He flopped down onto his back. He was a father. It felt nice. Maybe his dream wasn't so far-fetched after all. He had a son. He was going to take good care of him, make sure that his boy was going to be loved, just like he had always wanted to. He closed his eyes. He felt happy. He hadn't felt this happy. Well, he couldn't remember when. The world slowly fading into the background. Newgate fell asleep. The pirate was woken when two small hands started pulling at his mustache. Blinking blearily, he was met with a grinning face. He smirked lazily, prodding the little one's face, causing him to giggle. "Hello, little one. You look better." "I'm not little one. I'm Marco, you are." "Well then, hello, not little one." Marco puffed out his cheeks in annoyance, smacking him in the face angrily. Newgate burst out laughing. He could get used to teasing the boy. It was surprisingly fun. I'm Marco, Y. Newgate sat up, catching Marco before he tumbled off his chest. His son settled comfortably into the crook of his arm. He was still sulky, though. Marco, it's nice to meet you, son. The boy looked up at him. His eyes began welling with tears. He started to sniffle and hiccup. The man immediately assumed that he had said something that had upset the boy. Panicking, he tried to comfort him, which he wasn't sure how to do. Do I put him down? Do I rock him? No, you do that with babies, I think. Pat him on the head? He's not a dog, Newgate. I'm your son, wah. Well, yes, but if you don't, wah. Marco threw himself at Newgate's neck, wrapping his arms to the best of his ability, and choked out a joyful, Pops. Oi, Pops. You listening, you wah? Newgate jolted back to reality, looking down at Marco, who was no longer a small 7-year-old. This was teenage Marco, who was stood in front of him, several bandages wrapped around his head, eyes hidden under them, half-burnt shirt, and a grumpy-looking face. Definitely not the same Marco. Oh, Marco, what's wrong? His son jabbed his finger at a wall. The Yonko frowned at him, confused. Luffy said you're blocking the stairs, you ah. The stairs. To the top deck. Remember where we're going to go, you ah. The captain turned to find that he was indeed blocking the stairs. His gaze slid back to Marco, who was still pointing at the wall. Luffy, who was laughing, slowly twisted Marco towards the stairs. So now he was pointing in the right direction. Dragon just rolled his eyes with aspiration. Thank you, Yuan. Newgate snorted, trying to hold in a chuckle of his own. He began to lead the way upstairs towards their destination. How things had changed. Chapter 17. Dragon's POV. I didn't really want us to go along with Whitebeard and the blonde kid. I think his name was Mario. I would have preferred to find our own way to the top of the ship. Yet Luffy had pretty much made the decision for us. I couldn't exactly say no after he agreed to come with them. It would look suspicious. So here we were, being escorted, because that's what it was, by one of the Yonko and his weird little crewmate. I'm sure we were being led topside into some kind of trap. Luffy had become friends with Mario. The two of them had bonded over harassing me. They thought my moody attitude was very funny. Also, that breaking both of my hands was very stupid. I didn't need them telling me that. Also, I wasn't moody. I was the only sane individual in this entire group. Just because I didn't immediately Biko. Dragon, calm down. There isn't a point in getting bent out of shape. It wouldn't help you. It will only make the situation worse. I focused my attention back on the Raven and the blonde. I had to make sure Luffy didn't blow his cover. He had nearly done it numerous times already in the short time that he had been talking to the other pirates. Why are you such a pain? Besides, aren't you a pirate? Shouldn't you at least know how to lie? Even a little? It was honestly a miracle the kid had survived for 2 years as a pirate, let alone in such a dangerous place as the New World. His crew must be crazy to follow him. I could just imagine the amount of crap they had to put up with on a daily basis. Unless they were just as insane as he was. Then fair play to them. They must be a nightmare for the government. The boys were chattering away in excitement. I listened in, making sure Luffy didn't open his big mouth about anything important. Yeah, I can get stabbed and everything. Then my flames will heal it, you ah. Luffy had his arms crossed in concentration, taking in everything the blonde boy was saying. Why he would listen to something like this and not take any interest in something life-threatening. So, you're Logia Zoan? Luffy asked, frowning. I could almost see the cogs in his brain turning as he tried to work out what he was being told. Nope. Mythical Zoan Phoenix model, you ah. I'm not made of fire like a Logia is. It's more like I'm on fire, you ah. Luffy nodded deep in thought with his hand under his chin. He actually looked intrigued. So, a mystery bird that isn't made of fire, but is a bird and has fire? I watched my dumb kid tell Mario triumphantly, as if anything he had just said made any sense at all. Yup, you ah. Wait, he understood what Luffy said. How? That was literal gibberish. I gotta know. You have a devil fruit, right, you ah? The Raven beamed merrily as he dragged Mario away from a wall he almost collided with. I had no idea how he had the patience to keep catching the boy. I certainly wouldn't. Oh, the Goma Goma no Mi. I am Ruberman. To prove his point, Luffy stretched out his cheek until he realized Mario could see what he was doing, and he let it snap back into place, disappointed. You're rubber. I really want to see you, ah. The young captain gazed at the blonde for a moment, as if he was pondering about something, before Luffy grabbed hold of his wrist, pulling it toward his face. Go ahead, you can pull my face as you can't see. Mario cheered and without any hesitation began tugging at the corners of his mouth. The Raven just stood there letting him do it. Hey, you want to touch my wings? My fire doesn't burn unless I want it to, you ah? Luffy grinned eagerly, stars in his eyes. Yes, shishishi. The boy's arm burst alight, bright blue flames consuming his right arm, until a glowing wing was in its place, which he offered to Luffy. I just stared on in confusion at the weird exchange. They were both pulling at each other without remorse. Mario had his index finger hooked around Luffy's cheek, extending it as far as his arm would reach, while the older kid pulled at the other's wing. Flaming feathers were plucked out, yet the blonde didn't seem to care. And they were laughing at each hysterically. They were having an absolute meltdown together. I wasn't sure how they were managing to walk still. Some kind of special skill idiots acquired. Whoa, how does it work? Is it good for fighting, you are? The raven puffed out his chest proudly, large grin appearing. He let go of Mario's blazing appendage and did a couple of mock punches. I can stretch my whole body, so I can punch people from far away. I can reach high places without climbing, and I can turn myself into a slingshot. It's really cool. Oh, bullets and cannonballs don't work on me, because I'm rubber. It really freaks people out. It's funny. Mario was really enthused. His whole face was glittering with awe. He had let go of Luffy in favor of fluttering next to him a little, lifting off the wooden planks a little each time before he would descend back down, causing a slight air current to whisper past me. I felt my stomach twist with envy. I miss being able to do that kind of thing. Sure, I wasn't a bird, but I could control the wind flow around me and that let me fly or hop around weightlessly. My eyes dropped to the shackles at my wrists. A familiar feeling bubbled to the surface, grinding my teeth with absolute loathing. I swear one day, when these things are off, I'm mostly a kicker. I fly up really high, then drop down on people. It's kind of annoying when I don't have a lot of space to fly. What I am meant to do then, you are. Huh. Can't you fight without being a bird? What do you mean? Why wouldn't I fight as a phoenix, you are? Well, sometimes you can't use your devil fruit. Dragon can't use his right now, but he can fight, even with broken hands. I glanced up at the mention of my name. What Luffy said was surprisingly responsible. You couldn't always rely on your fruit to bail you out. I guess that does make sense. Pops said something similar when we were in the infirmary earlier, you are. Who was Pops? His dad was on the ship too? He's strong, so you should listen. You can't fight if you can't fight. That's why I learned how to use hockey, so I could fight Logias. Luffy, you can use hockey? Yeah, I trained for 2 years to learn it. Mario had a look of wonderment playing across his features. Wow, Luffy had someone looking up to him. I wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. I've tried learning it, but I haven't had any luck. Then again, if it took you 2 years to learn, then it must be hard to master, right, you are? Yeah, it took a lot of work. It was worth it, though. Mario went quiet for a moment, walking with his hands tucked under his arms, deep line of thought pulling up his lips. Hey, Pineapple. Mario's face twisted with annoyance, his mouth turning down in an irritated grimace. I sighed warily, turning to glare at Luffy. Seriously, if he was going to make friends with someone, the least he could do was remember their name. Luffy, don't be rude. His name's Mario. I'm Marco. My name is Marco. Oh, I was definitely closer than Luffy was at least. Hey, Marco. Luffy tried again, looking extremely pleased with himself for using his proper name. Marco huffed a little, not bothering to answer. What burned you? You're a firebird, so how did you burn? Actually, that was a surprisingly good question. How did he get those injuries? The Phoenix swiftly forgot about the misnaming incident. Instead, he absently prodded the bandage around his eyes. Ah, right, you guys were pillaging the kitchen, so you probably don't know you are. Luffy started chuckling to himself. He was such an easy person to amuse. While I winced at the comment, my eyes drifted toward the Yonko in front of us. He hadn't reacted. To be honest, he hadn't really done much of anything since we started walking. Right, so we landed on an island yesterday to get some supplies and stuff. Me, Vista, and Jozu wanted to go to town dash. He paused before elaborating. Vista and Jozu are my brothers. They're apprentices like me, which means that we got to get permission to go into town. Luffy was starting to lose interest. He yawned before interjecting. Yeah, but what happened? Marco scowled, having been interrupted. He seemed to get the message, though. Hurry up and tell the story. Anyway, we were just minding our own business when we found by Marines dash. This time I butted into the story. Hang on, you were found by Marines. Who were they? Did you get attacked by them? Marco jumped slightly, whirling in my direction. I realized he was probably surprised that I was talking to him. It's not like I'd spoken to him directly before. Yewa. I held off a lava guy while my brothers escaped. I don't know what his name was, though, Yua. A lava man? I hadn't heard of him before. Sakazuki, a dark foreboding voice said. It was a hollow sound with layers of anger beneath it. The owner of the voice was none other than Luffy. His eyes were hidden under his mop of black hair. His normal, joyful personality was gone. A blank expression would have been better this. There was so much hatred on his face. It rolled off him like a dark, suffocating aura. This person didn't even feel like the same Luffy. I found it incredibly disturbing. That kind of look didn't belong on his face. It felt so fundamentally wrong. Luffy's hand drifted up to his chest, rubbing the center of his X-shaped scar. Even though it was covered up with bandages, it was obvious that's what he was doing. You shouldn't go anywhere near that bastard. He would have killed you. My boy should never sound like that. He shouldn't look like that. If I ever meet this Sakazuki, I'm going to make sure he never makes my boy act this way. One day, I'm going to kill him. I swallowed a gulp of air, The chill I got from those words were enough to make me freeze up. Those words shouldn't belong in his mouth. He was supposed to say dumb stuff, joke about, and smile. Not this. Marco remained quiet during this time. He was fidgeting nervously. He was evidently feeling the same way I did. The conversation died for a while after that. We all walked in heavy silence. The mood solemn and uncomfortable. I was left wondering what had happened in the future to cause that kind of hatred. This Sakazuki must have done something unforgivable. What that was anyone's guess. I couldn't stand it anymore, and I decided to say something, anything that would change this painful silence. So Maurice, who's your pops you were talking about earlier? He's on the crew, I take it? Maurice jerked his head in my direction. He sighed, but it seemed relieved. My name is Marco Iwa. Oh, right, sorry. Pops is in front of us. I blinked, not understanding. Where was he? The only people here were myself, Luffy, Marco, and Whitebeard. Nobody else. Huh. Marco snorted out a mocking laugh. It was nice to someone smiling again, even if it was at my expense. He's the guy we've been following this whole time. Okay, I was starting to get annoyed with all the jeering this kid was giving me. I didn't get it. We were following the Yonko. We were following the Yonko. Whitebeard's your dad. Marco rolled into himself, howling. Why was this funny? Luffy had recovered from earlier and was now taking an interest in what was happening. What's going? Luffy asked. Obviously hadn't been paying attention until Marco was in stitches. Whitebeard is Marco's dad. I said my voice sounded slightly higher than normal. My cheeks burned from embarrassment. Why is that funny? You'd have been listening to get it, Iwa. Marco wheezed, trying to wipe a tear from his eye, but couldn't because of the bandage in the way. Aren't you shocked? Whitebeard has a son. Well, at least it made sense why he was so forgiving with Marco's rude attitude earlier. Mind you, if I had done the same rude gesture as he had, but to the old geezer, would have been in a hospital bed. For some reason, this made Marco laugh harder. Then it dawned on me, didn't he say he had brothers? So, then Whitebeard had 3 kids. Huh, I thought everyone on your crew called him Pops. Marco sucked in a breath, steadying himself. He was nodding. Yeah, I'm surprised you know that, Luffy. Not a lot of people do, you are. Luffy nodded sadly. If I hadn't been having a meltdown, I would have probably asked him what was wrong. Before the young captain could answer, I blurted out. The whole crew. Is this like a Big Mom situation? Marco immediately turned offended. He began shaking his head roughly. And Iwa, Pops is nothing like Big Mom. The Raven burst into a fit of cackles, his face turning red. Yeah, Big Mom is a nasty old hag. The blonde was bobbing up and down with wild agreement. Pops is 100 million times better than Big Mom Iwa. I was staring at Whitebeard. He hadn't even glanced our way. I was particularly astonished because we were talking about him so openly. Just talking about the Yonko normally made me nervous. Speaking about him behind his back was so much worse. But Pops isn't our biological parent, Iwa. I gawked at the kid without much understanding. I don't get. Then why do you call him that? Marco smiled lightly. It was full of fondness. He replied as if the answer was the most obvious thing in the world. Because he calls us sons. I frowned, puzzled. I couldn't get my head around it. He was the captain. So, shouldn't everyone be his subordinate? Why would he do that? You don't get, Iwa. No. It's because it makes us happy. A lot of us don't have anywhere to go. Hell, the world hates us, Iwa. I still don't get the whole Pops thing, though. Marco let out an aspirated sigh. He didn't look surprised. You don't have to get. Most people don't. But just so, you know, Pops isn't just a nickname. We all mean it, Iwa. I don't get it. Why would they call him their dad? Just to make themselves feel happy. From experience, I'd rather not have a dad. They cause nothing but trouble. Hey, not so old guy, you're blocking the stairs. I jumped at the sound of Luffy's voice, fixing my gaze towards some stairs that he had pointed out. Huh, I hadn't noticed that we had arrived. Whitebeard didn't react to Luffy's yell. Marco groaned, reaching out his hand in front of him, feeling his way over until finding himself next to his leg, and he smacked it with an audible whack. I flinched. Was he crazy? I don't care what he called him. This man was still a Yonko. Looks like he's out of it again. Iwa. The blonde flew up next to the Yonko's ear, tugging at his long hair with one of his talons, and finally shouting. Pops. Oi, Pops. You listening, Iwa? Whitebeard jolted slightly. Marco crashed back down on the ground, quickly picking himself up as the Yonko turned his eyes down to the boy. Oh, Marco, what's wrong? Marco jabbed his finger in the direction of one of the walls, which earned him a confused look off his captain. Luffy said you're blocking the stairs, Iwa. Stairs. To the top deck. Remember where we're going, Iwa. He turned back towards the stairs, acknowledging that he was indeed blocking the steps. Whitebeard's eyes slid back to Marco, who was still pointing at the wrong place. Luffy was sniggering. He repositioned Marco, so he was in the right direction. I rolled my eyes warily. Such kids. Thank you, Iwa. Whitebeard coughed, which if I wasn't mistaken was a bad attempt not to laugh at Marco. He began leading our little group upstairs. I tagged along behind pensively. Why are things so complicated? Chapter 18. Luffy's POV. Marco was climbing the stairs precariously. The Straw Hat Captain kept him in his line of sight. He had taken it upon himself to ensure his new friend didn't get hurt more, especially after he learned that Sakazuki was the bastard that had burned him. The younger teen stumbled after he missed a step, falling in reverse. Luffy grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and tossed him onto his back. That was the last straw. He decided giving him a piggyback would be easier. The boy couldn't understand why his friend didn't accept the Yonko's offer to carry him. It wasn't like it troubled the young captain anyway. It's not like the kid waited that much. In fact, Luffy found him almost too light. They joked around until the sky came into view. Then Luffy broke into a run, springing over Whitebeard and into the open with a laugh and a grin. As soon as Luffy and Dragon were on top deck, several things happened. First, Luffy set Marco down. His friend literally just had his feet on the floor. The next thing he knew, the blonde was swallowed in a giant hug by a guy. He was chubby with black cornrows. His face was round and childish. It took the Raven a moment to realize that he was a just really big kid. Another boy came running after the young boy, who scolded him for bear-hugging Marco. He let go of the Firebird, beginning to bow his head and apologizing profusely. Luffy found the situation rather funny, chuckling at Marco's attempts to ease the boy's sorries. Marco told him that this kid was his baby brother. This got a small reaction out of Dragon, which was hardly even noticeable. Except to Luffy, who was extremely good at reading people. The boy just accepted that this was Marco's little brother without much care. After all, blood wasn't everything. Luffy knew that better than anyone. Next, a small crowd gathered around them, most likely coming to gawk at Luffy and Dragon. The younger Raven just ignored them in favor of introducing himself and Dragon to Marco's brothers. The young captain decided that he liked the other two boys. They seemed nice and Marco was really fond of them. Not to mention Luffy assumed that these were the brothers the blonde was protecting from Sakazuki. Marco was a good brother. The little audience was talking in hushed voices. Some mean comments were thrown their way, mostly to do with Gramps. Luffy just shrugged them off, not really giving a fly heck about what they thought. They didn't like Gramps, but that was nothing to do with him. Luffy glanced at Dragon. He was staring absolute daggers, despite having a blank face. The Yonko shooed them off when he noticed the long-haired Raven starting to get irritated. He looked a little concerned about Dragon, regarding him thoughtfully. After a moment, the older captain closed his eyes wearily, and the way he slumped his shoulders, it wasn't just his eyes that were tired. He motioned to Marco's older brother Vista. He came over with a warning to the youngest brother to leave Marco alone, or to at least not crush him. They had quick, quiet exchange, with Vista nodding, glancing at Dragon and Luffy. This made the older monkey stiffen, giving them a suspicious look through narrowed eyes. Whitebeard wandered off somewhere, leaving the two Ds with an awkward Vista, who had orders to find them a spare cabin to stay in. The room that the monkeys had been given was small. It had very few things in it, just a crooked wooden desk, a couple of crates that could be used as a surface area, and a single bed in one corner. They had been given a hammock, which Luffy had claimed, along with a single oil lamp, which was going to be the only source of light. That was it. They didn't have anything else. The young captain wasn't really bothered. As long as he had a place to sleep and he was given food, he really didn't care. Dragon was fascinated with the bed. As soon as Vista, who Luffy thought looked like a magician, was gone, the long-haired Raven flopped on top of the bunk with a blissful expression. The boy preferred hammocks anyway. They were a lot more fun. The Straw Hat Captain began setting up his hammock, leaving Dragon fiddling around with the oil lamp. It was going to be dark soon, and they wouldn't be able to see anything in their windowless cabin. The man was having problems. He had the lamp clamped between his feet to stop it from moving, while his bandaged hands were completely useless as he tried to switch it on miserably. Luffy sighed, dropping what he was doing, and wandered over to help. He crouched down next to a frustrated Dragon and turned it on for him. The man glanced down, looking away out of sheer embarrassment. The boy didn't say anything and went back to working on his hammock. The time ticked by slowly in silence. The young captain had never been good with the quiet. It made him feel lonely even if he wasn't alone. It was nice of them to give us a room. Dragon grunted in response. He was perched on the edge of his mattress with his head down, and his arms hung loosely on his knees. Well, Dragon are okay. He peered through his shaggy hair. The guy looked worn out with dark bags under his eyes. Not really, if I'm being honest. The teen gave him a small smile, hoping that his friend would elaborate without having to ask. I guess things are, well, you see, the thing is, it's complicated. What's complicated? This whole thing is. Dragon gestured with both hands in a circle motion, his shackles rattling loudly as he did. This caused him to glower at the things. Why? Luffy really couldn't understand what his problem was. The crew had been nothing but nice to them. What was so complicated about that? It's just, I don't know. It just feels wrong. The older shouted. He fell on his back, clutching his face, or trying to anyway. This seemed to aggravate him more. He kicked his feet in the air, growling almost like a beast. They shouldn't be like this. Who aren't? This whole damn crew. Luffy frowned, causing his face to wrinkle. His mouth was pulled into a long, straight line. He crossed his arms, letting his head fall to one side in puzzlement. What's wrong with the crew? They're really nice to us. That's the problem. I don't get it. Dragon jumped up from his bed, beginning to pace back and forth. His posture was rigid and his expression troubled. Neither do I. But what you and I don't get are two completely different things. Luffy gazed at the aggravated pacing man. He wasn't sure what he could say to make him feel better. He wished he could though. Hey Luffy, you know Whitebeard and that blonde kid, right? Yeah. Do you know them well? No. Then how many times have you met them? Once. Dragon stopped on the spot, gaping at him with shock. Only once. But the way you talk to them is so familiar, you know stuff about them too. You said that Whitebeard was a good person. When you've only met him once, how can you determine that just from one meeting? Luffy was soundless for a moment, his eyes falling on his chest. He lightly touched his scar. Sadness swelled inside. A scene played in his head, one that still gave him nightmares to this very day. Thank you for loving someone like me. Because I tried to save my brother. Dragon's eyes went wide. He turned to face Luffy fully. You have a brother. Is he my dash? No, but he was still my big brother. The man walked over to the young captain, lowering himself into a crossed-legged position next to Luffy. He was your brother? He died 2 years ago. Sakazuki killed him, dash. Luffy's voice trembled slightly, but he refused to cry. Ace would have called him a cry-baby. Because he protected me. Dragon placed a hand on his shoulder. He tired to rub his back, but he ended up sucking in a painful gasp. Lou, I'm sorry, Dash. It's fine, it was 2 years ago. Yeah, but that doesn't stop it from hurting. When I lost my mom, I couldn't stop crying. I still miss her to this day, and even now, I still want to cry. You lost your mom? Yeah, when I was 10. I lost mom too, but I never met her. Dragon looked down sadly, leaning on Luffy's shoulder in an attempt at comforting him. So, you don't know your mom, either? Luffy shook his head. He wrapped his arms around his knees, bringing them up to rest his chin on. I'm so sorry. Dragon bowed his head low to the ground, his words dripping with sadness and even a little pain. What for it's not your fault. The other raven laughed humorlessly. He placed his head on the floor. Luffy frowned at him with worry. Of course it's my fault. I should have been there for you. I should have been there. But Dragon, it isn't your FEU dash. Yes, it is. That big brother of yours should have been my responsibility too. You shouldn't have had to go through that. When he became your brother, then he should have become my son. Which means that TH dash. Luffy was taken back. He honestly had no idea what to say. It wasn't your fault your brother died. He was protecting you when that should have been my job. I should have protected both of you. But you didn't even know Ace. It's not like I knew you either. Dragon was panting, face blushed with anger. He curled into himself. His shaking shoulders were full of tension, and he whispered, I don't want to be like the old geezer. You're not like Gramps. You're nothing like him. He used to give me and Ace such a hard time. Every time he came to visit, he would chase up with his fists of love, but you never did that, so I think I like you better already. I didn't do anything. Luffy shrugged indifferently, putting a hand on his back. Dragon flinched. Shouldn't I be the one comforting you? You already tried. He smiled little, raising his gaze half-heartedly. What was Ace like? Luffy grinned, wiping his watering eyes. He loved to talk about Ace, even if it made him sad. He was really cool and strong, but kind of grumpy. He was really stubborn, and he would never back down from a fight. He was funny too. He would fall asleep everywhere, especially when he was eating. The amount of times he would headbutt his food, it always made people stare. But he was a good big brother. Dragon looked away distantly. He had a wit-full look about him. He sounded like a fun. I bet he was a nice guy if he was your brother. Luffy bobbed his head in agreement. A wide smile plastered on his face. Thinking back made him want to laugh and cry. He was the best. Dragon gave him sideways glance. He looked interested to know more. So, was he a pirate too? Oh yeah, he left when he was 17. He had his own crew for a while. What happened to them? I think they all joined this crew. Dragon gave him a skeptical look. A light frown formed on his face. Why would they do that? Don't know, I guess they like to hear. The boy threw his arms in the air. He didn't know the answer. Wait, didn't you say they try to save Hai? Sorry, I shouldn't ask that. Forget it, Lou. I bet it's a touchy subject. He sighed. He didn't mind telling him after all he was trying to understand, and that was a good thing. It's okay. I don't mind telling you trying to understand stuff, so it can't be bad. Yeah, but I don't want to make it worse. His friend started waving his hands in front of him. His face was full of guilt. Really, it's fine, I don't mind. I'm happy you're interested in Ace. He still didn't look particularly happy about it, but he gave in. Ace got caught by somebody called Blackbeard. He gave him over to the government, and he was locked away and impelled down. So I went there and tried to break him out, but I got there too late, and he got taken to Marineford. Dragon was listening, hanging on to every single word, seriousness oozing from him. He was staring at his shackles with disgust. They obviously reminded him of his time with the Marines. At Marineford, they wanted to execute him. This big, huge war happened because of it. I went to save my brother. and so did the Whitebeard pirates with their allies. The boy was watching Dragon with interest. His reaction was one that he wasn't expecting. He looked confused and bewildered, his mouth drawn into a harsh line and his eyes were narrowed. They did that for one single member? That's insane. I mean, it's not a bad thing, obviously, but it's still crazy. Did you why? Because he was part of his crew. The man was shaking his head, not understanding. He looked over at him, gaze sharp and uneasy. Why would Whitebeard bother with that? No offense, he's got so many crew members. Would one even matter to him? All my crew matter to me. I would go out of my way to save any one of them. Dragon took in a sharp breath, aspirated. Yeah, but that's you, that isn't him. He wanted to save my brother, then he couldn't have been a bad person. Also, Ace didn't just take to anybody. He liked the old guy. The long-haired raven, still distrustful, his eyes half-lidded and full of cynicism. If he's anything like you, then I don't know. You like everyone. Actually, there's lots of people I don't like. Oh, really, who? Luffy thought hard. A long list of people popped into his head. After a moment, he decided not to think about it anymore. There's no point in proving a point. So instead, he put his brain to better use and continued his story. Anyway, I made my way to Marineford. I was convinced I was going to save him. And I managed to get all the way to execution platform, and I even managed to free him dash. That's where Luffy's story ended. He didn't want to talk about it anymore. He didn't want to remember that particular moment. Dragon seemed to comprehend, and he didn't push him anymore. Instead, he decided to pat him on the back again. He grimaced at the pain that he was in, but he continued anyways. For a while, they sat there next to each other without saying anything, a solemn air between them. Neither of them knew what to say or what to do. Hey, Dragon. Yo, what's up? Thanks for listening. It's really no problem. Thanks for telling me. Must have been hard. Thanks for trusting me too. It's been a while. Luffy smiled lightly. Of course he trusted him. Why wouldn't he? Luffy, I promise I'm going to make things different this time. I'm going to make sure that Ace is alive, and I'm going to make sure that you're okay too. I'm going to make sure that I take care of you when you're a kid. I won't forget you. It's a promise. Dragon. That made Luffy happy more than he could ever express, so he just sat there and looked away, fiddling with his fingers. Maybe having a dad would be nice, especially if it was this dragon and not his now dragon. Luffy liked this one a lot. They sat in the quiet for a while. The silence was comfortable this time. The young captain thought back on his childhood, the smiles of his brothers well etched into his mind. Chapter 19. Dragon's POV. The rocking ship, accompanied by the sounds of rough waves, was keeping me up. I was used to it. I'd spent a good number of years stuck on marine vessels for months at a time. But I think it had more to do with my nerves being shot. Today had been stressful and long, with a lot of information being dumped on me. The conversation with Luffy last night had completely drained all of my energy. Is this what it felt like to be emotionally drained? If it was, I didn't like it. My bed was comfy. To be honest, it was almost too comfortable. My whole body sank into the mattress. I felt like I was drowning in it. Maybe having a hammock would have been better after all. I would ask Luffy to swap, yet the kid was the one who had claimed it in the first place. I guess he preferred hammocks as well. Was I seriously worrying about beds? When we were in such a precarious situation? Wow, I must be going crazy. This is what I'm worried about. Beds? Not the literal strongest man whose ship we're on. I knew that we weren't in any real danger. If the pirates are going to do anything, then they would have done so already. They would have locked us up, probably shackled Luffy, and they wouldn't have treated our injuries. Heck, we would still be on the old geezer's ship. Here we were, in a cabin with a place to sleep with no restraints on us. Well, except for the ones that I had gotten from the Marines. It was almost too good to be true. We were okay. It didn't mean that I wasn't unnerved by the whole situation. This just didn't feel right. It couldn't be right. But what Luffy had said made me stop. It made me shut up and think. I trusted my boy. I would give him the benefit of the doubt. It wasn't like we had anywhere else to go anyway. For now, we just had to stay here. Until we could get off on an island. Then I could help him get back to his future. We couldn't stay here. This was dangerous for us. The Whitebeard pirates were infamous, and if we were seen associating with them, we would become infamous with them. It wouldn't matter to the Marines, even if we weren't with them. It didn't matter if we weren't part of the crew. To them, we would seen as a threat to be eradicated. We did not need that kind of press. The sooner we got away from the Yonko's crew, the better. Then we could concentrate on getting Luffy home, which would be a worry off my mind considering he couldn't keep his trap shut for 2 minutes. At some point, he'd blurt out something to the wrong person and the future would change. Admittedly, I was kind of part of that problem considering I had promised to change the future for him. I had promised to save his brother. What kind of consequences would that hold? Did I even have a right to do that? To selfishly change the future for my not even born son? What would happen if I messed up his future too? What if by meddling with my future and his future, I managed to completely erase the person I was so determined to help? What if he wasn't born? Then what? I shuddered, squeezing my eyes shut. I didn't want to even think about that possibility. It was a big possibility. But when Luffy told me what had happened, I didn't hesitate to make such a promise. In that moment, I just want to make him happy, to see him smile. It appalled me to think that I'd abandoned not just one son but two. Apparently, the old geezer had actually officially adopted Ace as his grandson. This meant that he was technically my adoptive son. And I just completely disregarded both of them in favor of what? Well, I didn't know what, but I did know how shit a dad I had was. Didn't the other me want to prove that we weren't the same? Maybe future me was scared of becoming like the old geezer like I was. Perhaps I had reasoned with myself that I couldn't be a terrible father if I wasn't there to be one. Dumb I know, yet I could almost see it from that perspective. I was so horrified at being like my father that I tried to be the complete anti-version of him. That was possibly the wrong approach. I pulled the blanket over my head, shaking my mind mentally. I couldn't lie here all night worrying about stuff that hadn't even happened yet, that might not even happen. I need to get some sleep before my brain explodes from all this stress. Vista's POV. He was woken to a loud bang, followed by a groan of pain. The sign that Vista's younger brother Marco was awake. He was probably tripping over all of his junk on his side of the cabin. The older boy rolled over on his left flank, blinking open his eyes bleary to find that Marco was lying in pile on the wooden plank flooring, having stumbled over a stack of books he had left in the middle of the floor. Didn't I tell you to tidy up? Vista said drowsily. The blonde turned towards the sound of his voice. He gave him a grumpy look and stuck his tongue out. It wouldn't be a problem if my stupid eyes had healed by now. Maybe they are healed, and I just don't know because I still have this dumb blindfold on, you ah. The young swordsman sighed. It was too early for this. So instead, Vista pushed himself up, ignoring Marco in favor of getting dressed. The Phoenix was trying to find his way through his mess, which really was just him pushing stuff out of his path. Did he have to be so loud? He was going to wake up Jozu, but it was too late by then, and his youngest brother had started to shuffle around, mumbling to himself. Poor kid had been having night terrors again. He would throw himself around and sometimes even wake up screaming. He hadn't slept much last night because of it. Marco and Vista often got up to sit with him. Lately, he would get up himself and find one of them. But not last night. Nobody actually knew what the boy was dreaming about, only that it had something to do with his past. He wouldn't tell anyone, not out of distrust, but rather not wanting to be a bother. It didn't matter how many times he was told that it was no bother, he still refused to say. All Vista really knew was that Jozu used to be a thief in a small gang. He was often used as the scapegoat or even as bait to lure away the police or Marines. Because of his devil fruit, he always managed to escape, and for whatever reason the Diamond Boy would keep going back to the gang. While it was in the past, he was in a much better place now. He had a family who cared about him. The kid had slowly started to open up. One day, he may finally come to realize that he was not an inconvenience, and they'd be able to help him get past his night terrors. You good, Jozu? I heard you thrashing about again. Yeah, bud, I heard you too. Do you want to talk about it? You want? You didn't get up and find one of us. How come? Jozu pulled his blanket over his head, curling up almost like a defensive ball. Sorry, I didn't want to wake you up. Sorry. Vista, who was now dressed, moved around to Jozu's bed and sat down next to the large lump under the covers. He rested his hand on the boy's back, giving him soothing pat. How many times do we need to tell you? You aren't a bother? Jozu rustled around a little, peering out at Vista, smiling shyly. The young swordsman patted him once more, then got up, returning his smile. Marco, where are you off to? I'm gonna get changed and wake up Luffy for breakfast, you ah. I guess that means I have to come too. You don't have to do anything, you ah. Right, like I'm gonna let you walk all the way to the other side of the ship in your condition, on your own. You'd end up over the railings in 5 minutes flat. Vista's words were dripping with sarcasm. He was normally quite a polite and humble kind of person, but not about this. Nah, I wouldn't, you ah. That's literally what's happened 3 days straight. Yesterday, you got stuck in a barrel, and Whitey found you 2 hours later. Marco sucked in his lips awkwardly. He was suddenly very interested in fiddling around with his hair. Just get changed, and then we can go. The blonde boy stumbled through several articles of clothing that had been tossed carelessly on the floor. He leaned over to pick up a shirt, gave it a sniff, causing him to wrinkle his nose, then proceeded to dump it. Please tell me you're going to wash that? Marco shrugged, grabbing another shirt which he deemed to be clean and pulled it on. Marco, that's gross. What? Just because I'm not a neat freak like you, doesn't mean it's gross, you ah. Personal hygiene isn't being a neat freak, it's called being healthy. The younger boy decided to roll his eyes and ignore him. Vista couldn't say he was surprised. He was always like that. Jozo, are you going to get some more sleep? The lump under the quilt moved, sticking out a hand which formed a thumbs up. The dark-haired teen was pleased. He might actually get some sleep if Marco was out of the way. Vista had turned his attention back to his blonde brother. He was in the middle of jumping up and down, trying to get a pair of shorts on. He rubbed his forehead, reminding himself to nag Marco when his eyes were better to tidy his side of the cabin. The other 2 apprentices lived in here too. They should at least be able to get to the door without tripping over his junk. No wonder the apprentices had their own room. The adults wouldn't want a messy teenage living with them. It just meant that Vista and Jozu had to deal with Marco's uncleanly hoarding habit, topped with his lack of order. All right, let's go, you all. Marco attempted to find the door. Instead of locating the exit, he fell over a box, and he smacked face first into his bunk. The young swordsman made his way over to his brother, who he picked up off the ground and began dragging. This is going to be a long day, I can feel it. When they arrived, Marco banged on the door loudly. A moment later, he barged in without waiting for a response. Marco, the dark-haired teen, tried to grab him, but he missed his arm, leaving his younger brother to storm in on his unsuspecting victims. He felt bad for the two of them. Vista followed after, moving at much more subdued pace. The cabin was small, without much furniture. A couple of things lay around. They were mostly tucked out of the way. On some crates, there were a couple of books, a sea chart with several things circled on it, along with a small stack of papers that had some pens sat on them. A oil lamp was hung from the ceiling by a nail. There was a bed in one corner, and a hammock was hung above it. In the hammock was the younger brother Luffy. His legs were hanging out on either side, blanket tossed over his belly. It didn't cover anything else. He was snoring away without a care in the world, oblivious to Marco barging in loudly. The bed belonged to the older, much scarier brother. He was definitely awake, lying on his side, giving them an evil glare. Clearly, he did not appreciate being woken up in such an abrupt manner. Then again, he wasn't that friendly anyway. Usually he had a blank look on his face, and if he did happen to show any expression, it was normally that of annoyance or suspicion. Vista found Dragon unnerving. He made him feel kind of uncomfortable, nervous even. Luffy, wake up. It's breakfast time. Sorry, I tried to stop him. Vista bowed his head towards Dragon. He really didn't want to make him angry. The guy made him feel small, weak like some kind of prey animal. Judging from what he'd been told, Dragon was very dangerous. Even being shackled, without his devil fruit power, he had still managed to crush Garp's arm without much difficulty. He had even done it at the expense of shattering the bones of his own hand. He lacked the fear of pain that most normal people did. That in itself told him how dangerous the man was. Luffy's head shot up with a big wide grin on his face. He was drooling. He threw his hands in the air enthusiastically, jumping off his hammock, legs stretched abnormally long before he hit the floorboards with a thump. He was about to bolt out the door when Dragon got in his way. He gave him a stern look, and Raven backed down with a pout. Wait a minute, Luffy. You have to get dressed. You can't run off like that. That was extremely true. All he was wearing was his boxers. That would be quite inappropriate to go to a canteen like that. People would be eating. He just wouldn't be very nice. Also, the chiefs were all that fond of the brothers either. Oh, shishishi. I forgot. I forget too sometimes, Yua. That was also sadly true, though it was debatable if dirty clothes really counted as appropriate either. Possibly not. Vista could sympathize with Dragon on this one thing at least. Little brothers were kind of gross, or maybe it was just these two. Jozu was polite and clean. Maybe Marco would grow into being like that. It was definitely saying something when the 12-year-old was more manageable than the 15 going 16-year-old was. Vista and Marco waited while the brothers got changed. The young swordsman found it uncomfortable. The blonde didn't seem to care. He just stood there chatting away to Luffy. Leaving him picking at his sword's hilt, Dragon was staring darkly at them again. What was his problem? He was so distrustful. It had been 3 days since they had escaped the infirmary, and he still had his guard up. He was still giving everyone the death glare, and he still refused to talk unless he absolutely felt like he had to. He would have talked to Pops, but it was usually one-liners or quick, forced, polite answers. He wasn't rude to him per se, yet it wasn't nice either. Now his little brother was the exact opposite. He was plain friendly. He was more than happy to talk. In fact, he sometimes didn't make any sense at all. He would comment on things in strange or odd ways. He would address people strangely too. The most notable nickname was the one he called Pops, not so old guy. Shouldn't it have been just guy at that point? He wasn't calling him old. He was a little weird. They'll give Vista Luffy any day over Murder Eyes Dragon. At least Luffy was a nice, genuine person, even if he was a little dim. If someone had pointed at the two of them and asked him, without knowing what he did, who they were, brothers wouldn't even cross his mind. Sure, they looked similar, what with the black scruffy hair and the, No, that was it. There was nothing else remotely alike about them. They were a stark contrast to one another. One was happy-go-lucky, always smiling, and the other was a cold, unexpressive individual. Once the monkeys were sorted, Luffy did make a run for it, having grabbed Marco under his arm, carrying him like a log or something, with Dragon in close pursuit, leaving behind Vista in the dust. He groaned, jogging after them. This was turning to a tiring day after all. Chapter 20. Dragon's POV. We've been wandering around here for 3 days now, without restriction, and somehow things have become normal. We just kind of fell into a routine, I suppose. Mario, no, that's not right, Maurice. No, that's not it either. Either way, the blonde kid would come and wake us up every single morning without fail. Usually he has, what's his name? Well, a young swordsman with him. He was pretty polite compared to that weird blonde kid. He was kind of rude like Luffy. He would barge into our room, shouting for us to get up. I mean, come on, this is our room. He could at least be respectful about. Then we were dragged to the galley to eat. I mean, eating is definitely one of my pleasures in life. I love to eat, but I don't enjoy the cooks staring at us like they were going to flambe us. It wasn't fun. We stole food from them one time. We got it. We shouldn't have done it. It's in the past now. So could we just move on? The answer was no. Every time we went up to get food, we had to apologize again, or they wouldn't serve us. All the while Luffy would complain, calling them stingy. I don't think that the name calling helped. Not to mention, every time we went into the cafeteria, the whole crew would stare. Some serious, some disapproving, and some thought we were something to stare at. I genuinely hated it. They were judging us. The same judgmental glares I'd always gotten. They weren't seeing me, they were seeing the old geezer. It didn't matter wherever I went, I was always going to be that man's son. I was never going to get away from that. And I hated that fact. Why did they have to see him? I didn't want to be anything like him. I didn't even want to be related to him. So why did everyone have to see my old geezer in me? Well, at least Luffy didn't seem to care. If anything, he just completely ignored it, like most things to be honest. I wish I didn't give a damn. Life would be so much simpler. But it would be wrong to say everyone looked at us like that. The majority didn't really seem to care. They would mostly just ignore us, and to be frank, I preferred that. Anyway, things could have been worse. We could have been chained up somewhere in a cell. At least we had some sort of freedom. We could wander around anywhere we wanted on this ship. There was no restriction, which admittedly weirded me out. They didn't even know us. For all they knew, we could have been Marines in disguise. But for some reason, we were still allowed to go anywhere we wanted. When we had taken a trip up to the library, we were allowed to take some books away. I had picked up a sea chart and some paper with pens. They hadn't so much as questioned our motives. They were for the plan. I'd marked out the position where the Marine warships had been sailing, the Marine base where we had visited just before the attack, and now I had made some mental notes on the closest possible islands that the Whitebeard ship had visited. I had decided against asking any of the crew about the name of the island. They may get suspicious and ask why we wanted to know. This was between me and Luffy. We didn't need any unwanted attention. If I had my way, we wouldn't even leave our cabin. That would also be suspicious, and Luffy would get grumpy with me because he wouldn't be able to spend time with his friend. So, all the planning was left to the evening when retired for the night. It's not like I could leave the kid alone with any of them, who would open his big mouth and everything would come out. So, I was forced to follow him around the whole day, which I suppose was fine. I didn't mind too much. The apprentices were okay. Luffy had made friends with all three of them in various degrees. Don't ask me why we had been absorbed into the apprentices' little group. I had no idea. I mean, we were definitely older than them. But then again, the boy acted like a kid anyway. Even though he was 19, he really didn't act it. Don't ask me how he was a captain. It made my head hurt whenever I thought about it. His crew must have had the patience of saints, or they were just batshit crazy like he was, and they all got along like a house on fire. I wouldn't be surprised if his crew were one of the weirdest. I could just imagine him recruiting someone just because they were weird. I wonder if any of them are normal? Never mind, I don't want to know. The last few days that we had spent hanging out with the apprentices weren't that bad. Once we'd finished breakfast, we'd help them with their chores. Don't ask me how we ended up doing their chores with them. This wasn't even our ship, yet we still helped out with scrubbing the deck, with rearranging the storage or counting the stocks. And when I said we, I mean everyone, but the blonde kid he couldn't see to do anything, which meant that we did his work for him. Granted, the kid did try to help. However, he just got in the way. He'd fall over everything, and he even fell in the ocean once. It was easier to do his work for him. It was just so damn painful watching him try to do it himself. This was coming from the guy that had 2 broken hands. I could literally do nothing particularly useful, and I could still do more than this kid. I got it. It wasn't his fault he got attacked by the lava guy, who, by the way, I really wanted to kill, as he was the cause of the brutal murder of Ace. Where's I? Right? The kid was completely useless at the moment. I've never been a big sympathetic person. I can feel sympathy, sure. I'm not very good at showing it. It was probably due to the way I grew up. Unless my arm was hanging off, or if I was severely injured or ill, I'd been told to suck it up and get over it. I knew that wasn't any way to be, but I didn't really know how not to be like that. I have to admit Luffy was an exception. I genuinely felt for him. Maybe it was because of who he was, or perhaps it came from knowing what he had been through firsthand. I found it much easier to express myself around him. He just took me for who I was. It didn't matter who I was to him. He was the sort of person who judged you on your actions and not on your heritage or standing in the world. There weren't enough people out there like him. He was a good kid. I was proud of him. Anyway, when we had finished doing the daily chores, we were allowed to do whatever we wanted. It was usually just spent messing around, training, hanging out in various weird rooms. This ship had everything. It was big, yes, but the amount of stuff actually on the ship was stunning. And when I say it had everything, it had everything. You wanted to go to a gym, they had a gym. A bar, you got it. Library, with every single book genre imaginable, they had it. I mean, they had a freaking aquarium for God's sake. That was just the tip of the iceberg. I could go on for hours about how much crap they had on this boat. That would take all day. If I thought the ship was weird, the crew so much stranger. They were unique to say the least, and they gave us funny looks. I don't judge on people on looks. I would always judge people on their character, but their characters were damn weird. They all had very unique points of view, which of course is not necessarily a bad thing. It was stuff I just couldn't get my head around. Like being a family. Also, a lot of them were crazy. They did insane shit 24/7. There was this one guy, I think his name is Fossil. He seems to be obsessed with guns, and he was tinkering with a cannon, trying to shove something down the hole, which resulted in him blowing up a whole room. The only real response he got was, "Do you know how early it is in the morning? You'd better clear up your mess." Then there was this blue-haired woman. She had a bad temper on her. She chased somebody around with a sword for an hour before she finally caught them and chucked them overboard. As it turns out, they couldn't even swim, and some poor bastard had to jump in after him and get the poor guy. Why'd you do this? Oh right, the guy had accidentally spilled ink on her. Then there's this other guy with dreadlocks. He had this ball and chain who he was always talking to, petting like some kind of dog, and as it turns out, the thing was alive. How is alive? I don't know. Do I want to know? No, I don't think I do. That was just a small part of the crew. Though the weirdest one, I'd have to say, was actually the captain. This man just confused me. I didn't understand him. He was baffling. Where to begin? Whitebeard was something else. He lived up to his title of the strongest man in the world, yet his personality didn't match it at all. To the outside world, he was a terrifying individual. He was a massive presence towering over everyone, and he could literally obliterate an island if he really wanted to. He came across as an arrogant, proud, and maybe even a little cold man. You could feel his presence a mile off. A suffocating aura emanated off him. People could fold under all that kind of power. On this ship, he wasn't anything like that at all. He was a jovial person. I would see him wandering around talking to the crew in a nice and gentle manner. In fact, he didn't act much like a captain at all. I had seen him doing what you could call grunt work. Okay, sure, I had never seen him scrubbing the deck or peeling potatoes. But I had seen him carrying cargo back and forth, usually stuff that would probably take 2 to 4 people to move, or he would help out with ship repairs, be it carrying wooden planks or holding something still so someone else could do the job. I found it incredibly odd. That wasn't even half of it. He would sit down and share on the deck in the evenings, drinking sake like it was water. Honestly, this was the sort of thing I expected from Yonko Captain. In these rare moments, he looked like one. What with his captain's coat, the way he lounged proudly on his giant, almost throne, drinking his alcohol very leisurely. Then the image would disappear in an instant. This was normally the time of day that the apprentices, Luffy, and I came back from whatever it was we had been doing that day. They would greet the Yonko with some, "Hey Pops," along with wide happy smiles, which he would return with same enthusiasm and would call them his sons. Then the youngest kid, Jozu, would climb up onto his lap, swiftly followed by the other 2 boys coming to sit either side of him on the chair arms. At that point, I would drag Luffy back to our cabin. I found the whole thing extremely uncomfortable to watch, after which the blonde kid would shout out after us, asking us to come back. Then when we didn't, he would instead call out that he would see us tomorrow. The whole thing bothered me, but that wasn't the only reason I would take us back to the cabin. We had a plan to formulate things that I needed to ask Luffy about, information I needed to get from him to get him home. To be fair, the boy wasn't all that help. He would hardly listen to what I was saying. If he did listen, it was normally followed by a whiny, bratty retort like, "This is boring. Why do we have to leave? It was fun," among other things. I would have thought that being as desperate as he was to get back to his crew, he would try to help, or at the very least listen to what I had to say. But this was Luffy I was talking about. He wasn't the type to sit quietly and plan ahead. I still wondered how he had survived all this time with his attitude. I concluded that it was probably by the skin of his teeth. Seeing how beaten up he was when I first met him, he really wasn't much better now either. Damn kid. The next couple of hours were spent highlighting textbooks, the only thing I could manage with broken hands, along with researching the next island we might land on and what we could come across. I had come up with several different plans, as well as some backups if something unforeseen happened. That being if this crew turned on us, which was still a big possibility. Just because they hadn't done anything yet didn't mean they wouldn't. I was more inclined to believe in an ulterior motive than they simply being good people, even if that's what they seemed to be. Luffy had fallen asleep not long after I'd started, snoozing away on my bed, laying on some papers, snoring loudly. I rolled my eyes. He was such a kid. Once I was satisfied with my work for tonight, I decided to turn in as well. I shoved Luffy over to the other side of my bed, pulling his blanket off of his hammock and chucking it over him. I flopped on my back next to the kid, dragging my cover overhead, and went promptly to sleep. What a boring day. 30 years before. Chapter 21. Luffy's POV. Luffy enjoyed fishing. It reminded him of the time he spent on the Sunny, relaxing with his crew, whittling away the days. It brought back some normality to his life. He might not admit it, but he was homesick. The young captain missed his crew. They were his precious friends. They gave him the strength he needed to see his dream to fruition. Now, he felt lonely some of his strength had started to waver. They were the reason he hadn't completely lost it when Ace died. Before he knew he would see them again, the situation he was in now didn't guarantee it. To some extent, he understood the trouble he was in. If Luffy did something wrong, like telling someone he was from the future, it might cause him not to meet one of his crew. He didn't really get how that could cause something like that, but Luffy did trust Dragon. If he told him that, then he would believe him. This was one of the causes for his homesickness in the first place, the fear that he would never see his home again. His ship and friends were his home. The thought of never having that again made his stomach knot. "Hey, I got one yuan." Marco was pulling at his fishing pole with heavy effort, tugging it towards him in an attempt to haul his thrashing fish. Luffy reached over effortlessly, helping his young friend to tear the thing out of the water. The large brute was thrown into the air, souring over the railing. Magician leapt after it, slicing the fish up with relative ease with his sword. The now sushi fell into a messy pile, definitely lacking the expertise that Zoro did. The dark-haired teen landed unsteadily, slipping on some fish guts and fell on his butt. Luffy and Marco burst out laughing at the rather spectacular fail, causing their swordsman friend to blush profusely. Even Jozu snorted a quick giggle, which he immediately hid with his arm. The only one who didn't react was Dragon. He stayed in the same spot by the railing, back resting against it, without looking up. "Boy, I'm glad I saw that. I've missed my eyes. I'm never going to take them for granted again, Yua." That was true. Today marked the first day that Marco had been allowed to take his blindfold bandages off. He was in such a good mood because of it. He hadn't stopped smiling all morning. "Wow, Magician, that was terrible. Shishishi. That's not very swordsman-wise." "Yes, haha, it's very funny. Vista fell on his butt. Seriously, guys, I'm in training. Leave me alone." The young swordsman snapped defensively as he waved his sword back and forth in annoyance, face bright red like a tomato. "PFFFPPP, okay. Well, stop, Yua." Marco clapped his hand over his mouth, trying to keep his laughter in. Luffy just continued, rolling around on his back. Still, Luffy finally managed to quiet his cackling, turning his head and forcing his mouth into his shoulder, muffling it. For a while afterwards, Magician refused to cut up any more fish, until Luffy and Marco apologized, and even then he was only half-hearted. The young captain didn't care. He was having fun regardless. It almost felt like home, even if it was only a little. They were getting a pretty good haul. Maybe the chefs would finally forgive him and Dragon once they gave him the fish. When lunch rolled around, Luffy and his friends carried their produce down to the galley. They had stuffed it all in some empty crates that the blue-haired woman had found for them. She helped them out with stocking the boxes. Somehow she even used some kind of mystery technique to freeze it. The cooks were pretty pleased, even praising the amount of variety. They eventually forgave the monkeys, saying that as long as they didn't steal from the kitchen again and kept out of trouble, they wouldn't have a problem. With the kitchen staff's blessing, they all sat down, enjoying some much-needed food. Marco and Magician had made a bet to see who could eat more, Luffy or Dragon. It ended with half the canteen joining in, cheering and placing bets. The winner was undecided because they ran out of food to actually continue. Everyone was pretty peeved about that, calling sabotage. They broke into a rather messy brawl with the cooks. The apprentices and the 2Ds crawled out of there before they could get caught in the middle of it. They escaped back onto the top deck, where they all decided it was a good idea to not mention the small incident in the galley. They didn't want to get in more trouble. So, they got in more trouble. They were all sat on the ship's whale figurehead in a loose circle. The only one who wasn't sat with them was Dragon. He had decided to sit on bottom step of said figurehead, so he was mostly out of earshot. Why was he being so antisocial? Luffy didn't get it. Dragon was more than happy to speak and joke around with him normally. Why not with these guys? They were really fun and nice. The Straw Hat Captain turned his attention to Marco. He was in his fire bird form, stretching his wings and getting ready to fly around the ship for a bit. He hadn't been able to go for a fly for almost 5 days. It had been driving his friend nuts. As someone who had a devil fruit, Luffy could understand his frustration. The power possessed was part of the very being of a person. It was part of that person, and not being able to act on it was hard. It was like denying a part of yourself. Luffy couldn't imagine how Dragon felt. He had told the boy that he had had the shackles on getting on a year. The thought alone made the younger Raven feel slightly sick. They needed to get those awful things off of him. "Oi, Marco, how fast can you fly?" The firebird paused. He brought one of his wings under his beak, rubbing it back and forth, thinking hard about it. I'm not sure, Wah. I'm faster than normal birds, but how fast I don't know." Luffy nodded. Then a thought sprang to mind. Before the idea had even formed properly, he blurted it out. "I bet I could make you go even faster." This piqued the 3 apprentices' interest. They leant forward, listening intently to Luffy's explanation. "That sounds awesome. Let's do it, Yua. I wish I could fly." "Marco, you're lucky, you know that, right? That sounds so fun." Magician complained wistfully. Marco chuckled, obviously proud of it. Jozu was the only one who didn't say anything. He looked intrigued, though. So how do I go about it, Iwa? Grab my shoulders with your talons. Marco complied, easily landing on Luffy's shoulders and clutching his upper body. Fold your wings. The wind will get in the way otherwise. The young swordsman suggested. The blonde nodded, doing as he said. Right. Marco, when I tell you start flying, do it okay. Marco grinned, eagerly looking down at Luffy's face. He gave him a bird equivalent to a thumbs up. The raven leapt down from the figurehead, running towards one of the large masts. The others followed behind. Dragon looked a little concerned, while the younger boys were smiling mischievously. Ready. Ready what? Oh, what you guys doing dash? Dragon stopped mid-sentence as Luffy threw his hands up, stretching them up to meet the top of one of the sails. Gomu gomu no. Oh no. Do. Rocket. It was too late to hear the rest of the older ravens shout as Luffy and Marco were slingshotted into the air. They flew straight up, going at a tremendous speed. It was all fun and games until they hit the much larger sail head-on, and it caught on fire. They hung off the sail, both of them stunned for a moment. Then panic mode hit. Oh crap, I wasn't concentrating on keep my flames in check. Why? Unlight the fire. What? How do I do that? I don't know you're the fire bird guy. Oh dash. They slid down the sail, flapping around, trying to catch themselves. The flames were spreading. That was the least of their worries as a large gust of wind hit them, sending the boys smack into the wooden mainmast. They didn't have time to recover when the whole flaming canvas hit them, pulling them to the wooden floor, hitting it hard. You good? We're in so much trouble, you all. Marco wailed. Luffy reached out, finding the boy in a heap next to him. He couldn't see much under the sheet, though the smell of burning was ripe in the air. Then something cold and wet hit them. Luffy's strength left him, making him feel weak. They must have chucked water on them to put out the fire. Sucking it up, Luffy grabbed Marco the now back to being a boy who had gone limp and dragged them out from under the sail. He was met with several disapproving and angry-looking people. He smiled charmingly in an attempt to lessen the glowering eyes. It didn't seem to help. Marco seemed to regain some life, glancing up at the small, angry, and growing mob. He started laughing nervously, a worried and rather apprehensive smile appearing on his face. His gaze fixed on a huge figure. He shrunk. In a last-ditch effort to avoid trouble, he clamped a clammy hand around Luffy's wrist and made a break for it. They didn't get far as two huge hands grabbed them from behind. Both boys looked at each despairingly. Hello, brats. Where do you think you're off to? Whitebeard's POV. Both brats were stood in front of him, fidgeting, refusing to make eye contact. Guilty as charged. He had brought them back to his cabin to give them a good old lecture. He had been hesitant about taking Luffy as well, considering his brother's overprotective nature. But he couldn't yell at one without the other. They were both at fault. Dragon would have to put up with it. Though he couldn't imagine he was having a good time trying to find his little brother. He was probably panicking. Newgate would deal with whatever happened later. For now, these two brats needed a talking to. Newgate sat down heavily on his bed, so he was at a better height to tell them off, crossing his arms and giving them his best stern dad look. He knew that giving them a lecture, standing up, would just end up giving them a worse case of the nerves. He sometimes hated his height. He would end up being intimidating without meaning to. Great for terrorizing enemies, not great not for kids. He wanted to tell them off, not scare them. Care to explain? Marco? Luffy. Marco flinched at his name, stepping back a few paces, which he quickly stopped when the Yonko cleared his throat. Luffy was looking way to the side, whistling away innocently, swaying a little, arms behind his back. No, nothing to say. Newgate raised an eyebrow, tapping his fingers on his arm patiently. Nothing? So you don't remember anything? Marco started to sweat. He was fiddling with his sleeves, a clear sign the boy was starting to crack. Newgate prodded a little more. Even though he knew what had happened, getting them to confess was important. This got them to admit they had done something wrong, and then he could lay on a punishment. This was the way to discourage that kind of behavior in the future. Nothing about setting a sail on fire. His son snapped, and the whole thing came tumbling out. It was an accident, Yua. We didn't want to set it on fire. It was Luffy's fault. He rocketed us wrong, Yua. Luffy scowled, turning on the blonde boy. Was not. I thought you could fly. Marco took offense to that. Flames shot out of his shoulders as he bristled. You said you would tell me when. Luffy got in his face, puffing himself up like a rather non-threatening, angry pufferfish. You set it on fire. I thought you could control your flames. The blonde boy grabbed hold of Luffy's cheeks, pulling at them aggressively, which prompted the raven to push him off with a hand shoved in his face. It's your fault, rubber brain, Yua. No, it's yours, pineapple head. Newgate watched as the squabble devolved into a rather unimpressive petty brawl on the floor. They were yelling at each with bad insults. Sighing warily, he pried them apart, picking them up from the ground, which ended with both of them turning their backs on each and pouting with crossed arms. Are two quite finished? It was his fault. It was his fault, Yua. The brats accused simultaneously. They exchanged angry glares. The kids were about to start fighting again, but Newgate placed an arm between them, giving them both a warning look. I don't care. You're both at fault. But Dash. Dash. Shut up, the pair of you. You're both in equal trouble. His brats, shut up, sulking between themselves. Right? Newgate demanded. It wasn't a question. Yes. Yeah, you are. The captain snorted unsatisfied. He parked himself back on his bed, giving the boys the good, old-fashioned, unimpressed dad face, as they continued to mutter complaints under their breaths. Now, then what to do with you two? They both froze. The grumbling stopped abruptly. They looked up at him with big puppy dog eyes that said, please don't punish us. We're innocent. Newgate ignored them. You can help clean out in the kitchen. I heard about that little brawl at lunchtime. You boys wouldn't happen to have anything to do with it. His kids groaned. Marco in particular looked extremely grumpy about that. He had gotten kitchen duty before. From what Newgate had heard, it wasn't pleasant. Lots of cleaning, scrubbing dishes, and taking out the trash, among other things. Prefect punishment. Come on, we're going down there now. Why do I have to do that? This isn't even my ship. Luffy whinged loudly. He had a point, but Newgate had a good comeback for him. Do you want to pay for the sail? It would be around about 1,000 belly. A small lie. Sails weren't quite that expensive, but the boy cringed. He obviously not liking the alternative. I guess I'm cleaning kitchen. Come on. Once he had dropped off Marco and Luffy, giving the chefs strict orders to not let them slack off, they had to stay there until 8 p.m., and when they had finished, they had to go straight to bed. The boys were not happy with him. Having had a couple of rude gestures off Marco, and Luffy had bluntly told him he was extremely mean, like someone named Nami. When asked who Nami was, the boy had clapped his hands over his mouth and refused to talk to him anymore. Weird, but the little brat was a little odd anyway. Newgate shrugged it off. He wasn't going to press him for answers. The Yonko made his way back up to the top of the ship, with every intention of going to see the damage the sail was in and see if it needed to be replaced. It was lucky that they had at least one spare for emergencies. When he was stopped in his tracks by a frantic-looking dragon, he looked as though he had run a marathon. Sweat caked his forehead, and his breathing was shaking. Newgate was about to tell him where his little brother was when the boy ran at him, throwing a clumsy kick at his head. The man avoided it without any trouble, avoiding the ones that followed after as well. Where's Luffy? What did you do to him? Oh dear. Looked as though he had really scared the kid. He could understand why he was so upset, but did he really need to attack him? He's Finn Dash. He ducked a rather impressive high sweep kick. The boy landed heavily, stumbling slightly. He was clutching his ribs. Will you listen and stop attacking me? Dragon ignored him in favor, throwing himself into a spinning strike. This time Newgate didn't bother to dodge and got hit in the underside of the ribs. It was surprisingly strong, nothing really bothersome to the Yonko, but still quite good. He clearly had a lot of fighting experience. His fighting style wasn't anything like Garp's. His was fast and fluid, with precise strikes that were aimed at vital points before backing away from hitting range. Garp was heavy hitting, preferring to get up close and personal. He would tank hits or block them, often using his opponent's strength against them. The Yonko wondered if he had been trained by someone else or if he had developed it himself. The boy kicked him a few more times. Newgate just took them. He had quickly realized that the kid wasn't really trying. He was just upset, taking his panic out on whatever was in his path. The captain just happened to be a big target. Dragon gave up. He must have gotten the message. Newgate wasn't going to fight back, and his kicks weren't doing anything anyway. He was panting angrily. His broken ribs must have been hurting as the raise and fall of his chest was jittery, and he had one of his arms covering his side. Are you finished? The long-haired raven grimaced, refusing to answer, his eyes disappearing under his shaggy black mane. If you had listened, you would know your brother is fine. His shoulders tensed, shaking his head wildly. I don't believe you. Newgate sighed a long, suffering breath. He pushed his long blonde hair out of his face. Well, believe me or not, he is. Dragon bristled, not liking the Yonko's reply. Newgate frowned, puzzled. Didn't he want his brother to be safe, or did he really not believe him? Whatever he didn't mean any harm. So please don't hurt him. The captain looked down at the boy, frown furrowing more. Why would he think that? Why would I hurt him? Newgate was extremely confused and more than slightly concerned. Who told him that? One of you men said you were going to punish them. Dragon shouted accusingly, his eyes flashing dangerously. Huh? Is that all they said? They're on kitchen duty, cleaning plates, scrubbing the sinks, and... The pirate broke off, watching the kid with a small worried glance. Huh? It was Dragon's turn to look confused. Actually, he looked completely shocked and bewildered. That's it. Newgate nodded seriously. He was starting to become more uneasy. What else would I do? Dragon opened and closed his mouth, deep frown forming so much so that he squinted. So you didn't hurt them? Why would I hurt them? The raven's face was crumpled up in utter loss. He didn't seem to understand what was happening. That's what happens when you do something wrong. Dragon stated like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Suddenly, Newgate came to the sickening conclusion that he really and truly believed that. It hit the Yonko like a ton of bricks. This was the reason he didn't trust anyone. He couldn't trust anyone. Even though the first thing Newgate saw of the boys was getting beaten senseless, it never sank in that it had always been like that. That it was a normal occurrence. It had been ingrained into the kid from such an earlier age that he genuinely believed that this was normal. Any small mistake would end in a brutal beating. Whether Garp saw anything wrong with what he was doing was anyone's guess. But this kid was so distrustful, so afraid of causing any small or insignificant thing to happen, scared that it would result in him or his brother's harm. I should have punched him much harder. Dragon flinched. The blonde man panicked, immediately adding, I should punch Garp harder. Huh? What? Was he really asking that? Because that man needs a brutal beating. See how he likes it. Dragon cocked his head to the side with questioning stare. Why bother? He was still looking at Newgate nervously. The man pinched the bridge of his nose. You really don't get it, do you? Dragon shook his head. The Yonko's insides twisted painfully. He felt awful for giving this poor brat so much to stress about. Kicking himself for how damn ignorant he had been. How did he not realize this sooner? So they're fine. Newgate nodded, trying to give the kid his gentlest and most reassuring smile. It just seemed to make the boy more suspicious. Of course, we can even go down there and you can see for yourself. Dragon shuffled awkwardly, clearly now that he had gotten that answer. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to do. Thinking back on it, he hadn't ever seen him on his own like this. Now that his brother wasn't with him, he was completely lost. He honestly wanted to give the poor boy a hug, but he knew that would only make the boy even more distressed and upset. Newgate wouldn't have been surprised that any shows of affection were incredibly hard for him to cope with. He thought back on the last few days, especially the evenings when Marco, Vista, and Jozu would come and hang out with him. Dragon would immediately leave, dragging Luffy along with him. Newgate had assumed that it was because he wanted to spend some time on his own with his little brother, that it was a good place to part for the night. Now, though, it was probably more to do with how uncomfortable it made him feel. It made him wonder how Luffy was so easygoing, but then again, he was a little strange too. Just in a different way, he was the opposite of Dragon. He got very uneasy if he was on his own. It was rare to see that happen, but when it did, he looked overly depressed. Maybe he coped differently. Instead of shutting himself off and being antagonistic like Dragon, he just wanted love and attention. Being without didn't work well for him. It was something for him to think over. For now, though, taking Dragon to see Luffy took precedence over his other jobs. Showing him that he was safe was much more important. Newgate decided in that moment that he was going to earn this kid's trust. He was going to ensure that they stayed with him on his ship, where he could take care of them and make sure they would know that life was more than fearing for their health. They would have a caring family. Looks like I have 2 more sons to look after. Chapter 22. Dragon's POV. I don't know how this ended up happening. All I wanted to do was see if Luffy was okay, which he was, yet here I was sitting eating dinner with Whitebeard. As soon as Whitebeard had turned his back on me, while I was still on top deck, I bolted straight down to the galley where the kitchen was located. I didn't want to interact with the Yonko more than I had to. He had said that Luffy was fine. I did kind of believe him, something about the way he said it. But that could be bullcrap. He was a pirate, lying was in their nature. That didn't explain why he had let me attack him. He had taken several hits without much care. He weirded me out. I couldn't get my head around his attitude, personality. Whatever it was, it confused me, made me nervous, and also sort of angry too. They were a strange mixture of emotions that didn't go well together. The less time I spent near the man, the better. That was until he found me talking to Luffy, who I might add, wasn't having a good time doing kitchen duty. He was especially annoyed that he was allowed any food. I was going to lend a hand with it, when Whitebeard refused to let me. Something about it not being my punishment, helping them would defeat the whole point of it. At this stage, I had had enough of the Yonko butting in. Didn't he have anything better to do than follow me around? I was going to head back to the cabin to sleep the day's stress off, and the stupid captain wouldn't let me do that either. So that brings me back to sitting with the Yonko for dinner. I really didn't want to be here. When I say eating dinner, I meant Whitebeard was eating and I staring at my food because I was so damn uncomfortable that I could not physically bring myself to actually consume anything. The blonde man was watching me carefully, trying not to make it obvious, and I probably wouldn't have noticed if he wasn't the only other person in the room with me. It wasn't actually dinner time yet, but he was the captain. The man could do whatever the hell he wanted on his ship. If he wanted his dinner early, then he was going to. Though I had no clue why I was still here or why he had insisted on me sitting with him. Add that to the list of bizarre things this person did. Are you going to eat that? I sank deeper into my chair, hoping that I might disappear into it. I'm not hungry, thank you, I muttered, turning my attention towards the kitchen door. I couldn't see anyone from here, but I could hear Luffy's loud, distinct laugh. I wonder what he's laughing at. Probably something dumb. Sighing drearily, I rested my chin on the table. Closing my eyes, pretending that I wasn't here, I pictured that I was back at the cabin at my bed. What a nice thought. Here I thought you and your brother were bottomless pits. The amount of food you both eat puts the ship's stock in danger. I tensed up. Great, was he just going to complain about us? If that's all he was going to do then, why force me stay here with him? Does he want an apology? If that's what gets me out of this situation, then I'm all for it. I am sincerely sorry about that. We will curb our eating habits. I put my forehead on the wooden surface of the table, bowing respectfully. That was probably the best apology I could come up with. Dragon, it was a joke. I lifted my eyes warily, fixing them on the pirate. He was giving me a funny look. Whatever he was thinking was lost on his face. Don't you have jokes where you come from? I dropped my gaze once again, locking my shackles in my sights that were chafing my wrists. The fabric wedges between the metal and my skin must have come loose when I had been running earlier. Yes. Whitebeard shoved a piece of meat in his mouth, chewing it aggressively. He looked pretty annoyed about something. I was being polite, and I answered his question, what else did he want from me? I had done literally nothing to offend the man or to even irritate him. What was his problem? Are those hurting? He pointed down at me. I wasn't sure where to go. I wrinkled my forehead slightly in confusion. What was hurting? Those handcuffs, what else? Oh, I gazed down at my hands. The chains rattled as I moved my shoulders. What? The pirate captain sighed. He sounded even more vexed than before. Well, for one, you keep staring at them. Two, every time you move your arms, you wince. Need I go on? It's not your problem. Why do you care? Whitebeard groaned loudly, putting his face rather forcefully into his hands, making a slapping sound. Oh, you're such a frustrating kid. Bianco grabbed the bottle of sake next to him and chugged the whole thing. He was looking extremely disgruntled. It was making me want to leave even more. I started to get up. It was decided I was going to get Luffy. Screw this punishment stuff. I was going to drag him back to the cabin and lock the door, barricade it for good measure. Sorry, look, I'll leave. Sit down. I'm talking to you. I was interrupted by a very pissed off Yonko. I sat my ass back down obediently. This was turning into a nightmare. Maybe I should just shut up. If he asks something, just answer with the most likely thing he wants to hear. I'm not angry at you. I'm just frustrated with your outlook on life. I didn't understand anything he was going on about. Not angry at me, but what my outlook was, what is he? I don't get it. Don't ask why. I know that's what you're going to say. It bothers me, all right. It bothers me because I'm stupid, soft, old fool. Who gives a damn? I went silent. That was not what I was expecting. Why do you care? Weren't you Lee Dash? I'm Garp's son. Nobody sees me. I'm just his son. That hardly matters, Dash. I cut him off. The floodgate was suddenly in the back of my throat. All those pain emotions were ramming against it. This was why I never thought about it, but something this man had said had made me snap. The last couple of days crashed down on me, crushing the small, little umbrella that had been sheltering my head, hitting me harder and harder. This whole place feeling so wrong. The people of the crew, Luffy being here, what happened with the old geezer. It broke up the gates that had been closed for years. All the anger, pain, frustration, and everything else that went with it. All it was flooding my heart, drowning me in a cascade of painful emotions. Of course it does. That's what I am. I'm Garp's screwed up son. His thing to fix his mistake with. Dash. I was on a roll now. The bitterness turned into a searing hot rage. I don't matter. I'm the son of the hero of the Marines. My stupid little insignificant life doesn't matter. Who cares about my opinion or my aspirations? Or God forbid, I have any kind dream. No, you have to be a fucking Marine. Dash. My throat was burning with how much I was yelling. Something dripping down my face, making my vision blur, but still the words kept spilling out. You know, when I was little, I was so proud of my dad. I would tell everyone. Back then, he wasn't even that bad. He was strict, sure, but he was not an abusive asshole. Mom was our world. Always kept Dad in line. She was a strong person, the only one he would listen to. Dash. I slowly dropped in volume. The pain I felt was so raw, and yet it felt good to let it out. She was a Marine too. Not a high-ranking one, but she was good, the best even. She gave everything she had to her job. Mom was an angel among people. She genuinely cared about the people she was meant to protect. Dash. I smiled as I remembered her beaming down at me. She would do such silly things, things most people wouldn't see a point in doing. But she did them because it made people laugh. When she died, it broke us. She refused to answer a buster call. Her whole squad did. Dash. My voice began to tremble. I couldn't stop the word from coming out, free-flowing like a stream. You can't disobey a Tenryubito. It didn't matter that she couldn't kill innocent people. She was a good, honest person, or even that it went against everything she believed in. All that mattered was getting what those bastards wanted. If she couldn't do that, then her life was meaningless to them. I was staring ahead blankly. All I could see was her retreating back, with the promise to attend near me that she would be back soon. I never saw her again. You know why a buster call was even made? The king of the island refused to give his daughter to one of the Tenryubito, since some stuck-up untitled prick was told no. For probably the first time in his entire life, That whole country had to be wiped off the map. My mother was killed simply because she wouldn't kill innocent citizens. How messed up with that? I took a deep, shuddering breath, wiping my eyes with my sleeve. The blurry, warm tears returned a moment later. My dad didn't do anything. Says mom made her choice, and he would respect it. He says he hates the Tenryubito, refuses to become an admiral. Yet if he hated them as much as he says, then he would have left out of respect for her dashed. I leant forwards, pressing my face into my arms, rubbing my eyes furiously. For some reason, it made the tears fall faster. He sold our house, said it made him sad whenever he saw it. That was my home. I didn't have a home anymore. I was 10. I needed dad, but he just left me alone. I pulled my knees up to my chest, choking on my ragged breaths as my eyes flooded so much I couldn't see. Still, even with my cracking voice, my lips moved on their own as the painful emotions came out. I lived with an old lady mom knew. She was nice, but that didn't last long though. She couldn't afford to keep me, and her family didn't want me there. Dad wouldn't cough up any money, so I had to live in the forest. I had to hunt for my own food. That was fine, except I didn't know how to fight or hunt even. When Dad came back after months, I told him what had happened, and he decided to train me. He spent exactly 3 days with me training, and then I didn't see him until winter. By that point, I had taught myself how to fend off danger. Dash. Sucking in wet hiccup, I cover my eyes with my sleeve, burying my nose into my knees. I carried on. When I turned 17, the old geezer finally decided to come and drag me off to become a Marine. He fucked off for 7 years. Then suddenly, he wanted me when it was convenient for him. He didn't give shit what I wanted. He didn't care that I didn't want to become a Marine. I mean, why the hell would I want to? They killed my mom, who refused to be part of a genocide, and my stupid old man hadn't even bothered with me since my mom died. The only thing he actually seemed to care about was being a soldier. The anger picked up in my tone again. I gritted my teeth as the words were spat out. I've been stuck with that man for 8 years, trapped, unable to escape. 8 years, I'm never going to get back. At first, it wasn't so bad. I was allowed to walk around the base without restriction. But the more the old geezer pushed his ideals on me, the more I fought back. He wouldn't listen to me. So I had to push back. I wasn't going to do anything that I didn't want just to make a man that had abandoned me happy. I stood up abruptly, rage causing my heart to race, and my shoulders shook violently. I couldn't see, though, the waterfall assaulting my eyes. He took everything I had, my freedom, my power, treated me like a criminal, chained me up, locked me in a room. The only damn person I would see was him or his stupid ice dog, just because I wouldn't do what he said. I fought back. They told me I was a monster when I hurt the fucking Marine that tried to lock me away. They shackled me with these stupid recoil cuffs. These are used for the worst criminals. A sharp movement, and they'll crush the bones in your wrists and hands. I'm that dangerous. I'm considered that much a monster, that I need my arm broken just because I was trying to defend myself. I curled into myself, falling to my knees, hitting the floor hard, sending a sharp pain through my broken ribs, and I still continued. I'm completely useless. I had to have Luffy protect me. I'm supposed to do that. I have to protect him, and yet I've let him down. Time and time again. I'm pathetic, useless, and selfish. Finally, my voice would no longer come out, only pathetic whimpering. I couldn't stand it anymore. I staggered to my feet. I didn't want to be here anymore. In fact, I wasn't even sure where I was. My head was so fuzzy and dizzy that I didn't even feel like I was part of the world. My ears were ringing with white noise. I was aware that someone was holding me up. Who it was, I didn't know. They were saying something. It sounded like a low droning. Leave me alone. Just get away from me. I pushed myself away from them. I didn't want anyone near me, let alone touching me. I just wanted to hide. I stumbled into a run, tripping over myself and objects, or were they people? Whatever they were, I shoved past them and made my way up some stairs. My body went into autopilot as I dragged myself towards the relative safety of my cabin. My face was hot. It felt like my head was hollow with lots of ping pong balls bouncing around it. I wanted my bed. I wanted to sleep. Chapter 23. Garp's POV. Garp was tossing and turning. His back was caked in a cold sweat, but whatever he did, he couldn't wake up. Where was he? He wasn't entirely sure. On occasion, he'd hear low voices speaking, though he couldn't make out what they were saying. One thing he did know was the last thing he could remember was the cold, empty water dragging him down. That, and he really needed to save his son. Dragon couldn't swim. He had to get to him, but he couldn't because he was sinking. But that wasn't the only problem. He kept being tormented by a memory that he didn't want to surface. It did. Time and time again, it would assault him, and every single time he would try and fail to get away. He tried desperately to claw his way out of his unconsciousness. However, he couldn't. The memory would form. A woman was sat behind bars. Garp was desperate. He wanted to get her out. He wanted to save his beloved Maria. Garp stood in the lift. His feet were tapping urgently. Couldn't this thing go faster? Sengoku was watching him from the corner. His friend was there to make sure he didn't do something stupid. This place was called Impel Down. It was the most secure prison in the entire world, its reputation unmatched. Nobody got out of here. The person he was here to see was somebody important to him. No scratch that she was everything to him. His beloved Maria, his wife. She was always telling him not to do reckless things, yet she had gone and done the most stupid thing you could possibly do. She had killed a Tenryubito. Not only had she refused to answer a buster call, that was bad enough. Maria had done the one thing that was most forbidden. That's why the Vice Admiral was here. He had come to see her before she was executed. He had every intention of busting his wife out of here. That was also why his best friend had come with him to stop him from doing such a thing. He really hated Sengoku for that. This was his wife. Couldn't he get that through his thick skull? He didn't care about his position. He just wanted his wife. They would escape, grab their son, and run. Live on a deserted island if it was possible. He was going to keep them alive. That's all he wanted. When the gates of the lift opened, he dashed out, running past cell after cell, desperate to find his Maria. Sengoku was close behind him, imploring him to slow down and think about what he was doing. Garp ignored him. He began to shout, call out her name, eager to find her. All he got in response was vile taunts from the inmates. Some of these criminals he had put away himself. The Vice Admiral didn't care. Banging on one of the cages loudly to shut them up, the jeers slowly started to waver as he threatened to hurt them if they didn't. Then he spotted her curled up asleep in the corner of her cell. She looked beaten and bloody. It made his blood boil. Who was the bastard that had done this to her? He would kill them. Garp didn't hesitate, charging over, slamming his fist sharply into the cage door. The door didn't even budge. He wasn't allowed the keys. Sengoku wouldn't let him. He debated beating up the man to take them by force. Though he quickly and regretfully decided that it wasn't the best option, the Vice Admiral didn't want to cause a ruckus. He might actually get dragged out, and he wouldn't even get to see Maria at all. She darted upright, looking around sharply. Then her gaze softened as she looked upon him. Those eyes made him melt at the knees. What are you doing here? She stood up, stretching slightly, the shackles around her ankles and her wrists rattled quietly. She didn't look phased, instead taking it in her stride. He slumped forward, leaning heavily on the bars, trying to mournfully grab her hand through them. Sadly, his arms were too big, and he couldn't touch her. Maria smiled teasingly. However, there was great sadness in her eyes. Her face looked all wrong. She should have been smiling joyfully. It lacked what it normally did, the spark that made everything feel better in the world when she looked at him. His wife shouldn't have been behind bars. It made him want to rip the door off, grab her and run. Take her someplace safe where they could all be happy again, where this problem didn't exist. What were you thinking, Maria? How could you do that? You know what would happen? He cried out. A pain in his heart ebbed behind his rib cage. It went against everything I believed in. I just did what I felt I had to do. She looked away, fixing her gaze on something he couldn't see. Then she turned back and smiled. It was small yet determined. We have to get you out of here. She laughed. It sounded like a bell chime. He didn't think it was very funny. And go where? Someplace far away where we can be together, where you're safe and Dragon can grow up happy. He leant forwards again, desperately trying to get her to listen to him, but she was stubborn. She wasn't going to listen to him. She never did. His wife had one thought in her head, and that was it. Listen, the reason I did it was because you two were used as blackmail. They saw my ring and demanded to know who you were. They threatened to hurt you, threatened to kill you. What was I supposed to do? How could I let that pass? Who cares? I can defend myself. I can't protect us. All three of us. She looked down, mournfully shaking her head. Then heartbreakingly, Maria turned her back on him. What are you going to do? You going to go against the whole government? You're strong, but not that strong. You're a human, Garp. She wandered aimlessly to the far corner of her cell, sitting down with her back facing him. Of course, Maria, I'm human, but I can protect you. Let me protect you. I made my choice and I'm fine with it. I don't regret it at all. You two are my world. For once, let me protect you. Garp fell to his knees, violently bashing on the gate. He refused. He refused to accept this fate. Sengoku placed a hand on his shoulder, dragging him backwards. Yet Garp was too emotionally broken to react. Why wouldn't she listen to him? Why wouldn't she ever listen to him? No. Please, Maria, I can't lose you. What do I do without you? I'm nothing without you. It's your job to protect Dragon now. I have a plan, so please listen to it. He didn't say a word. What could he say? Listen, I want you to sell the house on Dawn Island. I want you to leave no trace of me at all. If they find out where I live, they might try and destroy it. They'll destroy our home, Dragon's home. I'm a nobody Marine. They don't have the information on me, like they do on you. We aren't officially married under the world government's law. They can't trace you back to me. They don't know we have a son. They will try and lay my sins on him. They'll punish him for my actions. They will take his life, destroy Dawn Island, all for the sake of a grudge they hold against me. Tears were flooding down his face. He couldn't stop them. Garp clung to the bars, gripping them tightly, until they bit into his hand. He wouldn't be surprised if they were bleeding. Dragon needs to live. He can't have a parent at all. You can't visit him. Unless it's brief. You have to stay away from him. If you keep going Dawn Island, that will draw their attention. They'll wonder who that he is. They'll question why you are looking after him. They'll find out who he is. When he's old enough, train him. Take him into the Marines. Maybe they'll come to respect him like you. If by then they finally find out who he is, he'll stand a chance if they see him. The way they see you, then he'll survive. That's what the most important thing is. He grows up, and if he hates us for it, and so be it. It's a sacrifice we have to take for our son. He's the most important thing, is he not? What was she asking him to do? How could he possibly agree to something like that? If you truly love me, then you'll do as I ask. I drew their attention on me. By killing that Tenryubito, I saved my squad, having their focus solely on me. But not just that the both of you will be safe. So please don't let my sacrifice be in vain. The man bowed his head, placing his forehead to the ground. It was cold and wet, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered. Nothing except his family. How the hell can I accept that? I'll bring this whole damn place down. Screw my position. Screw everything else. My family means more to me than anything else. Sengoku was once again at his side. He was trying to reason with him. Garp didn't care what he had to say. Maria was the only one who he had his undivided attention. You're the hero of the Marines. You can't leave the ranks. If you do, then you'll put yourself in danger. In fact, you shouldn't have even come here in the first place. You should have stayed away. Please just go. Like hell, I'm leaving. Are you happy just to leave us all alone? I need you. Dragon needs his mother. You can't just get rid of us. She spun on her heels, coming to stand directly in front of him. Staring down from where he knelt, there was a watery glaze in her eyes. This is why I'm doing it. For you and our son. So stop being so damn stubborn, and for once use your brain. How the hell are you going to get me out of here? This is a high-security prison. You'd bring the whole government down around you. You would put yourself in danger. You would put Dragon in danger. That would bring shame to me. You would throw my sacrifice aside. GARP, you would disrespect me. You would take away my pride and endanger my treasures. You, Dragon, and my home are my treasures, my life, my soul, and you won't even let me protect those things. He was frozen stiff in that moment. It finally hit him. She was right. She was always right. How could he disrespect her wishes? That's why he loved her, because she was brave and foolish. She was the light in the darkness. She was giving everything she had for their home and, more importantly, their son. Their dorky little 10-year-old son with his goofy smile and his cheery attitude. So he could live. How could he disrespect that? How could he take that away from her? This was her treasure, her hope for the future. Dragon was what mattered. Dragon was her light, just like she was both of theirs. How could Garp risk it all? He would do it for her. I promise you he'll grow up healthy and strong. I'll make sure of it. I'll carry on your wishes. I'll take it all upon my shoulders. I'll protect him even if he hates me for it. He'll live, I promise. I'll make sure of it with my last breath. I will protect your treasures in your stead. He cried at the top of his lungs. His heart sank. It burned, it twisted, and it broke, but it all formed back as a firm resolve. He would do whatever it took. He would protect everything that she held dear. Tears cascaded his vision. He couldn't see. That was okay. His whole body shook with grief, pain, suffering, but he took it. He would do it for her. She was his everything. He finally looked up at her with a firm resolve. Garp was broken. That was okay. Dragon was all that mattered. Maria was what mattered. He would lock that pain away. He didn't care. His family was what he cared about. I love you, Garp. Thank you for letting me protect you. He felt that hand brushed past his collar, grasping it then firmly, pulling his face towards the bars, and she kissed him. It was the best kiss and the worst kiss all at once. The last kiss he ever shared with her. In that moment his world finally shattered. He would pick the pieces up for her. He didn't care. He would do as she wished. Her dream was now his dream, and he would carry it on. He got up stumbling away, putting his back to Maria, turning away from the love of his life. Walking away into the much darker, grief-stricken place that his heart had already fallen to. I love you too. The memory started to break apart like shards of a mirror. Pieces of himself, pieces of his past shattered. A small, almost distant promise was made between his best friend and his wife. Sengoku, take care of him, won't you? Of course. Goodbye, my friend. But the darkness was eating away at that final memory, swallowing Garp up in the snapping jaws of grief. He sat bolt up, right, breathing heavily. The lights assaulted his eyes. A heart monitor was beeping in the background. Everything was blurry, whites and grays blurred together, swirling and dizzying. He grasped his head, body shaking violently, trying to get his breaths under control. He ripped his arm out in front of him. Something was tugged out of his flesh. It stung. He had to get up. He had to run. Where was Dragon? He needed to find Dragon. He was going to drown. He tried to get up, but somebody was trying to pull him down. So he fought back, punching, kicking. Everything didn't feel right. Garp's side was hurting. A burning, searing pain shot through him. That didn't matter. His heart was so much worse. It felt like it was being stabbed and torn apart. He grasped at his chest, tearing at the fabric that was around him. He flung another fist out, hitting something he didn't care what it was. He needed to get up. He needed to get out. The sounds of shouting echoed around him, filling his head with thundering pains. It rattled his brain. He couldn't think. He couldn't feel anything. Everything was going dark. Something sharp was in his arm. It didn't hurt, but he was feeling rather dizzy all of a sudden. The world started to break apart, blurring at the edges. Darkness starts to eat him up. He grasped at anything that would stop him from falling into that dark pit again. He couldn't reach. He was falling. The void swallowed him whole once again. Garp was lost to the world. Chapter 24. Marco's POV. Marco and Luffy were down in the kitchen storeroom, sorting the stocks into alphabetical order. The Phoenix thought it was pretty pointless. It was food. They were going to throw it all together to cook it anyway. Why bother? Just dump it anywhere. Darius, the head chef, had told them to do what Gloria said. She was the sous chef and a neat freak that was forcing them to do this stupid job. She was a huge woman, with strong, stocky arms and green hair pulled into a loose ponytail. The woman was always prim and proper, proudly wearing her chef uniform, and she had every right to, as well. Gloria was a great cook. She was a lovely lady, always laughing heartily and grinning, but when you were working under her, she was a slave driver. She would work you into the ground. Every single thing had to be perfect. The sous chef was a perfectionist. Marco wasn't entirely sure how long he had been in this dumb storeroom. Hours, maybe? He was hoping it would turn 8 o'clock soon. Luffy was getting extremely crabby. He was hungry, and everyone knew it. He complained every 2 minutes. Marco was enjoying watching Gloria getting pissed off with him. He didn't hate her by any means, but she was also the one who was forcing them to stack crates in alphabetical order. There was a lot of letters in the alphabet, and the boy was getting tired. Come on, lady, just a little food, just a bit of meat. Luffy wailed as he dumped 2 crates stacked on top of each other in L section. For the last damn time, you're being punished. The woman retorted, pushing the boxes over an inch with her foot, lining them up with the others. Stingy. Marco snorted at Luffy. He was trying not to laugh and antagonizing the sous chef more. He didn't want more work. She smacked the blonde over the back of the head. He scowled, rubbing his throbbing skull. Hey, what was that for you? She glowered down at the boy, pointing to his wonky pile of crates, and he groaned. Right. I'm sorry, I'll fix them, She left him to sort out his mess. He was really hoping 8 o'clock would come soon. When they arrived back in the kitchen, there was something going on. Several of the cooking staff were huddled around the door, peering out, talking in hushed tones. Darius was closest to the entrance to the galley. He looked especially worried. Sweat was running down his face. He was leaning against the frame. A couple of people were piled behind him, peeking over his broad shoulders. What's going on? Gloria asked. She walked over to her small crowd of nervous coworkers. The woman towered over them, gazing over their heads and into the canteen. Whatever she had caught sight of made her go as white as a sheet. He's drunk, the head chef whispered. He turned around to face the woman, shooing away the group behind him. They all went back to their jobs half-heartedly. The air felt tense. What happened? We have to get him out of here. Dinner time is about to start. The green-haired woman announced in a slightly anxious tone. Go ahead, Glory, be my guest. You're the head chef. You do it. Gloria frowned, scratching her neck, avoiding eye contact with Darius. I'm your boss. You do it. I order you to do it. The man snapped back. The woman leant over him, causing him to look up at her. Her face soured at him, not liking his use of power. No, you do it. Marco watched the two of them squabble, amused. They called themselves adults. They were no better than him. He was feeling rather smug. He was just like the adults. What's wrong? Luffy wandered over to the rowing pair, giving them a curious smile. They both turned on the boy, rapidly not approving of his interruption. The chefs bent over the raven, looming over him with annoyance. Marco's friend didn't bat an eye, looking at them expectantly. He was a brave guy. He didn't waver in the eyes of danger. Thinking back on it, these two had been chasing him around with knives, and he wasn't even a little bit apprehensive. Marco was in awe. Luffy was so cool. He hoped he would be brave and strong like him when he was 19. The blonde padded over to the teen, standing at his shoulder, and nodded bravely at the chefs. Yeah, what's happening, Yua? The adults finally sighed, relaxing their tense postures. They parted out of the way of the door, so Marco and Luffy could see for themselves. In the middle of the room was a huge figure slumped over a table, a barrel of alcohol clutched in his hand. Long blonde hair was in a messy splay across the wooden surface, face buried under an arm. Pops? What's he doing, Yua? Marco already knew what was happening, but that didn't exactly answer his question. Why was he drunk? There was a large number of empty bottles and barrels scattered around him. He must have drunk the whole ship out of stock considering how many there was. It took a lot to get the man properly drunk. Pops had a high alcohol tolerance. In fact, Marco could count the number of times he had seen it on 2 hands. He occasionally got a little tipsy. That was just a slight bit too. The Yonko was completely wasted. Honestly, not really sure. We were just preparing dinner when there was a lot of shouting, but nobody wanted to actually go see what the problem was. One of the other chefs explained from the opposite side of the room. He was frying some vegetables and fish. All we really know is that the captain was talking to that dragon kid. He said something that set him off. Another joined in. The man was chopping some carrots. He was stood near them. The head chef came along, offering to take the carrots off them silently. The thing is, Marco, the kitchen staff aren't the same as the crew. We're paid to cook, not ask questions. Also, that dragon is pretty scary. Nobody wants to go near the guy. The first guy chipped in again. Marco felt kind of bad not knowing the man's name, considering he knew his. Darius and Gloria are, though. Darius could have gone and asked Yua. Darius was rubbing the back of his neck absently. He did that whenever he was stressed. I could have, but I have a kitchen to run. Glory wasn't here. She was with you two brats. So I had to make sure I kept everyone in line. Dinner's coming up, and if I don't get it out in time, the crew will riot. The woman leaned against the wall next to the exit, her eyes settling on Pops before bowing her head, sighing. Well, they might still riot. We can't let the crew near him. Not when he's like that. The cooks murmured in agreement. Luffy was looking around, a little frown wrinkling his forehead. He looked perplexed. Is he a mean drunk? Marco shook his head. That wasn't it. Nah, he's kind of clingy, especially if he's sad drunk. That's what the problem was. He was very clingy, dangerously clingy, like crush your spine clingy. Happy drunk, Pops is fine. Fun even, he usually has some awareness, and he doesn't feel the need to hug people. When he's like this, he's a big, sentimental, weepy idiot. Darius told Luffy. The Raven still didn't look overly satisfied with that response. So, he's fine. That doesn't sound bad. The Phoenix glanced up at his friend. He had been about to tell the Raven they could go back to their cabins now. The boys could go out the back way. It would take longer, but at least it was safe. Luffy wasn't where he had been a second ago. Luffy waltzed out and towards Pops without any hesitation. Darius, Gloria, and Marco all jumped forward, trying to grab the idiot, and instead they fell forwards, collapsing on top of each other, all sharing a shocked expression. The Raven strolled straight up to him, completely unfazed by the sad drunk man. The Yonko must have heard him as he lifted his head miserably. He locked his gaze on the boy. Oi, are you going to eat that? The trio by the door dropped their jaws dumbfounded as the Raven pointed to the cold plate of food on the table. The dinner dragon hadn't eaten. Pops shook his head mournfully, emptying the last barrel of booze into his mouth. Once finished, slamming it onto the floor with the rest. Thanks. Man, I'm staving. Luffy snatched the plate, shoving the contents into his jaws without chewing and swallowing it all whole, pretty much like a snake. Darius was the first to recover, pulling himself out from under Marco and Gloria and slowly edging towards Luffy slowly. Pops noticed the head chef, fixing his bloodshot glare on him. This made the man freeze up for a second, but gulped in a steadying breath, then continued towards Luffy. Darius, I want more booze. Give me some more. Then Pops reached out as his eyes fell on Luffy once again, making a clumsy snatch for the Raven. Surprisingly, Luffy dodged out of the way artfully. Hey, do you mind? Luffy said grumpily. He avoided another grab, which seemed to be upsetting Pops a great deal. Marco's friend leapt backwards, slight irritation in his voice. Gloria formed a determined grimace, pushing herself harshly up, approaching to stand next to the head chef. We haven't got any more Pops. The Yonko staggered drunkenly to his feet. The two of them shrunk as the captain lumbered over to them, which ended with him inelegantly kneeling at their height, or at Darius's height anyway. Why not? I need drink. His words were slurred. He leant over into their personal bubble. Marco took this opportunity to dash over to Luffy, tugging him back towards the kitchen. Pops turned sharply towards the sound of their running feet. In that moment, Marco really wished he had flown. The Yonko broke into a wide, intoxicated grin. He forced himself up, then the man was suddenly behind them. Marco-san, I'm happy to see you. Oh, Luffy too. Two massive arms enveloped them. The boys had no time to react as he pulled them off their feet and against his chest. The quick movement made the Yonko stumble a little. He did end up catching himself before he fell face first. Marco and Luffy were pretty much stuck. There was no way they would be able to pry him off. The Raven was giving it his best shot, though. He had his hand under his chin, trying to push the Pop's face away. The blonde had to admit his father's breath smelled extremely bad. He really hated the smell of alcohol. Yeah, Pops are crushing us, Yua. The man seemed to take a moment to register what he had said. Then his eyes grew wide as understanding hit him. He loosened his grip significantly, not enough for them to escape, but enough to be able to breathe properly. Pops sat down on the floor again, crossing his legs under him and leant backwards, turning his concentration back on the two chefs. Sake? He asked pathetically. He looked depressed again. The Yonko flopped over onto his back, laying there without any energy. The teens were pulled with him, settling them into an awkward bundle under his chin. Darius and Gloria sighed simultaneously. They approached the large man, crouching over him. As I said, you've drunk the whole ship dry. Gloria pushed his hair out of his eyes, giving a stern glare. That's right, you can't drink anymore, we're out. Marco tried to push Luffy off his spine. Pops had forced the other boy on top of him. His friend was getting steadily more irritated, kicking and flailing about. The blonde was getting the brunt of it. The man had probably not even noticed. Ah, no left. No. No bit at all. No. Pops groaned. He released Marco as he made a grab for one of his empty barrels, tipping it upside down and shaking it in an attempt to get the last drops out of it. He peered into the hole when nothing came out, rapidly getting pissed off, and tossed it across the room. He sat up grouchily. He was sulking with a disgusted grimace. Marco had just been about to make an attempt to help Luffy, who was looking more and more annoyed, when he was grasped around the waist and tugged up to Pop's face, where he was then brutally nuzzled and murdered with embarrassment. Pops was getting upset again. He was getting weepier and even more clingy, making the blonde wish he wasn't here. The man began to sniffle. If this carried on, Marco would be getting soaked with tears. Not so old, guy, get off. Luffy shouted. Marco wasn't the only one getting smothered with affection. Only difference was the Phoenix was somewhat prepared, the rubber boy was not. Not to mention the younger teen was Pop's son. He was pretty okay with his dad being, well, a sappy dad. Luffy wasn't. He hadn't been adopted by High. Call me Pops. Never mind. Luffy and Marco were finally pulled away. He held them at his chest. He had his attention on the Raven. He had a grumpy, disgruntled expression, while the other teen was looking at him with a mixture of confusion and irritation. I don't need another dad. Pops was rather savagely rejected, which clearly didn't sit well with the drunk and overly emotional man. Wow, he didn't even give him choice. Marco knew he was stubborn. When he got an idea in his head, that was it. But he at least asked first normally. It didn't really matter what their decision was. The Yonko was selfish like that, though saying that Pops had gotten better at accepting people's opinions over the last couple of years. Clearly, drunk Pops had decided he didn't care. He was obviously rather attached to Luffy, to the point that he had gone and adopted him without even asking. Poor Luffy. Marco did feel kind of bad for him. Then again, this meant that Luffy was his big brother now. Marco really liked that idea. Your dad's an asshole. The Raven took high offense to that, getting pretty bent out of shape over it. Dad's a good person. The Yonko looked mortified, shaking his head violently. Garp is awful. Did he really screw you up that much? Luffy immediately dropped the anger. Instead, he looked extremely puzzled. Gramps? Yeah, he is mean. Pops crushed the boy in a hug, which Luffy started struggling against. He pressed his face against Luffy's, giving him another affectionate nestle. The teen failed to shove him away. Yes, he's mean. I'm going to be your Pops. I'm nice. I just told you no. By that point, Pops had stopped listening to Luffy's clear complaints. He was too busy going absolute dad mode on him. Marco sighed. The blonde was still stuck between his father's arm and chest. He wasn't uncomfortable, just slowly losing his will to care. He closed his eyes for a while. It wasn't like he was going to be going anywhere anytime soon. Might as well get some sleep. He had had a long day. I need to give Dragon a hug. Pops suddenly announced out of nowhere. The Phoenix had been in the middle of dozing when a loud, abrupt statement had been declared. Marco drowsily blinked, looking around. They weren't in the galley anymore. At some point, Pops must have decided to wander off. He would bet his weekly desserts that Darius and Gloria were relieved that he had left. They were seen to be in one of the corridors. He wasn't sure which one, but if he had to guess, it was probably near the stairs leading up to the top deck. The Yonko was staggering a little. He was honestly surprised that he hadn't passed out yet. He supposed that being as big as he was, that alcohol took longer to pass through his system. Marco glanced sideways to where Luffy had been. He still was, the only difference being that the Raven looked extremely pissed off. His whole face was drawn in an angry scowl. He'd given up trying to fight his way to escape. Now he hung limply from Pop's arm, his legs dangling under him. I already told you Dragon doesn't like hugs. Pops ignored him, in favor of stumbling drunkenly up the stairs they had just arrived at. Marco gave the other teen a sympathetic look. Luffy, I don't think he's listening, Ma. He turned to Marco with a pout. He tried to pry the Yonko's limb away miserably. When will he let us go? When he passes out, Yua. Luffy growled under his breath, not liking Marco's response. Just then, as they finally reached the top of the step, Pops stumbled forwards a little and just like that blacked out. He dropped sideways, slamming into the wooden deck with heavy thump. He lay there snoring. As his hold on them relaxed, they both were sent rolling away. Finally, we were free. Yua. Freedom. Luffy's POV. There wasn't much that really irked Luffy. However, the last hour was extremely anger-inducing, but not in the normal way. Normally, the Straw Hat Captain would punch the thing that made him fume. Yet he didn't want to punch Whitebeard, even though he had peeved him off. He had done the two ththings Luffy really hated. He had trapped him. The boy really loathed being unable to move. He hadn't even been able to brute force his way out. Secondly, the Yonko was a big, sniveling mess, which Luffy also strongly disliked. Not to mention, he kept telling him what to do. The Raven really didn't like being ordered around. Luffy was a pirate captain, so people couldn't tell him what to do. But he didn't want to hit the man. He actually quite liked Whitebeard. He did seem genuinely nice. What he didn't like was how annoying he was when drunk. Luffy accepted people were different when they were under the influence. That was the only reason the boy had put up with the man for as long as he did. And out of respect for Ace and Marco, they liked him, so he would put up with his annoying antics. Didn't mean the Raven was going to enjoy it. But now Luffy was free from all that. Whitebeard had blacked out, leaving Marco and Luffy alone for the first time in an hour. The Raven had every intention of going back to his cabin. For what had gathered from the Yonko was that Dragon was very upset. He was positive that Dragon would not appreciate a hug off Whitebeard. He was pretty uncomfortable with physical contact as it was. He put up with it if it was Luffy, though the young captain knew that he didn't really enjoy it. He was pretty similar to Zoro in that aspect. The Straw Hat Swordsman was the sort who would prefer to avoid that kind of stuff. He would let his friends cling to him or whatever, but it didn't necessarily mean Zoro appreciated it. Honestly, Luffy was sort of worried about the older Raven. He wasn't really the kind of person, for what he had seen, to absolutely lose it. Yet for what he had heard, that was exactly what had happened. Whitebeard had said something to upset Dragon, and Luffy was angry at the man for that. Nobody made his friends sad, though admittedly he did seem extremely upset over it. In fact, so unhappy he had gotten drunk. Whitebeard was a weird person. He could have just said sorry and been done with it. Anyway, Marco, I'm going to head back to TH-. Luffy was in the middle of waving goodnight to his friend when he was rudely interrupted by Icy-chan. The blue-haired woman came around the corner, where she stopped dead in her tracks and gave both teenagers a warning look. Oh my god, what the hell happened? Why is Pops on the floor? Marco froze, his face turning into a wary wince. He gave Luffy an apologetic smile. The young captain wasn't really sure why. It wasn't Marco's fault that his captain was a weepy drunkard. Oh hey, why do you Don't worry, he's fine, just a little wasted. She immediately took a huge step back. Icy-chan looked more than a little discomfort by that. The older teen couldn't fault her in the slightest. Just as she was putting some distance between herself and Whitebeard, the blue-haired woman backed into the ball and chain guy. He looked up from what he was doing, eating a pie by the looks of it, took one look at the Yonko on the ground and panicked. What the hell, is he okay? Icy-chan turned to the man clasping his shoulders and announced. Dreadlocks focused his eyes on the women, stuffing his whole pie into his mouth in a stressed manner. No, he's drunk. He relaxed for a moment. Then the words sunk in, and suddenly he didn't look so chilled out anymore. Happy drunk. Marco shook his head. Both people shuddered openly, taking another step backwards. Sad drunk, you are. Oh, Icy blurted out. She was trying to force Dreadlocks off her. He was clinging to her arm and shaking it violently. What are we going to do? Whitey, what we do? I don't want to be crushed with love and tears. I vote we just leave him there. Came another voice. This belonged to the crazy guy. Luffy thought he was pretty fun. He had blown up a room the other day. Fasa, we can't just leave him by the stairs. Someone might trip on him. This came from another person. This one belonged to someone Luffy hadn't met before. He looked like a worm or something. His body was in segments, and he had a bright red nose. Porter, what do you suggest then? This time it came from a guy who Luffy thought was cool. He hadn't met this guy either. He was a large man with long dark black hair, a spiky goatee, and a horn helmet. The helmet definitely helped with the coolness factor in the young captain's opinion. The two teenagers had been surrounded by a small group. All of them weren't looking especially pleased with the current situation. They had made sure them weren't in grabbing distance. A lot of them were watching the Yonko warily. Luffy couldn't blame them. Well, me and Luffy are going back to our cabins now, Iwa. Marco put his arm around Luffy's shoulders, steering him away, which was promptly denied by Icy-chan. Oh no, you two are not leaving us with this mess. The woman said, jabbing her thumb at the snoring blonde man. The little group murmured their agreement and blocked their escape route. Wah, come on, Icy-chan, we just want to leave. My name is Whitey Bay, not Icy-chan. Luffy's friend snorted, which was followed by several other sniggers. The blue-haired woman gave them a dirty glare, which shut up most of them. At least he doesn't call you magician. That's Vista, by the way, you are. That gained another couple of chuckles. She wasn't impressed. Why magician? I don't know, get him a top hat, and the kid would write in at a magic show. Do you think he knows any magic tricks? I am so going to dash. There was a loud cough which came from the explosion guy. He was pointing at a very steamed Icy-chan. She looked about ready to chuck somebody overboard. So we grab Pops by the ankles and drag him? Dreadlocks asked. He gave the woman a nervous look. The other men began nodding and muttering in unity. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Should we take him back to his room? Makes sense. They exchanged glances. Nobody moved. It was clear that not a soul actually wanted to do it. Luffy sighed. The sooner this was over, the sooner he could leave. So, we just gotta move him, right? Then me and Marco can go. Everyone fixed on the young captain. The group looked taken back. Luffy ignored them, bending down and grabbing hold of the drunk man's arm, slinging it over his shoulder, lifting with him with his knees, straining slightly. He was heavier than expected. This was coming from a guy who could quite easily suplex a man twice his size. Then again, the Raven wasn't trying to suplex him. After a second, the guy with the horned helmet rushed over to help the kid, along with Icy-chan. Icy-chan gripped the underside of chest, while Horned Helmet took the other arm, supporting the Yonko under his armpit with his shoulder. Are you guys just going to stand there? This kid just showed us up. The woman snapped that seemed to get the desired reaction, causing the rest of them to help. He really needs to lose some weight. Fasa, that's not funny. He barely eats as is. Said Apoida retorted. Icy-chan and Marco nodded in agreement. Fasa just flinched, realizing what he had said. They began to half-carry, half-drag the Yonko in the direction of his room, where that's where the Raven assumed they were headed. He doesn't eat much? Luffy asked. Anyone who didn't eat was frowned upon in the young captain's eyes. Food was life. It was what brought Luffy a lot of joy, and the thought that somebody didn't constantly think about eating disturbed him. Marco sighed. He had taken a position next to Luffy. He had his back under the man's collarbone. No, Iwa. He doesn't really take care of himself. Horned Helmet adjusted his hold on the man. He was making it awkward. He was way too tall, which was causing the left side to be lopsided. He always worries about everyone else but himself. The black-haired teen took that in. He looked healthy. Then again, Luffy didn't know much about that stuff. He trusted Chopper to take care of everyone. So is he sick? Not yet. But if he keeps going away, he will be. Dreadlocks told him there were several sad murmurs that echoed around the little group. Problem is he drinks too heavily. He's surprisingly reckless. He's always telling us off for doing careless stuff, weighs 10 times worse. Just because he's got the title for the world's strongest man, he thinks he's invincible. He seems to forget he's just a human like everyone else. Icy-chan continued. She sounded pretty passionate about it. No, Pops knows his limits. He just doesn't want us getting hurt. He would rather protect us, risk his life, than put us in harm's way. Wah. That came from Marco. He was quiet. His focus was on the task at hand, or that's how it looked. Really, Luffy could tell that his friend was very upset and was trying to hide it. Well, it's going to be his death one day. One of us will do something stupid, get caught, or beaten up, and is going to try and save us. Icy-chan whispered, choked up. Her eyes were glistening wetly. Apoida tried to comfort her, but he was too far away to pat her on the back. But he's too stubborn to listen. Fasa finished. The normal mockery had disappeared from his tone, instead sounding rather solemn. Luffy was silent. He found his mind wandering to Ace, his brother sitting up on the execution platform, screaming for them to leave him be, telling them that it was his own fault, but everyone refused to abandon him. The Raven's throat closed. He decided to block those painful memories away. There were other things to worry about, like Dragon being sad, Marco being upset, the annoying, not-so-old guy he was currently helping to drag. Just then there was a loud warning shout, making the group look up and towards the crow's nest. There was a man hanging over the edge. He was pointing towards the port side, waving his limbs frantically. Wolfman Pirate's ship! Wolfman Pirate's ship! The group collectively groaned. Luffy was curious who these pirates were. He had never heard of them before, though the young captain never paid attention to anything unless it was related to food, friends, or fighting, and the last two were hit and miss a lot of the time. Oh, not now. What time is it? Don't they have a not fighting hours? Dreadlocks complained. A couple of resounding annoyed voices chipped in. Of course they bloody don't, Rikuyo. They're the Wolfman Pirates because they attack at night. Wouldn't that make them the Batman Pirate? No, they get their name from their captain, who looks like a wolfman. I don't know, he looks like a hairy gorilla to me. The last comment received a chorus of chuckles and sniggers. Icy-chan cleared her throat loudly, bringing them back to the current situation. Why do you no fun? Who, sis? Shut up, idiots. I can't help it if you guys act like a bunch of teenage dorks. Icy-chan ranted. They kept booing her mockingly and teasing. She gave them an icy lower, which eventually shut them up. Luffy noticed a ship approaching. It was sailing towards them at a surprising speed. It was a large galleon, painted black and blue. The sides of the boat were layered in rows of cannon ports. There was a shrill challenge that came from the other ship. Where's Whitebeard? I've come to take his head. The weight on Luffy's shoulders was lifted, which was quickly followed by several panicked gasps. Whitebeard had gotten to his feet drunkenly. He staggered towards the whale ship's railing. He didn't look happy. In fact, he looked exceptionally pissed off in the most intoxicated manner possible. Yeet the way from our ship. The Yonko's crew ran after their captain, trying to pull him away from the barrier. It did literally nothing except irritate the man. Pops. No, Pops. What's matter with you kids? Dad got this. He tried to shoo them away, which was more like him pushing them away like a snowplow. Luffy was watching the whole scene play out with amusement. This might turn out to be fun. Pops, you can't, you're drunk. Dreadlocks retaliated. He had his hands wrapped around his leg, pushing at him unsuccessfully. Completely wasted. You can't even stand up straight. Apoida implored, back to the Yonko's side, striving to shove him away from the rail. Ya can't tell me what I do. The Zandier's too young. The blond man picked them off him, then pushing the rest away a little harder this time. He turned his attention to the impending ship, which was readying their cannons. The other crew were moving in to board the whale, each and every one ready for battle. The captain, who indeed looked like a hairy gorilla, was pointing his sword in their direction, in order to attack. The Yonko ship was in utter chaos. Without their captain, they had all gone into panic mode. Some of the crew were readying their weapons, while others were arguing about getting away. The Whitebeard captain was still trying to shake off his men. He looked about ready to jump over to the galleon with or without people clinging to him. Come over here, Brad, and I'll crush ya. It would have probably been quite a terrifying statement if it wasn't for the slurred words and the people hanging off him. Luffy had perched himself on the metal barrier facing the galleon. He had a wide grin, and he was laughing excitedly. Finally, he could punch someone and get out his frustration from earlier. The boy pumped himself up. His body took on a pinkish sheen. Steam flew off him in waving streaks. Gears second. Luffy threw his arms out towards the other ship, catching hold of the side and sprang towards it with a high joyful laugh. Goma Goma no rocket. He was sent hurtling, bowling over the enemy pirate like bowling pins. Twisting midair, he shot a rapid fire of kicks, which ripped through another dozen of pirates. Goma Goma no stamp Gatling. The boy landed on his hands, pushing off the wooden floor. He flung himself upwards, slinging his hand around a mast, and pulled the whole thing out and threw it at a couple of terrified men and crushed them rather horribly. Luffy cheerfully punched a man between the eyes, tossed another over his shoulder, using him after a second as a blunt object, slamming one man into an escaping pirate. They were both thrown overboard. The Raven dodged out of the way of a large fire axe, sliding under the offender's legs, and then jumped up behind him, headbutting the guy into the floor, sending Splinter sailing. Whitey Bay's POV. Whitey was watching in horrified fascination. Turns out the brat could fight. He could fight extremely well, actually. When he had flung himself over to the Wolfman pirate's ship, she had been pretty worried about the kid. The woman had been so worried that she had started going through a list of things to say to his angry, scary brother if the little brat had died. Thank God she didn't have to. Whitey kind of liked the kid. He was dumb, sure, but a total sweetheart. Even if the kid was annoying as all hell. Well, he was fine. Whitey had bigger problems than the little brat, like her overly trigger-happy brother and her angry drunk father. Fasa had disappeared for a minute. Then when he reappeared, he had a modified cannon, the same one that had blown up in the workshop. Even though her brother fought primarily with swords, he was a big explosion mad scientist thingy nut. He seemed to get off on almost blowing up stuff, even more so if he actually hit something. Atmos immediately took charge of the situation, deciding to grab their brother and stuff him uncomfortably under his arm. Fasa was not fond of being touched in any way, especially being manhandled. Served him right. Put me down. Atmos, put me down. I'll set your hair on fire. In response, he was smacked by Apoida. He didn't like those kinds of threats. He was pretty sensitive about fire. No, bad Fasa. Atmos turned his attention back on Whitey, much more endangering state of affairs. Their father was still trying to pick a fight with other pirates. They weren't worried so much about his safety as to their own. If Pops managed to get away and start a fight, it was very possible he would sink both ships. Whitey had her arms around the Yonko's arm. He could have easily shaken her off. That is if he was sober. Drunk Pops was having trouble to just stand up straight, let alone fend off 4 of his kids. They were hanging off him. Marco had turned into a phoenix and was covering his eyes, which was the man throwing off balance. Raku had their father's other arm. He had wrapped his whole body around it, which was really the best he could do without Obsidian, his ball and chain. Apoida was clinging to one of his legs, attempting to trip the man over. If he was on the floor, they might stand more chance at holding him still. Pops managed to pull Marco off his face, tossing the kid behind him. Whitey's little brother caught himself midair. With the 15-year-old out of the way, he could see, probably not very well through his drunken stupor, but enough to figure out that he could pull off Raku. "Sor, Marco, Dad is gonna go beat the their brat up." The blonde man dragged her dreadlocked brother off with a hand she was desperately trying to pin down, followed by picking off Apoida, shoving him away clumsily with a foot as he straightened somewhat. He didn't bother to do anything with Whitey. She wasn't in the way of what he wanted to do. He forced his fist out. This made everyone suddenly freeze up. This was bad. Pop staggered a little as he got into a lopsided position as a white aura surrounded his fist. Their desperate efforts were fruitless as he directed a tremor at the enemy's galleon, or he would have if he didn't lose his balance, having forgotten how he normally put his feet. Instead, he hit the air too high, and the way he stumbled was towards the Moby Dick as he tried to catch himself. It vibrated, causing the sky to crack open. The shockwave was shot towards the three masts on their own ship, tearing them apart, completely shattering two of them, while the last escaped with being torn from its home. Great they didn't have any masts left. They gave Marco and the little brat a hard time for burning a single sail. "Oh fuck," exclaimed Fasa. He had his jaw hanging and shook, just like everyone else. "Why you gave me and Luffy such a big TI dash?" Marco shut up. Whitey roared. She didn't need to hear how smug her little brother was. "Oops, didn't mean to do that," Pops said sheepishly. He didn't look overly concerned, though. He would be in the morning. That was if they survived until then. "I get him this time." Everyone piled on top of him, Fasa included this time, trying desperately to deter another accident. This just seemed to piss him off. He shook himself, forcefully dislodging them from his body. Whitey was thrown towards the icy waters. Fasa grabbed her around the waist. They dangled precariously from the ship's edge. Fasa's grip was loosening. Thankfully, he was caught by a quotev. He hung on his hand. He was joined by Raku, who helped pull them up. "Mose, get off me." Atmos had hold of Pops. He had successfully pinned one of his arms behind his back. Their father was getting much angrier. The Pops did something nobody expected. He decided that it was a good idea to fall backwards and crush Atmos under his weight. To be fair, their brother was probably fine. He was a big guy as it was, not as big as their father, but big enough to shake off something like that without much trouble. But he had let him go. The Yonko rolled off his son, wobbling to his feet and into a drunken run. He leapt over the edge of the Moby, throwing himself roughly over to the enemy's ship. He landed in an undignified heap before staggering to his full height, turning around to his horrified kids and gave them a goofy thumbs up. "I'm a good kids. Dad's gonna beat these gwiz up." Whitey locked eyes with her brothers. They nodded in silent agreement. They climbed on to the banister, diving over several heads as they landed on the enemy's side. They needed their dad back. General POV. Whitebeard was having a hard time finding the stupid brat that was attacking his ship. Honestly, the man had no clue why his kids were being so mean to him. They kept telling him what to do, which he did not appreciate at all. What did those brats know? He was older than them. He could do whatever he liked. At this moment in time, he really wanted to brain the punk that was attacking his family. Yet several times his children had tried to stop him. Couldn't they do something else? Like give him a happy smile, encouraging comments, instead of "Pops, you're drunk." You're not allowed to punch little brats that want to get on your ship. Don't protect us like you're meant to. He loved his babies. Let him do what he freaking wanted. These thoughts were making the drunk man very tearful. All he wanted to do was protect them and love them and give them everything the world had to offer. But no, they were being bossy little snots. He staggered a little as he made his way through the enemy's ship. A couple of brave idiots threw themselves at Whitebeard. They were promptly crushed with a quake-endowed slap. The Yonko was unaware of how much damage he was causing, or maybe he didn't care. Either way, the galleon was racked with damages, holes, cracks, and groaning noises accompanied it. But he continued on, ignoring the growing panic that the enemy crew was in. He had one goal: find Punk, cave his head in, go home, and get lots of love off his kids who now had nothing to worry about. Sadly, that was not how it worked. Drunk Newgate unknowingly was causing the opposite effect. His kids were in an absolute state of frenzy, trying to find their wayward father. After boarding the enemy vessel, the small group consisting of Fasa, Whitey Bay, Depoida, Rikio, Atmos, and Marco had lost sight of their pops and were having to fight a large, angry force of hostile pirates. All the while, the galleon was being shaken with earthquakes, making their mission 10 times more dangerous than it needed to be. Parts of the ship were tossed into the air, cracks were opening up everywhere they stepped, all the while they had to fight through dozens of fodder. But at least this wasn't happening to the Moby Dick. It was going to take enough time to repair the mast that their intoxicated father had caused. Then again, only one was really in good enough condition to be used. The other two had been shattered. The Yonko's crew had calmed down somewhat, as their captain had decided to attack the enemy vessel, followed by some of the strongest members of the crew. This meant that they could focus primarily on defending their sailless ship. They were doing a good enough job of keeping the other's forces at bay, kicking off anyone that they deemed a threat. Nobody was paying attention to Foss's modified cannon. It had been making some pretty weird noises. That was until Blenheim and Andre ran past. They stopped in their tracks. The thing was shaking violently, coughing out smoke. The two men did the only thing that seemed appropriate at the time. Probably wasn't the best idea in the world. Their thought process was simply, we don't want to damage Moby anymore. Let's just chuck this potentially lethal device over to the enemy's ship. And that's what they did, picking the huge, bulky contraption up over their heads and flung it overboard. Only problem was that the cannon was much heavier than anticipated. Instead of hitting the other side's deck, it plunged downwards into the sea, setting off a huge explosion that hit both ships hard. It completely caved in the bottom half of the galleon, sending it careening sideways and causing the passengers to be drenched in seawater. While the cannonball was triggered, causing it to be fired at the Moby, obliterating a small portion of the side of the gunnel, along with taking out a large chunk in the hull. Andre and Blenheim stood there for a second registering what had happened. The two idiots were lucky not to have been seriously injured by that blast. But that was not what they were worrying about. No, they had just destroyed part of their vessel. It was their fault, so they should probably fix it before anyone noticed. They did not want to get in trouble. So they tore off in the middle of a battle to find wooden planks. They probably had their priorities wrong. Back on the hostile galleon, who was now sinking much faster than it had previously. However, the attention was on the Yonko and a much smaller person having an argument. The person was actually a kid with a straw hat. The Wolfman pirates were watching the exchange with fear, fascination, and bewilderment. The only thing they could all agree on was those two were utter monsters. Those two individuals alone had wiped out half the crew, destroyed half the ship, and one of them was clearly incredibly drunk, while the other was a small little brat with the biggest balls anyone on this sinking galleon could hope to have. They were shouting loudly, enough to be heard from the other end of the ship where the Wolfman captain was fighting. He was dueling against a huge hulking man with a Viking helmet, while his men were being tossed about rather pathetically by some intruders who were being led by a very angry woman. Ice was spreading across the deck, eating away at the wooden floor. He was sure it was the woman's doing. The other Whitebeard pirates were crazy strong too. One had turned into a huge man-sized caterpillar. It was tearing through several of his men with ease. Another was a man with dreadlocks. He had pulled up his ship's anchor and chain, had wrapped it around his arm, and was using it as a flail. But this was a galleon-sized anchor, and he was flinging it around like it weighed absolutely nothing. Then there was a man who was swinging around two blades which were set alight, and he was cackling as he burned everything around him. The giant he was fighting was cripplingly strong as well. The captain slung his sword at the large man, who caught it expertly between his giant hands. He quickly realized that he couldn't reclaim his blade. Switching tactics, he pulled a revolver on him. Just as he pulled the trigger, blue flames appeared in front of him in a dazzling blaze, taking the bullets in place of the Viking man. A bird's face sprung from the azure fire, going straight for his eyes. Wolfman punched the thing in the beak, yet didn't withdraw, screeching angrily. The Wolfman captain opted to retreat away from these insane monsters, let his crew deal with them. He was the captain after all. He was the only one who mattered. The Yonko's crew tried to follow Wolfman, but he quickly lost them, weaving in and out of the galleon's decor. He found himself in the front of the wolf figurehead. Two figures were blocking it from view. They seemed to be having a rowing match. Piles of his subordinates were laying everywhere. They looked as though they had been brutally crushed, while others were covered in small black bruises. He suddenly wished he had stayed to fight the bird and the Viking. Standing before him was Whitebeard, and the person he was arguing with was a kid with black hair and a straw hat. They were both so embroiled that they had failed to notice him. Or so he thought. In actual fact, they were both aware of the man and had decided that they didn't care. He was just more fodder to them. They both wanted to fight the captain, yet neither one of them would yield. The Yonko was wobbling a little as he jabbed his finger angrily at the boy, while the Raven was whacking him away. "I'm a captain. I'll punch on him. I don't care, I'm going to send him flying." "No, go home, Brad." The intoxicated Yonko pointed towards someplace that was not the Moby Dick before throwing his weight around angrily as went back to prodding Luffy, causing another burst of Conqueror's haki to fly off him. Luffy ignored it, while more of the enemy pirates collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouths. Wolfman, while he wasn't affected, he did stagger backwards, feeling sick to the stomach. "You're drunk, not so old, guy. Marco will be sad if you fall off the ship." The Raven tried to reason. Though his tone was filled with irritation, the blonde man was really starting to get under his skin. He was stubborn and a weepy drunkard too. "Call me Pops. I'm not going to fall off the ship. I told you not my dad. Am too lil brat." They glared at each other with annoyed expressions. Both stood their ground, not wanting to back down. "No. Why yes?" Whitebeard grabbed the kid by the back of the shirt, giving him a good rough shake. The teen scowled, turning on the man, pulled at his hair angrily. This was making Wolfman extraordinarily glad that he was not the focus of their little scuffle. All he could really say was that brat was stuffed with so much guts it wasn't even funny. The Yonko was terrifying to him and the rest of the Wolfman pirates. That man's aura was soul-crushing. A black rage was rolling off spades. The haki that was being emitted was heavy in nature, enough to even make several people throw up. "Captain, help us." That small voice came from one of the Wolfman pirates. The captain could have kicked the bastard. That was if he knew where said bastard was. "Captain." Something grabbed him around the ankle. He immediately kicked it away, but another one replaced it, and then another one. "Captain's going to save us." "Captain, help." He began to panic, desperately trying to dislodge the idiots grappling onto him. He looked up to see that the argument had stopped. They had heard them. They had taken notice of him. He's the captain. This guy's captain. Wolfman tried to retreat, but he was in a tangled heap of limbs, clinging to his legs. He started to pull them off. More clambered around him. "Captain, help." Captain will save us. Took out his revolver, shooting several of his own men in the head. He tried to drag himself away. Those two monsters had seen him. They were coming closer, so close he could see the white of their eyes. The wolfman screamed, "He's mine! Nas is mine, brat!" A massive fist smashed into the captain's face, instantly snapping his neck, but that wasn't before another punch like a bullet was shoved into the man's stomach. Ribs, stomach tissues, skull, spine all destroyed in a matter of seconds. The body was sent hurtling over the railings. Luffy and Whitebeard stood there, staring at the broken barrier. They were incredibly disappointed. "I got him first," Luffy scoffed, looking away to the side. The man looked drunkenly offended. He leant over the kid, pulling at his face with his index finger and thumb, forcing the boy to look at him. "Nah, I did, brat." The raven jammed his hands into the Yonko's jaw, pushing him away from him with all his strength. This caused the man to trip over his own unsteady feet, falling unceremoniously to his knees, taking Luffy with him. "Pops!" There was a female voice that echoed over the sinking vessel, followed by several other relieved cries. The Yonko lifted his head up dizzyingly. He was seeing in 4 blurry directions, but the man grinned. He knew his kid's shouts anywhere. Whitebeard released Luffy for a second, only to grab the kid around the waist and pull him towards his stomach. The young captain was not pleased, fighting his grip, but quickly gave up when he thought back to earlier. He was stuck again. "Hey, kid's dad beat the captain up." "No, I did. Don't take the credit, not so old guy." In response, the rubber boy was promptly jabbed in the side, not too lightly. "Call me Pops." The raven decided the best course of action was to bite his arm. The Yonko didn't so much as flinch. He hadn't even felt anything. He was so drunk that pain was just a distant memory. "Are you okay? We need to get out of here. This ship's going down." Luffy's POV. Could this damn Yonko leave Luffy alone for one damn minute? First, he drags Marco and him around for an hour. Then he tries to steal his punching bag captain, and now he was back to dragging him around him again, not listening to a word the kid was saying. Luffy had a dad. He didn't need another one. Trying to get Whitebeard to actually listen was like talking to a brick wall. The little group was struggling to get the blonde man to listen to them too. He was more interested in laughing his ass off. They were trying to push him up from where he was knelt, which he seemed to think was extremely hilarious. "Get up. Stop laughing and move. Pops, get up." Luffy would have probably thought the scene was rather funny too, except he was stuck and could not escape the stupid drunk. He did not want to drown. If the Yonko wanted to sink to the bottom of the sea, then fair enough. Luffy did not appreciate being dragged down with him. At least he wasn't a sniveling mess anymore, which was a huge improvement in Luffy's eyes. Then again, he also wasn't doing much of any use either. Laughing at his very stressed crew wasn't very becoming of a captain. Not that Luffy was much better, honestly. However, when Straw Hat crew told their captain that they needed to go because the ship they were on was in danger of sinking, Luffy generally listened, especially if the threat had gone. The boy was really starting to lose his cool. He had not eaten, which was making the raven crabby, and that cold dinner he had consumed earlier was not enough to satisfy the black hole that was Luffy's stomach. He was trapped again, and his friends were sad. 3 things the boy hated the most. Water was starting to flood the deck. The ship was creaking as it was slowly being swallowed by the ocean, and the wooden planks were collapsing all around them. The group were starting to slide towards the sea water, crashing onto the vessel. The Yonko was completely oblivious. Icy-chan, Marco, and their crewmates were flapping. At this point, they were no longer being gentle and were dragging the man away from the water. His instincts must have kicked in. Whitebeard finally figured out that he should probably move when he put his hand in the encroaching puddles. The large drunk man staggered to his feet. He didn't look very happy with what was happening. His face was drawn into nasty grimace. Great about damn time. He floundered away from the flooding leak, also away from the whale ship. Had he really not noticed the huge, massive white whale ship? It was literally right in front of him. It was freaking huge. Pops, for God's sake, this way. Not over there. Fucking hell, old man, this way. Icy-chan had hold of his free hand and was pulling it unsuccessfully, while the others were pushing him from behind. It was in this moment that the young captain lost the last of his patience. Luffy managed to struggle out one of his hands, then his other. He was getting out of here with or without someone stuck to him. He threw his hands out to the best of his ability, thankfully reaching their mark, which was the broken mast on the whale ship. Wrapping his arms around the thick wooden stump, he tensed his muscles, straining slightly from the extra weight. "Oi, push him over." "What? What are you doing?" Marco got the message. He turned toward his crew, mates quickly explaining what he wanted to do. As the words were out of his mouth, they were already trying to destabilize the Yonko's foothold, which at this point wasn't very hard as Whitebeard seemed to be pretty out of it. As soon as he lost his footing, Luffy's arms retracted to their original size, sending them both rocketing over to the friendly ship. Whitebeard took the brunt of the impact, slamming into the remains of the mast, taking out the stump out with them. Despite the rough landing, the Yonko hardly seemed bothered. He flopped over onto his back as he rolled out from the splintered remains of the mast. After a moment, sitting up in a confused, intoxicated manner, clearly wondering how he had gotten back. Mom? Huh. Well, guess that's fine. The small group came running towards them. Having arrived back from the enemy vessel, they all looked relieved. Luffy was glad. They were happier now. Dreadlocks leant down, prying open the Yonko's hand, releasing Luffy from his imprisonment. The boy automatically jumped out of grabbing range. He was received with cheerfully pats on the back and hair ruffles. The Straw Hat Captain wasn't entirely sure why, but they were happy, so that was something. Oh, thank you, said Apoida. He was the one beating his back enthusiastically. He had a bright grin on his face. That was a good idea. That came from Dreadlocks. He was stood next Whitebeard with his arms on his hips. He was beaming ear to ear. He looked really worn out. To be fair, they all did. You're welcome. Whitebeard must have thought they were talking to him. He had a smug smile, and nobody was impressed. They turned on him grumpily. He looked back innocently, still completely oblivious. You're the reason for this mess. Pops, you've been nothing but trouble. Yeah. Luffy winced as they all laid it into him. The man looked utterly heartbroken. He flopped over onto his side, laying there bawling his eyes out. You kids are mean. While yelling at a sad drunk man was pretty mean, though Luffy wasn't exactly sympathetic either. He was annoying. Dreadlocks was trapped in a headlock, pulling the poor guy into a crushing hug. Whitebeard was soaking him in tears, and he had no way of escape. Dreadlocks and Whitebeard's crew mates were laughing at them. They had no idea how much that sucked. Huh, so that's what Luffy's face probably looked like. He felt bad for him. At the same time, there was no way he was going near that weepy drunkard again. Icy-chan was too close. She was giggling unaware when she was snatched as well. She screeched, begging the others to help her, but that just caused them all to laugh harder. She looked like she wanted to strangle them. Luffy waved to Marco, who waved back, smiling drearily. The young captain had no more energy to expend on this whole thing. He was going back to the cabin, whether anyone wanted him to or not. Whitebeard was not his problem any longer. They could deal with him. In fact, he shouldn't have been his problem in the first place. He wasn't his captain or his dad. Anyway, Luffy would much prefer him when he was sober once more, because right now, the Raven couldn't stand the man. Luffy was famished, and he was worried about Dragon. He was going to sort those worries out. Nobody was going to stop him. Chapter 25. Whitebeard's POV. His awareness slowly took hold, forming a painful, blurred image as he opened his eyes. Newgate knew this awful, thumping headache all too well. It wasn't really a headache and more of an agonizing migraine. He was hungover. A distinct taste lingered in his mouth, making the man want to gag. In a slow, deliberate movement, he lifted his face from his pillow, which honestly didn't help much. It still felt too fast. As soon as he had his head up, a wave of nausea hit him. The bile at the back of his throat was disgusting. Propping himself up on an elbow, which was followed up with a deep, steadying breath, it didn't help the nausea much. There was some comfort in knowing that he hadn't thrown up. Yet, his other arm seemed to be trapped by something silky. His instincts told him to freeze. It left him wondering what it was for a moment until a soft, sleepy murmur came from it. One he recognized well. Relaxing immediately, it was Whitey. He ran his thumb over her head, or what he thought was hers. However, their hair didn't feel like smooth silk. It was much tougher, coarse even. Dreadlocks. Rikuyo was there as well. His sister seemed to be using him as a pillow, which was causing him to snore. Newgate gingerly moving her off. Poor boy probably couldn't breathe. He set her down on the mattress, then picked off her brother as well, freeing his forearm. They were sound asleep, and they didn't take up much of the bed. So they weren't a bother, so he left them be. It wasn't like these two would mind that much anyway. It would be a different story if it had been someone like Fasa or Andre. Neither of them would have been happy. They didn't like physical contact all that much. They were more emotionally unavailable, and this sort of thing would have really bothered them. While Rikuyo was so laid back, he always had his arm draped around someone's shoulder, or he would be joking good naturally. The Yonko could pick up the kid. Within 10 minutes, he would be asleep or in a little world of his own. He was from a very poor background. He used to be an angry teenager, always getting into fights. His family had forced him to work for a farmer as a workhand. The boy was paid an abysmal amount, and his parents took every cent of it. It would have been fine if his mother and father worked, but they didn't. They sat on their fat asses all day, living off the money their then 15-year-old son was making. And half the time, they wouldn't even feed Rikuyo enough. When Newgate had come across the boy, he had been nothing but skin and bones. The Yonko had taken pity on him, brought him something to eat for dinner. Suddenly, this angry, grumpy teenager vanished and was replaced with a cheerful, thankful kid, and that was that. Rikuyo never left Newgate again. Whitey, despite her often annoyed, aloof exterior, she was actually rather clingy, needing affection almost constantly. She was insecure and more than a little fragile. Newgate had met her when she was still a young teenager. She'd had a rough start in life, and when he had taken her away from the awful place she lived in, she had been so distrustful and scared that she had tried to kill him on several occasions. The blonde man finally got through to her eventually. It had taken a lot of work, but it was all worth it. These days, the girl was often glued to his side. She would follow Newgate around in an uncaring manner, which was rather funny. She was too embarrassed to actually ask for some attention. When he did give her some, she never complained. He pushed them away from him. He was starting to feel sick again. The last thing he wanted was, well, he didn't want to think about it. He wasn't sure why they were here. This is why he hated getting drunk. One, he always had the worst hangovers, and two, he could never remember much afterwards. Just like now, he had no clue as to what had happened. Well, that wasn't entirely true. He could remember the first half of the evening, which ended up dissolving into a hazy mist the later the evening went on. He was pretty sure he had made a nuisance of himself. At the beginning of the evening, he remembered his chat with Dragon. Then the kid had some kind of meltdown and run off. Newgate felt awful. He had tried to make him feel better, but the trouble was that the Yonko had actually no idea what to do with him. He would normally give him a hug, say something comforting, or at the very least sat down next to them and listen. However, Dragon was a difficult one. He didn't take well to those things. When the kid had finally told him something, Newgate had wanted to get anything out of him. Suddenly, the man regretted pushing him. He had been so set on getting to the bottom of the problem, he completely overlooked the problem and ended up making it worse. After that, he had taken to drinking. He hadn't meant to get wasted. At first, he just did it as something to do, to take his mind off the huge mess he had made. At that point, Newgate had every intention to go and find Dragon. The more he thought about it, the worse he got. He didn't want to make him feel even more awful. Yet as the evening went on, the more alcohol he consumed, the simpler the problem became, until the man was finally utterly plastered. He had a vague recollection of Marco and Luffy being there, also Darius and Gloria too. Then, that was when his memory started to fail. Newgate wasn't entirely sure how the rest of the evening played out. There was bits and pieces that floated to the surface if he thought hard enough. Since he had such a terrible migraine, he didn't really enjoy thinking at all. It felt like someone was hitting his skull with a sledgehammer repeatedly. He lay down once again. His skin was itchy. He must have been sweating while he was asleep. The Yonko had a problem, mainly being that he was always hot, even a slightly raised temperature, and he would sweat buckets. But at least he never felt cold, though he suspected that had something to do with his devil fruit. If he started shivering, it would cause his whole body to tremor. That was probably what kept him warm. However, it definitely didn't help in hot climates. He really hated being hot. After a moment's deliberation, he decided to ditch his coat and boots, pulled them off, and dropped them on the floor loudly, which sent a sharp pain through his head. God, his head was sensitive. He had to admit he felt pretty gross. For a moment, the thought of having a bath seemed inviting. Then the water that went with the bath popped in his mind. Suddenly, it didn't sound so nice. He already felt like shit. The water would sap every last bit of energy he had. He decided he didn't care that much about being gross. He would have one in the morning. Actually, that was a point. What time was it? It felt late at night. However, Newgate's room didn't have any windows, so it was rather hard to tell the time. He sat down on the edge of his mattress, grabbing the matchbox on the crate next to his bed, pulled out a single candle, and lit it. A small flame flickered to life. Even a tiny little glow in the darkness caused him wince. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust. Once they had, he flashed the candle next to the clock, reading the time. 3:45 nachts. He sighed heavily, shaking the flame out. 3-ish hours before he had to get up. A wonderful. Newgate sat there in silence for a while. All he could feel was his throbbing brain. He tried rubbing his temples, but that just seemed to make it worse. In the end, going back to sleep in his bed ended the debate with himself. He had considered just getting up regardless of what time it was and going to sit and chair on deck for a while. However, he really couldn't be asked. The fresh sea air may have done his head some good, though for some reason he was incredibly reluctant. His gut was telling him he didn't want to deal with something, and at this moment, he could not agree more. He would deal with whatever the issue was tomorrow. Actually, no, it was today now. Newgate sank back into his mattress, burying his burning face into his pillow once more. He was mindful of Whitey and Rikuyo, not wanting to disturb them. Thankfully, they didn't rouse. Though after a short while they had found their back to his arm, trapping it once more. The Yonko didn't have the heart to move them again, even if his limb would be stiff and full of pins and needles by the morning. He settled into a light sleep, with his pounding mind ebbing away into the background and his nausea fading ever so slightly. He had a feeling that he was going to have a shock in the morning. Chapter 26. Marco's POV. Marco was stood in front of his friend's door, yet he couldn't bring himself to actually knock on it. Luffy and Dragon hadn't come out of their cabin all morning. They'd missed breakfast, which was very out of sorts. They both loved to eat. Vista put a hand on his shoulder, smiling reassuringly. Joseph gave him a little pat on the back. It felt more like a wallop. The blonde took a deep, steadying breath and knocked. The sound bounced off the wood. His hollow tap was all that greeted them. The two people inside remained silent. No answer came. Marco sighed, slumping his shoulders sadly. He was tempted to barge in like normal. However, after last night, having heard what had happened between Dragon and Pops, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. The teen felt awful. He had been told about Dragon's history, and it was just Marco, nobody else. Pops had decided he needed to know because he was good friends with Luffy. As Dragon was always tagging along behind Luffy, it kind of applied. Marco suddenly understood them both a lot more, and like the saying goes, with knowledge comes power. Or something. To be honest, it felt more like a depressing revelation than power. What bothered the Phoenix was that if this was what had happened to Dragon, then it must have happened to Luffy too. And that thought made his stomach twist in painful knots. He could understand Dragon's attitude. He'd be bitter towards the whole world too. However, Luffy was so different from his brother, he must have had these awful feelings too. Yet he just let them go? He couldn't believe that. Maybe we should come back later. Vista said softly. He gave him a sympathetic look. He didn't really know what was going on, but he, like the of the crew, had been told to cut the brothers some slack. Joza nodded. He gave his older blonde brother a hug from behind. Like normal, all his air was knocked out of him. Yeah, I'm just a little worried about them, you are. I know, it's out of character for them, but maybe they need some space. Marco gazed down at his feet, shrugging. Jozu let go of him, taking him by the hand, giving a squeeze. The 15-year-old smiled, slightly looking up at his little brother. He turned away from the door. Vis, you're probably right. Let's go tell Pops. He'll know you are. Vista put his arm around Marco's shoulders. The three brothers started to make their way back to where they had last seen their dad. Whitey Bay's POV. Whitey was stood next to Pops with a hand placed reassuringly on his arm. He was staring at the remains of the three masts. He wasn't very happy. Pops was clearly still hung over, even if he insisted, rather grumpily she might add, that he was perfectly fine. The Yonko kept wincing at the light. He would shield his eyes and rub his temples almost constantly. Fine or ass. It could be worse. One of them is still usable. All we need to do is put it back up. Atmos tried to sound upbeat. Positivity was his forte. That was if he was feeling positive himself. Right now, he was smiling a little too widely, eyes squeezed shut a little too tight. Atmos, we have one damn mast. This is a massive warship. One isn't going to do shit. Pops spat angrily. He was massaging his forehead again. He looked about ready to punch something. Talk about a bad mood. Not that she couldn't understand why. He was hung over, with a bad migraine most likely. The first thing he was told this morning was that he had gotten so drunk the night before that he had reeked the Moby's masts, sunk an enemy galleon, killed the captain, and almost sunk with said galleon. That wasn't even half of it. There was a problem with the Monkey Brothers. They hadn't left their room today, not even when someone had come along and announced breakfast, which was very out of the ordinary. Those two ate like horses. Hopefully Marco, Vista, and Jozu had managed to convince them to come out. Pops was probably worried over that as well. Whitey wasn't sure what had happened with Dragon last evening. Whatever it was something that made her mostly jovial little brother's face fall. When Marco had finished talking to Pops, he had been extremely unhappy. Something that had caused all this mess to start with. Something that had to have been bad enough to get Pops drunk over. The woman almost didn't want to know, almost. The Yonko was pacing back and forth, with his face drawn into a nasty snarl, arms clasped behind his back, hunched over slightly, and was muttering not very savory things under his breath. She groaned. What could they do? He was going to be in a foul mood at least until his hangover was gone, and even then that wasn't guaranteed. Maybe you should go back to bed for a bit, Pops. Raku offered, which wasn't received very well. It caused Pops to stop pacing and glare. I'm Fine. He snapped as he resumed, marching once again. Her brother didn't look convinced, but he let it go. There was no point arguing with him. He wasn't going to listen. Whitey continued to watch the grumpy hungover man, eyes following him back and forth. She finally decided to intervene. He wasn't going to listen, yes. However, she could probably stop his constant maundering circles around the mast. It was starting to get on her nerves. She stepped in his path. Pops stopped abruptly, staring at her accusingly. Whitey stood her ground, until he grouchily lowered himself to the floor and sat there with arms crossed. He got the message at least. The woman's brothers seemed relieved. They could probably get some reasonable input now, instead of him continually dismissing what they had say. He may at least listen to something now that he was sitting down calmly. Pops, we should be arriving at the next island in a day or two. That mast will do its job until we get more supplies. Atmos reasoned, as he perched on the broken mast stump, fixing his eyes pleadingly on Pops. I suppose. That is if the damn Marines leave us alone this time. Everyone groaned at his negative response, though at least it was better than the other comments he'd made this morning. They should leave us be considering that this island is under your protection, Whitey put in. There were several nods and mumbling agreements. Pops scowled, looking away with his chin jutted out in defiance. God, he was acting like a spoiled brat. Come on, Pops, don't be like this. You're 44, damn it. Act your age. Whitey sighed, sick of his bad attitude. She wandered over to his side, prodding him with the cold fingers under the ribs. Hey, what was that for? You're acting like an overgrown, spoiled brat, the woman told him indifferently. He opened his mouth, probably to give her a mouthful, but shut up when a couple of her brothers backed her up. Pops snorted angrily, though he did try not to look like a bratty kid. He failed. TCH, girl, you better not talk to all your elders with such a disrespectful tone. This time there was a small bit of teasing in his voice. Whitey grinned, chuckling softly. It was followed by some sniggers from her brothers. Nah, it's just you, she quipped unapologetically. Pops tried to look annoyed. However, he couldn't hold back the mockery from his eyes. Sorry. The Yonko huffed quietly. He turned his face away from his amused, laughing kids, a tiny, quirking grin starting to form. Pops, Pops, we have a problem. Everyone spun in the direction of the panicked shouts. They were coming from Marco. He was running towards them with his hand clamped around newspaper. Vista and Jozu were close behind. He didn't seem to be in a better state than the blonde boy. Pops flinched from the sharp, shrill shouts that Marco had made, but he seemed more concerned about his sons. Marco, what's wrong? When the Phoenix reached them, he was out of breath, panting heavily as he skidded to a halt in front of their father. Vista managed to stop in time. Jozu did not, smashing into the back of Marco, sending him stumbling. Pops caught them both before they hit the floor. The blonde teen gasped a little as he sat up, pulling his hand from under him, bringing the newspaper out, thrusting it at Pops, who took it with his free hand a little apprehensively. Page 5, while Marco puffed, staggering under his little brother's weight. Jozu finally got off of his elder blonde brother, apologizing, which was quickly waved away. Vista helped the younger boy up, who also started apologizing for that too. The dark-haired teen shook his head warily. Pops was reading the paper. His face went from concerned to aggravated. They all gathered around to look at it, their father adjusting absently so they could see too. Rikuyo climbed onto his shoulder, toppling into his lap, avoiding the newspaper the best he could. He perched on Pop's leg and began to read it out loud. Whitebeard pirates out to get our Marines. On Tuesday the 4th of this month, a Marine base was attacked by the infamous Edward Whitebeard Newgate, who struck the buildings with numerous earthquakes, causing injuries to many innocent Marines. Thankfully, the reports say there were no serious casualties. Many lives were saved by Admiral Sengoku, who bravely held the falling Marine fort up while rescues were underway, saving many lives. Straight after the Whitebeard, pirates ambushed 4 Marine warships who was being led by hero of the Marines, Monkey D. Garp, who were in the middle of transporting a high-risk criminal to impel down prison. The evil convict is still in custody. When asked who the prisoner is, we were told that it was confidential. While in the line of duty, Vice Admiral Garp was severely wounded. Reports say that Whitebeard had the intention to kill this great man. Miraculously, our hero survived and is now being treated at one of the best hospitals in the New World. He will make a full comeback. He will be fighting fit to protect us once again. Then 4 days ago, another brutal attack was staged on a small island, Gambora, in the New World. Whitebeard's men terrorized locals and assaulted Marine survivors from the base attack. Was the terrible Yonko trying to finish the job? Or has he got it in for Admiral Sengoku? The Admiral who has once again saved day, calling a defensive retreat to protect the scared citizens of Gambora and his injured men. He also swooped in to save a young, promising Marine captain from a brutal assault from none other than Whitebeard himself. The young Captain Sakazuki heroically stood his ground against the powerful Yonko as he defended a town from being attacked by Whitebeard's crew. He was gravely wounded. However, doctors say he will make a full recovery. Many people are petitioning for Captain Sakazuki to receive a promotion for his outstanding bravery. The information released by government officials say that the attacks was unprovoked. Nobody is quite sure what the tyrannical Whitebeard has up his sleeve. But the Marines have a dash. That's enough, Raku. Pops interrupted. He placed a heavy hand on his head. The aggravation from his face had disappeared. Whitey's siblings, on the other hand, were mad. They were ranting and raving. To be honest, she was pretty pissed off too. How dare them accuse them? How dare they accuse their father? They've got it all wrong. That's a load of bullshit. They're the ones who started shit with us. Ya dash. Pops slammed his fist into the floor. It shook the vessel slightly, and it silenced them all. Kids, be quiet. You're being too loud. There was a low-volume chorus of sorries from Whitey and her brothers. He shook his head warily, closing the newspaper and dropped it next to his knee. Are you okay? Whitey questioned, coming to sit near him, delicately resting her hand on his large arm. He turned, ruffling her hair. She scowled, pushing his hand away, receiving a teasing, tired grin as the woman tried to fix the mess he had made. The rest of her siblings came together in an attempt to try and make their father feel better. Jozu plopped down on Pop's lap next to Rikuyo, who was looking a little concerned about being crushed by their youngest brother. The Yonko lowered his chin to settle it on top of Jozu's head, which made the boy beam from ear to ear. You spoilt little punks. Despite that comment, he couldn't have sounded more contented. Whitey smiled in amusement. He was such an old softy, but they wouldn't want him any other way. Chapter 27. Luffy's POV. Luffy was perched next to Dragon's sleeping form. He was starting to get worried now. He hadn't woken up since this morning. Luffy didn't know much about sickness, but he did know that a fever was bad. Dragon had one, and it was really bad. When the younger Raven had come back the night before, he hadn't known what to expect, but when he arrived, Dragon had been deep asleep. So the boy had left him. He hadn't been sleeping very well anyway, and sleep was good in his book. Then he had woken up early in the morning, like around 2 or 3 a.m. Dragon was making some weird noises, so like the concerned friend Luffy had climbed down from his hammock, checking to see if he was okay. The man was sweating profusely. He was red like a tomato, and he was heaving unsteadily. This time he was awake. He had his eyes fixed on a shaking hand. The shackles were digging into his skin. Poor Dragon was in agony. When Luffy had asked what was happening, the older Raven had assured him that he was perfectly fine, which the boy immediately denied. He had been about to go find someone. However, Dragon stopped him. He had somehow convinced the Straw Hat Captain that he just needed sleep, and if he got somebody, he would be angry at Luffy. This brought them back to the present situation, with Dragon having not woken up, and his fever was significantly worse. The bandage on his left arm had started to go a nasty black color. The handcuff was crushing his wrist. Speckles of blood was seeping from a wound. At this point, Luffy had been about to get up and find someone. So what if Dragon was angry with him? He didn't care. He was sick and in pain. Being mad at him didn't even bother him. The boy had respected Dragon's wish. He had left him be, mostly because he was sad and upset. Luffy hadn't wanted to make it worse, but now that really didn't matter. Then there was a loud rapping on the door. It was different from the ones earlier. This one was a lot more firm and unhesitant. Luffy didn't even need to see who it was. He knew already. The large presence was unmistakable. He better be sober now. He did not want to deal with that again, especially with Dragon in his current state. The person didn't wait for an answer, letting themselves in. Luffy didn't really care all that much. That was if he wasn't going to be annoying like last night. Whitebeard peered around the frame. He had to duck his head, so he didn't hit it. "You're not drunk, right?" Luffy queried. He eyed the man suspiciously. "I know, just a bit hungover." "Good. You're annoying when you're drunk." The Raven turned his attention back to Dragon, wondering if he should tell the Yonko. The older monkey didn't really like him all that much. "I just wanted to check on you boys." The blonde man was still hanging back by the door, trying to give them some space. Luffy did appreciate that, particularly after his clingy, drunken stupor. Dragon's sick. Whitebeard seemed to take that as some kind of invitation to come in. He came over to stand by the bed where Luffy was sat. "How long has he been like this?" The man sounded extremely concerned. "Since last night. He was making weird noises, and it woke me up. I was going to get someone, but Dragon said no. He's stubborn like that. He was upset, so I left him alone. When I got up this morning, he was worse. Thought I'd wait until he woke up, but he hasn't." Luffy explained. The Yonko was nodding. His brows furrowed. A look of worry covered his face. He knelt down, reaching out to touch Dragon's forehead when he paused, turning to Luffy. "Can I touch him?" That got a confused head tilt from the young captain. He just nodded. He was so weird. Why does he need permission? Luffy left Whitebeard to do whatever, wandering over to the other side of the dark room and lit the oil lamp. The warm glow spread over the cabin. He had been sat in the dark for what felt like an eternity. The boy had been reluctant to light the room as it might bother Dragon. Luffy knew he didn't like have bright lights when he woke up, so he presumed the other Raven wouldn't either. He plopped himself down next to Dragon once again. While the blonde man had his arms crossed, a pensive expression on his face, he had taken a seat on the floor next to the mattress. The boy patted Dragon's hair absently. It was drenched in sweat, plastered to his skin. It made Luffy stiffen from the gross feeling. Poor guy. He must have been really sick. It took the Straw Hat Captain back to the time Nami had fallen ill. She had been very close to dying. If it hadn't been for Chopper's mentor, they may have lost their dear friend. Maybe he could find another old hag who lived in a snowy castle. He would be more than happy to carry him up mountain if it helped. Or there's the mean old lady on this ship. She had done doctor stuff when Dragon and Luffy first arrived. She would have to help. I think his wound is infected. That's maybe why he's ill. I can't be sure. I'm not a doctor. Luffy looked from Dragon's feverish form. He was gasping for air. It made the teen's guts retch. "Doctor, right, I'm going to go find that old lady that was mean to Marco and tell her to come and help Dragon." He fixed his black eyes on the Yonko seriously. The Raven stood up ready to leave, even though he wasn't exactly sure where the infirmary was. But he had set his mind to the task, and he was going to find and drag the mean old lady here. He darted off, only to not go anywhere. The large man had grabbed hold of the back of his shirt and pulled back. "Wait, hang on before you run off, Dash." Luffy butted in. He really didn't want to wait. He tried to brute force his way out of the man's hold, but all he ended up doing was running on the spot. "What? I'm going to go find that old lady. Why are you stopping me?" Whitebeard sighed a long, suffering breath as he got up from the wooden floor. Do either of you ever listen? If you had let me finish, I was going to say that I would go, get the doctor, and you stay here with Dragon. The raven, who had half ignored what the man had said, paused, his brain slowly processing that information. Why didn't you say that before, not so old guy? The man just rolled his eyes, making his way out, only turning to make sure that the boy had actually listened. Just stay there. The younger captain bobbed his head, going to perch on the mattress next to Dragon's head, giving the other raven a little nudge so he could make himself more comfortable. Whitebeard's POV. Newgate felt awful. What with his hangover, the half-destroyed Moby, his worn-out and stressed kids, on top of his rampage on the Wolfman pirate ship, which ultimately killed the captain. Though to be fair, the dead captain wasn't weighing on him that much. Rather that he had terrorized his kids, and they ended up babysitting his very intoxicated ass, while had been throwing around earthquakes like confetti at a party. It was horrifying to think that he could have quite easily hurt or even killed one of them. All in all, the Yonko's day wasn't going very well. He had caused so many problems. It was a nightmare. His already awful day had just gotten worse. When the two brothers hadn't been out of their room, he had found out that it was because Dragon was very ill. He was the cause after all. He was the one who had forced Dragon's breakdown. The Yonko wasn't entirely sure what it was that he had gone and said to trigger him so much. However, it had been enough to actually make the normally very emotionless kid crack. Newgate had gone over and over what the trigger was, yet he couldn't figure it out. He hadn't really said all that much to him. There was only a couple of standout things he had picked up on. One, he tried and failed to joke around with him, which had resulted in an apology from Dragon, for some reason. Two, he had noticed that Dragon was in pain. He kept flinching and fiddling with the shackles. Now, thinking back on it was probably the beginnings of his current sickly state. Newgate had asked if he was in pain, even if it was obvious that kid was. That hadn't been received very well. It had brought on a lot of "why do you cares?" That was frustrating, though he did understand where that question came from now. Damn that garp. Maybe that was the trigger? He didn't know his head was throbbing. Newgate was starting to feel nauseous again. It was early evening. Wouldn't his hangover be gone by now? It was wishful thinking. But that wasn't the only mess he'd made with the Monkey brothers. Newgate had been told by Marco that he had gone and pissed off the much more laid-back brother when he was wasted. The Yonko, somehow, for some goddamn reason, gone completely off the rails with Luffy. He had dragged the poor kid around, been a little over-affectionate with him, told him to call him Pops multiple times, being very forceful over it, and then gotten into a childish squabble with him over fighting the Wolfman captain. Honestly, he was more surprised that they hadn't barricaded the door to the cabin or tried to jump ship. Maybe if they could swim, the Moby didn't have any small, easy, accessible boats to steal. They were all kept below deck in the cargo hold. Poor little bastards. Newgate wouldn't even blame them if they never spoke to him again. The Yonko was so deep in thought, so focused on his journey down to the infirmary, that he almost stepped on Marco, who had been trying and failing to get his attention. He froze mid-step inches from accidentally stomping the boy. His son hadn't bothered to move out of the way. He really wished he didn't do things like that. Just because he could heal himself didn't mean he could just keep taking damage. Newgate did not want to be the reason he was hurt. Marco, what are you doing? I was trying to talk to you, but you kept ignoring me, Yua. Marco grumbled. He had his hands on his hips, looking particularly peeved. Oh, I was deep in thought, sorry. The blond man patted the teenager's head apologetically. All he got in return was a grumpy pout. Why'd he said you'd gone to check on Luffy and Dragon? Are they okay, Yua? Newgate sighed, debating if he should tell him or not. He didn't want to worry his son. However, he had already told Marco what had happened with Dragon, so really there was no point in keeping it from him. Dragon is ill. I was on my way to get the old BA. I mean Marilyn. Pops, everyone calls her old bag. Yua. Marco snorted in amusement. Well, that was true. The Yonko probably should set a good example. Ah, he didn't care enough. She was nasty old woman, and her only redeeming quality was that she was an excellent doctor. The blonde boy's smile died a little. He was most likely concerned about Dragon, or at least how Luffy was taking it anyway. Newgate gave him a reassuring smile, lightly ruffling his hair with his knuckle. How about you come see them with me? I know Luffy needs cheering up. He's acting pretty out of character. I bet. He hadn't eaten today. That's already weird enough, Yua. Newgate nodded in agreement. When he had seen Luffy this evening, the kid was uncharacteristically quiet. He seemed to lack the normal optimistic attitude and cheerful demeanor. The way he moved was lacking any energy. The boy was burnt out. Newgate had learned more things about Luffy in the last day and a half than the almost 2 weeks since he arrived. He was surprisingly unpredictable despite his very straightforward personality. The man was never quite sure what the kid was thinking. All he thought about was food. If he was deprived of it, he would get very grouchy and angry, especially at the person that was the cause. According to Gloria, he had made her life miserable when he was helping out in the storeroom. And finally, Luffy was blunt, so blunt in fact that when he had called Newgate annoying, he felt rather attacked. Okay, yes, he was annoying when he was drunk, but the kid could at the very least have said it without the irritated tone and accusing look. I think he may feel better if you go and see him. anything to get the kid back to some kind of normality. It was awful seeing him like that. I don't know him all that well, but the way he was so... Marco looked up at him. He had a pensive expression. Maybe I should have just barged in anyway. I expect he was glad you want to check on them. He was probably worried about leaving Dragon alone, Yua. He wasn't overly pleased to see me. I'm in his bad books. Not that I can really blame him. Bianco's shoulders sagged, shaking his head without much hope. Pops, I'm sure he's just upset about Dragon, Yua. Marco flew up to perch on his shoulder, giving his best attempt at a hug, which Newgate very much appreciated. He really needed one right now, though the proud man would never admit it out loud. It took a great deal of effort not to go completely mushy and shower Marco with lots of affection. His son wasn't 7 anymore. He was 15, and he had to remember that going dad mode on his teenager son would make him extremely embarrassed, and Marco may not give Newgate another hug again. He missed the days where he could pick him up and smother him. There was a time, not even that long ago, that he could get away with it. Then when he turned 13, suddenly he was too old and cool to be cuddled by his dad, and it honestly upset Newgate more than he would ever admit. Bianco just hoped that when Jozu turned 13, he wouldn't do the same. It was nice to have at least one kid he could still be an overly affectionate and doting dad with. Okay, that wasn't actually 100% true. Whitey was okay with it sometimes, though it had to be on her terms, and if it wasn't, she would get incredibly crabby about it. To be fair, annoying his daughter was one of his favorite pastimes. Am I a terrible father? Shaking off that thought before he overanalyzed it, he continued on his mission. Come on, let's go get the old bat. Chapter 28. Luffy's POV. Luffy watching Dragon's chest raise and fall. It looked painful, the way it would heave unsteadily for a moment, then fall all too quickly. Where was the old man? Couldn't he hurry up? The younger Raven prodded the older in the cheek. His skin was burning to the touch, and the sweat drenching his face was making the not-so-smart boy wonder if he could drown in his own sweat. For the 6th time in the last 5 minutes, he got up, peering out the door. When nobody was there, he wandered back over to Dragon and sat down again. Come on, hurry, up. Luffy had never been good at waiting. Patience had never been his forte, though when in a situation similar to this one, he was a lot worse. The boy had to do something about a problem. If that problem wasn't being sorted, it got him riled up, then he did stupid stuff. And the teenager was getting to that point too. He was seriously considering tossing Dragon on his back and going to find the mean old lady himself. Thankfully, Whitebeard reappeared, also Marco, which brightened Luffy up to no end. He felt guilty for ignoring him earlier. To be fair, the Raven hadn't heard him until he started walking away from the door. By that time, it was too late. The mean old lady came in behind him. She had a very angry face. The cigar in her mouth wasn't helping the already antagonist vibe she was giving off. However, Luffy didn't care. He was just glad she had come to help Dragon. Move! The old woman snapped, clicking her fingers in front of the boy's eyes. Luffy gave her an unimpressed grunt, but got out of the way. He knew from Chopper that doctors needed space. The reindeer was much nicer about it, though. The Straw Hat Captain took a spot next to Marco, who gave him a sympathetic smile. Luffy returned the smile with a wide grin. He was just happy that the blonde teen wasn't upset with him. How's the old lady? The Raven asked after a moment. The woman looked up at him, an irritated gaze fixed on him. Luffy ignored it and regarded her with hopeful eyes. He's got sea stone poisoning. If those handcuffs don't come off, he's going to lose his left hand. She answered without any remorse, shrugging her shoulders indifferently. Luffy's expression dropped immediately. Marco patted his back gently, a comforting gesture, yet he didn't feel better. Well, get him off then. The Raven retorted without a second thought. He was bristling angrily. No way was he losing a hand. Dragon like his hands. The mean old lady opened her mouth, but was interrupted by Whitebeard, an attempt to calm the situation down a little. If it was that simple, those handcuffs would have come off as soon as you both arrived. The problem is that those aren't Normadash. Despite the Yonko's best efforts to keep his answer nice and gentle, it really didn't stop Luffy from getting even more impulsively upset. He didn't wait for the man to finish. So those are stuck on him. He likes his hands. I won't let anyone else take stuff from him. He just got to be free now. He's going to lose his hand. Marco at this point was trying and failing to calm his friend down. The Raven teen was getting way too wound up. Luffy was starting to look incredibly scary. His eyes weren't brightly cheerful. They were dark and menacing. Oi, shut it, brat. If I want to chop his damn hands off, I'm going to. It's the easiest way. The old woman growled. This really didn't help. It just made Luffy madder. In fact, he was really contemplating punching her. Luffy, calm down, Iwa. How can I be calm? They're saying that Dragon is stuck in those chains, and she's going to chop his hands off. Like hell she is. I'll get him off myself. That was it. The Straw Hat Captain leapt forward. He was going to break them off. Nobody was going to stop him. That was until two giant hands grabbed him, restraining him from getting anywhere. They clamped his arms at his sides, trapping him in place. Let me go. Old man, let me go. The young captain was fighting against what felt like a metal brace. Why was this damn man so strong? Luffy was strong, and yet it was like he was a useless 7-year-old again. This wasn't something the boy was used to. He was able to brute force his way out of most things, and here he was unable to do anything. Will you calm down? Whitebeard's words fell on deaf ears. The Raven wasn't listening. He was way too mad. His temper had surfaced, and there was no way he was going to calm down. If it was one thing that Luffy couldn't stand, it was being helpless. He wanted to protect his friends. That was his responsibility. He wasn't weak. He trained for 2 years. So he wouldn't be weak. He had promised himself that he would protect those important to him. He would protect what was important to his friends. Marilyn, no one is having their hands chopped off. Are you a Dr. Dash? The old woman sneered nastily. She was interrupted when the blonde man snapped at her much more severely. You are not chopping his hands off. For the first time in a while, the old woman backed down, her face drawn back in a dark expression, yet she dropped it. So what do you suggest? Considering you seem to have so much more insight than a 76-year-old woman who's been in the profession before you were even born. What is your suggestion? What is it, Newgate? Whitebeard snarled slightly. He was tensed up. He didn't seem to have an answer. Luffy was still struggling pitifully. However, he had heard the angry row and was torn between punching the old woman or punching the Yonko. But he couldn't do either of those two things without his fists, which were still currently pinned to his sides. Sorry to interrupt you. Why can't Pops just break them off? I've seen you do it before with Sea Stone, Yua. Luffy for the first time stopped. Looking towards Marco, he was hidden behind Whitebeard's leg, nervous, fidgeting. The Raven was much more inclined to hear his blonde friend's opinion, over the two arguing adults. The Yonko sighed, dropping his shoulders. He glanced down at Luffy, who was now fixing his attention on him expectantly. Before I was rudely interrupted, I was going to explain. The handcuffs dragon has on a recoil, which basically means that they have a mechanism inside. When a sharp movement or an attempt to break them is made, they will snap shut on whoever's wearing them. That's why Dragon's bones were shattered when he was fighting. He was lucky that they didn't completely sever his wrists. That is why I haven't gotten them off. One wrong move on my part. Luffy raged around. He slowly went still, no longer trying to fight his way out. After a moment, the man, once he was sure that the teen had calmed down, set him down on the floor next to Marco, his eyes shadowed by his straw hat, his face unreadable. The boy had no idea what to do, though another bit of anger bubbled to the surface. He was mad at his grandfather. How could he do that to Dragon? Just like how he had let it happen to Ace. Luffy didn't like those feelings, but they were there deep down inside. He tried hard not to think about them. However, he did sort of resent Gramps for not helping to save Ace. Who cares if he was a Marine? Ace was Luffy's big brother and his grandson. Even though he let the young captain punch him so he could get to Ace, that was all he really did. Family was what mattered. Friends were important. Who cares about a job? He knew that he didn't. It didn't matter what it was. Luffy would never sell out a friend. It did not matter what it cost him. That was the type of man he was. Nothing was more important. Because you only got one person, he learned that the hard way with Sabo. He learned again with Ace. He should never take something for granted. He didn't want to have that happen to Dragon. Despite only knowing him for a short time, Luffy had gotten very attached to the man. Maybe it was because he was his dad, or though the Raven reckoned it was actually simply down to liking the guy. If he wasn't in the current situation, the Straw Hat Captain would have asked him to join his crew. Maybe he still would. No, Dragon wanted to be a revolutionary. That was his dream. There was no way he could take that away. Pirates and revolutionaries didn't mix overly well. It was a shame Luffy was going to really miss him when he went back to his now. Though the teen trusted him to keep his promise, maybe he would see him much sooner. The kid looked back to Dragon, his guts twisted. There had to be some way to help him. He was kind of regretting letting the old hag near his future dad, suddenly very aware of why Marco and Dragon hated her so much. He was really starting to hate her too. She just sat there, looking away in annoyance. She had lit another cigar and was blowing smoke all over the room. That couldn't have been good for a sick person. Chopper wouldn't let Sanji smoke near any of his patients. He made it very clear that smoke was terrible for a recovering person. Luffy was so tempted to punch her. Whitebeard's POV. While the Raven was pondering about Dragon, the Yonko had gotten an idea, one that he wasn't fond of. However, if it was pulled off correctly, was it worth the risk? He also needed Luffy's help. He may not even agree to it. Newgate had been hoping that on the next island, they would have been able to find a locksmith. That was really the only safe way to get the shackles off without the kid having to lose his hands. Yet, fate had decided otherwise. It was sometimes very cruel. Hadn't the brothers suffered enough? He gazed down warily to watch Luffy. He was looking anxious. His face was terribly miserable. Newgate couldn't fault him for his angry fit earlier. Honestly, he would have probably reacted the same way when he was younger. What the hell was Marilyn trying to do to the poor kid? He knew the woman had a sick sense of humor, but this time she really pushed it. Then again, was she even joking? Knowing her, she might have actually cut his hands off just to prove so sick point. Or maybe she really believed that it was the only way. Well, Newgate was not letting her anywhere near a knife of any sort. If she pulled one out, this time he really would throw her off the ship. Marco had been relatively quiet. The blonde man was thankful that his son was here. That argument may have gotten a hell of a lot worse if he hadn't butted in. He rubbed his forehead. Luckily, his migraine was starting to disappear. Hangover was steadily leaving the man. However, he might still get another headache from the amount of stress this day had caused him. Sighing a little, he needed to make his mind up, go through with his idea, which could end up being extremely bad or just, well, no, he didn't really have a choice. This was the only way. He just hoped it didn't backfire. That was if Luffy was willing. Newgate had a feeling that he would agree even if it was an awful idea. The kid had no sense of danger. He was either very brave or very foolish and didn't care for consequences, just like him really. Is this why his kids worried so much? He didn't particularly enjoy this point of view. Would he change his attitude? Possibly not. But he did understand it a little better at the very least. Groaning again, he wished his hands weren't so damn big, but because they were, he was admittedly rather clumsy. This was the whole problem. This was why he needed someone else to help. It just so happened that said helper being made of rubber made it easier, and he really hated it. His idea was simple. Newgate would crush the handcuffs, but something needed to be rapidly moved in between the metal and the wrist. Once the man torn the things off, it would trigger the chain, instead the cuff to restrict it, and in that moment something would need to block it. Since the Yonko's hands were too big, he couldn't get a good enough grip to actually stop the mechanism inside from snapping shut. It would have been so much easier if this was a bomb collar. At least it had a slight delayed response. Recoil cuffs literally worked off, while recoil, the power you put in, was what was sent back. Sharp movements or pressure were what caused the internal chain to work. It was horrifying to think that Garp put something so disgusting on his own son. Dragon was right. Only those considered at such a lethal level were given them. They were used specifically for dangerous martial artists who could easily break normal handcuffs. He turned to the worried-looking kid. Again, his stomach churning. He hated this idea so much. However, Luffy was probably fast enough to actually succeed. The other part of the idea required his devil fruit. Though he was skeptical if he could do it, that was flatten his body or his hand anyway. So he could attempt to slip it between Dragon's shackles and his wrist. He remembered seeing the kid changing his shape when he was fighting Garp. He had somehow had himself much bigger and more like a muscular ball thing. He knew that the boy knew armament hockey. That may at least save him from taking even more damage than he already would. The sea stone was a whole other problem on its own. If he managed to get his hand between the shackle and the arm, his devil fruit would be disabled and it wouldn't be flat anymore. Would it even work? Newgate was risking an awful lot for a sketchy idea that may or may not even work. If it didn't, not only would Dragon lose both his hands, Luffy might as well. Closing his eyes, yep, another migraine was coming on. He shook himself, but if they didn't do anything, then Dragon might not just lose a hand. He could very well lose his life. Bro, Luffy, I have an idea. However, it could end very badly. I need your help. Okay, what is it? Luffy agreed without hesitation. Newgate really wished he didn't sound so trusting. Now listen carefully. This is very important. So the Yonko explained in the simplest possible way, hoping that the kid would listen. What was stunning was he didn't interrupt the man once, a look of hard concentration on his face. In fact, he was turning red from it. Do you understand? Luffy nodded seriously. He was frowning slightly. Newgate could almost see the gears turning in his head. Do you still want to do it? The Raven smiled brightly, not even an ounce of doubt in his voice. Yeah, of course. The boy grinned broadly, lowering his straw hat, staring down on it with determination. For some reason, in that moment, Newgate saw a much younger Roger standing in the boy's place. It was almost uncanny. They're just my hands after all. Dragon is much more important. Newgate stood there slightly stunned. He was right. This kid was a fool. An idiotic fool with more bravery than most men could only dream of. Isn't that counterproductive, considering you're willing to give up your hands for someone else's hands? Marilyn snorted bemused, which caused Newgate to glower at the woman with the irritation. Marco scowled as well. He had licks of flames rolling off his shoulders. However, Luffy burst out laughing. He turned the old bag, large amused grin in place. Yeah, but Dragon likes his hands. His fighting style revolve around them. He's proud of his power. Anyway, I don't care if I can't punch people. I can always kick him instead. Sanji kicks stuff all the time. He never punches anything, and he's super strong. Anyway, I'm not going to lose the pair of handcuff. Me and Dragon will be fine. Who's Sanji, Wa? Marco queried. It sounded almost automatic, though Newgate doubted the boy would tell them. He often mentioned these people. When asked who they were, the boy would clap his hands over his mouth rather comically and then refuse to talk to them. Oh, he's a cook. Both Newgate and Marco were slightly surprised that he had given them such a straightforward answer. He hadn't done the odd covering his mouth thing, which either meant that he had told them willingly or that he had forgotten that he was unable to tell them anything for some reason. The Yonko was betting on the ladder. It was honestly annoying that he couldn't ask more before the Raven remembered, but they had a job to do. Marco, on the other hand, was brimming with enthusiasm. He'd been trying to get Luffy to slip up for ages. Who's Nami? And Robin? Oh, and Zoro Iwa? Nami's my navigator on my ship. She really good. Oh, Nami can control the weather too. She really likes money. We always get stuck stealing treasure for her. Robin is the historian. She's really smart and has this devil fruit power where she can sprout limbs from anywhere. She normally snaps people's necks and says really morbid stuff which freaks everyone out. It's really funny. Zoro was my first crew member. He gets lost all the time. Oh, and he's a swordsman. He can use 3 katana. He's super strong. He's also like sleeping and sake. Luffy suddenly broke off. He had been excitedly telling them all about his crew. That's what it sounded like. The fact that he had mentioned that it was his ship and Zoro was his first mate. Honestly, Newgate had been wondering what was going on with him. Now he knew the kid was a captain. I don't know when I'll see them again. Soon, I hope. Where are they, Iwa? That was a very good question. Why wasn't he with his crew? Then again, what was Luffy doing with Garp and Dragon if he had a crew? Surely, if had come for Dragon, then wouldn't his crew have followed him? Not here. Dragon needs our help. This time Newgate suddenly had lots of questions, but he realized they were getting off track. Even though the Yonko really wanted to know, they still had to get the handcuffs off, and Dragon wasn't getting any better. Yes, right. He turned to the impending task. The man had been glad of the distraction, but now he had this to deal with. He still hated the idea. Luffy clicked his arms, getting ready for whatever happened next. He just hoped that everything went to plan. He longed for the days when the Yonko had been a much more normal-sized human. At least then he could have done the job himself, instead of endangering a kid. His stomach was turmoil. He was dreading it. Remember, you need to grab his wrists both at the same time. Luffy nodded steadily, a clear look of concentration written on his face. God, he hoped everything would work out. Newgate was going to hell for this regardless. He took hold of the handcuffs, giving the young Raven the signal, and crushed them. Chapter 29. Marco's POV. Marco could see the blood dripping heavily from Luffy's fingers. Yet the Raven's face was brightly lit with a giant grin. Dragon's shackles were off. The internal chain was tightly restricting Luffy's fingers. The blackened armament hockey that was covering the teenager's hand had stopped it from going straight through his flesh and bone. However, his right hand had suffered. His bone was broken. His fingers were held at an odd angle. But that didn't stop him from cheerfully laughing. Marco decided in that moment his friend was an absolute badass. While the blonde boy could easily laugh off injuries, that was also down to the fact that the pain dulled almost instantly as it started to heal. Yet here was Luffy. He was badly hurt, and somehow he could just grin, no fear or painful regret. Marco wanted to be like him, strong and brave, no fear and no regret. Man, he was so cool. Dragon was so lucky to have such a cool brother. Then again, drunk Pops had decided he was his son, considering the amount of times he corrected Luffy when he called him not so old guy. So most likely non-drunk Pops felt the same. He just had a lot more restraint. So lucky Marco. He had an awesome brother after all. While the blonde teenager had been admiring his less than willing brother, Pops had chucked the shackles into the ocean, rather enthusiastically he might add. When he was done, he looked as if a load had been lifted from his shoulders. The old bag was undoing the chains around Luffy's limbs. Not overly gently either, she was pulling at them roughly. The Raven sat on the bed next to Dragon, letting the woman do her thing without complaint. Blood was oozing all over the place. The metal links were cutting deep, however, that he never flinched or tried to pull away. Quite happy to sit there quietly, it made Marco feel a little ashamed. He remembered when the doctor had been treating his eyes, and he had wailed, fought, and been a general pain in the ass. Not because it really hurt him, but more out of spite for the old woman. Finally, the chains fell to the floor. Luffy was staring off into the distance, his gaze not fixed on anything in particular. When the metal hit the wooden planks, the teenage didn't so much as blink. He seemed to be in a world of his own. Marco's thoughts were brought back to the conversation before, when the Raven had told them about his crew. Was that what he was thinking about? Come to think about, the Phoenix often caught Luffy staring off into space. It brought up a lot of questions. Luffy, where's your crew, Iwa? The younger captain peered up from his spot, fixing his attention on Marco. Pops, who had decided to sit next to the bed, back resting against it, opened his eyes and turned slightly to look at Luffy. Obviously, he was curious too. They aren't here now, he answered half-heartedly, his eyes falling to the ground. He suddenly a pained expression passed his face. What did he mean? Not here now, were they dead? That was the impression he gave anyway. Were they dead? Both Pops and the Phoenix aimed angry stares on the doctor, who was currently stitching up the Raven's wounds. Didn't she know anything about talking to people? She shouldn't ask something so insensitive. No, Luffy answered straightway. Though, there was definitely a warning in his voice, a clear indicator that he wasn't going to put up with such disrespect. Well, as long as they were alive, the Phoenix was glad. He dreaded to think how upset Luffy would have been, considering how much Marco had badgered him before. He would have been such an awful friend. Oh, huh. So, I mean you miss them, Marco stumbled out. He winced at how lame that sounded. The pirate captain smiled a little, bobbing his head in response. But that was all he got. The blond boy wandered over, clambering onto his father's leg without much thought. Should he ask something else? Luffy was lacking his normal demeanor. In fact, Marco couldn't help but notice that he was quite somber. His friend was upset. His whole body screamed it. May I at least ask one thing? Pops murmured softly, pale, eyes observing the teen with concern. Luffy paused, frowning at him warily. He looked guilty for some reason when he nodded. What is your crew called? Straw Hat Pirates. The Straw Hat captain replied without hesitation. Marco's eyes drifted up to the straw hat that was sat on his shaggy black head of hair. He had been wondering about it for a little while. Luffy always had it on him. When Vista had asked about it, the Raven had said it was his treasure, the most important item he owned. He remembered thinking then that it was strange. However, now that he knew that it represented his crew, he understood the significance a lot more. Though why he had chosen a straw hat over anything else was beyond him, it wasn't exactly the coolest thing in the world. Then again, this was Luffy. He was awesome even with a straw hat. Well, that's what Marco believed anyway. The blonde leant back. He really wanted to know more about Luffy's crew. However, his friend didn't seem to be willing to talk about it anymore. Hey, how come you can't tell us about stuff, you are? At least that question wasn't aimed specifically at the crew. 'Cause Dragon said not to. If I do, then bad stuff might happen. The old bag had just finished winding a bandage around the Raven's hands. At least they weren't big and bulky like Dragon's. Luffy flexed his arms, testing his range of movement. The woman moved onto the older monkey's bindings. She started unraveling the gauze. You do know we mean you no harm. Pops said softly. He seemed almost desperate to convince him. The older teen glanced up at him, answering in a bored tone. I know. Why would I think that? You did say bad stuff will happen, huh? You guys aren't the bad stuff. The bad stuff might happen to my now. I got a raised eyebrow from Pops. He had turned to face Luffy fully. What do you mean by your now? I might not meet my crew in my now. This was confusing Marco. His father didn't look much better. He had a deep-set frown. So your now isn't now. Pops had a sudden look of understanding, as if the puzzle pieces had fallen into place. Marco was left feeling annoyed that he didn't get it. Luffy began to nod. He opened his mouth to speak, when his eyes went wide with realization and he slapped his hands over his mouth, resulting in him flinching in sight pain. Pops groaned grumpily, a large frustrated scowl on his face. His shoulders sank, coming to the conclusion that he wouldn't be getting any more out of the younger captain. I don't get it. If we aren't the bad thing, then why can't you tell us? You are. Luffy looked off to the side, trying and failing to keep a calm and neutral expression, his hands still firmly in place. The young captain had his gaze set on Dragon, whose hands were now free of his old wrappings. The blonde was a little put off by the state of his wrists and hands. They were covered in stitches and bruises. The old bag started to clean the fresh injuries, shoving lots of medical liquids into his bloodstream, before beginning to patch up her handiwork from before. Please tell us, Marco begged. He really wanted to get his mind off that whole gross feeling he was getting from watching Marilyn work. It was kind of funny how when he was a bloody injured mess, he just didn't care, and yet somebody else's wounds grossed him out. The Straw Hat captain shook his head wildly in response. Pops slumped forwards, crossing his arms, annoyance written in his body language. TCH, Marco, give it up. He won't tell us anything else. On the outside, Pops acted irritated, maybe even a little angry. But Marco had known the Yonko a long time. He knew him well enough to know what his real irritated face looked like, what his angry face looked like, and those weren't it. His father was actually upset, probably extremely unhappy. The blonde man hated the notion that Luffy didn't trust him, especially when he had gone out of his way to gain said trust. Marco patted his arm sympathetically. He did feel really bad for him, despite everything that he depicted himself as, this strong, towering presence, with no worries or fear. Yes, he could wreck the world if so desired. However, strength didn't matter when emotionally he was soft as a pile of pillows. It was easy for him to come off like that in the public, even sometimes on the ship too. Marco knew better. He had been around when he was still new at being a dad. Honestly, thinking back on it, he was a huge, clueless mess. He often got flustered and panicked. It was all kind of funny. Sadly, a lot of his siblings hadn't been around to see it. Shame. But the point was, Marco knew that his pops was upset over the whole situation. He was probably worried that he would never gain their trust. That sat in the blonde teenager as well. The old doctor finally stood up, lighting another cigar. She had done her job, and now she was going. Without a word, the woman left. Luffy quickly checked over Dragon. Once satisfied, he perched next to his head, giving his older brother a gentle stroke through his long black hair. After a little, while the Raven looked over in their direction, Maybe he picked up on the solemn air surrounding the two. Sighing, Luffy made an attempt to reassure them. It's not because I don't trust you guys, but Dragon said I can't tell anyone stuff, including him. The Yonko glanced up, exchanging confused glances with Marco. What? So, he couldn't tell Dragon anything either. You tell Dragon stuff? Is it the same reason as us, Yua? Yeah, pretty much. What? Pops jumped in. He sounded about as puzzled as Marco felt. Ugh, I told you, 'cause something bad might happen. Don't you people ever listen? Luffy grumbled. Pops gave the other captain an unimpressed half-lit glare. Not fun, is it? Marco snorted in amusement, which received a bewildered head tilt from his friend. What's that supposed to mean? The Phoenix burst into a fit of sniggers. Luffy pouted, still not understanding. The older captain jabbed his finger into his son's side. Clearly, he was unamused. All that did was make the blonde teen laugh even more. What? Why are you laughing? The Raven pushed himself up from next to Dragon's side and coming to lean over the Yonko's shoulder so he could try and whack the giggling Phoenix. It really didn't help, considering Luffy's bandaged hands just bounced off him harmlessly, though it wasn't like he was really trying to hurt him. All right, that's enough out of you, Pops said, flicking his son lightly in the head, before turning to Luffy. Little brat, stop trying to smack Marco. You'll just aggravate your hands. Hey, he could really be hurting me, Pops, you are. Marco chuckled, his voice dripping with mock offense. The blonde man just rolled his eyes, a little bit of amusement on his face, just a small quirk of smile forming at the edges of his mouth. Geez, Marco, you're a wimp. I wasn't even hurting you. The mocking tone had obviously gone over Luffy's head. Or maybe he was just feeling petty. I'll have you know I'm very brave and not scared of anything, Marco announced in a matter-of-fact voice. This time it caused his dad to laugh, a large teasing grin on his face. Marco scowled up at him. This time he was offended. He was convinced that he was brave. Why was that funny? Grr, right of course, son. So nothing scares you then? Luffy wheezed, giving the blonde an entertained smile. A mocking glint sparked to life. Pops, don't you dare, why? Marco squawked in a panic. The Raven had climbed onto the Yonko's shoulder so he could sit on it, feet dangling down. He leant forwards, eyes sparkling menacingly. Come on, Marco. I would dash. Marco cut his dad off by hands over his mouth. His face was as red as a tomato. He's shaking his head wildly at Pop's losing battle at not bursting into a laughing mess. Though thankfully his dad didn't push him off, Pops had gotten the desired reaction, and Marco hated him for that. He probably wouldn't have told Luffy, but any chance to be an infuriating dad, he would. Marco wouldn't even be surprised if being an annoying dad was his favorite pastime. How come I want to know? Come on, Newgate, tell me what Marco's scared of. The father and son suddenly froze. What had Luffy called Pops? The man in question was looking as if he'd just see the son for the first time in a month. You call me by my name? Luffy frowned as if he had just now noticed. Saw thee? Don't you lick dash. Pops dove in before the words were barely out of Luffy's mouth. No, that's fine. Newgate is fine. That is my name. Newgate. Marco had to admit seeing Pops getting his words mixed up was pretty fun. It wasn't often he got flustered anymore. It also wasn't every day he saw his father have such a big dopey grin either. Clearly he had gotten through to Luffy, even if it was only a little. Okay, the young captain said in a bemused manner. Why did you call Pops the not-so-old guy thing anyway, you are? It was something everyone had questioned about at some point, especially considering how Luffy addressed other people. Normally it was based on how they looked or something, but the Pops nickname had always been rather specific. Because he's not old. He's not wrinkly, he still has hair, he doesn't have those chest scars, and he's not super sick. Pops frowned at that. That's oddly specific. Marco couldn't agree more. He was right, the nickname had something more to it, after all. Out of curiosity, I was like that before? I was old like that before. Pops said offhandedly. It was said with indifference. Perhaps he was trying to get Luffy to slip up again, and the Raven didn't disappoint. Yeah, you were really old. But not now. Marco was lost. He didn't get what his Pops was trying to get at. And what was with the emphasis on the now? Was it to do with what he had figured out earlier, or at least what he thought was going on? Marco was really trying to get his head around it. No, not now. The teenage was starting to get a confused look on his face. His face was crumpled up, so much so that he was squinting. But your now isn't this now, is it? Pops said, triumphant undertones in his voice. No. Marco was lost as Luffy looked, and almost as confused as his friend looked as well. What was Pops trying to do? What was all this talk about now? So you aren't from this now, but your own now, which isn't now. Luffy's eyes were slowly getting furthered and further apart the harder he thought, until finally he snapped. Yes. No. I dash. When were you born, what year? Pops suddenly asked out of nowhere. May 5th, 1505. So you're from the future? Oh, yeah. Say what, Wylock? Marco screeched. He was so shocked that his phoenix form made an unfortunate appearance. All his feathers puffed out dramatically, and his wings sprang open. Oh crap, I shouldn't have told you that. Luffy grinned nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. What the hell was going on? Chapter 30. Dragon's POV. I was in a haze and a fog had clouded my mind, and I wasn't entirely sure where I was. Although I knew I was no longer in pain, that was something, right? When I last woke, I was in a burning agony. It blinded me to almost everything. The only thing I really remember was seeing Luffy with big worried eyes. I knew I didn't like seeing that. Then I told him I was fine, and I also recall telling the boy not to get anyone. I didn't want any more help from the Yonko's crew. I had had enough of them, especially their captain. He had butted in more than enough. Yet, here I was lying in bed. I was no longer in any pain. In fact, I couldn't even register the chains around my wrists. I didn't feel drained. Well, not the normal drained feeling anyway. I was tired, but I don't think it was same as the other tiredness I come to know. To be honest, I haven't felt this good in a long time, and that was awful when I really thought about it. My eyes slowly opened, taking in the darkness, or at least I thought would be darkness. However, there was a soft glow in the corner. Warm, flickering from a flame, came from a small oil lamp. I think there was a couple more than I was used to. It brightened up our room considerably. Why was there so many lights? The dizziness my mind was in made the edges of my vision blur. There was a shape next to me. A moment of focusing later, it was one with a straw hat. There was also another lying next. Luffy, or at least trying to blonde spikes of hair, was all I could really make out. Mario. Maurice, no, the blonde kid Luffy was friends with was there. Half his body was hanging off the mattress. That didn't seem to stop the boy from snoozing soundly. What was he doing there? Not that it really bothered me that much. It was confusion as to why he was here, in our room asleep, and not in his own. Whatever. Wait, Luffy did go get someone. That damn kid. I told him not to. Doesn't he ever listen? If Blondie is here, then surely he would have noticed my poor state. Wonderful, just what we need. More eyes on us. Not to mention they saw. I started to get up, at least try to anyway, but my body had other ideas and I fell forwards into my pillow before I even managed to prop myself up on my elbow. I was half expecting to get tangled in my chains like normal, to hear them jangle. Silence. Where are my shackles? Looking down toward my wrists, nothing was there except for clean bandages. No handcuffs. I was stunned. I reached out, touching my bare wrist. Disbelief, I probed the area, rubbing the spot where the metal had been. There wasn't anything there. My eyes were wide, my throat closed up, grabbed my hand, running fingers up to my forearm. Nothing. There was nothing. No, that can't be right. I can't be free. But there wasn't anything there. I was free. I was free. A wave of emotions hit me like a train. I was happy. I was shocked, and I felt like I was dreaming. Was I dreaming? In that moment, I didn't care. A large smile enveloped my face. I sniffed a little. Hot tears ran down my cheeks and took over my vision. I'm free. Those shackles had been my burden for a year. And just like that, they were gone. It was too good to be true. They were my reminder that my life wasn't worth much. I was a prisoner in my family. I meant very little. They were gone. I hiccuped out small relieved breaths. Years of pain felt as though they had been lifted from my shoulders. The warm tears were almost welcome. I was happy. No, overjoyed. I don't know how long the tears welled. It went on, yet I didn't care. Years of emotional blockage had suddenly exploded. It was falling away. With every teardrop that fell, a little bit of pain disappeared with it. Then the moment was utterly ruined when a voice butted in. Woken up, have we? How you feeling now? Of course it was that stupid old man. There was again that annoying feeling I got when this man was around. What you doing here? I said sharply. Somehow it lacked the normal venom I usually had in my tone. Sitting here listening to you snore. Suddenly, I was very aware of my wet eyes. I could feel the embarrassment burning me into a red-colored tomato. I began wiping my tears away. I could feel the uncomfortable feeling of dread bubble up in my chest. Did he see? Please don't mention it. God, how pathetic I am. My cheeks were still hot from embarrassment. My gaze darted away from the Yonko. I didn't want him laughing in my face. Wait, why do I even care what he thinks? Wait, why was he here? What was he doing? I slowly turned towards the man once again. He was sat on the floor, legs crossed. His back was to me. For once, the pirate captain didn't have his coat on. It had been dumped in a pile next to him. His hair had also been pulled back into a loose ponytail. All in all, Whitebeard didn't really come across as his usual proud and strong self. Right now, he looked tired, as if he had been up for way longer than he should have been. His shoulders were hunched over warily. He was reading something. He was reading my something. He was looking over my notes and plans, over my maps and books. I leapt forward in horror. All I wanted to do was snatch them out of his hands. Those were the plans to get Luffy home. He would find out about my dumb boy's secret. When said, I jumped from the bed. I flew straight over Luffy's head, over Blondie, and I just kept going until I slammed into the wall on the opposite side of the room. I had forgotten how light I was. I was light as air even. My double fruit was back, and I hurt. My teeth and nose went smack into the wooden plank wall. I slowly staggered backwards. I was disorientated. Standing up from my crumpled position, I wobbled, falling straight on my ass. Great another thing to be embarrassed about. What are you doing, old man? I asked again, trying to breeze over what had just happened. Sitting, the blond man said in slightly amused voice, giving me a raised eyebrow. I scowled, not liking his clear jab at a bit of humor. Not about this. This was serious. I stood up shakily, staggering over to the Yonko, who just gave me an irritating smile. Though it did look a little forced, good, I didn't want him being nice to me. I'd had it with his attitude. His stupid, nice, caring attitude. Why did it bother me? Then suddenly it hit me like a bat over the skull. Know what I hate about you people? I uttered suddenly. The words came out on their own, as if I couldn't keep them to myself. Whitebeard sighed, head dropping a little, shoulders going slack, his eyes turning away from me. Drag dash, before his damn sad voice even came out properly. I spoke over him. I hate that I don't hate you. I hated everyone before. Now, I don't know what to do cause I don't hate you, and I hate that don't hate you. When the words were out of my mouth, I immediately tried to backpedal, as I realized what I had just said. Can a person die from embarrassment? Cause pretty I'm going to. What is wrong with me? Where does all this stuff keep coming from? I paused as I tried to get me thought in order, shaking myself mentally. I had been halfway over to where the Yonko was sat, when I had announced those stupid things. I turned my glare up. I was met with dumbest, dopiest grin imaginable. Don't smile at me like that. I just meant I don't hate you. Not that I like you and your damn crew. I winced at how painfully pathetic that attempt was. This in turn had made the stupid old man beam more. Goo-za, za-za. So you like us then? That's what it sounded like. I could feel my face getting redder and redder, burning with humiliation. At that moment, I just wanted to hide in a hole and never come out ever again. Shut up, old man. I was very aware of the two sleeping teenagers. I did not want them waking up. I'd been laughed at enough. The Yonko was still grinning ear to ear. Would he stop? What's wrong with not hating everything? If anything, that's a huge improvement, no? I averted my eyes. They fell on the papers on the floor, and I was abruptly taken back to the situation at hand. Whitebeard was looking through my notes. Why are you looking through those? They're private. The pirate's grin dropped slightly, his eyes fixing on the map that had several circles and crosses I had marked on it. So Luffy's from the future. My eyes bugged out of my sockets. All the air was kicked out of my chest. That was especially hard to do considering I was made out of wind. But panic rose up, tearing a path from my stomach to my throat. What? He told you. My tone hitched in a highly unflattering manner. At that time, I really couldn't care less. Don't worry, I don't know much. As soon as he told us, Luffy made it clear that it would endanger his crew and certain things in the future. I agree with him. Whitebeard murmured softly until he paused, eyes turning on a newspaper page on the floor. He picked up and turned it over in his large hands carefully. The man sounded exhausted, but he continued a second later. I figured something wasn't quite adding up, though Luffy being from the future was not my first guess. It does make a lot of sense. I stared at the Yonko, attempting to read his expression, however I couldn't work out what he was thinking. I remained quiet and weary, waiting for his next move. Let's just say his move went straight off the deep end. Pretty quickly, too. Dragon, I have a proposition for you. I swallowed. Maybe he was finally showing his true colors. Oddly, my heart sank a bit. Why, I wasn't sure. I always knew that trusting them was a bad idea. What is it that you want? I couldn't keep the sharpness out of my words. I felt betrayed, which was stupid. These people were pirates. Their whole thing was dishonesty. I'll help you get Luffy back to his own time, and in return you become my son. Out of everything that could have come out of that man's mouth, that was not what I was expecting. Not by a long shot. In fact, I stood there stunned for a moment, my jaws agape, sweat dripping down my forehead. What? What the hell, old man? What kind of proposition is that? All I got out of the man was a shrug and a smug smile. He seemed to think giving me a headache was funny. Yes, that's it. Again, what? I'll help you get Luffy back to the future, and in return you become my son. I thought I made that quite clear. He chuckled, leaning over backwards, so his chin was resting slightly on his shoulder. No, I got it. And you are aware that Luffy is from the future. I can't do something like that. But that isn't a no. I shook my head in disbelief. Was he crazy? Are you crazy, old man? The Yonko just snorted at my dumbfounded frown. Instead of looking offended, he had a big amused grin. Not the last time I checked. I opened and closed my mouth, unsure how to deal with this crazy man. He couldn't have been serious. There was no way. Here, read this. The newspaper page was suddenly shoved in my sore hands. I didn't care about what the newspaper had to say. This isn't the TI dash. The Yonko cut me off, pointing at the paper with a knowing smile. Just read it, will you? I sighed grumpily, turning it the right way up. For the third time that night, I nearly choked on my breath. There was two pictures in the center of the page. A blond boy was staring back at me, burn on one side of his face. A top hat was perched onto of wavy hair. But that wasn't the person that caught my attention. No, it was the black-haired man next to him. He had a sly grin, dark eyes, and a very distinct tribal tattoo on the left side of his face. That man was me. Or future me anyway. Underneath the picture of me was a subtitle which read, "Most wanted man in the world, Dragon, the revolutionary leader. I slowly lowered the paper. My eyes were wide. In my chest, there was a burning sensation. My heart was beating fast, yet wasn't in fear or anything negative. These emotions were a bright passion, a dream, one long since gone. It was all suddenly burst to light again. That passion, a hope. My dream. I could make my dream a reality. I could really make a difference. I could make a difference to other people that had suffered as I had. I could make the world a better place. I had fighting changing and taking down the Tenryubido. A wide grin spread across my face. I chuckled. Maybe my luck had started to turn around after all. Man, that face tattoo is so cool. Then reality came crashing down around me. I gazed up at the Yonko. Why had he showed me this, then asked such a weird thing? There was no way in hell I was going to give up on my newfound dream again. I would get Luffy home on my own. I didn't need this person's help. I have several plans already. None of them include this ship or its crew. Yet there was that nagging anxiety at the back of my mind, even though my plans were solid. They actually weren't. They relied heavily on luck, finding people to give us lifts to different islands, stealing food and money. Not getting caught by the Marines again. I shook those doubts out of my brain. The only people I could trust was myself and Luffy. That was if my stupid boy didn't cause any problems. What if? Stop. Don't think about. This is fine. Now you've showed me this. You know my answer. I can't accept your help. Really, if anything, I think this gives you more reason to accept it. I can't mess around with future. It's not just mine. It's Luffy too. If I screw this up, then Luffy may never be born. He's my kid. So, he got. How are you going to accomplish that on your own? Dragon, at this point in time, things have already been changed. You're a smart kid. You must realize that, right? For one thing, you wouldn't have met myself and my crew if it wasn't for Luffy. That made me freeze. My blood ran cold with as that sank in. I've been so focused on getting Luffy home. I'd hardly even given that much thought. Tom was already screwed up. Another thing. How are you and Luffy going to get back? How are you going to travel? Where are you going to get money? Food. You know what happens when Luffy doesn't eat. You will most likely have Garp on your tail soon enough, along with whatever Marines he brings with him. What if you get caught? What if Luffy gets caught? What if he gets so badly injured that it makes it impossible for you to have child? What if you're killed, then what? Luffy will never exist anyway. I was shocked silent. Whitebeard continued on. Dragon, that infection in your wrist was so severe that you almost lost a hand, maybe the other. If your fever hadn't broken and the sea stone poisoning wasn't treated, you would have died. If I didn't come and check on you both, then I very well could have had 2 dead kids. All because one brat was too damn stubborn to ask for help. If you don't care about yourself, that's one thing. But the fact that you claim to care an awful lot about your son, then almost die, which would have caused said son T-dash. Enough. I get it. I whispered, sinking to my knees. They felt like jelly. My stomach was in turmoil. I wanted to throw up. I had almost died. I almost killed my own kid. A flash of Luffy's cheerful smile passed through my mind. I flinched away from it. I don't know what I'm doing okay. I have no idea. I don't have any idea how to deal with any of this. I hide behind my knees, hugging my upper thighs to my chest. I was defeated. What was I supposed to do? That's fine. That's why I want to help you. Dragon, even though things could change, as long as the end result is the same, it doesn't matter about the journey. What's that supposed to mean? I still can't accept your help. Whitebeard sighed, scooting over to my side. At the very least, he respected my space. He didn't touch me, which was appreciated. What I mean to say is that things have changed, yes. However, you must still be on the same road that leads up to Luffy's birth. If you weren't, then would he have disappeared? From what I see, you are determined to become a revolutionary leader. Nothing anyone could say would change your min-dash. Then you understand why CA-dash. Will you let me finish, brat? Geez, don't you boys ever listen? Saudi. Thank you. Now, what I was saying before you opened your big mouth was, if Luffy hadn't found you, you would more than likely still be on Garp's fleet of ships. That has changed. There's nothing that can be done about that. That being said, Dragon, you're not alone. You're on ship. As such, we're going to do things my way. I stopped, turning to look at the man sharply. Was he implying that the proposition he'd given me wasn't optional? Before I could question this, the man carried on. You're my son, so you're going to let me help you dash. Hang say what? What did I agree to that, old man? You didn't. I'm a pirate. We're known to be pretty selfish. The Yonko was beaming down at my horrified expression. This man was evil. You can't just decide that on your own. What about the deal? The deal was, and I quote, I'll help you get Luffy back to the future, and in return you become my son. I never agreed to that. Again, I'm a pirate. I can do whatever I want. No. I hissed as pushed my slightly angry tone under my breath. I didn't want to wake the 2 kids. Yes. Whitebeard sniggered. He looked as though he was having the time of his life. Obviously, suppressing the loud laughter from come out. I'm not your son. I'm the old geezer's son. You hate him though. I'm a good dad. Also, adoption is a legit way to have a son. I hated how much this stupid man was enjoying himself. It was like he'd already decided. Well, actually, yes, he had decided. Dumb old man. Now when the other party doesn't want to, then it's just kidnapping. I prefer surprise adoption. No, I'm becoming a revolutionary. That's my dream. That is what I'm going to do. Nobody is going to stand in the way of that. I stated firmly as I tried to keep my temper under control. I know. I didn't say I was going to. I just said you were my son. Huh, that threw me. Would the old man stop doing that? He said one thing, then another. Listen, Dragon. Some kids have got fly the nest someday, I know that. Even if I want to keep every last one of them with me, forever, I know I can't. He closed his eyes sadly. A small, wistful smile played on his lips. However, as a father, it's my duty to help them on their way. I'll be there to support them until they can stand on their own 2 feet. Even when they aren't at home anymore, they'll still be my kid, no matter what. If they need me, then I will always be there for them. It doesn't matter what path they chose, they will always be my child. Do you get what I'm saying? He gazed down at me softly. I did get it. I finally got what he was saying. He was such a far cry from my father, a complete opposite. Maybe that was why I found it so hard to understand him. The point I'm getting at is, you stay with me as long as you need to, gather some money, find people that have the same aspirations as you do. Let me be the father that yours just couldn't be. You're a good kid. I think you can do anything if you put yourself mind to it. I mean, look at these plans you've made. They're good. You were lacking the resources for them. But with my help, I think they could be really helpful. I turned away. I didn't really know what to say. So instead, I thought about his offer, which wasn't really an offer. However, it didn't sound so bad. I mean, as long as I got Luffy home and became revolutionary, then hopefully things would turn out all right. I mean, it's not like I had any money. I didn't have a boat. Sure, I could fly now. However, carrying a hyperactive Luffy for miles and miles across a large expanse of sea probably wouldn't end well. Also, he was willing to help. I mean, he was a Yonko. He had to have some big resources and lots of eyes everywhere. It wouldn't hurt. I just had to make sure of 1 or 2 things. Also, Luffy almost died because of my stupidity tonight. What would happen if there were so many things that could go wrong? And surprisingly, I did trust Whitebeard. I trusted Luffy's judgment. Not to mention, this crazy Yonko went to war over Ace. Just a single person. Just to save him. Fine. But I'm not calling you Pops. A large arm enveloped me. I tried to push the stupid old man off. It was like being hugged by an immovable tree. Get off, old man. No, Whitebeard said cheerfully. What have I done? 30 years before. Chapter 31. Luffy's POV. Luffy's breakfast was inhaled faster than normal. He hadn't eaten much yesterday, and now he was making up for it. Dragon seemed to be just as enthusiastic about shoving as much food into his mouth as possible. He was in the same boat as Luffy. He was probably starving too, though he did it in a more dignified way, even by just a little. Marco was trying desperately to grab onto whatever food he could fly from the platter in the middle of the table. Jozu was having a lot more luck. He had no problem fighting for his food, fending off the monkeys, pushing them out of the way. Vista, on the other hand, had given up. He sat on the bench in between Marco and Dragon, a sultry look on his face. Jozu, having taken pity on his older brother, offered him a hamburger which Vista took grudgingly, a slight redness on his cheeks, obviously embarrassed over it. Once Luffy was full, he leant forwards over the table, sighing contentedly. He liked that fat, dozy feeling that took over him when he was satisfied with a meal. Dragon, on the other hand, was still defending his food from Jozu and Marco. The younger Raven thought it was rather funny. A gust swept through the galley. It caused several pirates to shiver. Yet the boy was overjoyed that his future dad had his devil fruit power back. He hadn't stopped using it since he had woken up this morning. He was clearly very happy about it, even if he didn't show it on his face or say anything. The way the air would change a little, or how gusts of wind would suddenly whistle past, it seemed to reflect how Dragon was feeling, which Luffy and Marco had debated if he even knew he was doing. Possibly not. But that was fine, it was all great. Sure, Dragon was kind of annoyed with him for the whole getting the shackles off thing. As Luffy had damaged his wrists, he thought it was all worth it though. When a young captain had mentioned about how badly that the future revolutionary had messed his own hands up, they were way worse than his own. It shut him up. Everything was going pretty well. Dragon had accepted the Yonko's help. When he had told him that the boy was pretty pleased with that. Not that he didn't trust Dragon, but they were already on a ship, he had made some friends, and he would have been a little sad to say goodbye so soon. He would definitely miss Marco. Maybe he would ask him to join his crew, well, future Marco anyway. Young Marco wouldn't want to leave his family, yet Luffy thought he was a little young anyway. The Straw Hat Captain hadn't left on island until he was 17. So, yes, Marco was a little too young. But future Marco was fair game. When he saw future him again, he would ask. He wouldn't stop until he said yes. He wouldn't take no for an answer. He could be his. Well, he hadn't decided what he would be yet. He would be something on his crew anyway. Newgate wouldn't be overly happy. Oh, wait, he was dead. Luffy was suddenly saddened by that realization. He wondered if he should tell him. The Yonko did know he was from the future after all. It wasn't just Ace who liked the man now. Before, that was the only reason he had really cared that he was dead. However, now, he had gotten to know him. Well, Luffy quite liked the old guy. He was sort of annoying sometimes. However, so were his friends and crew too. He didn't like to think he had died, especially to Blackbeard. And in such a manner as he did too. Blackbeard hadn't fought him one-on-one. No, from what he'd been told was that Whitebeard had been gunned down by all of Blackbeard's crew. That was while he was already dying from all the other wounds he had. Out of respect, Blackbeard should have fought him one-on-one. He was a coward, one of the many reasons Luffy hated the man. At least Newgate died. Standing, though, was pretty cool. Though if the teen was being honest, he'd rather the old man not die at all. He was fine as long as he wasn't drunk. Drunk Newgate was not something he ever wanted to experience again. It was way too irritating. He was still kind of mad that the old man got in his way of his fight with Wolfman Pirate Captain. Whatever was done now, no use harping on about. Luffy gazed up sleepily from his spot, looked as though the others had finished eating the scraps. He had left them. It was a miracle he had spared them any food at all, or friends for. Hey Luffy, do you want to do some training with us? Dragon too if you want. Magician and Jozu immediately started nodding excitedly. Dragon gave him a wary gaze. He had picked up on the overly enthusiastic antics of the three apprentices. Yeah, Luffy and Dragon, you should do some training with us. Magician said with a chipper smile. That was definitely an unusual face to see from the dark-haired teenage. Yeah, please. Even Jozu, who wasn't much of a talker, begged meekly. Dragon sighed, giving them a warning glare. He had a slight, distrustful expression. Why? You three seem awfully suspicious. No, Joey. Nothing suspicious, just training. Marco replied. His voice oozed with innocence. The older monkey turned his sharp eyes on Marco, making the blonde shrink a little. He could really turn up the intimidation when he wanted to. Luffy was glad that he hadn't aimed that look at him yet. Out with it. Dragon asked with an irritated tone. Okay. Geez, turn it down, will you? I feel like you could murder me with that look. Marco snapped at him nervously. His brothers nodded in agreement. The future revolutionary frowned, a clear indication that he wanted an answer. Luffy felt sorry for his friend. It's nothing ominous. You're way too suspicious of literally everything. Magician cut into the conversation. He probably didn't enjoy his younger brother being interrogated like that. Dragon huffed, facing away from them. Luffy had noticed that the apprentices had a change of attitude with Dragon. He had a feeling Marco had told them something, even if it wasn't the future thing. And Dragon was making a little bit more effort to actually talk to people other than Luffy. It was really for the best. At least they were actually talking to each other now. Before, the long-haired raven had always followed them around silently, never talking unless he believed it necessary, which admittedly Luffy thought was dumb. Now at least there was communication between them, even if it wasn't the friendliest, but it was a start. The Straw Hat Captain was unsure why Dragon was so nice to him, then a bit of an ass to other people, even really nice people. It bugged Luffy. He just wanted all his friends to get along. Oh well, things were maybe turning around for the better. Soon they may be good friends. It's not like Luffy got on well, straight off the bat with some people. Frankie was a great example of that. He had really hated him at first, especially after he beat up Usopp. However, things changed when he helped to save Robin. The point was stranger things had happened. I like training. So where are we training? Luffy decided to intervene before Dragon made the teenagers more nervous. Marco smiled, happy that he seemed interested. Oh, right you are. As Vista said, it's nothing bad. In fact, it's pretty fun actually. So, normally every morning we train with Pops, but at some point it kind of became like a game. Anyway, we haven't been able to do it recently because I had my eye thing, then Pops hung over and he destroyed the mast when he was drunk dash. Hang on what? Was the old man drunk? He destroyed the masts. Dragon interjected. He looked more than a little concerned. Yeah, he got drunk after the conversation with you. He's a pain in the ass when he's like that. Magician answered, giving the man an aspirated glance. Why? The older monkey said, a slight frown on his brow. Don't know. You must have upset him. The long dark-haired teen shrugged. Damn old man. Dragon huffed, an irritated grimace forming at the corners of his mouth. Marco coughed slightly. He turning his eyes away from them. He had an awkward expression. Luffy snorted at him. Marco had been told what had happened. He had then divulged the information to the young captain. He laughed, not because he thought the stuff about Dragon was funny, rather at Marco's bad attempt at acting normal. The Raven wasn't the only who was bad, keeping a straight face. That alone was great all in itself. Training. I want to know about training, come on. Luffy grinned. Doing some training before fighting Kaido sounded like a good idea. There wasn't much that the Straw Hat Captain understood about. In fact, most things went over his head. However, fighting wasn't one of them. He knew training equaled stronger, and stronger was good. He wanted to be strong. Right. So anyway, we do training with Pops every morning. Anyway, it was pretty boring, so we came with a game, kind of. So the rules are simple. Anything goes. It's us against Pops. All we got to do is knock him on his back. Magician explained to the two monkeys. Luffy cocked his head to the side. He looked a bit perplexed. That's it. Yup, you are. That sounds really easy. Sounds easy and is easy are two completely different things. It's actually really hard. We've only managed to do it twice, and they were both flukes, Yua. Honestly, it's like trying to knock over a mountain. He doesn't budge even if all three of us hit with everything we've got. Magician sighed heavily, pushing himself up from the table. The others followed suit. Not to mention, we have a 10-minute time limit and Hill attacks us too. He'll even chuck us overboard. Well, except Jozu. Pops refuses to throw him over because he's only 12, which I suppose is fine, but does have to throw me over too, Yua. Water is scary, Jozu added softly, looking down at his hands. They made their way out of the canteen, passing by several yelling pirates as they went. They were shouting about something or other. Luffy didn't really care, though for some reason it put him on edge, not because of the loud racket they were making. No, it was a bad gut feeling. It made him stop for a moment. His bad gut feelings were always right. Lou, what's up? Dragon whispered. He had stopped next to him. I don't know, I got a bad feeling for some reason. Bad feeling? What kind of bad feeling, you are? Marco asked from in front of him. He was leaning backwards with his hands bracing the back of his head. The other two apprentices had disappeared. I don't know. Something doesn't feel right. Do you feel ill? Dragon questioned, a little bit of worry in his voice, while his face remained neutral. No, I feel fine. It's a bad gut feeling. It feels like something bad is going to happen. Both Dragon and Marco looked at him with confusion. Clearly, they didn't believe in gut feelings. Maybe you have wind. You did stuff your face way too fast. Dragon said deadpan. That got a loud, obnoxious laugh out of Marco. Hey, Dragon, I thought wind was your thing, you are. All he got was an aspirated eye roll from the older Raven. He let out a long, suffering breath and carried on towards the galley's exit. Marco followed after him, sprouting bad wind jokes, which seemed to be pissing Dragon off. Told him to shut up, and the blonde carried on, leaving Luffy to trail after them. The gut feeling was still there, and he didn't like it. Normally, the Raven would have laughed along with Marco, yet he didn't feel like it. Something wasn't right, and Luffy knew it. Somewhere else in the New World, in the shadows of a shack sat a shape. It was hunched over in a corner. They were wrapped up tightly with cold metal chains. However, they were slowly making progress in loosening their bounds. Silently as possible, the sea stone began to slack, but they froze when they heard loud, heavy footsteps. He was back. The door was suddenly brutally kicked open. A large, dark figure marched in. He had a boy under his arm. The poor kid wasn't looking good. His face was sweating and covered in black bruises. The boy was hung limply. The man carrying him tossed him aside. He hit the stone floor with a heavy thump. He rolled towards the chained individual. Bright red hair fell away from his beat-up face. A familiar straw hat landed next to him. Hello there, Sabo. Enjoying your stay? Look, I even brought you a lil friend. Sabo sneered, spitting in the dark figure's direction. He wasn't going to let this bastard get under his skin. The blonde was concerned about the kid, though. He couldn't have been older than 10 or 11, maybe 12 at a push. Even though Sabo himself had survived much worse when he was that age, not everyone was like him. He was tough, just like his brothers. Growing up where he did had that kind of effect on people. Now, don't be like that. Mind you, that straw hat has caused me more than enough trouble already. He took something that belongs to me, and I want it back. The gentlemanly man stiffened at his little brother's mention. He didn't like what this bastard was saying, but he kept it to himself. He was not going to give him that satisfaction. Sabo didn't know what Luffy had done, but if it had pissed off this man, then it couldn't have been good. He might sound friendly at first. He was hiding something underneath his gaped, toothy grin, something sinister. In fact, I'm going to hunt him down and tear that stupid grin off his face. I'm going to find what's mine. Without it, I can't complete my master plan. Don't worry, I won't tell you about. You leave my little brother alone, Teach. I won't let you hurt him. Sabo couldn't take Blackbeard's taunting any longer. He had wanted to keep his mind calm, but there was no way in hell this bastard going anywhere near his baby brother. That was until the wind was kicked out of him, as a quake-powered kick was forced into his stomach. The sea stone preventing his body from turning to flames, so his body took the brunt of it. He fell forwards, curling into himself. Blood splattered onto the floor from his mouth. Sabo gasped, trying to catch his breath. He wheezed a little. A hand grabbed hold of his cheeks, forcing him to look up into the ugly mug of the dark, bearded man. Funny, that's what his last brother said, and look where he ended up. Ziha-ha! Ziha! He dropped the blonde to the cold stone floor, only to kick him again. This time in the side of the head, Sabo was sent crashing into the brick wall. When he had recovered, Blackbeard had disappeared. He must have blacked out for a bit. His head was swimming. It felt a little dizzy. The world seemed to be in several different images, though soon enough those pieces floated back together. Sabo dragged himself up to the best of his ability. It was pretty hard considering how tight the chains were around him. He turned his gaze on the kid on the floor. The revolutionary rolled to his knees and shuffled over to the boy. Oi, oi, kid, you okay? He nudged the kid in the shoulder with his head, causing his top hat to fall off. Slowly the redhead began to rouse. He flinched slightly as he gained consciousness. Sabo had to admit his eyes and cheeks were a bruised-up mess, all puffy and swollen. "Where am I?" he asked as his bloodshot eyes, or while I focused on him, as one of them was swollen shut. Sabo helped the boy up the best he could. When he finally got a straight-up view of the kid's face, for some odd reason he looked familiar, though he couldn't think why. "Not sure exactly. How are you feeling? 'Cause no offense, kid, but you look like shit." The boy smiled, a little wincing. He was clearly in a lot of pain. Sabo was surprised that he was so calm and not crying over his injuries. He knew Luffy would have probably done so when he was little. "Who are you?" "The name's Sabo. Don't worry, I'm going to get us out of here," Sabo said, grinning at him reassuringly. He wasn't entirely if he could see it, though. "Great. A question," the boy said as he tried to pull the ropes off from around his wrist with his teeth. Sabo had to admit the boy had some real spunk. He was taking this all really well. "Sure, what is it? Here, let me see if I can loosen those for you." Sabo leant over the kid's binds when he offered them. The blonde imbued armament hockey into his teeth and tore off the rope with ease. The boy grinned, flexing his hands before he began trying to pull off Sabo's chains. They were much looser than before from all the struggling the revolutionary had done, and the redhead was making quick work of untangling them. "Kid, your question?" Sabo prompted. It was a good idea to keep the boy preoccupied for as long as possible. He didn't want him to suddenly start overthinking stuff and start panicking. To be honest, though, the kid was doing really well, all things considered. Most kids know, most adults too, would have just broken down in such a situation. Sabo was impressed. "Oh yeah, who am I? I can't remember." The blonde paused. That didn't sound like a good question. Okay, maybe the kid wasn't doing so well after all. Amnesia was a real bitch. Sabo would know. He had lost his memory for 10 years. Chapter 32. Whitey Bay's POV. Whitey knocked on the door. A hollow sound rang out. It was followed nothing. The Yonko was obviously asleep. The woman entered anyway. She wasn't having a meltdown. She wasn't having a meltdown. Okay, maybe she was having a little one. It was tiny, but she had every right to one. Honestly, the person on the other end of the transponder snail was kind of a big deal. It was 6 in the morning. The only reason she had even heard the damn thing was because she was on her way to bed. Whitey really hated night watch. Someone had to do it, and she was someone. She wished she'd ignored the ringing snail. It was too late now. Clutching the transponder to her chest, walking around a pile of clothes that had been dumped carelessly. You'd think a grown man would have a little more respect for his clothes. Then she dismissed it. The reason he did it was because he was a man. Well, that was in her experience anyway. She did have a lot of brothers, to her point. The blue-haired woman noted the large lump on the bed. The blanket had been chucked off, another thing on the floor. She jabbed the man in the side. Whitey got no response. She hit him harder. Nothing. Oh, come on. This was a big problem. Could Pops not sleep? So deeply not now. When Whitey first came along, she tried to kill him numerous times, including when he was asleep, and he would wake up immediately. But now when she was jabbing him pretty hard, he didn't so much as twitch. She didn't want to scream at him because the person on the snail would hear. Time was getting on. Soon they would start getting mad. Screw it. The woman sighed, resigning herself to what she was about to do. She really didn't want to, but this was an emergency. Climbing on top of the bed, she made her way over to his face until she was staring at the large black bruise that Garp had left behind. She kicked it. Pop's reaction wasn't the desired outcome. He grunted and swatted her away like a fly. She stumbled backwards from the backhand she received. The woman almost toppled off the bed. That was it. Whitey was pissed. She placed the transponder snail down on the bed. Ice started to climb up her arms, a weird little ability she had developed from her home island of snow and ice. She stormed over to the Yonko, grabbed his mustache, and yanked it. "Get up, old man." Pops groaned grumpily, opening his golden eyes, fixing his gaze on her. He tried to pry her off his mustache. However, she wasn't letting go, not until he got his ass up. "Ow, hey, ow. Whitey, what are you doing? Get off." He finally sat up, looking especially peeved. She released his facial hair and angrily pointed to the transponder snail next to his leg. Pops wasn't paying attention to where she pointing, instead opting to rearrange his mustache. He still didn't look happy. "Pops, someone wants to talk to you," she said through gritted teeth. "Can't they wait? You'd just try to forcibly remove my mustache. Please just answer the damn snail." Whitey interrupted. She was seriously stressed out and tired. Couldn't he just cooperate for once? He finally glared at her. His angry grimace dropped almost instantly. She didn't know what her face was doing. However, whatever it was had made him stop. She sighed from exhaustion. The woman went and retrieved the snail. The person on the other end was still there at least. Whitey offered the transponder to her father, but he waved her off, simply gesturing for her to pick it up. To be fair, his hands would have probably crushed the poor creature anyway. "Hello. I got Pami, my captain. So here you go," Whitey said. Her tone trembled slightly. She was so stressed. A large hand patted her on the head. Then he leant over. A face appeared over the snails. "Hello, Roger here. Newgate? I got some stuff to ask you." Pops grumbled under his breath. However, he put on his best captain's voice. What do you want, Roger? Ah, don't be like that. Anyway, have you seen a red-haired boy? Pops raised his eyebrow, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. No. Are talking about the one with your old straw hat? Yes. That's the one and only. It's just someone's gone and taken him from my crew. The Yonko stiffened lightly. Whitey didn't like where this was going either. What are you accusing me, Roger? Because dash. What? No, stupid Newgate. I'm not accusing you. I just figured you might have heard something. Pops twitched a little from the stupid comment. The woman had to admit it took a great deal of patience to deal with Roger. It took even more brain power. For what she had seen of him, he liked to rile people up, and sadly Pops was quite easy to offend. Pops and his damn pride. No, I haven't seen your brat. Oh, well, worth an ask. By the way, what's your problem with the Marines? I read the article dash. Is that all you wanted? Pops snapped. To be fair, Whitey probably wouldn't have a lot of patience when she first woke up either. She was so tired. Touchy subject. Didn't attack the Marine base, did you? That made Pops freeze. There was clearly something more to that comment. No, I didn't. The blonde man said suspiciously. Figured as much. There's actually a reason I wanted to call you. Thought you might be dead. What? Whitey snapped. She was not having this man insult her stupid dad. Oh, the little lady's still there. Gabon has a crush on you. Whitey was embarrassed. Men were the worst. She was a warrior. Could they not get crushes on her? She was a fighter. It was already hard enough that some men refused to fight her because she was a girl, and now this. It was so infuriating. Pops immediately got extremely defensive over that. Good, he'll set him straight. If that scalper goes within a 10-foot radius of my dot dash. Bulps, no. Never mind, he was the worst too. Wah ha ha ha. Newgate, you're such an easy target. Say something slightly off about one of your kids, and you lose it. It's great. Pops growled, bristling angrily. However, he took a deep breath and calmed himself somewhat. You thought I was dead. I'm not going to up and die anytime soon. No, I know that. Your weight is stubborn. But get this, there's this guy who has the same devil fruit as you. Gura gura no mi, rigged. That's why I wanted to call you, because that was the guy that took Shanks. Wait, how is that even possible? There can only be one of the same devil fruit active at one time. Whitey said with a frown wrinkling her brow. Yeah, that's what I heard. So when this Blackbeard guy punched the air and caused an earthquake, I figured Newgate was dead. But I thought that was strange. I hadn't heard anything about it. I'm sure if someone had taken down the strongest man in the world, they would want to brag about it. Still not sold on you being strongest, though. We are pretty even. That's what you're worried about. Isn't being the world's best swordsman enough for you? The woman growled with irritation. How did his crew cope with this person? He was so obnoxious. Whitey then sighed. Then again, her captain wasn't much better. He wasn't obnoxious, sure, but he was annoying and as stubborn as a mule. Why did she join again? Oh, right. He was her family, and she had literally no choice in the matter. He didn't leave her alone until she agreed to become his daughter. Ah, yes, good times. Blackbeard? That was what he called himself. Pops suddenly asked. He had a thoughtful look on his face. Yeah, he was a big, ugly bastard with a scruffy black beard. Didn't he get the memo? Mustaches are way cooler. Anyway, he found us on an island not too far from Dressrosa. I didn't actually see him. I only felt the quake. Shanks was with Rayleigh at the time. He went and attacked them right in the middle of town. We didn't know what he wanted until one of his lackeys took off with Shanks. Rayleigh was too busy fighting off Blackbeard to do anything. And the other apprentice with him couldn't do anything. He's just a kid. I see. Well, I'm alive. Pops said firmly, a slight warning in his tone. Come on, Newgate. You gotta know something. I mean, I don't know how devil fruits work. Maybe you can, find out his location or mind control him. Will you, kid? That's not how they work. How does your mind even come up with that? Pops uttered with an aggravation in his voice. Whitey just nodded in agreement. This man was something else. It was worth an ask. Anyway, one more thing. If you do happen to see Shanks, could ya? Maybe help him out, if you find him first. Pops sighed heavily, aspiration on his face. He's not my key dash. You owe me Newgate. It's the least you can do. Fine. But only because you keep dangling that damn debt in front of my face. The next time you ask something of me, it better be on your knees. I'm going to be putting my family in danger because of you. I hope you know that. Thank you, Newgate. Hopefully I'll find him before that even happens, and hopefully use that debt for something else. That's not how it works, Roger. Bye, little lady. Roger hung up, leaving an angry Pops alone with her. That damn Roger. Who the hell does he think he is? Pops huffed, rubbing his temples. Whitey shook her head, placing the transponder snail down. You about that Blackbeard, don't you? Why didn't you just say that? Roger wowed dash. Whitey, it's not that simple. It's complicated. It's not something to discuss with another pirate, even if it is Roger. I don't know what you mean. The woman mumbled, she yawning slightly. It's fine. Don't worry about it. He reassured, ruffling her hair affectionately. Normally that would have annoyed her, but she was too tired to care. You always say stuff like that, even when everything isn't fine. Really? Well, this is fine. I don't believe you. I know something's going on, something you aren't telling everyone. I know Marco knows something. Maybe I'll ask him. Pops winced at her words. Marco was pretty easy to get talking, especially when she knew how. And Pops knew it. Fine, I'll tell you, but nobody else can know. Deal. Spoilt brat. You raised me. Point taken. Chapter 33. Dragon's POV. This is all such a pain in the ass. As much as I hate admit it, training sounds like a good idea. Training Luffy, that is. I don't want to train. In fact, a majority of my life with the Marines have been spent training, and it has never been fun. He seemed eager now. Earlier, the kid had been acting a little odd. When I say odd, I mean odd for Luffy. He's always a little strange, but then he starts going on about gut feels, and he lost me. Hey, I can appreciate a gut feeling. However, my boy had been worrying about it too much. I think it's probably all in his head. Gut feels are just that a feeling in your gut, something your body does when you eat something funny or you're overly stressed. Like me, I was so freaking stressed, 24/7, 7 days a week. But the way the kid was acting, it was something terrible. I'm sure if anything bad is going to happen, it would just happen. Nothing anyone can do about it. In fact, I expect at least something bad will befall us, pretty every day. It's not if, but when. By the time we arrived top deck, Luffy was back to his old self. Not a care in the world. Also, the old man was waiting for them. I'm guessing for the training. Honestly, I was still not feeling overly pleased with having accepted his help. Also, he was a huge headache now. Well, more than he was before anyway. He had gotten this thing into his head, and I would appreciate if he got it out and stomped on it. That was the whole "you were my son" crap. What was wrong with the old man? I have no clue, but he was a pain in the ass. Didn't I have enough to worry about, without this stupid old man's delusions? Hey, Pops, can Luffy and Dragon training with us, you Marco asked the Yonko, who glanced up from where he was waiting. He was sat on his chair on deck. The blue-haired woman was stood next to him, along with the ball and chain man, who currently did not have said weapon. It still weirded me out how the flail thing was alive. Never mind, this whole crew was batshit crazy. I don't know why I keep forgetting that. I cut in quickly before the old man could say anything. I didn't want to spend more time with him than I had to. Nope, just Luffy. I have other stuff to do. Whitebeard's delusions freaked me out. I already had to deal with more than I would like to, because of the Luffy situation. But that was as far as I was willing to go with it. As soon as Luffy was back home, I was off the ship as fast as possible. I didn't care what this man had to say, even though he said about me staying past then and gathering some money together for my revolutionary stuff. I wasn't sold on it. What if he didn't keep his word? Then what? What getting outside help are we boys? I don't mind. You kids won't win even with them helping you. Whitebeard giving them a cocky grin. Wait, hang on. I said I pass on the whole training stuff. I'm not a kid, and I don't need training. I snapped. I wasn't letting the old man selfishly disregard my decisions. What? Why not? Please, Dragon, you Marco asked, dejected. He gave me a pleading stare, which I ignored easily. The only one who charms I wasn't immune to seemed to be Luffy, and even then it wasn't a guarantee to work. I gave the blonde kid a chilly stare. He seemed to get the message. No means no. I wish the dumb old man got the message. He seemed to be finding this whole damn situation incredibly amusing. What's the matter, son? Too scared to fight an old man and lose. At that point, I decided to just remove myself. That wasn't without giving my 2 cents worth first. I was going to make this annoying old man back off. I wasn't on of his crew, and as such, I wasn't going to take his antics like the rest of them. 1. I am not your son. 2. I'm not a kid, so don't treat me like 1 and 3. You throw Luffy in the ocean, and I will throw you in the ocean. I turned my intimidation up to maximum, giving the man my best threatening glare. I was satisfied for about 2 seconds. He looked surprised, then he burst into a fit of laughter. All right, brat, you gonna back that up? He taunted. He got up and leaned over me menacingly. I was not going to back down from this. I glared at him defiantly. Whitebeard towered over me, golden eyes flashing dangerously, raised his hand. I was suddenly very aware of who I was talking to. Where had all my caution gone? When did I start threatening Yonko? In fact, I started to do dumb shit like Luffy. This was his thing, not mine. I was the one with the brain. I tried not to get us killed. Yet here I was. This old man got under my skin so much that I had forgotten my survival instincts. What was I doing? I was going to get us killed. I needed to apologize or something. I wasn't the only person in this mess. I had 2 lives to think about. I wasn't going to selfishly. My thought process was abruptly cut off when a large hand clapped me on the back, almost knocking me over. In a panic, I tried to defend myself, but it ended with me on my face. I had tried and failed to turn myself into a nice gust of wind. Instead, I had blown myself over. Please let me die from embarrassment. It was only a year since I hadn't used my devil fruit. It was like I had just eaten the fruit all over again. No control, only massive stupid mistakes. Or maybe it was because I didn't know how to react to the old man, and I had actually had a lapse in brain processing power. All I knew was that my face was burning and I wanted to go and hide. I stood up ramrod straight, coughing a little, hoping to get some dignity back. I could hear several sniggers. which were abruptly silenced with a frozen glare. The sniggers were from a small group of teenagers and the ball and chain guy. Surprisingly, Luffy wasn't among them. He was staring at me with an almost half-hearted smile. He looked a little sad. Why, I wasn't sure. I wanted to ask him, but it was not the time nor the place. You guys are such kids. He fell over, big deal. All of you aren't any better. The voice belonged to a large man with a horn helmet. When I say he was large, he was huge. In fact, he overshadowed Jozu quite easily, though he still wasn't as big as the Whitebeard himself. Atmos. Come on, it was funny. The young blonde chuckled, but the kid backed down when the man didn't look impressed. Aren't you kids meant to be training? Yes. Jozu mumbled a little. I wasn't expecting the kid to be the one to answer. Finally, the old man stood up straight, giving the younger man a smile. Oh, Atmos. We were just dash. Bothering the new guy. Yeah, I can see that. Honestly, Pops, you need to tone it down a bit. Poor guy just needs some space. At least let him settle in before you start her dad antics. The Yonko snorted. However, shockingly, he didn't deny any of it. Also, what were dad antics? All I saw was him being overly annoying. Right, come on, boys. You heard your brother training time. Dragon. Sorry, just thought it would be fun. You don't actually have to do any training. It's up to you. With that, the captain shooed the apprentices and Luffy away, leaving me alone with Atmos, the woman, and Dreadlocks. Though he did turn back briefly to say, and don't worry, I wouldn't do anything harmful to your kid, brother. I stood there a little stunned. What just happened? I don't get. What just happened? I blurted out. Don't worry, you get used to him eventually. Most of the time, Pops means well, but he has an odd way of showing it, Dreadlocks said. He wandered over to stand at my shoulder. I turned to give him dubious look. Dreadlocks just shrugged, giving me a sympathetic smile. Don't worry, he irritates everyone. For some reason, he seems to think it's his job. The woman added. She had a tired, half-lidded gaze. She looked fed up. Wait, he annoys you guys too? Yes, the three of them said in unison. I had to admit they looked as tired and stressed as felt. That really confused me. So, I wasn't the only one who found the old man wearing. Why were they still here if they didn't like him? How do you people cope with him? Once you know how to deal with him, it gets a lot better, believe me. Atmos replied. Don't worry, Dragon, we've been where you've been. Anyway, coffee, anyone? I need some fucking coffee. I'm so damn tired, the blue-haired woman muttered, stretching. Coffee? Hell yeah, bitch, give me some. I turned to find another person coming towards us. It was the blonde worm man. Only, the worm part was completely gone. He looked like a normal dude. He was much skinnier than I originally thought, too. Maybe he was a devil fruit user. Zone type, maybe. Oh, hey, Apoida. Oh, I love the new shirt, she said as Apoida flung an arm around her. They both giggled. The other two guys sighed. They exchanged aspirated looks, yet they didn't leave, simply watching their interactions with bored faces. Okay, are we going to get coffee, or are we going to talk about our shoes next? Dreadlocks scoffed sarcastically. He received two angry glares which he ignored gleefully. Rikuyo's just mad that his shoes suck, Apoida retorted. The woman laughed out loud. Hey, Rikuyo pouted. Atmos just patted his shoulder. All right, come on, let's move. Dragon, you want to come along? The horned helmet man inquired. I didn't know what to say. These people were just acting like, well, I don't know, normal young adults? I don't know. It's not like I ever really spoke to anyone. Not for a long time, not in such a normal way. I just nodded. He smiled. He took up the lead. We all started to head towards the bar. I didn't even know they did coffee down there. I hung back a little, only to have Rikuyo drape his arm over my shoulders lazily. Normally, I didn't like physical contact. However, the way it was done felt so causal and friendly that it didn't even bother me. He grinned, steering me towards the group. Come on, bro. I'll give you some pointers. The need to knows on how to survive on this ship without going crazy. Thanks. Also, I'm not your brother. Try telling Pops that. I did. Multiple times. Yeah, so did I. You'll feel better after coffee. I dash. Seriously, dude, you need coffee. You didn't drink anything yesterday. You need liquids. Oh, I guess I was having coffee. What did coffee even taste like? Sabo's POV. It was getting pretty dark out. They hadn't managed to make it all that far. Blackbeard and Burgess couldn't have been far behind. They would have noticed that he and Red were gone. Red, who Sabo had decided to call the kid for the time being, was stuck close to his side. He still couldn't remember anything, but that was the least of their worries for now. While Sabo was concerned about the boy's memory loss, it wasn't something they could do about until they were safe. Then once they were, Sabo would call Dragon and let him know what had happened. What had happened? Sabo actually couldn't really say for sure. One minute he was fighting his way through several Blackbeard pirates who had invaded the revolutionary base on Baltigo. Then Sabo was attacked by Blackbeard himself. They had fought when Blackbeard had said something that had enraged Sabo. He was a laid-back individual most of the time, but there were certain things that really pushed his buttons. Nobles and his brothers were his two things that he really hated people mentioning, or at least in a bad light anyway. Blackbeard had taunted him with Ace's death, More specifically, the fact that he had wanted Ace's devil fruit power, the power he currently possessed. He had said something about wanting to recruit him, but when Blackbeard had mentioned killing Luffy, Ace had thrown himself at the Yonko, and that was when Blackbeard captured him. Then he had turned around and said something that Sabo was so appalled by that. In that moment, his mind went blank, and he had only one thing in his brain: kill Blackbeard. Sabo knew losing one's cool in a battle never ended well, but he couldn't help it. Then Blackbeard's darkness power had consumed him, and the next thing he knew was he was locked in a shack and chained up. One thing the Yonko hadn't bet on was that Sabo was pretty great at escaping places. And also Red had come along and made the escape a walk in the park. One of the best advantages over him that Sabo possessed was that he knew how cocky he was. He was so sure that his plans would work that he hadn't thought for a second that they would actually get away. That had run as far away from that shack as possible. Nobody was even guarding the door, well, except a weakling who was so drunk that he had passed out. Red and Sabo had stepped over the man and bolted. They were now running madly through a forest. He didn't know where they were, but anywhere was better than being chained up in a shack. As much as the revolutionary wanted to kick Blackbeard to the bottom of the ocean and watch him drown, revenge wasn't nearly as important as finding Luffy. Honestly, he had his fair share of rage towards the Blackbeard. He was the reason that Ace had been captured, and that in itself was bad enough. To find out they were after his baby brother, it made Sabo feel sick to the stomach. No way in hell was that happening. Sabo wasn't losing his last brother, his precious little brother that he had failed. If only he had been there, maybe then they both could have saved Ace. Sabo grit his teeth. No fucking way was he going to touch Luffy. His mission now was simple. He was going to find Luffy. Wherever he was, Sabo was going to find him and protect him at all costs. Dragon was going to have to wait. He had already made it clear Luffy was the most important thing to him, and his job came second. He had made that very clear to his boss. Dragon hadn't been too pleased, but as it was to do with his son, maybe he made an exception. Sabo never really knew what was going on in his head. In fact, a lot of people even questioned if he was even a real person and not an actual dragon. His boss lacked a lot of emotion. When he spoke, it was always calmly and almost emotionless even. He didn't have time for fun or even normal relationships. He was the revolutionary leader, that was it. Nothing more, nothing less. He didn't even make time for Luffy. In fact, he hadn't even seen him properly since he was a baby. It's not like Lobetown really counted as a meeting. Sabo didn't really get it. Luffy was the best thing. One of his favorite pastimes was bragging about his baby brother. Dragon needed to know how great his own son was. Well, that was until he started getting near constant scares from said little brother. The gentlemanly blonde brought out Luffy's Viver card. He had several nervous breakdowns already. Why? Because whatever his reckless baby brother was doing had caused his Viver card to burn several times. Sabo was horrified by how much Luffy's life was put in danger. Whether it was Luffy putting himself in those situations or not, no older brother wanted to see that. Sabo? I can see a dock up ahead, Red announced. His beaten-up face, which the blonde had patched up, was scrunched up in thought. Yeah, it looks like there's a town over that way too. Hopefully we should be able to lose them there. Do you think they will attack us in a town? Sabo shook his head. He had no idea. Blackbeard was something else. He was really unpredictable, and he really hated that about him. As the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, the blonde was used to disappearing and going undercover. In fact, it was one of his specialties. However, having an injured kid with him was definitely going to make it harder. Sabo sighed, crouching down, gesturing for the young boy to climb onto his back. The blonde was worried about the kid. He looked tired, and he was hurt. He could probably do with a rest. Red frowned, wincing a little. I can walk on my own. I'm fine. Red, just get on. You look like you're about to fall over. Anyway, I used to give my baby brother piggybacks all the time. He stared at Sabo for a split second, until he gave in and climbed up. You have a brother? Yup, I'm going to find him. While we're doing that, we can see if anything jogs your memory, Sabo said as he started to make his way towards the docks. Do you think so? Sure, you just need to find a trigger. Maybe we'll even find your family along the way. Sabo was pretty sure about that. Hopefully it would be easier to get this kid's memories back than his own. I don't think I have one. It doesn't feel like I have one. Red said sadly. Sabo felt that. He remembered feeling so alone when it first woken up. He could still feel that gut-wrenching panic in his chest when they had offered to take him back to his parents. Yet, Sabo did have a family. He had 2 brothers. He felt guilty about that every single day. He couldn't imagine the amount of grief he had put Ace and Luffy through. He shook those thoughts from his head. No good thinking about that now. It was in the past. Nothing he could do about it now. Red, just keep an open mind, okay? We don't know anything just yet. While we're in town, we can ask around. If you start feeling bad about something, just let me know. I don't want to force you to go back somewhere you hate. Red was silent for a moment. Then he felt warm, even breaths on the back of his neck. He was asleep. Oh well, he obviously needed the sleep. He was just a kid after all. Sabo carried on. picking his pace up a little as the town came into view. He was sort of relieved. At least here they had places to hide out. As he stepped into the town square, the blonde went into stealth mode, melting into the crowd. This was his domain now. Blackbeard and his lackeys would be at a disadvantage here. He smiled confidently. Now was a snail phone. He had a phone call to his boss to make. Chapter 34. Luffy's POV. Luffy and the apprentices had followed Newgate to a much more plain part of the deck. It was clear from structures and anything that would get damaged in a fight. Probably a good place to train. Here we are, announced Magician. Luffy studied the surroundings. There was 2 support beams on either side of them. He took notice of them as they would make good slingshot places. There wasn't much else he could see that would be overly helpful, but this was training. It wasn't supposed to be easy. He knew how hard it could get, especially when he thought back on his time with Rayleigh. How was he supposed to get stronger if everything was a walk in the park? Anyway, Newgate was a Yonko, so he had to be able to teach Luffy something new. Hey Luffy, guess what we get if we win? Well, Marco said, turning to his raven friend with a grin. The Straw Hat captain wasn't really interested in winning. Not that Luffy wouldn't mind winning, but that wasn't why he had come with them. He wanted to get stronger before his fight with Kaido. The chefs will cook us anything we want if we win, Yua. Never mind Luffy wanted to win. He wanted to win a lot. The small bit of brain power that the young captain possessed was suddenly overtaken with meat. Meat dancing in his mind. Nothing else mattered anymore. Meat. Meat. They'll cook me lots of meat. Luffy drooled. His eyes were sparkling brightly. YOSH. He turned to Newgate. A large grin was thrown his direction. He was going to win that meat. He slammed his fists together eagerly. I'm going to kick your ass, old man. Luffy threw himself into a fast run towards the older captain. The Yonko chuckled mockingly. He leant forward a little, adjusting his height, so he was in a better position to punch the kid. Is that right, little brat? The Raven briefly heard Marco call after him. Something about a plan he didn't know about. However, Luffy dismissed the plan thing. Why did they need a plan when they were fighting? Fighting was fighting. Luffy felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. His observation hockey activated in that moment. He realized that the Yonko was right next to him, his fist drawn back. Oh crap, he's faster than I thought. I can't get out of the way. The Straw Hat captain thought out loud. He only had time to bring his arms up and in front of his face to block the hit. Luffy. Luffy's blonde friend shouted. His sore injured wrist stung as the punch landed. He was thrown backwards, sent rolling and skidding over the floorboards. He did manage to catch himself as he tumbled, landing on his feet and slid to a halt. The mystery bird flew over to where the Raven had landed. He pushed himself up with his hand to his knee, glaring angrily in Newgate's direction. Are you okay, Yua? Marco asked, worry dripping from his tone. Luffy didn't know why he was so concerned. It's not like the punch had really hurt all that much. In fact, Luffy was annoyed that the old man wasn't trying to cause him harm. What kind of training was this? Training was supposed to be rough, yet that hit hardly bothered the teenager at all. When Luffy would train with Ace and Sabo when he was young, that was tough and challenging. It hurt a lot too. Same thing with Rayleigh. This wasn't training or even a regular old spar. He didn't want to win a pointless fight when his adversary wasn't even trying, even if he got meat out of it. Hey, are you even trying? Luffy accused loudly, standing up straight. He gave the Yonko a pouty, almost childish look, which only got a wide, amused grin off the man. Come on, you aren't even trying. The Raven huffed, crossing his arms firmly. He was so annoying. He wanted a good fight, some good training. Not whatever this was. Come on, fight me properly. He challenged, giving Newgate a serious, blazing stare. Marco laughed nervously, his eyes wide with surprise. Luffy, are you serious, Yua? Of course. The older teen confirmed without a second thought. He slid his sharp gaze to his blonde friend for a second, before turning them back on the Yonko, who was still beaming from amusement. As the young captain often did when he was feeling especially serious or adamant about something, he grabbed his straw hat from around his neck and sat on it his head. Somehow, even though it was a straw hat, Luffy suddenly looked almost cool. I refuse to fight someone who isn't even trying. The way Luffy said it with such surety made Marco gasp, and suddenly the boy was sparkling brightly with awe. Luffy, that's so cool, Yua. Marco's older brother, on the other hand, didn't look nearly as impressed. In fact, he peered through half-lidded eyes and sighed. No, it's foolish. The blonde teen continued to ignore Magician, which made his eyebrow twitch with slight frustration. Luffy chuckled a little. He found it a little bit funny, but he quickly went back to being serious. Now fight me properly, he challenged again, this time with a bit more volume. Magician rolled his eyes, muttering, there's no way he'll agree to that. But to Luffy's delight, Magician was proved wrong when Newgate laughed. All right, Brad. There was several gasps from the apprentices. They all looked taken back. Newgate leant over Luffy, pointing towards him, until he realized that he was actually counting conditions on his hands. The Raven appreciated the lack of dancing around the subject. He just got straight to the point. 2 conditions. It's 1v1 dash. The Yonko prodded Luffy lightly in the forehead, most likely try and get those two conditions into Luffy's head. Neither of us can use our devil fruits. Huh, what? Luffy cocked his head to the side, puzzled. Newgate just snorted cheerfully, giving the kid a fond head ruffle. I don't want to break the ship more. Deal. Luffy grinned widely, chuckling triumphantly as he readjusted his hat. He wasn't overly keen on people touching his hat, but at that moment in time, he was way too pleased with himself to really care. Newgate stood up to his full height again, gazing down at the teen. He clicked his fingers, bringing Luffy's attention back to him before he lost his concentration. Same rules apply. You get me on my back within 10 minutes or less, and you win. I got it. The Raven crossed his arms, nodding excitedly, a big, wide, toothy smile on his face. Magician sighed, heavily shaking his head. His body language screamed tired and aspirated older brother. Dragon is not going to be happy. Jozu hummed in agreement. He had a worried expression. Luffy didn't really get why. This is what he wanted to do. Also, it didn't matter what Dragon thought. This was his decision anyway. Nothing to do with him. Dragon always did what he wanted, and now Luffy was just doing exactly the same thing. How is that any different? This is going to be so cool, Iwa. At least Marco was being supportive. That was until Magician butted in. Marco, you have to tell Dragon that Pops broke his brother. The blonde scowled at him, looking more than a little horrified. Why me, Iwa? Luffy's your friend. The swordsman said simply. Luffy opted to ignore the apprentices. After that, he had more interesting things to think about, like fighting Yonko for meat. That was way more important. With that out of the way, the teen got into a fighting position, adjusting his weight evenly. All he had to do was knock him on his back. That couldn't be too hard, right? He ran at him full throttle, drawing back his hand into a fist and launched himself at Newgate without warning. This time, Luffy was aware that the Yonko was faster than he looked. In fact, the Straw Hat Captain hadn't expected him to be as fast as he was. He was big and heavy, so he had assumed that he would be slower, much more likely to take a hit or block one, than actually move out the way and then turn around and attack him. He remembered watching Newgate at Marineford. He hadn't really moved all that much. People always seemed to bring the fight to him, rather than initiating it himself. But maybe that was because he was an old man. Maybe he simply couldn't do that anymore. Then again, Gramps was old, and so was Rayleigh. They had never had any trouble. Luffy had more solid idea as to why, though. He didn't really like it all that much. Newgate was much sicker than he had let on. Luffy recalled a conversation he had with Ace. It had been about their cruise. When Ace had mentioned Whitebeard, he had said that the older captain was sick, so sick in fact that he had machines to help with his health. At the time, Luffy hadn't really been very interested, but now he kind of wished he'd paid closer attention to what his brother had told him. Just like Luffy's observation hockey predicted, Newgate ducked the hit. Then he decided the best course of action would be to roll into a kick instead. But to his surprise, the blonde man had seen that coming, catching his leg. Then he proceeded to toss him towards one of the two beams. Mid-air, the teenager spun himself around, flipping, so his feet hit the wooden pillar. He then pushed off, flying back at Newgate. He threw several punches. The Yonko dodged all but one of them. His hockey-covered fist struck his face, but with no elasticity behind it really didn't do all that much. Any normal person would have really felt the hit, yet the Yonko didn't seem to feel anything. Something was off about that. That was strong hit even without his devil fruit. However, it almost felt as though his fist had hit something much harder than somebody's face. Did he use hockey harding at the last second? The Yonko smacked him away with the back of his hand, sending Luffy hurling into the wooden beam. The teen hit it pretty hard, but a second later, he was back to charging at man again, having shaken off most of the hit. As he was running towards Newgate, the ship shook slightly as the blonde man slammed his fist into the floor, causing the teenager to lose his footing briefly. At first, Luffy thought that he had used his fruit power, but quickly dismissed it. The Yonko didn't seem to be the type to disregard his own rules so easily. So, it must have been his brute strength. The Raven looked up as he dashed, and he saw that he had disappeared in a split second, and then something heavy hit him from the sky. His body slammed heavily into the deck. He heard the boards crunch underneath him. This hurt a lot more than the punch from earlier, so much so that the air was knocked out of his lungs. A large boot had been what had hit him. Now he was pinned under his foot. He struggled. It was like a mountain had been dumped on top of him. He would know what that felt like too, because at Little Garden a similar thing had happened. A large boot had been what had hit him. Now he was pinned under his foot. He struggled. It was like a mountain had been dumped on top of him. He would know what that felt like too, because at Little Garden a similar thing had happened. Then to Luffy's utter annoyance, the Yonko full weight was suddenly crushing him as he had decided to sit down. The Raven was trapped. He tried to shake him off to no avail. Get off. In response, the Yonko started laughing. The boy tried to punch him and kick him. Nothing. Now, if he had his devil fruit, there may have been a way to get out. But the deal was no devil fruits. There had to be another way. Well, technically there was one, but did that count as using a devil fruit power? Tick-tock, brat. Time's running out, or have you given up? Guess no food for you then. Luffy's brain went blank at the mention of food. Meat was all he could think about. He really wanted meat. Oh, right. He needed to get out from under Newgate. Why hadn't he done that before? Who cares? Luffy muttered, pulling his arm out from under the Yonko. The young captain sucked in a harsh breath, which was quite painful considering his sore ribs and that he was being sat on. He bit into his finger, puffing air into it, causing his arm to swell to massive proportions which forced the man off when made a huge swing at him. Third gear. Elephant gun. Newgate jumped backwards as Luffy slung a massive muscular fist at him, which promptly smashed a huge hole into the floorboards. Newgate scowled. Luffy, no devil fruits. Huh, what? Are you dumb? Of course there's devil fruits, the boy exclaimed in response. What was he talking about? They were fighting? He frowned, not getting it. His arm shrunk again. The bandages that had been wrapped around it were on, leaving the nasty red scar around his wrist on full display. Newgate slapped his hand to his face, shaking his head in aspiration, before looking up at him angrily. You little brat, do you ever listen? You broke my ship. Huh, what are you going on about? Let's fight already. I don't care about that. You better run, brat. The next time I hit you, it's going to be a lot worse. The Yonko growled before smiling nastily, this time running at Luffy. For once the teenager actually got the message and deciding to take his advice, running away, dodging a tremor-fueled punch, which caused one of the beams to collapse. Get back here, you little punk. No, why would I do that? That's really dumb. Another hit flew past him. A crater appeared underfoot as a kick was forced into the floor. Luffy jumped over it with ease, catching hold of a flying floorboard as he went, which he used as a blunt weapon. Newgate blocked it, but the young captain followed through with a hockey-infused Gatling gun. Stray shots were fired off as the Yonko dodged them, finding their way to smash through several wooden planks. Luffy once again used third gear, this time forcing all the air into his leg, kicking the man with the elephant stamp. He knocked it away after a moment's struggle, causing the boy to be thrown into the floorboards again, crushing them under his leg's weight. While the Raven was recovering, the Yonko followed up with a sharp knee to the chest, which Luffy at the last second managed to avoid by rolling. His knee sent splinters flying. He was about to grab the teen when another bullet punch was shoved into his side. This carried on for a while. They exchanged blows. Over time, it started to wear the boy down. He was panting heavily, and he heaved as he tried to keep up with Newgate, but he was slowly running low on steam. One thing Luffy had forgotten was how much his injuries actually bothered him. The head wound in particular was the one that was starting to become worse. He was feeling dizzy and a little sick, though his painful ribs weren't much better. Yet Luffy refused to back down. He was stubborn beyond belief, to the point that even though Newgate was irritated over the hole Luffy had made, he had even started to let up a little. Simply put, the Straw Hat Captain was not going to lose, even if he lost consciousness first. Their training, having dissolved into an angry brawl, mostly being an argument that had destroyed more of the ship, only ended when a shrill and angry Icy-chan came storming over, followed by the Horn Helmet. What the hell is going on? Luffy was in the middle of an attack when the shout sent it off center, bouncing off harmlessly. Newgate also froze. The man had the boy in a headlock and was in the middle of pulling at his cheek while giving him lecture. Oh, hello, Whitey and Atmos. I was just in the middle of telling of Dash. Pops, I swear to God, this ship's shipwright and your oldest son. You better tell me why my Hardwick is in ruins again. Why do you keep ruining my poor ship? Son, I can explain. It was this BR Dash. Newgate broke off when he saw how outraged Atmos was, making the excellent decision to stop what he was about to say. We'll fix it. Right, Lou? He announced as he let the kid out of the headlock, causing Luffy to stumble a little. He's kind of scary. He reminds me of Nami. The Raven shuddered. There was just something that made him think of his navigator. Not exactly a pleasant thought when it was an angry Nami. What did that girl do to you? Women are scary. Newgate nodded in agreement as he glanced at his daughter, who was looking about ready to strangle somebody. No argument there. Chapter 35. Dragon's POV. I couldn't believe this mess. I leave Luffy alone for training for an hour, and I come back to find half the ship destroyed. Then I found out that it was only partially Luffy's fault. The other culprit was Whitebeard, a supposedly responsible adult. At this point, I wasn't even that surprised. Just slightly stunned at their stupidity. I mean, having an actual fight on a ship was just a bad idea, especially when those people had such destructive devil fruit powers. I shook my head. Initially, I'd been sat in this bar, drinking coffee, which by the way was by far my favorite drink now. I've been minding my own business, talking to a couple of the Yonko's crew, actually having a somewhat ordinary conversation when the ship shook. We thought we were under attack, but no, it was Luffy and the old man having a fight. I thought they were meant to be training. According to the apprentices, that's what it started out as, until Luffy challenged Whitebeard, who, for some goddamn reason, accepted, and then it slowly dissolved into whatever it became. When we ran onto the top deck, we were met with destruction. Holes in the floor, several beams had been damaged, and in the middle of it all was my dumb kid having a lecture from Whitebeard. They were sat in the middle of the chaos. Luffy was trying and failing to punch the old man in the face, who had gotten the boy into a headlock and was pulling away at his rubber cheek. Honestly, it didn't seem to be actually hurting him. Then Atmos came storming over. I hadn't pegged the man for being the outraged sort. I was quickly proved wrong. He laid into them bad. Once again, Whitebeard seemed to actually listen to what he had to say. I really needed to know how he did that. Then again, the woman also got her word in too, only she wasn't nearly as nice. She seemed to have no problem swearing her face off. Again, Whitebeard took note of her as well. Maybe I needed to yell at the old man for him to listen to me. Somehow, I doubted that would work. I don't think that has to do with what they said, but rather who was saying it. He clearly thought a lot of them. When I say that, I think that they had his respect. He respected them. He respected their opinions and would take them into consideration. Then that meant that he didn't respect my opinion, though I wasn't sure if that's what it was either. Because for some reason, he had accepted to train Luffy, or whatever it was, he had taken what he had to say. Luffy, the most reckless and irresponsible person I knew. Why? I didn't get it. Add that to the pile of things I don't understand about the man. All I knew was that it annoyed me. Though as I looked Luffy up and down for any bad injuries, there were none. Well, nothing overly serious anyway. A couple of scuffs here and there, some light cuts. Also, he wasn't dripping wet, which meant at no point had he been chucked overboard. That made me relax a little bit. So old man had kept his word. I took a deep, slow breath. Regarding the scene before me, the one-side argument had ended. It seemed as though Luffy and Whitebeard had to fix their own mess with the shipwright supervision. Well, I didn't really want to be part of that whole thing. Fixing stuff was really one of my strengths. To be fair, I couldn't imagine those two being much better, though. Hey, Dragon, you good? I was startled abruptly by Reese. Ryan? The dreadlocks guy. I really need to do something about my bad memory. I was becoming as bad as Luffy. Huh? Oh, yes. Fine. Is Luffy really going to be much help? He's just not great with this kind of stuff. I mean, he might make it worse. I really don't feel like drowning. Well, I felt comfortable talking to Dreadlocks anyway. There was just something very lazy and uncaring about the way he spoke and acted. In fact, out of everyone on this damn ship, he was the one I actually didn't mind. He was probably the most chilled out person here. He just didn't seem to give a damn, and I liked that. He was simple, nothing too complex or difficult to understand. Atmos is with M. He'll keep them in line. You'd be surprised how regularly this happens. The man smirked, shrugging. What do you mean? Is this normal? I asked a little unnerved. Ah yeah, Pops and Fasa are the normal culprits. I guess Luffy too now. Isn't Fasa the cannon guy with the fire sword? Isn't that kind of stuff dangerous on a wooden ship? Oh, yup. Don't worry, we're pretty used to it. Someone always has an eye on him, though he doesn't occasionally give us the slip. But, hey, the Moby is burnt down yet. He answered offhandedly. He sounded pretty okay with it too. What the hell? Don't you care? And Whitebeard is the other one. He's the captain. Shouldn't he know better? I asked. I really didn't like where this was going. Yeah, Pops is actually worse. That's why he's always helping out with repairs. Atmos is pretty protective over the ship. If you break something, he will make you fix it. Doesn't matter who it is. I shook my head. These people were crazy. No wonder Luffy got on so well with them. Right, that's enough. I'm going back to my cabin. I nodded my head. Yep, the sooner I got Luffy home, the sooner I could get off this crazy ship. I marched over to my boy. For some reason, he had perched himself on the old man's shoulder. His face was bored, and he twisted his hat around in his hands. Clearly, he wasn't listening to Atmos. Whitebeard was stood. He had his back hunched, and he was smiling down at his crew members with an apologetic smile. He didn't seem to care about Luffy being there. I wasn't sure if he had even noticed, and if he hadn't done anything about it. What earth was Luffy doing up there? Weren't the two of them fighting not long ago? I was half tempted to pull the kid off, though I wasn't sure how well that would go over. I just didn't like him being so pally with a Yonko. He was still dangerous. Okay, yes, I had let him train with Whitebeard earlier, but I thought it would be with the apprentices. It worried me that maybe Luffy would end up hurt, he would do the wrong thing, and the old man would snap. Luffy would be dead. I flinched at that thought. I looked back up at him. He was still ignoring Atmos, and he was perfectly fine. In fact, it almost looked like he would drop off at any moment. Actually, that was something all in itself. Normally, Luffy wouldn't sit still. He couldn't sit still, and yet here he was sat there quietly. Was he worrying about that thing from earlier? Luffy? You okay? Luffy didn't respond. He still had his eyes closed. On second look, perhaps he wasn't dozing off after all. He had a frown dug into his brow, deep in thought. I tensed a little when the old man took notice of me. However, he glanced up at the kid and gave him light prod. Oi, little brat, Dragon's talking to you. In response, Luffy scowled, having broken his train of thoughts and swatted the blond man away in annoyance. I winced at his lack of caution. Whitebeard, on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying himself, poking away at him with an amused grin. Stop, stop, stop at Newgate, I'm trying to think. Luffy yelled. I was taken back, since when had Luffy started call the Yonko that? He'd always call him not-so-old guy. Why the sudden change? I scanned the older captain's face for any hints of surprise, but he didn't seem to react at all. I'd always figured Luffy couldn't remember his name or something. I thought back to when I first met him. He had called my DRA guy. Then when we first woke up on the ship, he had started calling me by my name. Though I know for a fact Luffy knew my name, but refused to call me by it until something happened. So, had something happened now? So, maybe it was like respect thing? Surely he respected a Yonko, right? No, wait, this was Luffy, so probably not. But he had gained his respect now, why? Really, what about? Whitebeard asked. Luffy paused as if he was trying to figure out what he himself was thinking about. What was that thing you did? I hit you, but you didn't use armament hockey to block it. The blonde man gave him a raised eyebrow. He almost looked impressed. Noticed, did you? Yeah. What is it? Conqueror's hockey. The Yonko chuckled. This made Luffy frown. He looked confused. I had to admit, I was pretty puzzled too. Wasn't Conqueror's hockey a will-based hockey? Like you knock people out with your willpower. I wasn't sure. I knew I could use it. However, I had never really given it much thought or even tried to consciously use it. Huh. So, you could do that with Conqueror's hockey? How? This seemed to have piqued Luffy's interest, so he did think about stuff other than food. I'll tell you what, if you help with the ship repairs and you don't cause any more problems, I'll teach you. How about that? Luffy paused for a second before breaking into a big grin and nodded. Okay, but seriously, how do you do it? What other stuff can you do? Or just to make yourself really tough? As I said, help with this and I'll teach you, all right. Luffy huffed a little as he leapt down from his shoulder, wandering over to help Atmos with carrying some planks of wood. I watched as he got to work, doing what he was told for once. Obviously, he really wanted to learn this Conqueror's hockey technique. I sighed. Well, at least he was okay. Maybe he was over his gut feeling after all. Dragon, do you use Conqueror's hockey? Would expect you can, considering Luffy and that bastard are capable. I glared up at the old man silently. It wasn't really any of his business. Still being a grump, are we? Whitebeard sniggered, leaning down to my height. I really hated when he did that. He was way too close to my personal bubble. No, I don't know how. There, I told him. Would he get out of my face now? The blonde man blinked in bewilderment, straightening up again. Really? You know it's a useful skill, especially considering a lot of people can't even use it. You should make the most out of dash. I interrupted, bristling slightly. Would he but out? That's not your concern, old man. The Yonko narrowed his eyes at me, sighing heavily. I tensed, not enjoying the look he was giving me. All right, have it your way. Just so you know, I wouldn't mind teaching you. I turned away. This guy, he made my brain hurt, and he had barely said anything to me, and it was already making me irritated. I know I didn't hate him. However, I also had no clue how to deal with him either. I would rather avoid the man if I could. TC, doesn't matter. I raised my voice a little to get Luffy's attention. Lou, I'm going back to the cabin. Don't sink the ship while I'm gone. Luffy poked his head out from behind Atmos, waving his hand cheerfully. Okay, Dragon. See you later. With that, I turned around and left without another glance. Chapter 36. Whitebeard's POV. Luffy once again aimed a punch at a piece of wood in front of him, a look of deep concentration on his face. He was taking this training seriously, something that surprised Newgate. He figured that the boy would do it for a little while and then would get bored. But no, he'd been at this for over 2 hours now. Was that right? No, that's not either. Luffy whined, as his fist smashed through another broken bit of timber. There was a growing pile of wooden splinters in front of him. Newgate sighed, giving Marco a sympathetic smile. His son was making a rather irritated expression. I thought you said you guys would be finished by now, while the blonde boy complained. Marco, I did promise to help Luffy with this, remember? Yeah, but that was hours ago. And then you guys had to fix the ship too, We did some training earlier. If I remember correctly, you boys lost. The Yonko reasoned. He knew this was nothing to do with the training. It had to do with not being able to hang out with Luffy. Marco liked training. However, it had always been more of a game to him than anything else. This is boring, Lou is just taking it seriously. If anything, that's good. But why? He's already super strong. Does he need to be stronger, Marco grumbled. Son, it's never a bad thing to be stronger. Anyway, if you're so bored, why don't you go find Vista and Jozu? Luffy isn't going to be here forever. The blonde boy's shoulders slumped. He glanced away a little sadly. That's the point, he isn't going to be here for long. So, I gotta make the most of him, The blonde man also slouched. He knew what Marco meant. In fact, the Yonko was not overly happy about that either. He'd gotten quite attached to the kid, especially in the last couple of days. The thought of not seeing him again until Newgate was in his early 70s really upset him. Then again, he would still have Dragon. He would only be losing one son instead of two. That was something. He had every intention of helping Dragon reach his goal, his dream. He wasn't going to stand in the way of it like Garp did. Even if the angry brat never saw him as his father, even if he hated him for it, Newgate was going to make sure that he became a damn good revolutionary, one that would screw with the Marines and the Tenryubido. He would change the world for the better. Because if anybody knew how bad the system was, it was the Yonko. His village had been left to rot by the world government, just because they were poor. It wasn't just that anyway. Dragon needed somebody. Despite his attitude, he really needed a family. Of course, they would never replace the one he had lost, with his mother and his less of a jackass of a father. However, he needed a sense of belonging, to feel that he was important and to feel that he was loved. Newgate remembered just how empty he felt growing up without that. Sure, Dragon was 25, that didn't stop the need for a family. He was just one of his older kids. As for Luffy, did he even count as his son at this point? He only took in kids that actually needed a parent. However, the boy already had a dad that thought the world of him. So that would mean Luffy was his grandson. When the boy was born, Newgate would definitely be more grandfather-aged. He nodded satisfied with that thought. He had a grandson. That was great too. It just meant he would have a small Luffy running around at some point. His thoughts were suddenly disrupted by Dragon's sudden appearance. He was looking as grumpy as ever, a slight frown wrinkling his forehead. "Oh, hey Dragon, I'm training." Luffy beamed, turning around to face him. The long-haired raven just sighed, aspirated as per normal. He had his hands shoved in his pockets in a relaxed manner, a far cry from the chained-up mess he'd been in not even a day ago. "Right, I didn't think you'd want to do it after helping out with repairs." "Nah, I really want to get stronger." Luffy cheered brightly. He flopped down into a cross-legged position. "I guess that's good. Any luck?" The other raven smiled a little. He always had such a different look when he spoke to his future son. "No, not yet, but I'm trying to learn two different things. Actually, it takes time to get. You learn quickly when you're fighting, though," the kid explained confidently. Newgate raised an eyebrow. If there was one thing he actually seemed to understand, it was when it had to do with fighting. That had actually somewhat surprised the Yonko. When he first explained the advanced hockey techniques, he was expecting to have to go over them at least a few times with him, or even to simplify it down a bit. But to his shock, the young captain had gotten what he meant the first time round, which had gotten Newgate thinking. Maybe he wasn't as thoughtless as he appeared. If he was intrigued enough to listen, he would actually take things on board. "I see. Are you finished now?" Dragon asked in hushed tone. Newgate had hardly heard him. He wasn't sure why he was whispering. "Huh. Oh, well, I guess so," Luffy uttered loudly, clearly ignoring Dragon's obvious attempt at keeping quiet. It made the Yonko chuckle. Marco grinned, bouncing up onto his feet, glad that Luffy was finished and he could hang out with him now. He ran past the older monkey and slammed into Luffy with an arm around his shoulders, causing the Straw Hat captain to laugh playfully. The future revolutionary scowled at the blonde man, his expression going back to a deadpan glare. He gave him a mocking grin. If it was one thing the captain had learned, Dragon was incredibly easy to annoy. And he got desired reaction. He jutted out his chin with clear irritation, turning his back on him. Why did he go out of his way to do this? One, it was fun, and two, the kid showed some kind of emotion, even if it was aggravation. It bothered Newgate how much he was lacking in the emotional department. He never wanted to see him bottle up everything again. It was not healthy. If he could keep that from happening again, he would. Saying that, Newgate did have a couple of things he wanted to ask about before they ran off as well. "Boys, before you run off, I would like to ask some questions about the situation." Dragon automatically went into defense mode, giving the man a suspicious look. "Okay, what do you want to know?" Luffy answered without hesitation, giving Newgate a friendly smile. He shook his head. Both of them were such opposites. Well, he should probably ask before Luffy lost his concentration. "Luffy, no, you can't tell Dash," the Yonko cut in. "I believe you said that you had accepted my proposal. Your proposition was to help Luffy get home, nothing else." Dragon retorted sharply. "Actually, it was something more along the lines of becoming my son and getting Luffy home, and how am I supposed to do that when I don't know certain things? I never agreed to the son thing, old man. It was just the Luffy thing," the long-haired raven said with an angry raised voice. Marco and Luffy stood there, watching the two of them go back and forth. Newgate was hoping that one of them might back him up, but no such thing happened. "The problem remains, brat. How am I to help you if I don't know anything? Your notes were exactly easy to read. They weren't yours to read." Newgate opened his mouth. However, he was abruptly silenced by a loud, aspirated voice. "Are you guys finished? Because I'm pretty sure the whole ship can hear you." Whitey was stood with her arms crossed, right in between the arguing pair. "Whitey, what are you doing here?" the Yonko asked, slightly surprised to see her there. Wasn't she on navigation duty this afternoon? "Oh, hey, I see Chan." Luffy chipped in brightly. Marco waved from where he was stood. He looked a little worried. "Hi, Luffy. Are you two perhaps talking about the thing that is meant to be a secret?" "Yes," Newgate replied, suddenly very aware of how loud their argument had been getting. "She knows. Why the hell does she know?" Dragon roared, outraged at the Yonko. Newgate couldn't exactly blame him. He probably shouldn't have told her. In his defense, he had been half asleep and reeling from dealing with Roger. "Shut a dragon breath. You can't go off one either. You were shouting just as loud as Pops was, and he was trying to help your you-know-who. The older monkey froze, completely shut down. He was frowning. He could almost see the cogs going in his head, unsure of a comeback. Well, she did have a way with words. Harsh words. Wouldn't it be better if we went somewhere else instead of staying here? Whitey suggested. She was looking between himself and Dragon. Why do you know? Marco asked suddenly. He looked kind of sulky. Pops told me, after Roger called this morning. I knew something was up. Marco was about to respond when Luffy barged in excitably. Gold Roger. Was that who you were talking to? Dragon was suddenly looking very concerned. Whatever he was going to say was disrupted by more of the younger Raven excited behavior. Like the Pirate King, the man who found the One Piece. Dragon rolled his eyes, crossing his arms grouchily, having given up trying to silence him, upon hearing how excited his future son was. What's a Pirate King? Marco questioned, puzzled. The Pirate King is the Pirate King. What else? Newgate had to admit he was intrigued, so Roger found it. He always thought it was some kind of fairy tale. You said you wanted to become Pirate King, didn't you, Lou? Newgate grinned. What a dream. Not something he was interested in, but it was something he could see Roger and even Luffy taking all the way. Yep, I'm going to be king of the pirates. You want to be Pirate King too, right, Newgate? The blonde man paused, frowning. What would give him that impression? Nah, you could be Pirate King. I've already got all I want. Wait, you don't want to be Pirate King? But Ace said you wanted to. Newgate smiled, shaking his head softly. That was until he noticed how tense Dragon had gotten. He was giving Luffy a pained look. The young captain, on the other hand, seemed perfectly fine. What had gotten him so worked up? Who's Ace? Marco asked. He was always fascinated with the Straw Hat crew. Ace was probably one of them. That did explain why he thought Newgate wanted to be Pirate King. Luffy, you don't have to tell them you know. Dragon butted in before Luffy had even opened his mouth. That was weird. Normally, he would just tell the boy to shut up. This time, though, it was different. He sounded a little softer than normal, almost as if it was a bad subject. That most definitely worried Newgate. He looked down at the boy, unsure what to expect, yet Luffy was stood there smiling a little distantly. Look, if it's a bad subject, then we don't have to know. The Yonko told him if it was going to upset the kid, then he didn't want to know who this Ace was. Though from the way it was spoken about, he had his guesses. None of them nice. No, it's fine. I kind of wanted to tell you about him anyway. Luffy smiled a little, going to stand in front of Moby's barrier. He gazed off into the distant ocean. Listen, Luffy, it's not that big a deal. Marco said. His face was sweating nervously, obviously not wanting to upset his friend. Actually, it is. You guys want to know how I got into the past, right? I'm not real sure how it happened, but I know who made it happen. Dragon peered up through his messy black hair. He was nodding slowly, unease written all over him. There's this guy called Blackbeard. He's a bastard. Me and some of my crew were heading for Wano. We had just left Big Mom's territory when Blackbeard showed up with that champion guy. The Sunny was pretty damaged after Big Mom tried to sink you dash. Excuse me, what on earth were you doing in Lin, Big Mom's territory, fighting her? Newgate shouted, rather horrified. The first time Luffy mentioned Lin, it hadn't registered. It was the second time that it sank in. He turned to look at Dragon, expecting to see him looking mortified too. Instead, he looked weary and resigned, so he probably already knew. I'm trying to tell you stuff. Who cares we got out? She stole my cook. What was I supposed to do? I don't leave any of my crew, no matter what. Whitey started sniggering. She was giving him a knowing smirk. Oh, right, and you wouldn't do something stupid like that to save one of us? Yes, of course. But that's different. How on earth is that different? Whitey leered, propping herself up against his arm mockingly. He's a little brat. He could have gotten himself killed. Dragon was nodding wildly. For once they were in agreement. Oh, you should hear why he's going Wano. He's got it into his head that he's going to fight Kaido. Kaido, Luffy, you are not fighting Kaido. Newgate boomed. All he got in response was a scowl. You can't tell me what to do. I'm going to help my friends. If I want to fight Kaido, then I'm gonna. Luffy spat, sticking his tongue out. Luffy, this is Kaido. You do realize how strong he is, right? Dragon tried to reason. I don't care. I'm a pirate. Pirates can do whatever they want. Doesn't matter if you're a pirate. You're still a little brat. You can't even beat me while I'm holding back. How in hell's name are you going to defeat a man who can turn into a dragon? He can turn into dragon? Luffy was lost in the confusion, suddenly giving Dragon a suspicious glance. No, not me. He's a Zoan user. He can turn into a dragon. Dragon cursed as he rubbed his temples. Luffy, you can't even hurt Kaido with normal means. His scales are way too hard. What if I used that armament hockey thingy you showed me? The thing that hurts from the inside? I know you can break explosion collars with that too, and those are really dangerous. Newgate was regretting showing him that. Stubborn little brat. Why was he always so fond of idiots like him? Yes, that would work. He growled through gritted teeth. If he learned that, then hopefully he would stand some chance. He hated it. Great. Then I'll train until I'm really good at it, then kick Kaido's ass. Luffy announced positively. Both Dragon and Newgate sighed heavily. This kid was damn warring. Was a little moron trying to get himself killed? Luffy, weren't you trying to tell how you got here? Whitey recalled. That's right, he was. Hold on, didn't he mention Blackbeard? He was focused on the Big Mom thing. Then Kaido that he almost overlooked that part. When he was trying to read over Dragon's notes the other night, he noticed several mentions of Blackbeard. That or broth bread. No, it was probably Blackbeard, the one Roger spoke about. Why on earth would he take Roger's brat, though? That's what confounded him. Everyone knew you did not mess with Roger or any of his crew. It was like signing a death warrant. Roger came across as a bit of a carefree idiot most of the time. However, his temper was no joke. If someone pissed him off enough, there would be no saving them. Once Roger went on a rampage, he did not stop until he killed the one who set him off. Blackbeard was idiot. If Roger found him, there would be nothing he could possibly do to stop him. It would serve the bastard right. Who goes and steals a brat anyway? The last time he saw the little red-haired punk was about 6 months ago when he had had a drink with his captain. He wasn't anyone out of the ordinary, just a young boy who was learning to fight with a sword. He was small, probably as young or younger than Jozu. Though he was quite fearless, something Newgate could appreciate. But nobody worth enraging Roger over. Then again, what did he know? He didn't know the kid personally. The only thing he could be sure of was that Roger was incredibly fond of the kid. He had given him his treasured straw hat. That straw hat? He gazed down at Luffy. It was funny how he had one too. What if it was the same one? That would be something else. Who is Blackbeard exactly? Newgate inquired. If he was the cause of all this sudden trouble, then he really needed to know. Blackbeard? I was fighting him when I got sucked up into this crack thingy. There was lots of lightning. It was suddenly all over the place. Nami said we need to get away before it hit us. But that bastard wouldn't let us pass. So, to let my crew escape, I stayed behind to hold him off. Lightning doesn't hurt me cause I'm made of rubber. Stupid Blackbeard hit me with his black stuff. It made my rubber go away, and then he punched with an earthquake. That really hurt. I went flying, but before I was gone, I grabbed this shiny metal thing, and it exploded. Then the lightning went crazy. The crack appeared, sucked me up, then the next thing I knew, I was falling towards Gramps' ship. Luffy breathed. His explanation wasn't great. It left Newgate slightly confused. What was what? He turned to look at his kids. They all looked as confused as he felt. Dragon was frowning. He could see the gears turning in his head, most likely trying to translate Luffy talk. Whitey was biting away at her nails, something she did when she was deep in thought. And Marco, well, the poor boy was cocking his head side to side in a bird-like movement, clearly having no clue what to make of it. All right, easier question. Just knowing who Blackbeard was would be a start. They could worry about the other stuff later. Blackbeard, who is he? Just who? Nothing else. Newgate asked again, this time being specific. His name is Marshall D. Teach. He's a bastard. He's a coward. A traitor. He attacked Sabo's base thing for the revolutionaries. Then he attacked my crew and took Ace to impel down. He is one of the people I hate the most. Luffy said coldly. Newgate was startled. He never thought he'd ever see that face on this kid. It was full of so much loathing and hatred that for a second, it hardly looked Luffy at all. He noticed Dragon visibly shudder. He obviously didn't like how he looked either. It must have been horrible seeing his ordinarily jovial son have such hate-filled eyes. Wait, he mentioned that Ace again, that Teach had taken him to impel down. Maybe that was why it was such a touchy subject. That story couldn't have ended well. Why? He felt the need to tell them about him was odd. Also, who was Sabo? A revolutionary? Did he work for Future Dragon? He must do. But why say about Sabo when his father was a revolutionary too? Surely, he would have been worried about him as well. Luffy sighed, some of the malicious disappearing. He looked tired as he turned around to face them. Sabo is my big brother, and so is Ace. My crew are important to me. Blackbeard has done a lot of stuff I hate him for. He isn't a good person. He's not just somebody I'm going to beat into the ground. No, he deserves to die. Newgate was silent, so Blackbeard killed his brother and then went after his other one. However, that wasn't quite right. He said that Blackbeard took Ace to impel down, not killed him. Yet, Luffy noticeably used the past tense. Dragon was looking away. His face was drawn into a sad grimace. He knew what had happened. Hey, old man Marco, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but it was something Ace said when he died. He asked me to pass on a message. I never got to see you guys again after. And I know you don't know Ace, but I think it would make him happy if you knew. Newgate stiffened as a horrifying feeling began to bubble to the surface and a slow but steady realization began to form. Blackbeard took Ace to impel down, Roger, and then Luffy had said about Blackbeard using Gura Gura no Mi. Luffy knowing certain things about his crew that most had not unless they had an inside perspective. The boy's insistence on telling them about Ace, Dragon not wanted to look at him. He said, Chapter 37. Marco's POV. Marco wasn't entirely sure what was happening, though after Luffy uttered Ace's message, things got very quiet. Of course, he understood that these were Luffy's brother's last words, but why he was relaying it to them, he did not know. Though everyone else seemed to get it. Pops and Dragon were very quiet and solemn. Whitey was sat there with slight tears in her eyes, and Luffy wasn't looking very happy. However, he did look relieved, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Marco didn't really know what to say or do. The fact that he wasn't even sure of situation made it worse. He went over the whole thing again, trying to pick apart the whole conversation. Ace's last words. Thank you for caring about someone like me. This good-for-nothing this world never wanted, who has such bad blood in his veins. Thank you for loving me. Before he came to a conclusion, Luffy spoke up. He drew his gaze over them briefly before setting his sights back on the sea. It happened about 2 years ago. That is in my now. As I said before, Ace was captured by Blackbeard and taken to Impel Down. I actually went there, went all the way down to level 6, but I was too late. He had been moved to Marineford by then. So, we stole a Marine ship and took it there. That's where a huge war was. You guys and your allies versus the Marines. Everyone was there, even the 3 admirals. Luffy paused. He turned back to look at them, his face unreadable. Marco snuck a look at everyone else too. Dragon had gotten up and was stood next to Luffy. He seemed as if he wanted to comfort him, but was having trouble with knowing how. Pops, on the other hand, had a mixture of anger and upset written into his expression. The blonde teen had no clue what was going on in his head, until what Luffy said finally sank in. He had said they were there, right? They had gone to save Ace. That's when Marco got it. They were Ace's crew. That's why Luffy was telling them this. Suddenly, he felt a little bit sick. They had known, we're going to know Ace, and he was Luffy's brother. They had lost Luffy's brother. They had failed to save Ace. He was dead because they could not save him. Marco was racked with guilt. Not only did he feel awful for Luffy, but he actually was sad over Ace. Not only had Luffy lost his brother, Marco had lost a brother too. And Pops had lost his son. No wonder he looked the way he did. He probably felt just as bad as Marco, maybe even worse. After a moment, Luffy continued. We fell into Marineford. Everything was frozen. Everyone was fighting the Marines. Crocodile tried to fight Old Man Newgate, but I stopped him. Then Old Man Newgate told me to leave. I told wasn't going anywhere without saving Ace Dash. Dragon interjected. He was suddenly looking extremely uneasy. Hang on, Luffy. You said that everything was frozen, right? Was Kazan there by any chance? At that point, who were the admirals? It can't still be Zephyr, Sengoku, and Dash. Then Luffy interrupted him. The admirals? You mean the ones in the Summit War, or the ones now? The long-haired Raven was giving Luffy an anxious look. So much for him not asking about the future. Not that Marco was much better, but usually Dragon was normally the sensible one. Wait, both? So they changed in the last 2 years? What happened? The ones at the war were the light guy, Kazan. He's the ice guy, right? And Sakazuki. The ones now? There's the blind swordsman, the light guy, I think. I don't know the other one. Marco didn't really know why Dragon was so interested in the admirals. Marco certainly wasn't. He wanted to know about the battle at Marineford. That was until the name Sakazuki was mentioned. Then he was all ears. Sakazuki is that lava guy that attacked me. The one you said was really dangerous? Marco asked. So he had actually been fighting a future admiral. Good to know. Dragon flinched at my question. Before he could even ask why, Luffy answered his question bitterly. Yes, that's him. He's dangerous. He's the one who killed Ace. When I said he wouldn't hesitate to kill you, I meant it. Marco's jaw dropped. Dragon did actually place an arm around Luffy's shoulders then. While Marco couldn't see his face as he had his back to them, he could feel the wind pick up, so much so that it ruffled his hair and clothes. Even the air went frigid. That brat! Pops roared all of a sudden, startling everyone. He slammed his fist into the plank floor, causing the Modi to shake. Yet Marco was pretty sure the punch wasn't the cause of the quake. It was just his outrage alone. I should have killed him. Marco shrank. He was regretting sitting so close to Pops. Whitey, who had been silent up until this point, squeaked, before nervously shuffling away from him as well. Dragon's defenses went up. His long hair bristled, most likely the wind's doing, though he did not move from his spot next to his future son. Luffy was the only one not to react. He was still gazing over the ocean. The sun was setting, casting red shadows all over, yet the warm colors were not stopping the cold chill through the air. No, I should have been able to save my son. How could future me fail to save one so dash? Luffy cut him off, something nobody else would dare do. However, the young captain spoke in a clear, unwavering voice. You did try. Everyone did. Ace was bad at running away from a fight as it was, but the reason he died was because of me. Pops went very quiet, as if trying to process that information, then in a much quieter tone, said, well, that wasn't Ace's job. Why wasn't I there protecting both of you? That's my damn job. Because you were old, sick man, you couldn't have gotten there in time, and anyway you were covering the retreat. Ace did what Ace did best, and that was dumb stuff. He stopped because Sakazuki insulted you, and I tried to get him to move. Ace was stubborn. He got in the way of a lava punch that was meant for me. Why'd he stop? Anyway, that shouldn't matter. I should have dashed. Once again, Luffy interrupted him. this time with a much firmer voice. As I said, you were a sick old man. You made your choice. You were going to make your final stand there. So what I was just happy to die, without making sure everyone got out all right, without making sure Ace and you were going to be all right. You were covered in stab wounds. You'd been hit by bullets. You had 2 freaking holes in your chest. You were a sick old man. Why the hell should that even matter? I'm Whitebeard. You're a human. You were strong, sure, but you couldn't even use hockey by the end. When Ace was on the execution platform, they were going to kill him. You couldn't even use Conqueror's hockey to save him. You collapsed because you were too sick. Pops was about to snap back, but Luffy had other plans. You couldn't move like you do now. You were slow, you took hits. When someone fought you, they went to you. You weren't running around. The first half of the fight you spent on the whale ship head, watching. Marco, Vista, and Jozu were mostly protecting you. The only reason you joined the fight was because one of your allies stabbed you. You went down to prove that you would fight with everyone too. Marco was watching the scene play out from the sidelines, but for the first time Pops was sat there, actually listening. He was listening, not dismissing what was being said to him. He was taking it on board. Whitey was staring at them with wide eyes. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a disbelieving look. Ace said you were hooked up to machines most of the time. I don't know what was wrong with you, but there wasn't anything you could have done. You tried, just like everyone else did. Luffy finished. He sounded extremely serious. He was facing them fully, nothing unwavering. The way he laid them out made them sound like simple facts. Dragon was sullen. He said nothing. For once he had almost a sympathetic look. He was rubbing Luffy's back gently, though Marco could help but think he looked guilty. Did I at least kill that Sakazuki? Pops finally asked. He was staring down at his clenched hands. No. He became the fleet admiral when the Buddha man stepped down. The blonde man turned away. He looked honestly ashamed of himself. Marco really hated that. Luffy made it clear that Pops had tried. But that probably wasn't enough in his eyes. To Pops he had failed. Did I at least die with some dignity? I am dead right. Yeah, you did die standing up. In fact, you didn't even fall over when it happened. Though I wouldn't say it was a good death. Anyway, I was gone at that point. I don't remember much after Ace died. Pops was nodding lowly, as though it was something completely fine. The thought of his father being dead made Marco incredibly upset. It was not something that had ever crossed his mind. To the teenager, his dad had always been this strong, unkillable force. The reality was that he was just a human like everyone else. He could die, he was strong, but he could actually die in a fight. That was horrifying. One day his dad would die. Whitey spoke suddenly. Her tone was devoid of its normal indifference. This is why we're always telling you to look after yourself. Pops, it sounds like you were really sick. Pops grunted, turning his head away. Though for the first time he didn't disagree. He said nothing at all. I think you guys get it. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I told you enough. Just thought you should know. Ace would have wanted you to know. Luffy murmured as he pushed himself off the railing. He began to walk away. Dragon was practically stuck to his arm. He looked increasingly upset. However, he paused, his back to them. He seemed to be thinking. Then he turned and smiled a little distantly. It meant a lot to him, you know, he always thought he was better off gone. But when everyone came to save him, I think he finally realized how important he really was. Then Luffy turned around and bowed his head respectfully. Thank you for taking care of Ace. With that final thing, Luffy finally left, leaving Marco, Pops, and Whitey in a quiet, sad silence. Notes. As these are some frequent questions I'm asked, I thought I may as well answer them. Asterisk, this is set 6 months before Whitebeard landed on Wano, so Odin isn't part of the crew yet. I thought it would be too boring if Toki was there. She could literally send Luffy back to the present and the story would be over. So no Odin or Toki, sorry. I can't believe I still have to point this out so far into the story. Some people are convinced Odin is going to show up with Toki in tow and fix every problem possible XD. Asterisk, the story is set post Whole Cake Island arc. Luffy in his current timeline has not arrived in Wano. When he was taken back in time, he was on his way there. The reason I have chosen to set this story before the events of Wano is quite simple. The manga still hasn't finished with the Wano arc. Despite this being an AU, I would still like to follow the One Piece story closely as I can. So, no, Luffy isn't as op as he is currently in Wano. He has literally just come away from beating Katakuri. Asterisk, yes, Sabo is in the past too. Yes, the kid with Sabo is Little Shanks. I don't know who else the red-haired boy with a straw hat could be. Asterisk, some stuff don't line up quite the same as in One Piece. I'm trying to keep it close as possible. Do you have any idea how much law there is? There's like over 1,000 chapters, people. So I'm not an expert. I use the OP wiki when I'm unsure of stuff. And do not get me started on the OP timeline. So if I make mistakes, then I am sorry. I am only human. Asterisk, so to recap, nobody knows Blackbeard currently, except Luffy and Sabo. Whitebeard hasn't taken in Teach yet, so he doesn't know him. This is before Odin is on the Whitebeard crew. Roger has not found a One Piece yet, and won't for several years. Luffy hasn't arrived in Wano, so no, he does not know the Advanced Conqueror's hockey technique, or the armament one either. The white beard has started teaching him. Any other questions? Ask away. Chapter 38. Dragon's POV. The sea was getting darker, night was falling, and the air was definitely getting colder. Maybe we were sailing towards a winter island? I wasn't sure when we'd arrive. Maybe by nightfall tomorrow? Either way, that's not what I was worried about. I was worried about Luffy. When we arrived back in the cabin, he went straight to his hammock. He was clearly very upset, and I wasn't really sure how to comfort him. Also, I wasn't even sure if he wanted to be comforted. I've never been good at the emotional stuff. For the longest time, I just kept everything trapped up inside, choosing to ignore emotions. I'd always found it easier. However, it wasn't just me anymore. I couldn't just keep them all locked inside. They wouldn't stay there, and that annoyed me to no end. I'm not entirely sure what had changed, but since my meltdown the other night, I couldn't shut them off. The floodgates had opened, and I don't think they were shutting anytime soon. God, it was so much easier. It was so much easier when it was just me. Saying that, I'm not sure if I would want it to be me and only me now. Luffy was somebody I cared about. I hadn't really given a damn for a long time, but because of him, I finally felt like a real person. He treated me like a real person. He saw me, not the old geezer or a burden. Just me. Dragon. That made me happy? Yes, it made me happy. I turned to gaze in his direction. His back was to me as he lay there unmoving. What could I do to make him happy again? I couldn't understand why he had to tell them. Surely it hurt talking about it. So why think about it all? I never thought about my mother or the old geezer. When I did, it made me feel awful. So why think about it? If you never thought about it, then you would never hurt. I didn't want him to hurt. I sighed, dragging myself over to my bed, slumping down on it. The bed was directly below Luffy's hammock. In fact, if I didn't duck my head, then I would have hit my head on his suspended body. Hey, Lou, you awake? I asked softly. There was a long pause, just as I was beginning to suspect that he was asleep, or was at the very least choosing to ignore me. The boy spoke up. Yeah. Are you okay? I mean, I know you're not, but I just, well... I broke off. I had no clue what to say. You know, I think I am. Luffy admitted quietly. I turned my head up in surprise. He had an arm held out, almost like he was reaching for the ceiling. Or maybe he was reaching for the heavens. Seriously? I asked, dumbfounded. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, I kind of wanted to tell him for a while. He sounded calm. There was sadness in his voice, but it didn't shake. There was a clear resolve in the way he spoke. No regret. Why did you tell them? Doesn't it hurt? Wouldn't you rather not think about it? I blurted out. I just didn't want him to think about something so painful. I couldn't understand why he would want to put himself through something like that. He was silent for a while. I was unsure if he was going to answer. Maybe I had upset him. That was never my intention. Dragon, do you ever think about your mom? Luffy asked out of the blue. Once again, it threw me off. What did my mom have to do with this whole situation? No, not really. I don't like thinking about her. So, you never talk about her? No. As I said, I don't like thinking about her. Isn't that kind of sad? Luffy murmured. His tone was very dull. It lacked its normal joyful nature. What was he trying to get at? Why would I want to talk about something so painful? I asked. I couldn't hide my frustration. Why is he going on about Ma? This has nothing to do with Ace. 'Cause she's your mom. Don't you like thinking about her? Didn't you like her? Luffy questioned. He sounded tired and a bit distant. Of course. Ma was really important to me. I snapped. I may be lacking in the emotional department, but I'm not heartless. Was this how he felt about me? I mean, I couldn't blame him for that. I had straight up abandoned him. The way I acted sometimes would suggest that I was heartless. Ace was important to me too. I told them because I wanted to say how much they helped my brother. Ace would have wanted them to know. Luffy sighed heavily. Before my brain could even process what he was saying properly, the boy continued. Just because it makes me sad doesn't mean I never want to think about Ace ever again. He's still my brother. We had so much fun together. I would never want to forget that, even if it hurts sometimes. I look back at the fun we had, the good stuff, you know. Sure, the way he died makes me feel sad, but that doesn't mean that's how I remember him. Ace was more than how he died. He was Ace. He was so much more than that. I froze up. It suddenly hit me. I understood. I could feel my chest tighten. It felt like my heart was being crushed. Yet I smiled. I understood. You know, Luffy, sometimes you make a lot of sense. You that. I was such a terrible son. That's how I had to find my mother for years, the way she died. However, she was so much more than that. She wasn't how she died. She was how she lived. The person who lived was amazing. How could I just forget that? Maria wasn't the woman who died at the wrath of a Tenryubito. No, she was the woman who stood up to them without a single regret. She stayed true to her beliefs. That was who my mother was. I would not forget that again. The next morning, I was woken by a loud and rather abrupt sound. I rolled over to find Mario, yelling for Luffy to wake up. He was jabbing him in the side. Luffy didn't seem all that bothered. He just carried on snoring away. I wasn't sure how he could sleep through all that. Then again, if I was him, I probably wouldn't have been able to sleep at all last night. Mario was on his own today. Did the kid have to be so damn loud? I sat up, giving the boy a cold glare. I was tired. Could he not be a nuisance? The blonde teen ignored me, deciding to use the trump card. Why he hadn't started with that was a mystery. Luffy, breakfast time, you are. My boy shot up, a large grin in its normal place. He looked absolutely fine today, the sad, sullen air gone. How he bounced back honestly baffled me. Then again, Luffy wasn't anything like me. He was such a positive force. Nothing ever seemed to keep him down for long. It made me rather envious. The raven leapt down from his hammock, chattering away to Mario, without a care in the world. I forced myself out of bed, dragging my tired body to get up. It's not like I had done anything physically taxing this week. Okay, sure, I almost died from sea stone poisoning, but that was like 3 days ago. Then again, that wasn't really much time. Anyway, it was my eyes and brain that were tired, maybe my body too. That was everything. All right, I was just tired. Plain and simple. I was exhausted. Even though I had just woken up, I still felt as though I hadn't slept in a month. It was all rather pathetic. I was pathetic. That's what the old geezer would have said. Suck it up, you're a man, aren't you? Dragon, are you coming? Or are you just going to keep standing there? Come on, I'm hungry. Luffy broke me out of my thoughts. He was prodding me in the shoulder, not too gently. I nodded, mumbling a coming. They both grinned, bolting out of the cabin, leaving me to jog after them warily. Breakfast came and went. The morning felt like any other on this ship, utter chaos. In some ways, I was glad that everything felt like normal, but deep down I knew it wasn't. Mario was being extra friendly today. It was forced. Anything Luffy said, he would laugh and joke about it. If the conversation started to die, he would jump in and change the subject or start laughing nervously. But the biggest difference today was that Mario was on his own. The other apprentices were nowhere to be seen. Turns out they were doing the daily chores without them. For some reason, Mario had been let off. But the way he was acting, it wasn't really a surprise. What had been said last night must have really bothered him, or at the very least caused him to be worried over Luffy. The more I looked at the kid, the worse he looked. He had deep-set, tired eyes. They kind of had a puffiness to them, almost as if he had been crying. His upper body was held stiffly, as if he'd been sat hunched over all night. He looked awful. I thought I was in bad shape. This poor kid was suffering. Then again, he was 15. Teenagers were going through puberty after all. They were all emotional, right? What was I like as a teenager? When I was 15, I was still on Dawn Island. I was hunting huge animals to eat, beating up stuck-up nobles, trying not to get caught stealing. I guess our lives were really different. I never had time to sit there and get emotional. I was just trying to survive. Then again, I didn't really make it easy for myself either. Geez, I was a dumb kid. When breakfast was over and done with, we went top deck to sat on the figurehead for a while. Mario, who was slowly beginning to run out of stuff to say, his words began to slur and his eyes started to slide shut. Heaven only had enough, practically falling over backward to sleep, leaving both Luffy and I staring. I was expecting Luffy to start laughing. However, he remained quiet. That in itself was very unusual. Instead, he gently patted the boy's head. His face remained neutral. That in turn made me feel incredibly uneasy. Guess he was tired, I said in an absent voice. I was staring at my boy, trying desperately to read how he was feeling. Yeah, you must be sad about what I said, Luffy murmured. After a moment of silence, he looked up and smiled. He didn't look sad, yet his expression lacked its normal joy. He looked blank. Are you doing okay? I asked. I didn't really want to make matters worse. He looked so un-Luffy-like. Yeah, I just hope Marco's okay. I blinked, confused. What did Marco have to do with this? He was worrying about him? What about you? Are you okay? I asked again, try to keep my annoyance out of my voice. Luffy frowned, tilting his head to the side. Yeah, I already said I was fine. Marco and the old man aren't. Maybe Icy-chan too. I bet they're really sad. Yeah, but they don't know him. So Dash. You don't know him by now, who doesn't know me, but you care. Luffy interrupted firmly. There was something so confident in the way he said it. Once again, I was lost in what to say. He confused me to no end. It's not like I didn't understand what he was getting at. I just didn't know what to say. In fact, I had no clue what to feel either. All this stuff just went over my head, but I really wanted to get it. I wanted to be able to. What did I want? What was it that I wanted to understand? However, I didn't know what I was so close to getting it, but it was just out of reach. I wanted to have what Luffy did. What was it that he had? It was something so painfully obvious, yet I was clueless to what it was. Once again, the old geezer was suddenly all I could think about. Dragon, why do you look so angry? Luffy broke me out of my thoughts. He was giving me an odd look. I'm not. I was just thinking about the old geezer. It's nothing. Gramps? Yeah. Why? My boy uttered that single word bounced around my head. Why was I thinking about him? I don't know. I shrugged. That angry and annoyance was so close to the surface. Why did I have to feel like this? Why won't these stupid emotions and those stupid memories just shut off? Are you worrying about being like him again? That hit me like a train. Why were we talking about me? Weren't we talking about how you were feeling? I snapped. The anger poured over, making me raise my voice. I was yelling at Luffy. I didn't want to yell at him. That's what I was doing. Luffy didn't so much as blink. There was no upset or rage or fear on his face, He was looking at me with an unwavering hard stare. Nobody looked at me like that. He didn't seem to give a flying fuck. He wasn't going to back down. When he spoke, I froze and the anger disappeared. You're really dumb, you know that. I laughed. It was funny because it was true. I was stupid. Pa always said that I was. I was laughing, but it hurt. It really hurt coming from him. My heart really hurt. It twisted so tightly I was in pain. You're Dragon, not Gramps. Luffy burst out laughing. Oh, that's what he meant. I guess I'm pretty dumb. Whitebeard's POV. Newgate was starting to wonder if he was ever going to get another decent night's sleep ever again. The last 3 weeks had been one thing after another. Marines and the monkeys were honestly bad enough. Now he was angry over things that hadn't even happened yet. But he was mostly upset. He was trying very hard to keep face. However, all he really wanted to do was go off and kill Blackbeard and Sakazuki. What Luffy had said was just going round and round in his head incessantly. He couldn't save his son. He couldn't save his son. That was literally all that was going around in his mind. He could not save one son. Because he was sick and old? Luffy made that very clear. He was sick, stuck to machines sick. That horrified him. He was just a sick old man who needed machines to survive. That was something that Newgate hated. He would have preferred to have been, well, dead. What kind of life was that? But then again, Newgate was dead. What had happened to the rest of his children? Were they safe? Were they okay? Did they still have a place to live? Before he died, he would have been such a burden to his kids. They would have been looking after him. That was his job. He was the parent. The parent looks after their children, not the other way around. Then there was the whole matter of Ace, his poor son. Actually, was Ace his son? Surely Dragon had gone to save him too. Generally, Newgate only took in strays, orphans, and people who didn't really have a family. Then again, what did Newgate know? This old man, Newgate, seems so unlike him. He would never want to be a burden on his children. Why the hell did he get sick in first place? What was wrong with him? Whitey's voice suddenly popped in his head. What she had said to him last night rang in his ears. This is why we're always telling you to look after yourself. Pops, it sounds like you were really sick. Was that really what the problem was? He didn't look after himself. Thinking back on it, maybe that was a problem. His kids were always complaining at him about his eating habits. All the cheap food he ate probably wasn't very healthy. He did drink a lot. Actually, he really wanted to drink right now, but he had drunk the ship out of stock. Maybe he had a bit of a problem. Newgate knew he was just a human, just like Luffy had said. He knew his own mortality. He was just a single person. He was also the reason Luffy had lost his brother. If he had been healthier, maybe he would have saved him. That's what the problem was. He just put aside all his needs in favor of his family. But at the end of the day, that mindset had gotten his son killed. He had nobody but himself to blame. He drank because it was fun. He would get tipsy. All his worries would wash away. He got drunk, and everything was so wonderfully simple. Yet when he had been drunk the other night, he had caused nothing but grief. He had damaged the ship, terrorized his poor kids, stressed them out, all because he couldn't deal with Dragon's meltdown. Poor kid hadn't needed him. Instead, had unwittingly thrown the whole ship into chaos. Okay, sure things had worked out in the long run. But Dragon had still been sick. He almost died, all the while he was throwing around earthquakes and laughing his ass off at his terrified kids. That was only a small thing that could have contributed to his illness in the future. There was so much stuff that had suddenly been brought to his mind. How could Newgate protect his kids if he couldn't even look after himself? If he had to change, if that meant no more drinking, or at least less drinking, if that meant eating right and doing some other stuff. If it was for his family, then Newgate would do it. After all, his family was by far the most important thing to him. Just as those thoughts settled in, he felt the hair on the back of his neck raise. Without even thinking, his fist had struck the air. A large crack formed. The tremor-fueled shockwave sent a cannonball flying back towards its origin. Newgate sighed, lifting his eyes warily towards a biscuit-looking ship that had sent cannonball their way. Big Mom's subordinate ship. He heard one of his sons yell. He nodded. This actually quite a nice distraction. He got up from his chair, grabbing Murakamajiri as he made his way over to the railing. In the distance, he could see the warship, which was hurtling towards them with surprising speed. He didn't like that. He was all too aware of how damaged Moby was. Admittedly, he was cause of most of it. Him and Luffy, that was. The kid had done a number on the ship, too. Talking of Luffy, he had come running. His normal grin was back. Newgate was pleased at that at least. He was followed by a distressed Dragon and a rather sorry-looking Marco. His poor son didn't look much then when he had first seen him this morning. Luffy bounced onto the wooden barrier, crouching down almost like an excitable monkey with his hand shielding his eyes from the sunlight. He was chuckling, which could only mean mischief was on the horizon. It looks like it's Big Mom's oldest son. I think his name was Perismino or something. I can't remember his name. The one that licks everything. Newgate turned his head to see Rikuyo had just jumped down from the remains of the crow's nest. That brat. He's the one with that annoying, sticky devil fruit, no? Yeah, pretty sure that's the one. The porter confirmed. Newgate was about to give out some orders when he was rudely interrupted by an outraged Luffy shouting, "It's that bastard Parasparrow. I'm gonna send that guy flying." Luffy, wait, don't. Dragon yelled in a slightly irritated voice. He made a grab for him. Luffy leapt out of the way. The boy threw his arms out, sending them towards the enemy ship and grabbing hold of some unfortunate pirate. GOMU, no rocket. Just like that the kid was gone, all he could hear was distant fighting and angry shouts. He turned down to see Dragon, whose face was drawn at a frustrated grimace. "Luffy, get your dumb ass back here." With that, Dragon leapt straight off the ship, disappearing out of sight. A second later, a large gust of wind swept up from below, and the kid flew up, flying off towards the enemy vessel. Newgate groaned. Those little morons. Could they listen to him for once? He wasn't worried about them. He knew they would be fine. Strength was one thing those two had in spades. No, he was worried about the enemy ship. He wanted Big Mom's damn treasure. He was broke, and he had a ship to fix. He needed to get over there before they sank the stupid thing. Dragon's POV. When I landed on Big Mom's subordinate vessel, I was lost in the chaos, swept away in a sea of pirate foes. Stupid Luffy had run off somewhere on an enemy ship, and I had been given the less than joyous job of fighting the fodder. I could hear his battle cries, a surprisingly serious roar. I could almost hear the enthusiasm in it. Then, of course, the unavoidable consequences of Luffy's fighting took a toll on the ship. A large spray of wooden splinters, or was it biscuit, were hurled into the battle. The sounds of almost heavy artillery was a constant in this bleeding battle. I was not amused, did my idiot of son ever think? The answer to that question was a clear, resounding no. No, of course he didn't. He was Luffy. Luffy did whatever he wanted. At least I had my devil fruit back at the very least, though I definitely wasn't enjoying using it. I was out of practice, and it showed. Instead of small, precise blasts of wind that hit hard, these ones were bigger and had less power behind them. Not to say I wasn't dominating the battlefield, but at the same time I wasn't really making much progress either. The enemies would just get back up again, throwing themselves at me. I would hit them with a gust. It would toss them around a bit, may even send them through biscuit planks or out into the ocean, but for some goddamn reason these damn people would just get back up again. Where was Luffy? Stupid kid. All I wanted to do was find him, drag him away, back to the relative safety of Moby Dick. I was so distracted by my irritated thoughts of my boy. A sword went straight through me. Of course it didn't hurt. I was made of wind after all. I grabbed the blade through my stomach, tearing away from whoever's clutches had run me through. I turned around to face the culprit, kicking him square in the nose. He went toppling away. I couldn't help but be thankful that my attacker didn't know hockey. Those thoughts were suddenly echoed by a loud voice. "Did you really let that brat stab you?" My shoulders tensed. I didn't even need to look at the person to know who had spoken. My irritation spiked. Could he not right now? I did not have the patience or the time to deal with him. I slammed my foot into the planks. The wind swirled, sucking up the closest enemies in a mini tornado. They were quickly thrown overboard. "We're doing here, old man." I did nothing to cover up my annoyance. Fixing my gaze on the white-beard captain, he was sat on the railing looking smug. He was relaxed, his naginata slung over his shoulder casually. Clearly, he had no concern with the current situation. "Why are you still playing around with these punks?" Whitebeard leant forwards leeringly, a slight sneer in his tone. It made me tense, more annoyance built up. It made me want to tell him where to go. However, I bit my tongue. I still had to remember this guy wasn't just a random pirate. He was one of the 4 emperors. In aggravation, I let off several angry sharp blades of air, hitting a couple of pirates. This time they did not get back up again. More of the same riffraff took their place, swarming every which way I looked. "Is that it?" His voice was bored. I could barely make him out through the crowd of foes. For what I could see, his expression was a dull, disappointed even. For some reason, that was even worse than the pirates I was fighting. I wasn't weak. That's what he was implying. I jammed my fist into the cookie floorboards, sending an explosive tempest of wind beneath. A ripple run under them, and then the deck erupted, sending the enemies flying into the air. I glared up at the pirate captain with a vicious smirk. However, before I had even found him with my eyes, more pirates appeared. How many of these bastards were there? Really? You can't even get rid of these guys. Aren't you Garp's son? Whitebeard boomed. It was like time froze in that split second. The pain was there. He was saying what everyone else did. I was just Garp's son. But something was different before I would have bowed out. That's all I was. I was the stupid old geezer's son. However, this time my blood boiled. A white-hot rage hit me. I wasn't just his son. I wasn't the old man. I was. Your dragon, not Gramps. Those words Luffy had laughed echoed inside, like a volcano, ready to erupt. What I lacked, what Luffy had. I finally knew what it was a stubborn, confident conviction. Luffy knew who he was. He was just Luffy. He did whatever Luffy wanted. Luffy knew what he wanted, and he knew somehow that's what he would get. "Shut up. Old man, I'm not just Garp's son." I roared over the mountain pirates piling on top of me. They were swinging and hitting my body, Yet nothing hurt. Their attempts passed through my body harmlessly. I wasn't going to let these bastards kill me. Then who are you, brat? Then show me who you are. Whitebeard bellowed. My mother passed my mind, followed by so many others, people without any hope, trapped under the rule of oppression. Those people all secretly wanting one thing. I was going to free the world. I was going to stand up for those people. Those scared, broken people the government had turned their backs on. A chant rang in my head, growing louder and louder. Freedom, freedom, freedom. Who was I? I was the guy who was going to change the world. My name is Dragon, the Revolutionary. I'm going to fuck over the world government. When the rush subsided, the heat in my chest ebbed away. Settling into my heart, I realized I was the only one standing. The enemies were lying on the ground, eyes wide and blank, mouths frothing. What happened? I was disrupted by a loud, booming laugh. I turned my eyes on the older man. He was grinning ever so brilliantly. He marched up, and the next thing I knew, he had slapped me on the back. Not too gently, it left me bewildered. Damn straight, he chuckled. What happened? I asked, staring wide-eyed at the scene before me. I was utterly dumbfounded. My son, that was your conqueror's hockey. Told you could do it. Just needed to get you out of that mindset of yours. He was beaming down at me. In fact, it was making me want to squirm. However, my mind was reeling from that information. I did that. My head fell to the side. I was incredibly confused. I wasn't even trying to use it. I wasn't even close to dying either. Ow. Willpower is a big thing, kid. It doesn't always make sense, but you will overwhelm those punks, and it knocked them out cold. That's all you need to know. He clapped his hand on my back again, making my poor spine throb. Will you cut that out? I snapped. I froze up, realizing what I'd said, then for the first time decided I didn't care. I could do whatever I wanted. The Yonko snorted. To my surprise, he did remove his hand, letting it drop to his side lazily. He was watching me with a weird expression. It was making me uncomfortable again. However, it wasn't a negative look. He was smiling mischievously, and there was a soft glint in his eyes. Sorry about the GARP thing, I said. Figured that was the only way to get through to you. The GARP thing? Oh, that. Aren't you GARP, son? I didn't care that much, surprisingly. How weird. It had gotten me so worked up before. I'm proud of you, Dragon. Before that could even register in my head, before my confusion could become worse, and the odd feeling of warmth began to spread through my chest more, Whitebeard turned around, beginning to make his way away from the fight Luffy and Parasparrow were in. I was going to join in with that fight when a large hand grabbed me by my coat collar, dragging me along. Hey, let go, old man. I'm going to help Luffy. Lou doesn't need your help. He's perfectly fine. Anyway, I doubt he would appreciate you cutting into his fight anyway. I slouched. That was true. The butting into his fight thing anyway. Will he be all right? This is one of Big Mom's strongest subordinates. Have a bit of faith. He isn't going to lose to a damn brat with a candy cane stuck up his ass. He's much stronger than you give him credit for. Also, I wouldn't let my grandson fight somebody he couldn't win against. I nodded. That made sense. Hang on, whose grandson? Grandson, I asked, immediately regretting asked as soon as it was out of my mouth. Well, he can't be my son. You're my son, and he's your son, so that would make him my grandson. The crazy man announced, as if it made all the sense in the world. I'm not your bloody son, and he's not your grandson. I retorted, what was it with this damn Yonko and his delusions? Anyway, son, come along, we have a ship to pillage before Luffy sinks us. Lin always has great stuff to steal. He just burst out laughing, enjoying himself. Why was he like this? I kicked and fought, trying to get out of his grip. However, I was shoved under one of his arms, being carried like a sack of potatoes. All I did in response was let out an angry shout as I was dragged away, which was followed by more of his cheerful laughter. Stupid old man. Chapter 39. Luffy's POV. Luffy was having a decent fight. Not exactly what he was looking for to really challenge him. Tongue Guy wasn't nearly as strong as the one they had fought. Maybe this now, Tongue Guy wasn't as tough as the one from his now. While he really wanted to send this stupid candy jerk flying right now. However, he was actually quite a good opponent to practice with. Luffy learned fighting stuff much faster if he was actually fighting. Also, Luffy was enjoying beating him up for what he did to Pedro and his crew. Especially the Pedro thing, though. If he hadn't gotten in the way, Pedro wouldn't have done that. So far, Luffy just kept hitting him, not the way Newgate did it at all. When he hit stuff, it didn't make contact with the enemy. The Straw Hat Captain, on the other hand, just keep hitting properly. It was really frustrating. As for the Conqueror Hockey thing, well, so far he hadn't managed that either. Why won't IT do it? Luffy had sent his opponent flying again. The Candy Man smashed into the mast and let out a loud yelp of pain. Sighing, the Raven ran after him, fist raised, striking the bastard, though Tongue Guy rolled out of the way, and the same motion swung his candy cane at him again. The boy ducked out of the way, focused his hockey outside of his armament-covered arm, throwing a punch into his underbelly. The fist made contact, flinging the Devil Fruit user through several floorboards. Work, damn it, Luffy complained. It was then that he took notice of Dragon fighting through the pirate fodder. He looked especially angry, maybe even a little hurt, Not physically, but like someone had emotionally stung him. He wondered what had gotten him so worked up. Well, it's not like he had the time to ask him. Tongue Guy was charging. The young captain leapt out of the way, just as the tall, lanky man caused several sharp, pointy candy spikes to shot at him. The candy cane came down on him. Luffy sprang into the air, setting off a Gomu no Gatling, which hit his target multiple times. This time, though, this didn't send him flying, managing to block the blows with a sticky shield. Finally, he was getting serious. Luffy grinned viciously. Maybe his training could finally start properly. The Candyman once again bolted forwards. He was yelling about something, but Luffy really didn't care enough to actually listen. He was more interested in the fight. Tongue Guy sprang, sending several candy arrows straight for him. Luffy rolled out the way, dancing around the missiles, smashing into the biscuit floor, before swinging around a leg in a Goma no whip and hitting him rather heavily. The enemy was sent sailing, smashing through several of the edible support beams. The ship veered, causing it to shake violently. My name is Dragon, the Revolutionary. I'm going to fuck over the world government. Dragon's voice rang out loud and clear. It was full of a strong, confident conviction. The hair on the back of Luffy's neck stood on end. A chill ran through him. A huge wave of Conqueror's haki flashed through the air. Luffy span in the direction of origin. Luffy grinned widely, chuckling. Good for you, Dragon. He was so glad Dragon was no longer being dumb anymore. He finally knew who he was. About time. Tongue Guy had recovered. A wave of blue candy rose up behind him. It was then chucked straight at Luffy. Still grinning, Luffy activated Gear 3rd, his arms swelling to massive proportions, a huge fist overshadowing the small biscuit ship. It plowed straight through the liquid candy, crushing Perispero. Maybe Luffy was a little overenthusiastic. Sabo's POV. So Sabo wasn't having a good time. In fact, it wasn't even remotely okay at all. He had no trouble finding a transponder snail. That wasn't the problem. No, the problem was the snail frequency he was trying to get a hold of didn't exist. He had tried everything, even contacted a couple of friends that he could have asked for help. However, their frequencies didn't exist either. The only frequency he did manage to get through to was a person he didn't even know. So now what? Sabo wasn't going to lie. He was worried. Right now, anything could be happening. After all, the last thing he remembered was being attacked at their base. Then suddenly, he was in a shack somewhere he didn't know. What even was this? He couldn't believe that everybody he knew had just vanished. Dragon in particular was surprising. His boss was tough, like seriously tough. He wasn't going to lose that easily, especially not to Blackbeard's goons. There was no way. Yet that's exactly how it appeared. So far, nothing. The only comfort we had was that Luffy was fine. His Beaver card was floating around like normal, cheerfully like always. For a while, he had actually been kind of worried. For about 2 weeks, give or take, Luffy's card hasn't really done anything. It just sat there unmoving, but it hadn't burned up, so he was alive. That didn't stop him worrying, because Luffy was always moving. It got to the point where he actually started wondering if it was broken or something. How a piece of paper could break, he wasn't sure. Well, either way, it was working now. Thank God for that, at least. Then there was Little Red. Poor kid was trying to remember stuff, and he just couldn't. He was desperately trying to grasp onto some kind of memory, with no luck. The past 2 days after getting away from Blackbeard, Sabo and the boy had moved around the town quite significantly. They had asked around. So far, nobody knew who Red was. Nobody even recognized him. Sabo was convinced that he wasn't an orphan. He was dressed quite well. Despite being beaten up, the kid seemed pretty healthy. He wasn't malnourished, and he seemed to be well taken care of. Though he would argue if Red was normal, he didn't act like a normal kid. He didn't seem surprised or scared in any kind of situation. Always took things pretty well. So he came to the conclusion that maybe he was raised by pirates or something. He did sort of have that piratey air about him. What with the sash around his waist, the linen shirt, and clunky boots. The most telling sign, though, was the missing sword from scabbard on his back being held by a large belt, which told Sabo that this kid could probably use a sword to some degree. When he asked about it, Red said pretty confidently, "Yeah, I think I'm missing my sword. I don't feel right without it." Apart from that, though, Red was pretty confused about everything else. He didn't know if he was pirate or if he had family, or even have an inclining about his name. They had found somewhere nice to sit at least. Nobody had recognized him. It would be a problem if they did. Sabo wasn't even sure where they were, what island they were on, or anything. Yintra was the island's name. However, he had never heard of it. It was something he prided himself on. He studied a lot of maps. He made a point of it. After all, he was a pretty good navigator, and knowing locations always was a great help. But this place, he was stumped. It didn't stand out. In fact, it kind of reminded him of Dawn Island a little bit, what with the big forest and the big town, and all the fancy people. Not quite like High Town, but something similar. Though it definitely didn't have a junkyard right in front of the capital. In some ways, it made him a little uncomfortable. Maybe that's why nobody really paid him any mind. A lot of people were wearing top hats and fancy suits. Sort of made him feel like a noble again. Sabo really didn't like that. He always stuck to this style, almost like a middle finger to all the nobles. Also, top hats were cool. The cafe they were sat in was nice. Wasn't that expensive, though money wasn't really the problem. He had pickpocket quite a few people. He could quite comfortably buy anything they needed. He had bought Red a new jacket mostly because it hid the bruises rather well. People kept asking if he was okay, and Sabo had picked up on how uncomfortable it made him. All the attention didn't sit well with the kid. Sabo could understand how that felt. People liked to stare and accuse, to judge. Even the people showing concern would turn a blind eye once they didn't like the situation. He had gotten a lot of that attention as a kid. The burn on his face was like a big red mark. Everyone's eyes would be drawn in, and he hated it. Sabo, what are we going to do now? Red's voice broke him out of his thoughts. He turned his eyes on the kid, and once again the straw hat was jarring. It made him blink twice, reminding himself that this was Red, not Luffy. Even though they looked so different, something made Sabo think of Luffy, and it wasn't just the straw hat either. There was something so Luffy-like about him. However, it just made him smile. It honestly felt like having little brother around again, because Sabo hated to admit it, but Luffy was all grown up, and it made him sad he never got to watch him grow. Just like how Ace was going to miss out seeing Luffy become king of the pirates. Well, I still can't get hold of my boss, but I think I want to find my little brother more. I've been worried about him. See, this is a dash. Sabo brought out Luffy's Vivre card. Sitting in the palm of his hand, it immediately began to jump around, moving in an eastern direction. Before Sabo could finish speaking, Red interrupted. It's a Vivre card. Yeah, you remember something? The blonde man asked hopefully. Red was frowning. It cut deep into his face, and bead of sweat ran down his face. The look of pure concentration in his eyes burned brightly. Then suddenly they lit up, and he began to nod. I think I had one of those. Maybe I have one. Red began to rummage through his clothes, but he didn't have any pockets to rifle through. He almost looked frantic, desperately clinging to the small thread of hope. Sabo watched silently. He had crease in his brow. He hoped Red was right. If he could get the kid home at least, then he wouldn't be so worried about Blackbeard finding him and beating the poor boy up more. His frantic attempt at finding the Vivre card slowed. As he slowly began to realize the truth, he either didn't have one or he had lost it. Both those things upset Sabo. Poor kid. He fixed his gaze on the boy's frustrated face. He had been about to say something to comfort him, when his eyes fell on his straw hat. A memory surfaced. Luffy, as little kid, trying to hide a scrap of meat from Ace and him, he had stuck it under the red band running around his hat. It had been so stupid, yet also kind of smart of Luffy. If only it had been smaller. Check your hat. Under the band. Red blinked, dragging his straw hat off his head, and ran his finger under the red lining. It caught on something, and his face lit up. He pulled out a piece of worn paper, a big wide grin on his face, unfolding it to reveal a scruffy, frayed Vivre card. A sloppy-lookinger was writing in the middle. I think I know where we're off to next, Red. We're going to get you home, and maybe we'll run in a Luffy along the way. Chapter 40. Red, as he had been called by Sabo, stood at the stern of the small fishing boat they had stolen. This felt so natural, the sea breeze ruffling his hair, the small little splatterings of sea water thrown into his face was so nice. Even though the island was fine, this felt so much more natural to the young boy. Sabo had told Red that he thought that could be a pirate. Somehow, when he had mentioned it, something inside himself had agreed. He thought so too. However, he had no idea who his crew was or how he had even wound up in that little shack to begin with. His first memory being Sabo's concerned face. He looked down into the palm of his hand when his Vivre card sat. It was jumping around towards the east. They were written on it almost looked familiar. It would have been nice if the person's name had been on it instead. It may have helped him to remember something else. But he did know one thing. He wanted to find whoever this or person was, not just because of his broken memory either. He definitely missed whoever they were. Red, is it still moving east? Yeah, I think it's moving slower now. Sabo had jumped down from their small mast from letting the canvas loose, the wind gathering behind the sail, pushing them onwards. The small boat rocked as he landed. The redhead watched him carefully, making sure he didn't fall. Sabo had explained to Red that he had a devil fruit, so if he fell in the water he would sink, though once again this didn't feel like news to the boy. Maybe he knew someone who had eaten one. They had been sailing for at least a few days at this point. The two had fallen into a somewhat normal routine. While the boat was small, it didn't need to be manned by more than one person. Red surprisingly understood all the ship jargon Sabo came out with, as well as having a good understanding of how to sail. Overall, Red felt very at home, much more so than he ever did on the island. They would take turns steering, while the other would be lookout. They would rotate every other hour or so. Red was just so thankful that he had met Sabo. He wasn't just a competent sailor, but also a really genuinely nice guy. Not to mention the luck he had meeting someone else that had amnesia. If it wasn't for Sabo's reassurance, the boy doubted, he would be doing nearly as well as he was. If it slowed, then we must be getting closer. Red beamed excitedly, looking back over the ocean. Really? So, we'll find them soon then. Sabo chuckled, coming over to ruffle his hair. Red just let him. he was just relieved. This whole thing would be over. He'd get his memories back, and he would find this person, and everything would go back to normal. Then he came to the sudden realization that once he found his crew, he would have to say goodbye to Sabo. His heart sank, his grin slowly dropping. Red, what's up? Aren't you happy? Yeah, of course, but you're gonna leave. Sabo sighed, giving the boy a soft smile, gently resting his hand on his shoulder. Hey, we'll always be friends. I'm not going to forget you. Are you going to forget me? No, of course not. Then what's the problem? We can always meet again. This isn't goodbye forever. But your crew are probably really worried about you. They'll be over the moon to see you again. Red nodded quietly. He did understand. That didn't stop the kid from worrying about Sabo. Maybe I can help you fight Blackbeard. I could help you find your brother too. Sabo groaned, crossing his arms. A look of sternness had come over the blonde's face, and a firm voice said, Red, we've been over this. Blackbeard is dangerous. No offense, kid, but I can't protect you and fight him. Don't worry, you don't need to protect me. I can protect myself. Let me help Sabo. I don't want you to fight Blackbeard on your own. I can help, Red implored. He tried to make himself as menacing as possible. All he ended up looking like was an angry red-haired poodle. Not quite the look he was going for. Sabo did appreciate the gesture. However, he could not let a young kid fight somebody as dangerous as that man. The guy had already beaten the kid up enough. He did not want that happening to Red again. Sorry, Red. That's not happening. Sabo went straight into Big Brother mode. He was putting his foot down. There was no ifs or buts. Red pouted, his beaten-up face scrunching up in a way that looked painful. He opened his mouth, yet Sabo cut him off before he could say anything. Red, no. That's the end of it. Red slumped down, suddenly very interested in watching the sea speeding past. His eyes were pulled down in a sour frown, making it very clear he was angry with Sabo. Once again, the gentleman sighed. He hated being the grown-up. That was normally where Koala stepped in. He really hoped his friends were safe. Sucking in a wary breath, he opted to leave Red alone. He wouldn't be mad for long. They had been over this subject a couple times over the last few days. The boy would sulk for a little while, then give him an hour, and he would back to being his normal chipper self. The time ticked by little. Red was sat on top of the mast, watching the waves splash by. He was still kind of annoyed. Why couldn't Sabo let him help? He just really wanted to pay him back for all the help he had given him over the last week. Also, Blackbeard was a jerk. He really hated him. The boy gazed fixed on something in the distance. What was that? A blob? It didn't look like a ship, though he was pretty sure it had sails. They were black. Maybe they were pirates? It was too far away for Red to make out. Not to mention his eyes were still bruised up, so that didn't help the matter. Hey, Sabo, I can see something. The kid pointed in the direction of the thing. It was definitely getting closer. Well, whatever the thing was, it was moving at a fast rate. Soon it would be on top of them. The blonde jumped up next to him, perching quite comfortably on the thin piece of wood holding the sheet together. He rummaged around in his jacket, producing a spyglass a moment later. Peering through it to where the boy had pointed, he immediately went ridged and a sharp look in his eyes appeared. Shit, what's the matter? Red asked steadily. He tried to keep the fear out of his voice. He was not going to act like a little kid. He was strong and brave. He was a man, though the small drip of sweat running down the redhead's face told the Sabo otherwise. It's one of Blackbeard's goons. Thankfully, it's not his main flagship. Fingers crossed he's not there. Isn't that still really bad? Sabo swallowed hard, giving the kid a reassuring smile. The last thing he needed was to scare the boy. Sure, Red acted tough. In fact, most of the time, he didn't seem to care about most dangerous situations. But this one clearly did bother him. At the end of the day, he was just a child. There was no beating around bush. Don't worry, I'll cut off their path with some fire. With that, Sabo leapt down. The boat shook heavily as he landed. Red followed after him, coming to stand close to his hip. The revolutionary got into position, readying his fist, focusing heavily at the task at hand. The Blackbeard pirates were in full view now. He could see the Jolly Roger and even the crew themselves. Quickly, Sabo leapt up and into the air, giving himself some extra power behind his attack, making sure that it was aimed away from their little vessel. He could feel the heat building in his hand. Just as he was going to strike out with a fire fist, the flames suddenly flickered, dying before they even produced anything significant. He dropped, slamming into their boat hard. As he was hit with a wave of sickening pain, his heart was sharp and twisting. He couldn't breathe. His chest was burning, but not in the normal way his devil fruit felt. He was writhing in agony. He could make out Red's panicked cries. Those soon disappeared into a dark, pitch-black, fuzzy hum in his head. Whatever Sabo tried, his body wouldn't respond. Then something weird happened. Ace popped in his head. He was older, not the way he remembered him at all. He was leant over him laughing. Sabo, are you okay? Grandpop really did a number on you, huh? The blonde's eye flew up to a huge figure standing over him. He looked vaguely familiar. His long blonde hair was tied up in a plait. Stakes of white were mixed in, though the man's face was blotted out by the sun. He could hear Luffy's cheerful laughter. Then the vision was lost. as Red's tear-ridden face was sudden in view. Sabo, 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 please wake up. The revolutionary sat up holding his head in his hands. What was that? Sabo, Sabo, come on, get up. The Blackbeard pirates are almost here. There's another ship coming in the other direction. Please, we gotta do something. What? Blackbeard pirates? Other ship? Sabo staggered to his feet. Red's words suddenly kicked in, the fog in his head finally dissipating. They were in danger. Shit. Sabo once again tried to set his fist alight. The flames were dull. Nothing more than a splutter of smoke, really. What was going on? He turned his eyes towards the enemy. The kid was right. They were almost in cannon fire range. Sabo shook his head, trying to get out the cotton while clogging up his brain. Change of plan. If fire wasn't going to work, then the old-fashioned way would. First, he needed to. His thoughts were disrupted by something smacking straight into their boat, causing a loud, crashing sound. Splinters of wood flew into the air. It was followed by wahahaha. Sabo span on his heel, pipe in his hand, ready to fight off whoever the person was. The man was tall, with shaggy black hair, a long red coat, and a mustache. Sabo choked on his breath. His eyes grew wide. It felt like someone had punched him in the gut. Shanks, we found you, said the ghost, a shadow, a phantom, a man that had been dead for 30 years. He was grinning. It looked so much like his. Gold Roger, the Pirate King, said, "These guys are the ones who took you, right? I'm going to kick their asses. This won't take long." "Who are you?" came Red's clueless voice. Chapter 41. "Who are you?" came Shanks's small voice. His face was scrunched up in thought. The bruising around his eyes made it all the more noticeable that he was in slight pain. Under Roger's large grin was a dark, monstrous rage. Who the fuck did this to his key? Cremate. Hang on, did he just ask him who he was? That probably wasn't good. Shanks wasn't the kind to make those kinds of jokes. He would expect that from Buggy or Gabon. Maybe even a pissed-off Rayleigh, but not Shanks. "Shanks, it's me. You know Roger," the pirate captain said softly, his concern growing as the red-haired boy continued to frown. There was no recognition on his face. It was like the kid was staring at a stranger. Roger's anger grew, a slight twitch in his upper lip, pulling his normal carefree smile into a grimace. He turned his attention towards the blond lad with the top hat. He was stood in a protective stance in front of his boy, a metal pipe in hand. Smoke was rising from one of his arms. A nasty burn covered his right eye. The wound looked old, making Roger wonder how old he had been when it happened. So probably nothing to do with smoking randomly. He quickly determined that the blond guy wasn't his enemy, though the utterly dumbfounded look on his face told him he wasn't in much of a state to be in a fight either. Not to mention, as he had been jumping over from Oro Jackson, he had seen the chap having some kind of fit. Definitely not in a good way to be fighting. Once he was finished decimating the Blackbeard raft thingy, he'd get Crocus to have a look at him. "I don't know what's happening exactly, but I'm not your enemy. Stay there, I'm gonna go sink a fancy raft." With that, Roger passed them by, swiftly sprinting into a run, getting his saber ace into position, holding in a way similar to how one would swing a baseball bat. His blade sparked to life as he covered it in Conqueror's hockey. Jagged black lightning erupted as he leapt into the air, putting all his rage into his swing. "Divine punishment," he roared. The raft was promptly sliced in two, along with the ocean. It was like the sea had been parted. He could see several hundred feet down into the mysterious hidden world of the ocean. The wind broke loose, the screams of his enemies lost in it. Roger suddenly came to the not-so-great conclusion that he hadn't thought this all through, because the small little fishing boat was being dragged toward the watery drop he had created. "Whoops," he muttered, landing on the currently in danger of sinking boat. He turned his gaze towards the youngsters. Blondie had snapped out of his shock and was now holding Shanks against him. "Sorry, got a little carried away." Roger laughed, his normal carefree personality back again. He was still mad about what happened to Shanks, but at least he had killed the buggers. Much easier than he first thought it'd be. Rayleigh had such a tough time when he first met them too. Oh well, whatever. Roger ran back over, grabbing Shanks out of Blondie's grasp, shoving the kid under his arm. "Wait, Sabo ate a devil fruit. He'll drown." Roger froze, having been about to go for a swim. He was very aware that they were in trouble. The ocean was moments away from swallowing them whole. The Raven visibly rolled his eyes. Damn devil fruit users. Without another word, Roger grabbed Sabo under his other arm, ignoring the lad's sudden protests, and dove into the water. Sabo immediately went limp in his grip, making it harder for the man to stay afloat. He broke the surface, pulling both dead weight and Shanks upwards. The current was strong. He was lucky he was such a great swimmer. "Captain, over here," Sunbell yelled. The fisherman jetted towards them, skimming over the waves without difficulty. The only was a fisherman could. Roger grinned, all too pleased to offload Sabo on him. "Thanks, mate. You're a lifesaver." Like normal, the fisherman went bright red, blushing at the compliment. Was it even a compliment? Either way, he looked away embarrassed. "I'll shut up. I ain't happy, you asshole." Roger sniggered, grabbing a rope that had been tossed at him from Jackson. Once they were out of the water, and Rayleigh had whacked him over the head with a sheathed sword, for Roger's stupid decisions apparently, the subject was shifted towards Shanks and Sabo. And boy, there were some questions for them. His whole crew bombarded them with everything under the sun, from what happened to Shanks to who Sabo was, to even things like what booze Sabo wanted to drink. Finally, his first mate put an end to the growing row from the steering wheel, having been the only sensible one to actually move them away from Roger's enthusiastic Blackbeard pirate slaughter. Will you all shut up? How can they tell us anything if you're all shouting? Shanks was sat next to Sabo, once again a deep frown cut into his face, as if he was trying to remember something. Maybe he really had forgotten them? That's how it seemed anyway. Then Sabo spoke up, clearing his throat. He had glassy-eyed stare going on, confusion and worry woven into his features. He's got amnesia. Amnesia. Crocus said. He had appeared carrying his doctor's bag. It was the first thing he had said when he came on board, though of course his doctor didn't need to be asked. He had already gone to get his stuff. I don't remember anything. Shanks sighed. The poor boy looked absolutely awful, lacking his ordinary jovial personality. Nothing at all. Not even me. Roger asked quietly. Of course he already knew the answer, but he just didn't want to believe it. He had raised Shanks since he found him in that place as a baby. No, but are you the art guy from my Beaver card? The redhead asked hopefully. Roger nodded. For once he didn't feel like smiling. All he could feel was the rage bubbling to the surface again. How dare that motherfucker do that to his fucking kid? Yeah, I'm glad about that. Sabo looks like they know me. I'll remember real soon, right? Shanks said, perking up a little. Sabo smiled. Though once again he looked nervous about something, though it didn't seem to be because they were pirates. The way he was quietly frowning, puzzled, made Roger think that he was concerned over something else. Who are you exactly? Are you a pirate? Rayleigh asked. Sabo didn't react. He was looking down at his hands, deep in thought, clearly not having heard him. So, Shanks decided to answer. He's Sabo. We escaped from Blackbeard together. He decided to help me find you guys, even though he wanted to find his little brother, Blackbeard's, after him too. At the mention of his little brother, the blonde looked up, however asking something else entirely unrelated. Do you have a newspaper? Rayleigh paused for a moment, before shrugging, Oi Buggy. Grab the newspaper. From behind two crates came the ship's second apprentice, slowly shuffling towards them, a newspaper in a white-knuckled grip, which he handed over to Sabo. Buggy, Shanks said suddenly, a look of clarity in his eyes. The other boy looked up startled. You know me? Buggy, I know you. The red-haired kid yelled, bouncing towards him, smashing into his body, making it split into sections for a brief second. He was pulled into an uncomfortable-looking hug. A light smile appeared on the red-nosed boy, before it was covered up with his normal annoyed scowl. Get off, Shanks. You're gonna kill me. Why do you remember him? Roger wailed, feeling betrayed. He rolled onto his side in a pathetic heap, holding his knees to his chest in an overdramatic fit of jealousy. Oh, Rayleigh, why does he know Buggy and not me? His first mate ignored him, instead deciding to congratulate Shanks on being able to remember something along with the rest of the crew. Roger pouted, not enjoying being ignored. Then just as things were about quieting down again, Sabo shouted in a horrified voice, 30 years. Roger pushed himself back onto his feet, coming to crouch over the blonde lad's shoulder, seeing what had gotten that kind of response. The captain hadn't read the newspaper today. He had been too dead set on finding his traitorous kid. Can't remember the guy who changed his diapers, but can remember the kid that he's only known for 3 years, of course. One of Big Mom's biscuit ships had been captured in a photograph. It always amazed the Raven how the news people got these kinds of photos, especially in the middle of the sea with no civilization for hundreds of miles. The shot was of a half-destroyed ship. A boy with a straw hat was mid-attack, appearing to be punching a tall, lanky man in the nuts. Newgate was stood to the side, a large sack of treasure slung over his shoulder. Then there was a guy with long, shaggy black hair. He seemed to be floating, apparently trying to drag the straw hat boy away. The picture was pretty bad quality, having been taken at a fair distance away. Oh, Newgate's in the newspaper again. Who's the new kids he's picked up this time? I like the one with the straw hat. Very co-dash. What? No, Luffy and Dragon. Sabo screeched as his eyes landed on the article that Roger had just pointed out. His head lolled to the side. He looked about ready to have a brain aneurysm. What, do you know them? Yeah, that's my baby brother and my boss, I think. Chapter 42. Luffy, come on, move your ass. I yelled. However, my frustration fell on deaf ears as I tried to yank the stupid kid from the candy man. He was practically beaten into the biscuit floor, his eyes blank, and his nose snapped at a nasty angle. Dragon, let go. I'm going to send Tongue Guy flying. The Raven snapped as he continued to fight in my grip. It was like holding onto a flailing rubber monkey. God, what is wrong with my stupid kid? Are you two coming? Believe it or not, I'm not big on swimming. Whitebeard grumbled. He was stood to the side, his eyes full of aspiration. You sure you don't want me to grab the brat? No, no, I'm good. I shook my head, my arms wrapped around Luffy's stomach as I tried to fly off with him. It made no difference. He wasn't letting go of Big Mom's son. Luffy, leave him. This ship is sinking, come on. See, son, funny thing is I don't think you have. The old man sighed, finally shouting Alu, let go of him. The brat is out dash. But Luffy interrupted him before he could finish, turning his angry gaze on the Yonko. Pedro died because of tongue guy. I'm gonna send the bastard flying. I didn't know who this Pedro was, but it did make sense why Luffy was so outraged. However, that didn't stop the boat from sinking. What was I supposed to say? Don't worry about that. Of course not. I was sympathetic. Yet sympathy wasn't going to get us out of this mess. Not to mention Luffy had beaten up this guy was bad enough. Who knows what stuff could happen to the future just for that happening alone. What bloody mess. The old man had decided enough was enough. Without a word, the blonde man marched over to Luffy and picked him up without much trouble. The young captain wasn't having any of it. Flailing, kicking, and shouting, Whitebeard took no notice. All right, let's get back to Moby. The Yonko muttered quietly. I'd let go of Luffy. I was still floating absently in the air. All right, thanks. The old man just shrugged, turning his attention back towards a Moby Dick in the distance, and then to my absolute horror, he ran straight for the edge of the boat and leapt from it. Then a cracking sound of glass rang out into the air, making the world shake, and Whitebeard was sent flying upwards. Briefly stunned for a moment, it took me a split second to understand what had occurred. He had used the shock wave he had created as a way to launch himself. Pretty crazy. This man's devil fruit was insane. I flew after him, skimming over the ocean. When I reached the deck of Moby Dick, everyone was already badgering Whitebeard about the treasure he had stolen. He had practically stuffed the entire vault into a huge bag, which he was currently defending. Get off, you little vultures. I stole it, so it's mine. You know the bloody rules. Come on, Pops, you don't need all that. Yeah, give us some. Stingy old man. Shut up, the lot of ya. You brats want to eat, right? We need to fix the ship as well. This isn't for me. The Yonko snapped. This seemed to have the desired effect. The crew went quiet abruptly. I finally noticed Luffy. He was still stuck under the old man's arm. The boy looked out of it. Distant even, he wasn't struggling anymore or yelling. He was completely blank. I walked over, more than a little concerned, especially considering the way he had been acting not even 10 minutes ago. Luffy? Are you okay? Luffy didn't respond. His gaze was glassy. I waved my hand in front of his face. No reaction. So in a light panic, I prodded his cheek. Nothing. That was disturbing. Hell, I don't think I'd ever even seen him sit still for this long. Whitebeard took notice after a moment, letting Luffy out his grip, but instead of the kid bouncing straight away like he normally would have, he flopped onto his rubber face, going splat. That did make me panic then. I leaned over him, pulling his face up from the plank deck floor. His face was still blank. Nothing in his expression or his ordinarily bright, cheerful eyes. He was still staring off into the distance in a daze. When I called his name and I shook him, still no reaction. I jumped all of a sudden when a large hand was placed lightly on my back. Startled, I looked over to who it belonged to. The old man was giving me a reassuring smile. He looked concerned, but admittedly it was pretty well hidden, but there nonetheless. Dragon, I think your brother is fine. Probably tired from his fight. We should take him back to your cabin. He told me, which left me confused. Luffy wasn't tired. He was in some kind of weird daze. Nothing about this was fine. But Lou Dash. I started only to be interrupted with Whitebeard, saying a little firmer this time, come on, it's too loud here. Luffy needs some sleep in a quiet cabin. Oh. I looked around me. The whole crew were looking awfully worried. I hadn't noticed the noise they were all making. My brain must have cut out the sound. They were all talking over one another. I heard someone asking if they should get the old hag, and another if they could do something for Luffy, or me even. Oh yeah, Luffy's just tired. He needs to go to bed. He just does this sometimes. It's been a while and I forgot. I faked a laugh, grabbing Luffy, who I slung over my shoulder. With a bit of effort, I walked calmly through the crowd of concerned pirates, finding it extremely hard not to bolt outright. Whitebeard followed after me, giving his crew a stern look as he dumped the treasure, giving Atmos and Whitey strict instructions not to let anyone else near it, listing a couple of names. Marco tried to follow us, because of course he was worried over Luffy, but his captain told him, Marco, calm down. Lou's fine. He's just tired. He needs some sleep, and he doesn't need you hovering over him. Why don't you go and find Vis and Jozu? But Pops, Dragon doesn't Eve dash. The Yonko stopped crouching down to Marco's height, giving the boy a soft hair ruffle. Son, he's all right. He isn't hurt. The sticky candy brat didn't stand a chance. So go on off with you. I tell you about it later, okay? With that, Marco nodded tiredly, wandering off somewhere, hopefully to his own bed. He still looked awful. The old man fell into step with me, giving me a half-amused grin, though it was lacking its normal spark. Dragon, You're a terrible liar. I see where Luffy gets it from. I'm better than him by a long shot. I snapped, slightly offended. Nobody is as bad as Luffy. But son, you're still bad at it. All the same, the blonde man mocked warily. The normal edge to his voice was gone, making him sound flat. Why is he like this, do you think? I asked, staring up at him quietly. The man grinned a little more this time. But before I could question him about the weird face he was making, he said, son, that's the second time you haven't corrected me. What are you talking about, old man? That's the third time I called you son, and you haven't corrected me. I gave the man a half-lidded stare. Was he serious? Are you seriously keeping track? Yes, son, you still haven't done it. He was finally beaming, crooked grin back to normal, also back to giving me a headache. Really? What is wrong with you? I said, rubbing my temples with my free hand. 4 times. Just stop. Nope, absolutely not, son. I groaned loudly. What was wrong with this stupid old man? Seriously, don't you have other things to worry about? Of course, but this is one of the best things that's happened the last couple of days. Well, this and getting those handcuffs off you. I frowned. A light smirk formed on the corners of my mouth. Where the hell did you get this family stuff from anyway? He paused, thinking about it for a second, then in a soft, uncharacteristic voice, I've always wanted a family, ever since I was a kid. Never had one growing up. Don't even remember having any parents. But I always felt like something was missing. I looked up at him again, surprised. I never thought this guy was an orphan for a second. What with the way he treated his crew? Wait, hang on. You didn't even have any parents. Then how do you know how to be a dad? Puffed. When Marco came along, I had no clue what I was meant to do with a child. It took me years to figure it out. How old was he? 7. He was 7. You took in a 7-year-old kid, and you didn't even know how to look after a child. Yeah, but he needed me. But how did you know if you'd be able to even take of him? Probably. I didn't, but that didn't stop the fact that he needed me. But most parents aren't prepared for kids, let's be honest. I bet you weren't with Luffy either. But I'm sure you turned out to be a good dad to him, considering what nice kid he is. I froze stiff, so much so that I stopped on the spot, mid-step. The guilt I felt was overwhelming. I turned my gaze towards Luffy. He was still draped over my shoulder, his face hidden under his shaggy black hair. Whitebeard halted as well, gazing down at me in concern. Is Luffy all right? You're giving him a funny look. I suddenly felt like I was being choked by some kind of invisible rope. The self-loathing was plowed into the pit of my stomach. I felt nauseous and sick. My soul was in horrid torment. No, I'm a terrible father. I gave Luffy over to the old geezer when he was a baby. Luffy has never even met me. I choked out. I felt so much shame it was unbearable. I expected Whitebeard to berate me for it. I wouldn't blame him if he did. That dragon certainly had questionable ideas. Garp? Really? I looked up at him. He was frowning, but there was no malice, hate, or even disgust, just mild disappointment. However, the way he was watching me told me he was actually disappointed in me, just disappointed about the situation. Don't you think I'm terrible? I blurted out. The old man tilted his head, lightly brow furrowing more. You're not going to do that, are you? What? No, of course not. I yelled without hesitation. Then why are you terrible? Because I did that to Luffy. Dragon, you didn't do that to Luffy. The future you did. We're the same person. No, you're not. You would never dream of doing that to Luffy. Not in a million years. I opened and closed my mouth. I didn't know what to say to that. So instead, Whitebeard simply put his arm on my shoulder and smiled. As Luffy would put it, now, you are the important one, not the one that isn't going to be. You're not the same person anymore. So don't think yourself terrible for something you haven't done. I quietly nodded, some of the guilt sliding away. Then something strange popped into my head. I wasn't the same person. Then did that mean? I turned my eyes back on Luffy. Have you ever wondered what would happen if the future changed, but Luffy is still born like normal? How would that affect him? Yes. It has crossed my mind. I reckon that's why Luffy is like that now. Maybe beating the crap out of Candy Cane didn't do him any good. He did seem to know him. You think? I knew he shouldn't have done that. Why did you stop me from stopping him? Do you really think Luffy is going to take any notice of what anyone has to say? Anyway, he had already started fighting him by the time you had even arrived. It was too late by then. Yeah, but I still could have stopped him from defeating him. Son, you were having trouble against a bunch of fodder because you were too stuck in your own head. I was not. I was fine. I conquered them. Like literally with Conqueror's hockey and everything. I don't know, son. Will you stop calling me son? That's 7. Also no. Why? Why? Can't you just be normal, old man? Not to mention, this is important. I agree, being my son is very important. Son, Whitebeard chuckled. He was grinning at me again. I finally noticed that he still had his arm resting lightly on my shoulder. I shook him off, starting my way back towards mine and Luffy's cabin. Oh, fuck off, old man. All that caused was the Yonko to laugh loudly. Gururara. Rude little shit, ain't ya? That's no way to talk to your poor old man. I groaned, yet my lips tilted up ever so slightly. Well, I could be worse things than this man's son, but like hell was I telling him that? Chapter 43. Luffy's POV dream. Luffy was being shook with a stop, stop, stop. He sat upright, angrily shouting to get off. Then the young boy opened his eyes. He was met with his older brother Ace. He had an annoyed scowl firmly in place. Get up. Stop lounging around. The older child snapped. He crawled off the bed Luffy was sat in, and the younger boy watched him open the door and slam it shut behind him. Luffy slid out of bed with a slight frown, but started to get ready nonetheless. Why did Ace have to be so mean? He was upset this morning. He wasn't usually that rough with him. The door opened again. Luffy's other brother came in. His short blonde hair was mostly hidden under his top hat. Sabo smiled, coming to sit next to Luffy on the bed. Hey Luffy, don't worry about Ace. He's just upset about what he read in the newspaper. There was an article about his real dad. Dad was in the newspaper. Luffy was suddenly very interested. The young boy missed his father dragon whenever he went away, though he did make a point of visiting as much as he could and would usually stay for at least a week. I said Ace's dad Luffy. You know dash Sabo lowered his voice to a whisper, Gold Roger. Oh, the Pirate King. Luffy uttered loudly, totally missing the point of Sabo being quiet. The blonde boy face-palmed, hissing an irritated, Luffy. Luffy frowned at his brother, confused as to why he was mad at him. What did he do? Sabo turned towards the door to their bedroom, sighing. He seemed relieved for some reason, but the young Raven was just happy that his big brother was looking less mad. Come on, Lou. Let's go before Ace comes back and shakes you again. The younger boy didn't like that at all, so he jumped off the bed, running to the door, bouncing on the spot, waiting for Sabo to join him and going downstairs. Luffy didn't want to go on his own, not when Ace was being mad. Sabo shook his head, slightly amused as he stepped up next to him. The blonde led the way down the steps until they reached the bottom. Their annoying bandit caretaker was in the middle of a rowing match with Ace. Nothing new there. Luffy was sort of glad that Ace was busy yelling at someone else. At least his angry brother wasn't aiming his temper at him. The younger Raven's face immediately brightening at the smell of meat. Ace and Sabo forgotten as his stomach took over his brain with food. He dashed past Aiden and his oldest brother and into the next room, skidding to a halt in front of the mountain of meat, or where it should have been. Instead sat a dark cloaked man with messy long black hair and a tribal tattoo. He was the culprit. He stole his breakfast. Hello, Lou. The most wanted man in the world grinned, his sharp eyes gleaming in amusement as his youngest son puffed out his cheeks furiously. You stole my meat. Luffy yelled, outraged, jumping on his father in a fit of anger, but to the young boy's utter annoyance, he fell straight through him in a heap. Dad! Sabo shouted, much more overjoyed than his little brother, who was trying and failing to attack their father. Hey Sabo, how have you been? The raven-haired man smiled, playfully pushing Luffy away. The rubber boy bounced back up a second later. He tried to grab his arm, but his small hands swept through in a warm gust of air. Really good. We managed to take down a bear the other day. Sabo boasted, rubbing his finger under his nose and smiling proudly. Ace, followed by Dayton, had both come from the next room to see what all the fuss was about. The oldest boy froze for a second before the biggest grin spread across his face in utter delight. Dad, you're back. Dayton immediately started to sweat. While the revolutionary wasn't as bad as old Garp was, she definitely didn't want to piss him off either. Though admittedly, since his son stayed with her, she had gotten a lot of nice things from the man. Beds, chairs, a bath, even a stock of food every other week, which was normally left on the abandoned coast. But she had to make sure those three little brats were well looked after, or the man got very dangerous very fast. Dad stole my breakfast. Luffy wailed loudly, still trying and failing to batter the man. You ate our breakfast. Ace yelled, the smile having vanished. He joined in with Luffy, trying to whack their dad in a hungry rage. He burst out laughing. He leapt up in a gust of wind, in a fluid and elegant manner. Nice to see you too, Ace, but you really shouldn't have left all that meat lying around. You're always the one who says we have to wait until everyone is ready to eat. Ace tossed out, his face drawn up in a growl. That's true, but well, I wasn't ready. And we have a nice breakfast waiting for us elsewhere. We do, Sabo asked before his brothers could start yelling again. Their father grinned, nodding. You could have left this food alone. You didn't have to eat it. We could have eaten both. Ace grumbled. Luffy hummed wildly in agreement, head bobbing in a firm nod, shouting a clear, disapproving yeah. Isn't that kind of greedy, Ace? The long-haired man teased, leaning over his sulking son. Says you. The freckled boy grumbled. True, but a wise man once told me, you want to do something, then you do it without regret. The man straightened, giving the three boys a crooked grin. And I really wanted to eat that meat, and I don't regret it. Luffy nodded, like suddenly it all made sense. He still looked annoyed, but he didn't say anything else. That sounds like something a pirate would say, Sabo pointed out. Because that's who said it. Anyway, you guys want to go on a trip? A trip? Where? Ace questioned, suddenly looking really interested. Can we eat that breakfast and go on a trip? The youngest asked loudly. He was bouncing up and down in excitement. Well, I have some business in this part of the sea. Figured you boys would like to come too, and yes, Luffy, we're gonna eat too. All three kids were staring up at him with sparkling eyes, big wide smiles in place, and in unison they cheered, "Let's Go!" Dragon's POV. The cabin was dark mostly, shadows only being pushed back by the lantern hung overhead. Luffy's chest was raising and falling peacefully. The blank expression was gone, replaced with a smile and a sleeping face. At least that was something, but my boy was still out of it. I had shook him multiple times. Nothing. Hell, I'd yelled food, and yet he didn't so much as stir. It worried me. The old man was sat on the bed next to Luffy's sleeping form. His weight made the frame shake and the mattress sag. I was a bit concerned that he'd break the thing. However, Luffy was by far the most important thing of the moment. "How long's it been?" I asked. Whitebeard turned a soft gaze resting lightly on me. Before sighing, "Dragon, son, it's been about 5 minutes since the last time you asked. I know you're worried, but he's a strong lad. He ain't looking blank anymore. Looks more like he's taking a nap. So relax, take a breath, step out for some fresh air if you need it. But standing there worrying yourself stupid ain't gonna help." "Yeah, but what if it's more than that? What if he wakes up and he's different?" I said in a raised voice. I was losing my battle at keeping my cool. My panic was starting to show, and I knew it. I was so scared, I didn't want anything to happen to my stupid idiot son. He was just perfect the way he was. I didn't want him to change. The old man leant over, slowly hustling. I hadn't had a proper hug since I was a little kid, since my mother had hugged me goodbye on that fateful day. Was I too old to be hugged? Wait, why am I even letting him hug me in the first place? Yet I just couldn't pull myself away. Instead, I slowly melted into it. My face resting on his shoulder, my shaking hands, without any one of my own, slowly coming to rest on his arm and back. "He'll be all right. You just gotta believe in him. Let's be honest, Dragon. Luffy is always gonna be Luffy, regardless. He's a stubborn kid, with his own ideas, his own feelings, and his own sense of who he is. Nothing will ever change that. You want to do something, then you do it without regret. Do you regret meeting him here? Would you regret raising him? No, of course not. There's your answer. Luffy knows that. He'll go on without regret, and he'll smile doing it. After all, Luffy is going to be king of the pirates, or are you going to tell me different? No, I just want him to be happy. That's his dream. I'd never stand in the way of it. I'll support him no matter what." I whispered, tears running down my cheeks. He was right. Luffy would always be Luffy because I'd make sure he was. I'd make sure he followed his dreams. I'd support him no matter what. He was my son after all. We were pretty stubborn, and neither of us would ever let even-time shenanigans change who we were. I still wanted to be a revolutionary. Even now, nothing had changed that. If anything, it had made that one even stronger. Luffy would always be drawn to being a pirate, regardless of what I or anyone said. Hell, even with my old geezer chasing him around telling him to be a marine, Luffy had become a pirate, just like I had become a revolutionary. Slowly my wet eyes eased shut. All my fears simply evaporated. Luffy was Luffy. Dragon was Dragon. It wasn't about the journey, it was the destination and the will to see the journey through to reach your dream. That's what mattered. I could feel myself drifting. The last few weeks caught up, so much weariness. I was exhausted, but for the first time in years I was at ease. No old geezer hanging over me, telling me to be something I hated. No chains, no hopeless nights spent watching the sea pass me by through a tiny window. The wind carried new hope. I wasn't running anymore, I was flying and I was free. Like a gust of wind, which always should have been. But the best thing, something I'd always thought I didn't need, was actually the most important thing of all. I wasn't alone anymore. I smiled, leaning into the warm embrace. A steady heartbeat filled my ears. Something so simple, yet so comforting. I felt like a little kid again, safe and warm, like nothing would ever hurt me. Nothing to be afraid of. Sleep well, son. Chapter 44. Garp's POV. The beep of a heart monitor could be heard in the background, rousing Garp from his groggy sleep. His head felt full of cotton wool. His breathing was slightly painful when he took in air, eyes slowly easing open. Blurry whites and grays swirled around until he realized he was staring up at a ceiling. The light was bright. Wincing away, he turned his head, gaze falling on his best friend who was sat by his bed. Sengoku, having noticed Garp awake, lowered his paperwork. He looked tired and troubled. He seemed as if he'd been in a fight or something. His face was littered with cuts, gashes, and bruises. The Vice Admiral lay there for a moment. He had a strange feeling. His heart was thudding fast, as if he was panicked over something. But he could think for the life of him what it was. What happened? Something was wrong. What was it? "Hello, Garp. How are you feeling?" his friend asked. His tone sounded slightly off, and he was refusing to look Garp in the eye. The bearded man frowned. He sat up stiffly, his muscles creaking, causing his joints to pop as he pulled himself upright. It felt as though he hadn't moved in a long while. "What happened?" the man asked, ignoring Sengoku's question. He couldn't remember much. He couldn't even recall why he was even in the medical unit in the first place. His memories were all fuzzy. He tried to focus, but his head was swimming. I guess you don't remember. Sengoku sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. The Admiral looked stressed. This had gotten Garp more concerned. His friend didn't generally get like this unless there was a reason. What happened, Sengoku? Spit out already. Garp snapped. He wasn't in the mood to be calm and reasonable. He wanted answers. He wanted to know why he felt so wrong, so panicked and angry all at once. Garp, now listen, I want you to stay calm, or the medical staff will have to tranquilize you again, Sengoku warned, his tone having an exhausted edge to it. That didn't make Garp calm at all. It just worked him up more. What do you mean again? He demanded. He tries to get up, but his stupid friend pushes him back down. This pisses off the Vice Admiral more. Will you back off? You woke up a week ago, punched several doctors, and caused most of the hospital staff to faint because you blasted off some Conqueror's hockey. Since then, they've kept you sedated since you made such a mess. They refused to have you there, and you had to be moved to a Marine base for treatment. Now will you sit down? Or they will trank you again. Sengoku snapped, finally getting through to Garp, and he grumbled a bit, but he got the message. Damn Sengoku. When did he get so sensible and boring? Probably since he got his position as an admiral, working for those bastard Tenryubido. That would mess anyone up. Fine. Still want to know what happened. Something must have considering I'm in here. How's Dragon been? Caused any trouble since I've been out? As soon as those words were out of his mouth, he frowned for some reason that made him stop for a minute. Why did that sound wrong? Sengoku winced before turning to face Garp with a tired, dark circled gaze. Finally, he sighed, prying a newspaper from under the paperwork on the bedside table. He passed it over silently. The dark, bearded man took it, his heart sinking, afraid of what was on the paper in his hand. Was Dragon? No, not him too. He couldn't cope if he'd lost Dragon Oswell. Not after all the shit he'd put him through. Not after all he'd done to protect him. Not after Maria's sacrifice. He swallowed, forcing his eyes to look down at the newspaper. His pain and sadness was quickly extinguished, instead replaced by relief, then confusion. It was an article about the Whitebeard pirates' scuffle with one of Big Mom's biscuit ships, which in itself wasn't particularly surprising. Pirates were always fighting amongst themselves. No, what made Garp stare was the picture underneath the headline. There was Whitebeard stood to the side, a sack of what was presumably treasure, slung over his shoulder. He was watching a fight between a familiar lanky kid with a straw hat, who was punching Perospero in the dick, while a very recognizable figure was trying to pull him away. He was floating in the air, long shaggy black hair blowing behind him, his normal irritated snarl on his face. It was Garp's son, Dragon. What the hell is going on? The Vice Admiral roared in absolute outrage. Shockwave of Conqueror's hockey flew off him, making people faint and walls crack. Monkey D. Garp was pissed, and he wanted his son back. Luffy's POV. Luffy came back to reality when his stomach growled. He rolled onto his side, grizzling about being hungry. He blamed his dumb dream. How dare Dragon steal his meat? That was Luffy's meat. He sat up, registering that he was asleep on Dragon's bed, instead of in his hammock. The young captain frowned, shrugging. It was already decided that he didn't care. What happened? Wasn't Luffy beating the crap out of that tongue guy? He was kind of annoyed he hadn't sent him flying. That's what that guy deserved. Lou, you're awake. Are you okay? Came a deep, concerned voice. Luffy turned coming face to face with Newgate. He was sat on the wooden floor cross-legged. Shockingly, Dragon was asleep, resting comfortably against the Yonko's stomach, his huge arm holding his future dad there. Yeah, I think. What happened? Wasn't I beating up tongue guy? The Raven asked with a tilt to his head. He slid out of bed, walking over to where the massive man was sat. Climbing onto his knee, he perched there staring at Dragon puzzled. I dragged you back because that ship was sinking and we were about to go for a swim. Then you sort of passed out. Newgate explained. He still seemed worried about something, but Luffy didn't really get why. He was fine, even if he did pass out, which admittedly the teen didn't remember doing. Don't remember passing out. Oh well. The kid shrugged. Well, it wasn't really important. Everything was fine. No point worrying about that. You don't feel strange? Or different, do you? The blonde man questioned. Still, he continued to stare at Luffy, like he was about to transform into a horse or something. This made the Straw Hat Captain kind of annoyed. His face scrunched up. He didn't like it when people acted all weird like Newgate was, not when there wasn't anything going on. No, of course not. I'm not different. I'm Luffy. Who else would I be? Now will you stop being annoying? The Raven snapped loudly, features draw back and scowl. He glared up at the man with his arms crossed. You're really fine. Just regular old Luffy. Newgate grinned, which made Luffy even more confused. Ugh, this was irritating. Too much was going on, making the boy's brain hurt with all the stupid thinking he was doing. Well, of course I'm me. Stupid Newgate. I'm not someone else. I think your old man eyes are going bad. He shouted angrily, which only relieved a loud laugh in response. A huge arm scooped him up, crushing him in a hug. You're just my same idiot grandson, I'm glad. Wouldn't want you any other way. Dragon will be pleased when he wakes up. He was ever so worried. The Yonko told him, still not letting Luffy out of his hold, which normally would have made the teen fight for a way out, but weirdly, the Raven found himself sitting there, not really bothered by it. This felt oddly normal. Yeah. The Straw Hat Captain mumbled, his eyes fixed on Dragon's still sleeping form. He hadn't even woken up when Luffy had shouted or Newgate had laughed. He was sleeping peacefully, face buried in the man's shirt. He found himself smiling. The guy seemed so content and happy. Wondering about Dragon? He was pretty wound up when he found out you'd passed out, which is understandable. You had this strange blank expression on your face. Didn't matter what we did, you would wake up. Either way, we had a heart-to-heart. I gave him a hug, and he fell asleep. He's been like this ever since. Guess he has a lot of sleep to catch up on. Newgate said softly, golden eyes gently resting on both him and Dragon. They were so warm and caring. Once again, Luffy felt unfazed by this. It all felt sort of normal. The boy found himself leaning into the hug. He felt like a little kid again, his eyes shut for a moment, relaxing, listening to a strong, steady heartbeat. The sound of his brother's laughter surfaced. A scene of two boys formed. They were rough housing on a bright sunny deck. Luffy was watching them from where he was laid. He was draped over a blue flaming bird, its head buried under its wing. A huge hand was resting on little Luffy's back. Almost like a blanket, the sound of snoring vibrated through the chest the bird was curled up on, which made its way all the way up to the boy. The image failed as suddenly as it had appeared. Luffy's eyes shot open. He glanced around confused. What was that? His head was resting on Newgate's chest. The man was watching him with soft gaze, a slight smile pulling up his lips. It was mostly hidden behind his mustache. The Raven was still being cradled by his arm, his grip completely gone. Seeing as Luffy seemed quite happy where he was, as such the Yonko no longer saw the need to force him to stay for a cuddle. Luffy was reminded of a strange dream. He remembered how real it had felt, just like what happened now. It was like a memory that the young captain had never experienced. But how could they seem as clear as any other memory? They were so odd, so realistic that if he didn't know better, he'd have thought they had actually happened. I had a weird dream about Dragon. Here, all my meat for breakfast. Me and Ace were mad at him. It was kind of weird, cause it was like when we were kids. Me, Ace, and Sabo, it was like it was back then. Only Dragon was there. He looked like my now's Dragon, but he acted like this now's one. He was nice and we all called him Dad. He was going to take us on a trip, and then I woke up. The kid found himself retelling his dream. He was still staring at his future dad. It felt kind of weird, like he was looking at him, but he didn't seem quite right. The more he analyzed Dragon, the more he found himself frowning. He seemed off, like he was too small, and his face was too bare, like it was missing something, yet the revolutionary didn't appear any different to he had before he'd passed out. Finally, the teen looked up at Newgate. Now he was staring at him. He was starting to look wrong too. Yet he didn't feel like the old man Newgate at Marineford either. His hair should have been white. He should have been more wrinkly, and skin should have looked more sun-worn. Luffy shook his head. He didn't like this at all. This felt wrong. They both should be different. They were too young, too. They weren't the ones Luffy knew. But Luffy didn't even know Dragon, and he'd only met Newgate once. Then why did everything feel different?